from the sensible in the first place. Myself as the one contemplating the blue of the sky is not in a cosmic subject standing before it, I do not possess it in thought, I do not lay out in front of it an idea of blue that would give me its secret. Rather, I abandon myself to it, I plunge into this mystery, and it thinks itself in me. I am this sky that gathers together, composes itself, and begins to exist for itself. My consciousness is saturated by this unlimited blue. But the sky is not a mind, and so it makes no sense to say it exists for itself. Now, of course the geographer's sky or the astronomer's sky does not exist for itself. Yet when it comes to the perceived or sensed sky, sustained by my gaze that glances over it and inhabits it, or the milieu of a certain living vibration that my body adopts, we can say that it exists for itself in the sense that it is not made up of external parts, that each part of the whole is sensitive to what happens in all of the others and knows them dynamically. 16 And with regard to the subject of sensation, it has no need of being a pure nothingness without any worldly weight. That would only be necessary if it had to be present everywhere simultaneously, like the constituting consciousness, and coextensive with being, and only if it had to conceive of universal truth. But the perceived spectacle does not belong to pure being. Taken precisely as I see it, it is a moment of my individual history, and, since sensation is a reconstitution, it presupposes in me the sedimentations of a previous constitution. I am, as a sensing subject, full of natural powers of which I am the first to be filled with wonder. Thus I am not, to recall Hegel's phrase, a hole in being, 17 but rather a hollow, or a fold that was made and that can be unmade. 18. D. Generality and particularity of the senses. Let us insist upon this point. How have we been able to escape the alternative between the in itself and the for itself? How can perceptual consciousness be saturated with its object, and how can we distinguish sensible consciousness from intellectual consciousness? This has been possible for two reasons. 1. Every perception takes place within an atmosphere of generality and is presented to us as anonymous. I cannot say that I see the blue of the sky in the sense that I say that I understand a book, or again that I decide to dedicate my life to mathematics. My perception, even seen from within, expresses a given situation. I see blue because I am sensitive to colors, whereas personal acts create a situation. I am a mathematician because I decided to be one. As a result, if I wanted to express perceptual experience with precision, I would have to say that one perceives in me, and not that I perceive. Every sensation includes a seed of dream or depersonalization, as we experience through the sort of stupor into which it puts us when we truly live at the level of sensation. Of course, knowledge certainly teaches me that sensation would not have taken place without an adaptation of my body, for example, that there would be no determinate contact without a movement of my hand. But this activity unfolds on the periphery of my being. I have no more awareness of being the true subject of my sensation than I do of my birth or my death. Neither my birth nor my death can appear to me as my personal experiences, since if I conceive of them in this way, I must imagine myself as pre-existing or as surviving myself in order to be able to experience them, and thus I could not genuinely conceive of my birth or my death. Thus, I can only grasp myself as already born and as still living. I can only grasp my birth and my death as pre-personal horizons. I know that one is born and that one dies, but I cannot know my birth or my death. Being at the extreme the first, last, and only one of its kind, every sensation is a birth and a death. The subject who experiences it begins and ends with it, and since he can neither precede himself nor survive himself, sensation necessarily appears to itself in a milieu of generality. It arrives from beneath myself, and it results from a sensitivity that preceded it and that will survive it, just as my birth or my death belongs to an anonymous natality or mortality. I grasp through sensation, on the margins of my personal life and of my own acts, a given life of consciousness from which these later determinations emerge, the life of my eyes, hands, and ears, which are so many natural selves. Each time that I experience a sensation, I experience that it does not concern my own being, the one for which I am responsible and upon which I decide, but rather another self that has already sided with the world, that is already open to certain of its aspects and synchronized with them. Between my sensation and myself, there is always the thickness of an originary acquisition that prevents my experience from being clear for itself. I experience sensation as a modality of a general existence, already destined to a physical world, which flows through me without my being its author. 2. Sensation can only be anonymous because it is partial. He who sees and touches is not exactly myself, because the visible world and the tangible world are not the world in its entirety. When I see an object, I always feel éprouvé that there is still some being beyond what I currently see, and not merely more visible being, but also more tangible or audible being, and not merely more sensible being, but moreover a depth of the object that no sensory withdrawal will ever fully exhaust. Correlatively, I am not fully within these operations, they remain marginal, they happen in front of me. The self who sees or the self who hears is, in some sense, a specialized self, familiar with a single sector of being. And it is precisely at this price that the gaze and the hand are capable of guessing the movement that will make the perception precise and that can demonstrate this prescience that gives them the appearance of an automatic reflex. E. The senses are fields. Asterisk. We can summarize these two ideas by saying that every sensation belongs to a certain field. To say that I have a visual field means that I have an access and an opening to a system of visible beings through my position, and that they are available to my gaze in virtue of a kind of primordial contract and by a gift of nature, without any effort required on my part. In other words, it means that vision is pre-personal. Moreover, it means simultaneously that vision is always limited, or that there is always an horizon of unseen or even invisible things around my present vision. Vision is a thought subjugated to a certain field, and this is what is called a sense. When I say that I have senses and that they give me access to the world, I am not the victim of a confusion, nor do I mix up causal thought and reflection. I merely express the truth that forces itself upon a complete reflection, namely, that I am capable, through connaturality, of finding a sense in certain aspects of being, without myself having given them this sense through a constitutive operation. F. The plurality of the senses. How intellectualism transcends this plurality and how it is justified against empiricism. The distinction between the different senses is justified along with the distinction between the senses and intellection. Intellectualism does not speak of the senses because, for it, sensations and senses only appear when I return to the concrete act of knowledge in order to analyze it. Thus, in the act I distinguish a contingent matter and a necessary form, but the matter is only an ideal moment of the total act, and not a separable element. There are no senses, then, only consciousness. For example, intellectualism refuses to ask the famous question of its own contribution to the experience of space because the perceptible qualities and the senses, as the materials of knowledge, cannot possess space in their own right, because in general space is the form of objectivity and in particular it is the means by which a consciousness of quality becomes possible. A sensation would be no sensation at all if it were not a sensation of something, and things, in the most general sense of the word, including definite qualities, only figure within the confused mass of impressions if they are put into perspective and coordinated by space. Thus, all senses must be spatial if they are to give us access to any form whatsoever of being, that is, if they are to be senses at all. And, by the same necessity, they must all open onto the same space, otherwise the sensory beings with which they put us into communication would only exist for the relevant sense. Like phantoms that only appear at night, they would be missing the fullness of being and we could not genuinely be aware of them, that is, posit them as true beings. Against this deduction, empiricism would vainly point to facts. If, for example, the attempt was made to show that touch is not spatial through touch itself, or to find a pure tactile experience for blind persons or in cases of psychic blindness, and to show that this experience is not articulated according to space, then these proofs presupposed what they were supposed to establish. How are we to know in fact whether blindness and psychic blindness are limited to merely subtracting the visual givens from the patient's experiences, and whether they have not also affected the structure of his tactile experience? Empiricism takes the first hypothesis for granted, and it is only on this condition that the fact might be taken as definitive, but by this very move, empiricism postulates the very separation of the senses that it was attempting to establish. More precisely, if I concede that space originally belongs to vision and that it passes from there to touch and to the other senses, since there is an appearance of a tactile perception of space for the adult, then I must at least admit that the pure tactile givens are displaced and covered over by an experience whose source is visual, and that they are merged into a total experience in which they are ultimately indiscernible. But then what right do we have to separate out a tactile contribution within adult experience? Is not this alleged purely tactile experience, which I attempt to find by turning to blind persons, a truly abnormal type of experience that has nothing in common with the integrated functioning of touch, and thus is useless in the analysis of overall experience? One cannot decide upon the spatiality of the senses through the inductive method and by producing facts, such as a touch without space for the blind person, since this fact must itself be interpreted, and since it will be considered either as a meaningful fact that reveals the very essence of touch or as an accidental fact that expresses the particular properties of morbid touch, depending upon the idea we adopt of the senses in general and of their relations in total consciousness. The problem surely results from reflection and not from experience in the empiricist sense of the word, which is also the sense adopted by scientists when they dream of an absolute objectivity. We are thus justified in saying a priori that all of the senses are spatial, and the question of knowing which sense gives us space is unintelligible, provided we reflect upon what a sense is. G. How a reflective analysis nevertheless remains abstract. Asterisk. Nevertheless, two sorts of reflections are possible here. The first, intellectualist reflection, thematises the object and consciousness, and, to repeat a Kantian expression, it raises them to the concept. The object thus becomes what is, and consequently what is for everyone and for all times, even if only as an episode that is fleeting, but of which it will always be true that it existed in objective time. Consciousness, thematised by reflection, is existence for itself. And, with the help of this idea of consciousness and of this idea of the object, it is easy to show that every sensible quality is only fully an object within the context of the relations of the universe, and that sensation can only be on condition of existing for a central and unique I. If one wished to pause the reflective movement and speak, for example, of a partial consciousness or of an isolated object, then one would have a consciousness that, in some sense, could not know itself, and that therefore would not be consciousness at all, and an object that would not be accessible from everywhere and that, to this extent, would not be an object. But intellectualism is always susceptible to the question of where it draws this idea or this essence of consciousness and of the object from. If the subject is a pure for itself, then the I think must be able to accompany all of our representations. 19 If a world is to be able to be conceived, the quality must contain it in germ. But first, how do we know that there must be a pure for itself, and from where do we learn that the world must be able to be thought? Perhaps the reply will be that this is the very definition of the subject and of the world, and that, failing to understand them in this way, we no longer know what we are talking about when speaking about them. And in fact, on the level of constituted speech, such is certainly the signification of the world and of the subject. But from where do the words themselves draw their sense? Radical reflection is the reflection that again takes hold of me while I am in the process of forming and formulating the idea of the subject and that of the object. It reveals the source of these two ideas, and it is a reflection that is not merely operating, but moreover is conscious of itself in its operation. Again, one will perhaps respond that reflective analysis does not merely grasp the subject and the object as ideas, that it is an experiment. By reflecting I put myself back into this infinite subject that I already was, and I put the object back into the relations that already subtended it, and finally, that there is no reason to ask from where I get this idea of the subject and this idea of the object, since they are the simple formulation of the conditions without which nothing would exist for anyone. But the reflective I differs from the unreflective I, at least insofar as the former is the matized, and what is given is neither pure consciousness nor pure being. As Kant himself said with insight, what is given is experience, or in other words the communication of a finite subject with an opaque being from which the subject emerges, but also in which the subject remains engaged. It is that pure and, so to speak, still mute experience that must be brought to the pure expression of its own sense. 20 We have the experience of a world, not in the sense of a system of relations that fully determines each event, but in the sense of an open totality whose synthesis can never be completed. We have the experience of an I, not in the sense of an absolute subjectivity, but rather one that is indivisibly unmade and remade by the course of time. The unity of the subject or of the object is not a real unity, but a presumptive unity within the horizon of experience. We must discover, beneath the idea of the subject and the idea of the object, the fact of my subjectivity and the object in the nascent state, the primordial layer where ideas and things are born. When it comes to consciousness, I can only form a notion of it by first referring myself back to this consciousness that I am, and in particular I must not first define the senses, but rather regain contact with the sensoriality that I live from within. We are not required to invest the world, a priori, with conditions without which it could not be thought, for, in order for it to be able to be thought, it must first not be wholly unknown, it must exist for me, that is, it must be given. Indeed, the transcendental aesthetic could only merge with the transcendental analytic if I were a God who posited the world, and not a man who is thrown into that world and who, in every sense of the phrase, is attached to it. 21 Thus, we do not have to follow Kant in his deduction of a unique space. Unique space is the condition without which we cannot think the plenitude of objectivity, and it is certainly true that if I attempt to thematize several spaces, they reduce to a unity, each one of them being in a certain positional relation with the others and thus making up a unity with them. But do we know whether complete objectivity can be thought? Whether all perspectives are compossible? Whether they can be somewhere thematized altogether? Do we know whether tactile experience and visual experience can be joined without an intersensory experience? Whether my experience and that of another person can be connected in a single system of intersubjective experience? Perhaps there are, either in each sensory experience or in each consciousness, some phantoms that no rationality could explain away. The entire transcendental deduction hangs upon the affirmation of a complete system of truth. We must return to the sources of precisely this affirmation if we wish to reflect. In this sense we can follow Husserl in saying that Hume had, in intention, taken radical reflection further than anyone, since he had truly wanted to take us back to the phenomena of which we have an experience beneath every ideology, even if he otherwise mutilated and dissociated this experience. 22 In particular, the idea of a unique space and that of a unique time, being based upon the idea of a summation of being that Kant had indeed criticized in the Transcendental Dialectic, must be bracketed off and must produce its genealogy beginning from our actual experience. H. The a priori and the empirical. Asterisk. In other words, this new conception of reflection, which is the phenomenological conception, amounts to giving a new definition of the a priori. Kant already showed that the a priori is not knowable prior to experience, that is, outside of our horizon of facticity, and that it cannot be a matter of distinguishing two real elements of knowledge, one of which would be a priori and the other a posteriori. If the a priori maintains its character in Kant's philosophy of that which ought to be the case, in opposition to what exists in fact and as an anthropological determination, this is merely to the extent that he has not followed his own program to its logical conclusion, for he set out to define our powers of knowledge through our factual condition, and that should have obliged him to place every conceivable being against the background of this factual world. From the moment in which experience, that is, the opening onto our factual world, is recognized as the beginning of knowledge, there is no longer any means of distinguishing a level of a priori truths and a level of factual ones, or between what the world ought to be and what the world actually is. The unity of the senses, which was taken as an a priori truth, is no longer anything but the formal expression of a fundamental contingency, the fact that we are in the world. The diversity of the senses, which was taken as an a posteriori given, including the concrete form that it takes in the human subject, appears as necessary to that world, that is, to the only world that we could think of with any importance. The diversity of the senses thus becomes an a priori truth. Thus, every sensation is spatial. We come to this thesis not because the quality, as an object, can only be conceived in space, but because, as a primordial contact with being, as the taking up of a form of existence indicated by the sensible to the sentient subject, or finally as the coexistence of the sentient being and the sensible, sensation is itself constitutive of a milieu of coexistence, that is, of a space. We say a priori that no sensation is punctual and that all sensoriality presupposes a certain field, and thus coexistences, and against Lacellier we conclude from this that the blind person has the experience of a space. But these a priori truths amount to nothing other than the making explicit of a fact, the fact of sensory experience as the taking up of a form of existence, and this taking up also implies that at each instant I can make myself almost entirely touch or vision, and even that I can never see or touch without my consciousness becoming saturated to some extent and losing something of its availability. Thus, the unity and the diversity of the senses are truths on the same level. The a priori is the fact as understood, made explicit, and followed through into all of the consequences of its tacit logic. The a posteriori is the isolated and implicit fact. It would be contradictory to say that touch is without spatiality, and it is a priori impossible to touch without touching in space since our experience is the experience of a world. But this insertion of the tactile perspective into a universal being does not express any necessity external to touch, it spontaneously takes place in tactile experience itself, according to its own mode. Sensation, such as it is presented to us by experience, is no longer an indifferent matter and an abstract moment, but rather one of our surfaces of contact with being, or a structure of consciousness. Rather than presenting us with a unique space or a universal condition of all qualities, each sensation gives us a particular manner of being in space and, in a certain sense, of creating space. It is neither contradictory nor impossible that each sense constitutes a small world within the larger one, and it is even because of its particularity that it is necessary to the whole and that each sensation opens onto the whole. Each sense has its world. In short, once the distinctions between the a priori and the empirical, and between form and content are effaced, sensory spaces become concrete moments of an overall configuration that is a unique space, and the power to go out to it is inseparable from the power of cutting oneself off from it through the isolation of a sense. In the concert hall, when I reopen my eyes, visible space seems narrow in relation to that other space where the music was unfolding just a moment ago, and even if I keep my eyes open during the performance of the piece, it seems to me that the music is not truly contained in this precise and shabby space. The music insinuates a new dimension across visible space where it unfurls just as, for persons suffering hallucinations, the clear space of perceived things is mysteriously doubled with a dark space where other presences are possible. 23 Just as the other person's perspective affects the world for me, the spatial domain of each sense is, for the other senses, an absolute unknowable and limits their spatiality accordingly. These descriptions, which for the critical philosopher present merely empirical curiosities and do not penetrate to a priori certainties, again assume a philosophical importance, because for us the unity of space can only be found where the sensory domains gear into each other. This is what remains true in the famous empiricist descriptions of a non-spatial perception. The experience of persons born blind and who have had a cataract operation has never proven, and could never prove, that space begins to exist for them when they gain the power of vision. Of course, the patient never ceases to marvel at this visual space to which he has just gained access, and with regard to which tactile experience now seems so impoverished to him that he voluntarily claims never to have had the experience of space prior to the operation. Point 24. The patient's wonder, his hesitations in the new visual world into which he enters, show that touch is not spatial in the manner that vision is. After the operation, it is said, the form such as it is given by vision is, for the patients, something absolutely new that they do not put into relation with their tactile experience. The patient confirms that he sees, but he does not know what he sees. He never recognizes his hand as such, he only speaks of a moving white patch. Point 25. In order to distinguish a circle from a rectangle through vision, he must trace the border of the figure with his gaze. 26. As he did with his hand, and he always tends to reach out for objects that are presented to his gaze. Point 27. What should we conclude from this? That tactile experience does not prepare us for the perception of space. But if tactile experience was not spatial at all, would the patient reach his hand out toward the object shown to him? This gesture presupposes that touch opens onto a milieu that is at least analogous to the milieu of the visual givens. The facts show, above all, that vision is nothing without a certain use of the gaze. Patients see colors much as we smell an odor, which enfolds and intrudes upon us, but without occupying any specific form of extension in a more exactly definable way. 28. At first, everything is mixed together and everything appears moving. The segregation of colored surfaces, or the correct apprehension of movement, only comes later when the subject has understood what seeing is. 29. That is, when he directs and casts his gaze in the manner of a gaze, and no longer in the manner of a hand. This proves that each sense organ interrogates the object in its own way, and that it is the agent of a certain type of synthesis, but, unless we reserve the word space to designate the visual synthesis through a nominal definition, then spatiality cannot be excluded from touch, in the sense of grasping coexistences. The very fact that genuine vision is prepared for through a transition phase and through a sort of touching with the eyes could not be understood if there were no quasi-spatial tactile fields into which the first visual perceptions could be inserted. Vision could never communicate directly with touch, as it does for the normal adult, if touch, even when artificially isolated, were not organized in such a manner as to make coexistences possible. Far from excluding the idea of a tactile space, the facts prove to the contrary that there is a space so strictly tactile that its articulations are not at first, nor will they ever be, in a relation of synonymy with the articulations of visual space. The empiricist analyses thus pose a genuine problem, but in a confused way. Whether or not touch, for example, can only simultaneously embrace a small extension, that of the body and its instruments, this fact does not merely concern the presentation of tactile space, it modifies its sense. For intelligence, or at least for intelligence as understood by classical physics, simultaneity is the same whether it takes place between two contiguous points or between two distant ones, and in every case a long-distance simultaneity can be constructed step by step with short-distance simultaneities. But for experience, the thickness of time thus introduced into the operation modifies the result, it involves a certain indeterminacy bouge in the simultaneity of the extreme points, and to this extent the scope of visual perspectives will be a genuine revelation for the person after the operation, for it will procure the manifestation of distant simultaneity itself for the first time. Patients after the operation declare that tactile objects are not genuine spatial wholes, that the apprehension of the object is here a simple knowledge of the reciprocal relation of parts, and that the circle and the square are not genuinely perceived by touch, but recognized according to certain signs, the presence and absence of corners. 30. Let us conclude that the tactile field never has the scope of the visual field, the tactile object is never wholly present in each of its parts. Like the visual object, and, in short, that touch is not vision. A blind person and a sighted person can certainly have a conversation, and perhaps it is even impossible to find a single word, even from the vocabulary of color, to which the blind person does not succeed in giving at least a schematic sense. A 12-year-old blind boy 31 defines the dimensions of vision quite well. For those who can see, he says, they were bound to me through an unknown sense, which entirely surrounded me even from a distance, followed me about, penetrated through me and somehow held me in its power, mich gewissermaßen beherrscht, from morning to night. 32 But these indications remain notional and problematic for the blind person. They pose a question to which vision alone could respond. And this is why the blind man who has been operated upon finds the world to be different from what he had anticipated. 33 Just as we always find a man different from what we knew of him in advance. The blind person's world and the world of the normal person differ not merely in the quantity of matter available to them, but moreover in the structure of the whole. Through touch, a blind man knows precisely what branches and leaves are, as well as what an arm and the fingers of the hand are. After the operation, he is amazed to find so much difference between a tree and a human body. 34 Clearly, vision has not merely added new details to the knowledge of the tree. It is a question of a new mode of presentation and of a new type of synthesis that transfigures the object. The lighting/object illuminated structure, for example, could only find rather vague analogies in the tactile domain. This is why one patient, operated upon after 18 years of blindness, attempts to touch a ray of sunlight. 35 The total signification of our life, of which the notional signification is never but an extract, would be different if we were deprived of vision. There is a general function of substitution and replacement that allows us access to the abstract signification of experiences we have not lived through and, for example, to speak of what we have not seen. But just as in the organism, where the functions of replacement are never the precise equivalent of the damaged ones and only give the appearance of integrity, so too for intelligence, which only guarantees an apparent communication between different experiences, and, for the person born blind, the synthesis of the visual world and the tactile world after the operation, or the constitution of an intersensory world, must be completed upon the ground of the sensory itself, for the community of signification between the two experiences is not enough to guarantee their joining together into a single experience. The senses are distinct from each other and distinct from intellection insofar as each of them brings with it a structure of being that can never be precisely transposed. We can recognize this because we have rejected the formalism of consciousness and identified the body as the subject of perception. J. Communication of the senses. And because the senses communicate, we can recognize that they are distinct in this way without compromising their unity. Music is not invisible space, music erodes visible space, surrounds it, and causes it to shift, such that these overdressed listeners, who take on a judgmental air and exchange comments or smirks without noticing that the ground begins to tremble beneath them, are soon like a ship's crew tossed about on the surface of a stormy sea. These two spaces only stand out against the background of a common world and can only enter into competition because they share the same pretension to total being. They are united in the very moment they come into conflict. If I wish to enclose myself in one of my senses and, for example, I project myself entirely into my eyes and abandon myself to the blue of the sky, soon I am no longer aware of gazing and, at just the moment I wanted to give myself over to vision entirely, the sky ceases to be a visual perception in order to become my current world. Sensory experience is unstable and wholly unknown to natural perception, which is accomplished with our entire body all at once and opens onto an intersensory world. Like the experience of the sensible quality, the experience of isolated senses takes place only within an abnormal attitude and cannot be useful for the analysis of direct consciousness. I am seated in my room and I look at the sheets of white paper lying on my table, some illuminated by the window and others in the shadow. If I do not analyze my perception, and if I hold myself to the overall spectacle, I will say that all of the sheets appear to me as equally white. Nevertheless, some of them are in the shadow of the wall. How are they not less white than the others? I decide to take a closer look. I focus my gaze upon them, that is, I restrict my visual field. I can even observe them through a box of matches, which serves to separate them from the rest of the field, or through a window in a reduction screen. Whether I employ one of these instruments or merely observe with the naked eye while adopting an analytic attitude, 36 the appearance of the sheets changes. It is no longer one of white paper in the shadows, it becomes a gray or bluish substance that is thick and poorly localized. If I again consider the overall spectacle, I notice that the sheets covered in shadow were not and had never been identical to the illuminated sheets, nor for that matter objectively different from them. The whiteness of the sheets of paper in the shadow does not admit of a precise classification on the scale between black and white. 37 It had no definite quality. I made the quality appear by focusing my eyes upon a portion of the visual field, then, and only then, did I find myself in the presence of a particular quality into which my gaze is plunged. Now, what does it mean to focus? On the side of the object it means to separate the region focused upon from the rest of the field, to interrupt the total life of the spectacle, which assigned a determinate coloration to each visible surface, taking the lighting into account. On the side of the subject it means substituting for overall vision, in which our gaze lends itself to the spectacle and allows itself to be invaded by it, an observation, that is, an isolated vision that the subject directs at will. Far from being coextensive with perception, the sensible quality is the peculiar product of an attitude of curiosity or observation. The sensible quality appears when, rather than abandoning my whole gaze to the world, I turn toward this gaze itself and I wonder what I am actually seeing. The quality does not figure in the natural exchange between my vision and the world. It is the response to a certain question posed by my gaze and the result of a second-order or critical act of vision that attempts to know itself in its particularity. It is the result of an attention to the purely visual 38 that I employ when I am worried about being tricked or when I wish to commence a scientific study of vision. This attitude makes the spectacle disappear. The colors that I see through the reduction screen, or those that the painter obtains by squinting, are no longer the colors of objects, the color of the walls or the color of the paper, but rather colored areas, although not without some thickness and together vaguely located upon the same fictional plane. 39 Thus, there is a natural attitude of vision where I join with my gaze and deliver myself over to the spectacle through it. Here the parts of the field are linked in an organization that makes them recognizable and identifiable. The quality, an isolated sensoriality, is produced when I break this total structuration of my vision, when I cease to adhere to my own gaze and, rather than living within vision, interrogate myself about it, when I wish to test out my possibilities, or when I untie the link between my vision and the world or between myself and the world in order to catch it in the act and to describe it. K. Sensing prior to the senses. Asterisk. From within this attitude, at the same time that the world is pulverized into sensible qualities, the natural unity of the perceiving subject is shattered and I become unaware of myself as the subject of a visual field. But just as we must discover the natural unity from within each sense, we will reveal an originary layer of sensing that is prior to the division of the senses. 40 To the extent that I focus on an object or that I allow my eyes to wander, or finally that I abandon myself entirely to the event, the same color appears to me as a surface color, Oberflächenfarbe. It is in a definite place in space, it stretches across an object, or it becomes an atmospheric color, Raumfarbe, and diffuses all around the object, or again, I sense it in my eye as a vibration of my gaze, or, finally, it communicates a single manner of being to my entire body, it fills me and no longer merits the name color. Similarly, there is an objective sound that resonates outside of me in the musical instrument, an atmospheric sound that is between the object and my body, a sound that vibrates in me as if I had become the flute or the clock. And finally a last stage where the sonorous element disappears and becomes a highly precise experience of a modification of my entire body. 41 There is but a narrow margin available to sensory experience, either the sound and the color, through their own arrangement, sketch out an object, the ashtray, the violin, and this object speaks directly to all of the senses, or at the other extreme of experience, the sound and color are received in my body, and it becomes difficult to restrict my experience to a single sensory register, it spontaneously overflows toward all the others. Sensory experience, at the third stage we described above, is only specified by an accent that indicates the direction of the sound or of the color. 42 At this level, The ambiguity of experience is such that an auditory rhythm fuses cinematic images together and gives rise to a perception of movement, whereas, without an auditory contribution, the same succession of images would be too slow to provoke the stroboscopic movement. 43 Sounds modify consecutive images of colors. A more intense sound intensifies the colors, the interruption of the sounds makes them vacillate, and a low sound renders blue darker or deeper. 44 The constancy hypothesis. 45 Which assigns one and only one sensation to each stimulus, is progressively less verified as we gradually move closer to natural perception. It is to the extent that behavior is intellectual and impartial, Sachlicher, that the constancy hypothesis becomes acceptable with regard to the relation between the stimulus and the specific sensory response, and that the sonorous stimulus, for example, is limited to its specific sphere, the auditory sphere in this case. 46. L. Cases of synesthesia. Asterisk. Because mescaline intoxication compromises the impartial attitude and delivers the subject over to his vitality, we would expect it to encourage forms of synesthesia. And indeed, under the influence of mescaline, the sound of a flute gives rise to a blue-green color, the sound of a metronome in the dark is expressed by gray patches, spatial intervals for vision corresponding to the temporal intervals of the sounds, the size of the patch to the intensity of the sound, and its height in space to the pitch of the sound. 47 One subject under the influence of mescaline finds a piece of iron, he taps it upon the window sill, and exclaims, "There's the magic," and the trees become greener. 48 The barking of a dog attracts the light in an indescribable way, and reverberates in his right foot. 49 Everything happens as if he were seeing the barriers between the senses, established in the course of evolution, occasionally falling down. 50 From the perspective of the objective world with its opaque qualities, or from the objective body with its isolated organs, the phenomenon of synesthesia is paradoxical. The attempt is thus made to explain it without touching the concept of sensation. It will be necessary, for example, to assume that stimulations ordinarily circumscribed within a region of the brain, the optical zone or auditory zone, for instance, become capable of intervening beyond these limits, and that in this way the specific quality is associated with a non-specific quality. Whether or not there are arguments in cerebral physiology for this explanation. 51 It does not account for synesthetic experience, which thus becomes a new opportunity to put the concept of sensation and objective thought into question. For the subject does not tell us merely that he has a sound and a color at the same time, it is the sound itself that he sees, at the place where colors form. 52 This formula is literally rendered meaningless if vision is defined by the visual quale, or sound by the sonorous quale. But it falls to us to construct our definitions in such a way as to find a sense for this experience, since the vision of sounds or the hearing of colors exist as phenomena. And they are hardly exceptional phenomena. Synesthetic perception is the rule, and, if we do not notice it, this is because scientific knowledge displaces experience and we have unlearned seeing, hearing, and sensing in general in order to deduce what we ought to see, hear, or sense from our bodily organization and from the world as it is conceived by the physicist. It is said that vision can only give us colors or lights, and with them forms, which are the contours of colors, and movements, which are the changes of position of patches of color. But how should we situate transparency or blurred colors on the color scale? In fact, each color in its inmost possession is but the inner structure of the thing manifested on the outside. The brilliance of gold presents its homogeneous composition quite noticeably, and the dull color of wood presents its heterogeneous composition. 53 By opening up to the structure of the thing, the senses communicate among themselves. We see the rigidity and the fragility of the glass, and, when it breaks with a crystal clear sound, this sound is borne by the visible glass. 54 We see the elasticity of steel, the ductility of molten steel, the hardness of the blade in a plane, and the softness of its shavings. The form of objects is not their geometrical shape, the form has a certain relation with their very nature, and it speaks to all of our senses at the same time as it speaks to vision. The form of a fold in a fabric of linen or of cotton shows us the softness or the dryness of the fiber, and the coolness or the warmth of the fabric. Finally, the movement of visible objects is not the simple displacement of color patches that correspond to them in the visual field. In the movement of the branch from which a bird has just left, we read its flexibility and its elasticity, and this is how the branch of an apple tree and the branch of a birch are immediately distinguished. We see the weight of a block of cast iron that sinks into the sand, the fluidity of the water, and the viscosity of the syrup. 55 Likewise, I hear the hardness and the unevenness of the cobblestones in the sound of a car, and we are right to speak of a soft, dull, or dry sound. Even if one might doubt that hearing gives us genuine things, it is at least certain that, beyond mere sounds in space, it offers us something that literally sounds, and thereby it communicates with the other senses. Finally, if I alternately bend a steel bar and a lime tree branch with my eyes closed, I perceive between my two hands the most secret texture of the metal and of the wood. If they are taken as incomparable qualities, then the givens from the different senses belong to so many separated worlds, each one, in its specific essence, being a manner of modulating the thing, then they nonetheless all communicate through their meaningful core. The senses are distinct and yet indiscernible, like monocular images in binocular vision. Only we must clarify the nature of sensible signification, otherwise we would return to the intellectualist analysis that we rejected above. The table that I touch and the one that I see are the same table. But must it be added, as we have said, that I hear the same sonata that Helen Keller touches, and that it is the same man whom I see and whom the blind painter paints? 56 Any difference between perceptual synthesis and intellectual synthesis would gradually disappear. The unity of the senses would be of the same order as the unity of scientific objects. When I simultaneously touch and see an object, the unique object will be the common reason for these two appearances, just as Venus is the common reason for the morning star and the evening star, and thus perception would be a nascent science. 57 And yet, even if perception reunites our sensory experiences in a unique world, it is not in the manner that scientific colligation gathers together objects or phenomena, but rather in the manner that binocular vision grasps a single object. Let us examine this synthesis closely. When my gaze is fixed on the horizon, I have a double image of nearby objects. When I in turn focus upon the latter, I see the two images come together to what will be the unique object, and disappear into it. It must not be concluded here that the synthesis consists in conceiving the two images together as images of a single object. If it were a spiritual act or an apperception, it would have to happen as soon as I notice the identity of the two images, while in fact the unity of the object keeps us waiting, right up until the moment when the focusing conjures them away. The unique object is not a certain manner of conceiving of the two images, since they cease to be given the moment it appears. Has the fusion of images then been obtained through some innate mechanism in the nervous system, and do we mean that in the final analysis, if not at the periphery then at least at the center, we have only one single stimulation mediated by our two eyes? But the mere existence of a visual center cannot explain the unique object, since double vision sometimes occurs, just as elsewhere the mere existence of two retinas could not explain double vision since the latter is not constant. 58 If in normal vision we can understand double vision just as well as the unique object, this will not be through the anatomical organization of the visual apparatus, but rather through its functioning and through the psychophysical subject's use of it. Shall we say, then, that double vision happens because our eyes do not converge toward the object and because the object forms non-symmetrical images on our two retinas? Or that these two images merge into one because the focusing brings them back to homologous points on the two retinas? But are the divergence and the convergence of the eyes the cause or the effect of double vision and of normal vision? For persons born blind and having been operated upon for cataracts, in the time following the operation it cannot be said whether it is the non-coordination of the eyes that prevents vision, or if it is the confusion of the visual field that encourages non-coordination, whether they do not see because they fail to focus, or if they do not focus because they are lacking something to see. When I stare off into the distance and when, for example, one of my fingers placed close to my eyes projects its image on non-symmetrical points on my two retinas, the arrangement of the two images upon the retinas cannot be the cause of the focusing movement that will put an end to the double vision. For, as has been shown, the disparity of the images does not exist in itself. 59 My finger forms its image upon a certain area of my left retina and upon a certain area of my right one, which is not symmetrical with the first. But the symmetrical area of the right retina is also filled with visual stimuli. The distribution of stimuli on the two retinas is only dissymmetrical with regard to a subject who compares the two constellations and identifies them. Upon the retinas themselves, considered as objects, there are but two groupings of incomparable stimuli. Yet one might object that, barring a focusing movement, these two groupings cannot be superimposed over each other, nor can they give rise to the vision of anything, and that, in this sense, their mere presence creates a state of disequilibrium. But this is precisely to admit what we are attempting to show, that the vision of a unique object is not a simple result of focusing, that it is anticipated in the very act of focusing, or as it has been formulated, that the focusing of the gaze is a perspective activity. 60 In order for my gaze to narrow toward the nearby objects and to concentrate my eyes upon them, my gaze must experience épreuve double vision as a disequilibrium or as an imperfect vision, and it must be oriented toward the unique object as toward the resolution of this tension and the fulfillment of the act of seeing. 61 We must look in order to see. 62 The unity of the object in binocular vision does not result, then, from some third-person process that could ultimately produce a unique image by merging the two monocular images. When we go from double vision to normal vision, the unique object replaces the two images and is clearly not the simple superimposition of the two, it is of another order than them, and incomparably more solid than they are. The two images of double vision are not amalgamated into a single image in binocular vision, and the unity of the object is surely intentional. But, and here we are at the point we hope to reach, it is not, for all of that, a mere notional unity. One passes from double vision to the unique object not through an inspection of the mind, but when the two eyes cease to function in isolation and are used as a single organ by a unique gaze. The synthesis is not accomplished by the epistemological subject, but rather by the body when it tears itself away from its dispersion, gathers itself together, and carries itself through all of its resources toward a single term of its movement, and when a single intention is conceived within it through the phenomenon of synergy. We withdraw the synthesis from the objective body in order to give it to the phenomenal body, that is, the body insofar as it projects a certain milieu. 63 Around itself, insofar as its parts know each other dynamically and its receptors are arranged in such a way as to make the perception of the object possible through their synergy. By saying that this intentionality is not a thought, we mean that it is not accomplished in the transparency of a consciousness, and that it takes up as acquired all of the latent knowledge that my body has of itself. Resting upon the pre-logical unity of the body schema, the perceptual synthesis no more possesses the secret of its object than it does the secret of one's own body, and this is why the perceived object always presents itself as transcendent. This is why the synthesis appears to be carried out upon the object itself, in the world, and not within this metaphysical point that is the thinking subject. And herein lies the distinction between the perceptual synthesis and the intellectual synthesis. When I pass from double vision to normal vision, I am not merely conscious of seeing the same object with my two eyes, I am also conscious of progressing toward the object itself and of finally having its carnal presence. The monocular images wander vaguely in front of the things, they have no place in the world, and suddenly they pull back toward a certain place in the world and are absorbed into the world, just as ghosts return through the fissures of the earth from which they came when the day breaks. The binocular object absorbs the monocular images, and the synthesis is accomplished in it. In its clarity, they are finally recognized as appearances of this object. The sequence of my experiences is given as concordant, and the synthesis takes place not insofar as all of my experiences express a certain invariant and in the identity of the object, but insofar as they are all collected together by the last one in the series and in the ipseity of the thing. Of course, the ipseity is never attained. Each appearance of the thing that falls before our perception is still nothing but an invitation to perceive more and a momentary pause in the perceptual process. If the thing itself were attained, it would from then on be stretched out before us without any mystery. It would cease to exist as a thing at the very moment that we believed we possessed it. What makes up the reality of the thing is thus precisely what steals it from our possession. The aseity of the thing, its irrecusable presence and the perpetual absence into which it withdraws, are two inseparable aspects of transcendence. Intellectualism is unaware of both, and if we wish to account for the thing as the transcendent term of an open series of experiences, then we must give the subject of perception the unity of the body schema, itself open and indefinite. And this is what the synthesis of binocular vision teaches us. N. Unity of the senses through the body. Asterisk. Let us apply this to the problem of the unity of the senses. This synthesis cannot be understood as the subsumption of the senses beneath an originary consciousness, but rather through their never completed integration into a single knowing organism. The intersensory object is to the visual object what the visual object is to the monocular images of double vision, and the senses communicate in perception just as the two eyes collaborate in vision. 64 The vision of sounds or the hearing of colors comes about in the same way as the unity of the gaze through the two eyes, insofar as my body is not a sum of juxtaposed organs, but a synergetic system of which all of the functions are taken up and tied together in the general movement of being in the world, and insofar as it is the congealed figure of existence. It makes sense to say that I see sounds or that I hear colors if vision or hearing are not the simple possession of an opaque quale, but rather the experience à l'épreuve of a modality of existence, the synchronization of my body with it, and the problem of cases of synesthesia receives the beginnings of a solution if the quality is that of a certain mode of movement or of a behavior. When I say that I see a sound, I mean that I echo the vibration of the sound with my entire sensory being, and in particular with that sector of myself that is capable of seeing colors. Movement, not understood as objective movement and shifting of locations in space, but rather as a movement project or as virtual movement, 65 is the foundation of the unity of the senses. It is more or less known that talking films do not merely add a sonorous accompaniment to the spectacle, they modify the tenor of the spectacle itself. When I attend the projection of a film dubbed over in French, I do not merely note the discord between the speech and the image, but it also suddenly seems to me that something else is being said over there and, while the theater and my ears are filled with the dubbed text, this text does not even have an auditory existence for me, and I only have ears for this other silent speech that comes from the screen. When a breakdown of the sound system suddenly leaves the character who continues to gesture on the screen without a voice, it is not merely the sense of his discourse that suddenly escapes me, the spectacle itself has changed. The face, animated just a moment ago, thickens and congeals, like the face of a man taken aback, and the interruption of the sound invades the screen with the form of a sort of stupor. For the spectator, the gestures and the words are not subsumed under an ideal signification, but rather the speech takes up the gesture, and the gesture takes up the speech. The speech and the gesture communicate through my body, just as the sensory appearances of my body are immediately symbolic of each other because my body is precisely a ready-made system of equivalences and of intersensory transpositions. The senses translate each other without the need for an interpreter, they understand each other without having to pass through the idea. These observations allow us to present the full sense of Herder's phrase, man is a perpetual sensorium commune, who is sometimes affected from one side, sometimes from the other. 66 With the notion of body schema, it is not only the unity of the body that is described in a new way, but also, through it, the unity of the senses and the unity of the object. My body is the place or, rather, the very actuality of the phenomenon of expression, Ausdruck, in my body, visual and auditory experience, for example, are pregnant with each other, and their expressive value grounds the pre-predicative unity of the perceived world, and, through this, its verbal expression, Darstellung, and intellectual signification, Bedeutung. 67 My body is the common texture of all objects and is, at least with regard to the perceived world, the general instrument of my understanding. The body as a general system of symbols for the world. My body gives a sense not only to the natural object, but moreover to cultural objects such as words. If a subject is shown a word for too short a time for him to be able to make it out, then, for example, the word "chod hot" induces a sort of experience of heat that creates something like a meaningful halo around him. 68 The word "der hard" 69 gives rise to a sort of stiffness in the back and neck, and is only subsequently projected into the visual or auditory field and takes its shape as a sign or as a spoken word. Prior to being the indication of a concept, the word is first an event that grasps my body, and its hold upon my body circumscribes the zone of signification to which it refers. One subject claims that upon the presentation of the word humide, fukit, damp, in addition to a feeling of dampness or cold, he experiences an entire reworking of the body schema, as if the interior of his body came to the periphery, and as if the reality of his body, collected together up until that moment in his arms and legs, attempted to recenter itself. The word, then, is not distinct from the attitude that it indicates, and it is only when its presence is prolonged that it appears as an external image and that its signification appears as thought. Words have a physiognomy because we have, with regard to them, just as with regard to each person, a certain behavior that suddenly appears the moment they are given. I attempt to grasp the word rot, red, in its living expression, but at first it is only peripheral for me, it is only a sign with the knowledge of its signification. It is not itself red. But suddenly I notice that the word forces open a passage in my body. It is the feeling, which is difficult to describe, of a sort of numbed fullness that invades my body and that simultaneously imparts a spherical shape to my mouth cavity. And precisely at this moment, I notice that the word on the paper receives its expressive value, it comes before me in a dark red halo, while the letter O intuitively presents the spherical cavity that I had previously felt in my mouth. 70. This behavior associated with the word shows, in particular, that the word is indissolubly something said, heard, or seen. The word that is read is not a geometrical structure in a segment of visual space, it is the presentation of a behavior and of a linguistic movement in its dynamic plenitude. 71 Whether it is a matter of perceiving words or objects more generally, there is a certain bodily attitude, a specific mode of dynamic tension required for structuring the image. Man, as a dynamic and living totality, must structure himself in order to trace out a figure in his visual field as part of the psycho-physical organism. 72 In short, my body is not merely one object among all others, not a complex of sensible qualities among others. It is an object sensitive to all others, which resonates for all sounds, vibrates for all colors, and that provides words with their primordial signification through the manner in which it receives them. This is not a matter of reducing the signification of the word "chod hot" to sensations of heat, according to empiricist formulas. For the heat that I sense by reading the word "chod" is not an actual heat. It is merely my body that prepares itself for the heat, and that, so to speak, sketches out its form. Likewise, when a part of my body is named in my presence, or when I imagine it, I experience a quasi-sensation of contact at the corresponding point, which is merely the emergence of this part of my body in the overall body schema. Thus, we do not reduce the signification of the word, and not even the signification of the perceived, to a sum of bodily sensations, rather we say that the body, insofar as it has behaviors, is this strange object that uses its own parts as a general system of symbols for the world and through which we can thus frequent this world, understand it, and find a signification for it. P. Man is a sensorium commune. It will be acknowledged that all of this surely has some value as a description of appearance. But what does that matter if these descriptions ultimately mean nothing that might come before thought, or if reflection ultimately convicts them of being nonsense? At the level of opinion, one's own body is at once a constituted object and constituting with regard to other objects. But if we wish to know what is being discussed, a choice must be made, and one's own body must ultimately be placed back on the side of the constituted object. There are in fact two possibilities. On the one hand, I might consider myself in the midst of the world, inserted into it through my body, which would allow itself to be invested with relations of causality. In this case, the senses and the body are material mechanisms and know nothing at all. The object forms an image upon my two retinas, and the retinal image is repeated in the optic center by another image. But then all that exists is things to see and no one who sees. We are indefinitely sent backward from one bodily stage to another, and in man we assume a little man, and in him another, without ever arriving at vision. On the other hand, I might genuinely want to understand how there is vision, but then I must leave the constituted, that which exists in itself, behind, and grasp through reflection a being for whom the object could exist. Now, in order for the object to be able to exist for the subject, it is not enough that the subject embraces it with his gaze or grasps it in the manner that my hand grasps this piece of wood. In addition, the subject must know that he grasps it or sees it, he must know himself knowing or seeing, his act must be entirely given to himself, and finally the subject must not be anything other than what he is conscious of being. Otherwise we could certainly have a grasp of the object or a gaze upon it for a third-person observer, but the supposed subject, without having any consciousness of himself, would disperse into his act and would have no consciousness at all. In order for there to be a vision of the object or a tactile perception of the object, the senses will always lack this dimension of absence, this irreality through which the subject can know himself and through which the object can exist for him. The consciousness of that which is connected together presupposes the consciousness of that which does the connecting and of its act of connecting. The consciousness of the object presupposes the consciousness of self, or, rather, these are synonymous. Thus, if there is consciousness of something, this is because the subject is absolutely nothing and sensations or the matter of knowledge are not moments or inhabitants of consciousness, they are on the side of the constituted. What can our descriptions do against these facts and how could they escape this alternative? Let us return to perceptual experience. I perceive this table upon which I am writing. This signifies, among other things, that my act of perception occupies me, and it occupies me sufficiently such that I cannot, while I am actually perceiving the table, perceive myself perceiving it. When I wish to do this, I cease, so to speak, immersing my gaze in the table, I turn myself toward myself as the one perceiving, and suddenly realize in this way that my perception must have gone through certain subjective appearances, it must have interpreted certain of my own sensations, and finally my perception appears within the perspective of my individual history. It is from that which is connected that I have, secondarily, consciousness of an activity of connecting, when, adopting the analytic attitude, I decompose the perception into qualities and sensations, and when, in order to meet up with the object toward which I was first thrown with their help, I am obliged to presuppose an act of synthesis that is merely the counterpart of my analysis. My perceptual act, taken in its naivete, does not itself accomplish the synthesis, it benefits from work already completed, from a general synthesis constituted once and for all. This is what I express by saying that I perceive with my body or with my senses, my body and my senses being precisely this habitual knowledge of the world, this implicit or sediment science. If my consciousness constituted the world that it perceives at this moment, there would be no distance between it and that world, and between them no interval would be possible. My consciousness would penetrate the world all the way to its most secret articulations, intentionality would transport us to the heart of the object, and in the same stroke the perceived would not have the thickness of a present and consciousness would become neither lost nor ensnared in the perceived. On the contrary, we are conscious of an inexhaustible object and we get bogged down in it because, between it and us, there is this latent knowledge that our gaze uses, of which we merely presume that the rational development is possible, and that always remains prior to perception. If, as we have said, every perception has something anonymous about it, this is because it takes up an acquisition that it does not question. The perceiving person is not spread out before himself in the manner that a consciousness must be, he has an historical thickness, he takes up a perceptual tradition, and he is confronted with the present. In perception, we do not think the object and we do not think the thinking, we are directed toward the object and we merge with this body that knows more than we do about the world, about motives, and about the means available for accomplishing the synthesis. This is why we have followed Herder in saying that man is a sensorium commune. In that originary layer of sensing that we discover on condition of genuinely coinciding with the perceptual act and of leaving behind the critical attitude, I live the unity of the subject and the intersensory unity of the thing, I do not conceive of them in the manner of reflective analysis and science. Q. The perceptual synthesis is temporal. Asterisk. But what is the connected without the connecting? What is this object that is still not an object for someone? Psychological reflection, which posits my perceptual act as an event in my history, may certainly be secondary. But transcendental reflection, which reveals me as the non-temporal thinker of the object, introduces nothing into this thinker that is not already there. It limits itself to formulating what gives a sense to the table or the chair, what makes their structure stable and makes my experience of objectivity possible. In short, what is it to live the unity of the object or the subject, if not to create that unity? Even if we suppose that this unity appears with the phenomenon of my body, must I not conceive of that unity in my body in order to find it there, and must I not accomplish the synthesis of this phenomenon in order to have an experience of it? We are not attempting to derive the for itself from the in itself, we are not returning to any form whatsoever of empiricism, and the body to which we are entrusting the synthesis of the perceived world is neither a pure given nor a passively received thing. Rather, our claim is that the perceptual synthesis is a temporal synthesis. Subjectivity, at the level of perception, is nothing other than temporality, and this is what allows us to leave to the subject of perception his opacity and his history. I open my eyes in the direction of my table and my consciousness is immediately flooded with colors and confused reflections. At that moment, my consciousness is hardly distinguished from what is presented to it, it spreads out, through its body, into the spectacle that is not yet a spectacle of anything. Suddenly I focus upon the table, which is not yet there, I look into the distance although there is still no depth, my body centers upon an object that is still virtual and maneuvers its sensitive surfaces so as to make the object actual. In this way, I can send something that was touching me back to its place in the world because I can, by retreating into the future, send the world's first attack upon my senses into the immediate past, and orient myself toward the determinate object as if toward a near future. The act of seeing is indivisibly perspective, since the object is at the end of my focusing movement, and retrospective, since it will be presented as anterior to its appearance, along with the stimulus, the motive, or the prime mover of every process since its beginning. The spatial synthesis and the synthesis of the object are based upon this deployment of time. In every movement of focusing, my body ties a present, a past, and a future together. It secretes time, or rather it becomes that place in nature where for the first time events, rather than pushing each other into being, project a double horizon of the past and future around the present and acquire an historical orientation. Here there is indeed an invocation, but not the experience of an eternal creativity unnaturant eternal. My body takes possession of time and makes a past and a future exist for a present, it is not a thing, rather than suffering time, my body creates it. But every focusing act must be renewed, otherwise it falls into the unconscious. The object only remains clear in front of me if I scan it with my eyes, and volubility is an essential property of the gaze. The hold that the gaze gives us on a segment of time and the synthesis that it accomplishes are themselves temporal phenomena, they pass by and can only subsist as taken up in a new act, itself temporal. The claim to objectivity made by each perceptual act is taken up by the following one, which is again disappointed and taken up in turn. This perpetual failure of perceptual consciousness was foreseeable from its beginnings. If I can only see the object by pushing it into the past, this is because, like the object's first attack upon my senses, the subsequent perception itself occupies and obliterates my consciousness, and this is because this new perception will pass by in turn, because the subject of perception is never an absolute subjectivity, and because he is destined to become an object for a later I. Perception is always in the impersonal mode of the one. It is not a personal act by which I myself would give a new sense to my life. Within sensory exploration, I do not give a past to the present and orient it toward a future as an autonomous subject, but rather insofar as I have a body and insofar as I know how to see. In addition to being a true history, perception also confirms and renews in us a prehistory. And this is again essential to time, for there would be no present, namely, the sensible with its thickness and its inexhaustible richness, if perception did not, to speak like Hegel, preserve a past in its present depth, and did not condense that past into the present. Perception does not enact the synthesis of its object at present, but this is not because it receives its object passively in the empiricist manner, but rather because the unity of the object appears through time, and because time escapes to the precise extent that it is grasped. I certainly have, thanks to time, an interlocking and a taking up of previous experiences in later experiences, but I never have an absolute possession of myself by myself, since the hollow of the future is always filled by a new present. There are no connected objects without an act of connecting and without a subject, there is no unity without a unifying, yet every synthesis is simultaneously taken apart and remade by time, which, in a single movement, puts it into question and confirms it because it produces a new present that retains the past. The alternative between created nature and creating naturant is thus transformed into a dialectic of constituted time and constituting time. If we are to solve the problem we set for ourselves, the problem of sensoriality, or of finite subjectivity, this will only be accomplished by reflecting upon time and by showing how time only exists for a subjectivity, since, without subjectivity, the past in itself is no longer and the future in itself is not yet, and there would be no time, and how, nevertheless, this subjectivity is time itself, or how we can follow Hegel in saying that time is the existence of the mind, or follow Husserl in speaking of a self-constitution of time. R. To reflect is to recover the unreflected. For the moment, the preceding descriptions and those that are to follow familiarize us with a new genre of reflection from which we anticipate the solution to our questions. For intellectualism, reflection involves putting sensation at a distance or objectifying it and causing an empty subject to appear across from sensation who can survey this multiplicity and for whom it can exist. To the precise extent that intellectualism purifies consciousness by emptying it of all opacity, it turns the whole into a real thing, and the apprehension of concrete contents, or the encounter between this thing and the mind, becomes inconceivable. If one responds that the matter of knowledge 73 is a result of analysis and should not be treated as a real element, then it must be correspondingly admitted that the synthetic unity of apperception is itself a notional formulation of experience, that it must not be given an originary value, and, in short, that the theory of knowledge must be started over. For our part, we agree that the matter and the form of knowledge are the results of analysis. I posit a matter of knowledge when, breaking with the originary faith of perception, I adopt a critical attitude toward perception and wonder what I actually see. The task of a radical reflection, that is, a reflection that attempts to understand itself, consists paradoxically in recovering the unreflective experience of the world in order to import the attitude of verification and reflective operations back into this experience, and in order to reveal reflection as one of the possibilities of my being. What, then, do we have at the outset? We do not have a given multiplicity along with a synthetic apperception that surveys it and thoroughly penetrates it, but rather a certain perceptual field against the background of the world. Nothing here is thematized. Neither the object nor the subject is posited. In the originary field, we do not have a mosaic of qualities, but rather a total configuration that distributes functional values according to the demands of the whole, and as we have seen, for example, a white sheet of paper in the shadows is not white in the sense of an objective quality, but it has the value white. What we call sensation is merely the most basic of all perceptions and, as a modality of existence, sensation can no more than any other perception be separated from a background that is, ultimately, the world. Correlatively, every perceptual act appears as taken from an overall adhesion to the world. At the center of this system lies a power of suspending living communication, or at least of restricting it by focusing our gaze upon a certain part of the spectacle and dedicating the entire perceptual field to it. As we have seen, we must not set up determinations within primordial experience that will only later be obtained through the critical attitude, and therefore we must not speak of an actual synthesis when the manifold has not yet been dissociated. Must we therefore reject the idea of synthesis and the idea of a matter of knowledge? Shall we say that perception reveals objects as the lamp illuminates them at night? Must we embrace the realism that, as Malebranche said, imagines the soul going out through the eyes and visiting the objects in the world? This would not even free us from the idea of synthesis since, for example, it is hardly sufficient to visit a surface in order to perceive it, for the moments of the journey must be retained and the points of the surface must be linked together. But we have seen that originary perception is a non-thetic, pre-objective, and pre-conscious experience. Thus, let us say provisionally that there is a matter of knowledge that is merely possible. Empty and determinate intentions emerge from each point of the primordial field. By actualizing these intentions, analysis will arrive at the object of science, at sensation as a private phenomenon, and at the pure subject who posits them both. These three terms lie only on the horizon of primordial experience. The reflective ideal of thetic thought will be grounded in the experience of the thing. Thus, reflection only fully grasps itself if it refers to the pre-reflective fund it presupposes, upon which it draws, and that constitutes for it, like an original past, a past that has never been present. 2. Space. Introduction. Is space a form of knowledge? 1. We have just recognized that analysis is not justified in positing a matter of knowledge as an ideally separable moment, and that this matter, the moment we set it up through an explicit act of reflection, is already related to the world. Reflection does not work backward along a pathway already traveled in the opposite direction by constitution, and the natural reference of the matter to the world leads us to a new conception of intentionality, since the classical conception too that treats the experience of the world as a pure act of constituting consciousness only succeeds in doing so to the exact extent that it defines consciousness as absolute non-being, and correspondingly pushes the contents back into an hyaltic layer that belongs to opaque being. This new intentionality must now be approached more directly by examining the symmetrical notion of a form of perception and, in particular, the notion of space. Kant tried to draw a strict boundary between space as the form of external experience and the things given in that experience. Of course, it is not a question of a relation between a container and its content, since this relation only exists between objects, nor even of a relation of logical inclusion, such as the one that exists between the individual and the class, since space is anterior to its supposed parts, which are always cut out of it. Space is not the milieu, real or logical, in which things are laid out, but rather the means by which the position of things becomes possible. That is, rather than imagining space as a sort of ether in which all things are immersed, or conceiving it abstractly as a characteristic they would all share, we must think of space as the universal power of their connections. Thus, either I do not reflect, I live among things, and I vaguely consider space sometimes as the milieu of things, sometimes as their common attribute, or I reflect, I catch hold of space at its source, I think at this moment of the relations that are beneath this word, and I notice in this way that they are only sustained through a subject who traces them out and bears them. I pass from spatialized space to spatializing space. In the first case, my body and things, and their concrete relations according to up and down, right and left, and near and far, can appear to me as an irreducible multiplicity. In the second case, I uncover a unique and indivisible capacity for tracing out space. In the first, I am dealing with physical space and its variously qualified regions. In the second, I am dealing with geometrical space within which dimensions are substitutable, or I have a homogeneous and isotropic spatiality, and in this latter I can at least conceive of a pure change of place that would not modify the moving object in any way, and consequently I can conceive of a pure position distinct from the situation of the object in its concrete context. We know how muddled this distinction becomes, even on the level of scientific knowledge, in modern conceptions of space. We would here like to confront this distinction, not with the technical instruments adopted by modern physics, but rather with our experience of space, the ultimate authority, according to Kant himself, of all knowledge touching upon space. Is it true that we are faced with the alternative either of perceiving things in space, or else, if we reflect and if we wish to know what our own experiences signify, of conceiving of space as the indivisible system of connecting acts accomplished by a constituting mind? Does not the experience of space establish unity through a synthesis of an entirely different type? A. Up and down. 3. I. Orientation is not given with the content. Let us consider this experience of space prior to any theoretical elaboration. Take, for example, our experience of up and down. We cannot grasp this experience in the everyday course of life, for it is already concealed beneath its own acquisitions. We must look to some exceptional case in which it breaks down and rebuilds itself before our eyes, such as in the case of vision without retinal inversion. If a subject is made to wear goggles that turn the retinal images upright, then the whole landscape at first appears unreal and inverted. On the second day of the experiment, normal perception begins to be re-established, except that the subject has the feeling that his own body is inverted. 4 During a second series of experiments lasting 8 days, 5 objects initially appear inverted, though not as unreal as the first time. On the second day, the landscape is no longer inverted, but the body is sensed in an abnormal position. 6 From the third day to the seventh day, the body is progressively brought upright and appears to be finally in the normal position, above all when the subject is active. When he is motionless and stretched out on a couch, the body is presented again against the background of its former space, and, for the invisible parts of the body, right and left retain their previous localization throughout the experiment. External objects increasingly have an appearance of reality. By the fifth day, gestures that were initially thwarted by the new mode of vision, and which needed to be corrected by taking into account the visual disruption, attain their goal without any error. The new visual appearances, which were initially isolated against the background of previously oriented space, soon become surrounded by an horizon that is oriented like them at first, on the third day, through a voluntary effort, and then later, on the seventh day, without any effort at all. On the seventh day, sounds are correctly located if the sonorous object is seen and heard at the same time. If the sonorous object does not appear in the visual field, its location remains uncertain, due to a double representation, or even incorrect. When the goggles are removed at the end of the experiment, objects do not, of course, appear inverted, but they do appear strange. 7 While motor reactions are reversed, the subject extends his right hand, for example, when the left one would be required. 8 The psychologist is at first tempted to say 9 that the visual world, after the goggles have been put on, is presented to him precisely as if it had pivoted degrees and is consequently inverted for him. Just as the illustrations of a book appear to us as wrong side up if someone has playfully turned it upside down while we were looking away, the mass of sensations that constitute the panorama has been turned around and similarly placed upside down. That other mass of sensations, namely, the tactile world, remains upright during this time. It can no longer coincide with the visual world and, in particular, the subject has two irreconcilable representations of his body. One is given to him through his tactile sensations and through visual images that he was able to retain from the time prior to the experiment. The other is that of his present vision, which shows him his body with his feet in the air. This conflict of images only comes to an end if one of the antagonists disappears. Knowing how a normal situation is re-established comes down to knowing, then, how the new image of the world and of one's own body can weaken 10 or displace the other 11. It is observed that this displacement is more successful to the extent that the subject is more active, for example, as early as the second day when he washes his hands. 12 The experience of movement governed by vision, then, can teach the subject to harmonize the visual and tactile givens. He notices, for example, that the necessary movement for reaching his legs, and which was until then a downward movement, is represented in the new visual spectacle by a movement toward what was previously upward. Observations of this type would at first allow the correction of the unsuitable gestures by taking the visual givens as simple signs to decipher and by translating them into the language of the previous space. Once they had become habitual, 13 they would create stable associations 14 between the previous directions and the new ones that would, in the end, suppress the former in favor of the latter, which are dominant because they are provided through vision. Once the upper part of the visual field, where his legs appear at first, has been frequently identified with what is down for touch, the subject soon has no more need of the mediation of a controlled movement in order to pass from one system to the other. His legs come to reside in what he called the upper part of his visual field. He does not merely see them there, he senses them there. 15 And finally, what had been the old upper position in the field was beginning to have much of the feeling formerly connected with the old lower position, and vice versa. 16 As soon as the tactile body links up with the visual body, the region of the visual field where the subject's feet appeared ceases to be defined as up. This designation returns to the region where the head appears, and the region containing the feet again becomes down. And yet, this interpretation is unintelligible. The inversion of the landscape followed by the return of normal vision is explained by assuming that up and down are confused and vary according to the apparent direction of the head and the feet given in the image, by supposing that they are, so to speak, indicated in the sensory field by the actual distribution of sensations. But the orientation of the field cannot be given by the contents, head and feet, that appear in it, neither at the outset of the experiment, when the world is inverted, nor at the end, when it straightens itself up. For to be able to provide the field with an orientation, these contents would have to themselves have a direction. Inverted in itself and upright in itself clearly signify nothing. The response will be the following: after putting on the goggles, the visual field appears inverted in relation to the tactile and bodily field, or in relation to the ordinary visual field, of which we say, through a nominal definition, that they are upright. But the same question arises with regard to these standard fields. Their mere presence does not suffice in order to provide any direction whatever. Among things, 2 points are sufficient for defining a direction. Only we are not among things. We still have nothing but sensory fields, which are not agglomerations of sensations placed in front of us, sometimes right side up, sometimes upside down, but rather systems of appearances whose orientation varies over the course of experience, even when there is no change in the constellation of stimuli. And the question is precisely what happens when these floating appearances suddenly drop anchor and become situated within the relation between up and down, either at the outset of the experiment, when the tactile and bodily field appears upright and the visual field inverted, or in what follows when the former is inverted while the latter straightens up, or finally at the end of the experiment when both are more or less upright. The oriented world, or oriented space, cannot be taken as given with the contents of sensory experience or with the body in itself, since experience in fact shows that the same contents can, one by one, be oriented in one sense or another, and that the objective relations, recorded upon the retina by the position of the physical image, do not determine our experience of up or down. The question is precisely how an object can appear to us as upright or inverted, and what these words mean. 2. But neither is orientation constituted by the activity of the mind. Asterisk. This problem does not only arise for an empiricist psychology that treats the perception of space as our reception of a real space, and the phenomenal orientation of objects as a reflection in us of their orientation in the world. It also arises for an intellectualist psychology for which the upright and the inverted are relations and depend on the reference points to which one relates. Just as the chosen axis of coordinates, whatever it might be, is still only situated in space through its relations with another reference point, and so on and so forth, so too is the articulation of the world indefinitely deferred. Up and down lose all assignable sense, unless, through an impossible contradiction, we grant certain contents the power to set themselves up in space, which brings back empiricism and all of its difficulties. It is easy to show that a direction can only exist for a subject who traces it out, and although a constituting mind eminently has the power to trace out all directions in space, in the present moment this mind has no direction and, consequently, it has no space, for it is lacking an actual starting point or an absolute here that could gradually give a direction sense to all the determinations of space. Intellectualism, as much as empiricism, fails to reach the problem of oriented space because it cannot even ask the question. Along with empiricism, the question was to determine how the image of the world that, in itself, is inverted, could straighten itself up for me. Intellectualism cannot even admit that the image of the world is inverted after the goggles are put on. For a constituting mind, there is nothing that distinguishes the two experiences before and after the goggles are put on, or again, nothing that makes the visual experience of the inverted body and the tactile experience of the upright body incompatible, since the mind does not consider the spectacle from anywhere, and since all of the objective relations of the body and the surroundings are preserved in the new spectacle. Thus, the problem is clear. Empiricism would willingly assume, through the actual orientation of my bodily experience, this fixed point we need if we wish to understand that there are directions for us, but experience and reflection at once show that no content is in itself oriented. Intellectualism begins from this relativity between up and down, but cannot emerge from it in order to account for an actual perception of space. We cannot, then, understand the experience of space through the consideration of the contents, nor through that of a pure activity of connecting, and we are confronted by that third spatiality that we foreshadowed above, which is neither the spatiality of things in space, nor that of spatializing space, and which, as such, escapes the Kantian analysis and is presupposed by it. We need an absolute within the relative, a space that does not skate over appearances, that is anchored in them and depends upon them, but that, nevertheless, is not given with them in the realist manner, and that can, as Stratton's experiment shows, survive their upheaval. We must seek the originary experience of space prior to the distinction between form and content. 3. The spatial level, anchorage points, and existential space. If a situation is constructed in which a subject only sees the room he is in through the intermediary of a mirror reflecting the room at a 45 degrees angle from the vertical, then the subject at first sees the room as oblique. A man moving through the room seems to lean to the side as he walks. A piece of cardboard falling along the door frame appears to fall diagonally. The whole thing is strange. After a few minutes, a sudden change takes place. The walls, the man moving through the room, and the direction of the falling cardboard all become vertical. 17 This experiment, which is analogous to Stratton's, has the advantage of revealing an instantaneous redistribution of up and down without any motor exploration. We already knew that there was no sense in saying that the oblique, or inverted, image brings with it a new localization of up and of down that we could gain knowledge of through a motor exploration of the new spectacle. But we now see that this exploration is not even necessary, and that consequently the orientation is constituted by an overall act of the perceiving subject. Let us say that perception accepts, prior to the experiment, a certain spatial level 18 in relation to which the experimental spectacle at first appears oblique, and that, during the experiment, this spectacle induces another level in relation to which the whole of the visual field can, once again, appear upright. Everything happens as if certain objects, the walls, the doors, and the body of the man in the room, determined as oblique in relation to the given level, aspired by themselves to provide the privileged directions, attracted the vertical to themselves, played the role of anchorage points, 19 and caused the previously established level to tilt. We do not here fall into the realist error of assuming directions in space as given with the visual spectacle, since the experimental spectacle is only, obliquely, oriented for us in relation to a certain level, and since it does not itself give us the new directions of up and down. It remains to be shown precisely what this level is that always precedes itself, every constitution of a level presupposing another pre-established level, precisely how the anchorage points invite us to constitute another space in the midst of a certain space to which they owe their stability, and finally, precisely what up and down are, if not simple names for designating an orientation of sensory content in itself. Rather, our claim is that the spatial level does not merge with the orientation of one's own body. Although the consciousness of one's own body undoubtedly contributes to the constitution of the level, one subject, whose head is tilted, places a string on an angle that he had been asked to place vertically 20. It is, in this function, in competition with the other sectors of experience, and the vertical only tends to follow the direction of the head if the visual field is empty, and if the anchorage points are absent, such as when one moves about in the dark. As a mass of tactile, labyrinthine, and kinesthetic givens, the body has no more precise an orientation than other contents, and it itself receives this orientation from the general level of experience. Wertheimer's observation shows precisely how the visual field can impose an orientation that is not the orientation of the body. But even if the body, considered as a mosaic of given sensations, does not trace out any direction, the body as an agent, on the contrary, plays an essential role in establishing a level. Variations in muscular tonus, even with a full visual field, modify the apparent vertical to the extent that the subject leans his head in order to place it parallel to this altered vertical point 21. We might be tempted to say that the vertical is the direction defined by the axis of symmetry of our body, considered as a synergetic system. But my body can nevertheless move without dragging along with it the orientations of up and down, such as when I lie on the ground, and Wertheimer's experiment shows that the objective direction of my body can form an appreciable angle with the apparent vertical of the spectacle. What counts for the orientation of the spectacle is not my body, such as it in fact exists, as a thing in objective space, but rather my body as a system of possible actions, a virtual body whose phenomenal place is defined by its task and by its situation. My body is wherever it has something to do. The moment that Wertheimer's subject takes up a place within the apparatus prepared for him, the area of his possible actions, such as walking, opening an armoire, using the table, or sitting, sketches out in front of him a possible habitat, even if his eyes are closed. At first, the mirror image presents a differently oriented room, that is, the subject is not geared to the utensils it contains, he does not inhabit the room, he does not live with the man he sees moving about. After several minutes, and provided that he does not reinforce the initial anchorage by glancing away from the mirror, that miracle takes place, the reflected room conjures up a subject capable of living in it. This virtual body displaces the real body, so much so that the subject no longer feels himself to be in the world he is actually in, and that, rather than his genuine legs and arms, he feels the legs and arms required for walking and acting in the reflected room, he inhabits the spectacle. And this is when the spatial level shifts and is established in its new position. The spatial level is, then, a certain possession of the world by my body, a certain hold my body has on the world. In the absence of anchorage points, and so projected solely by my body's attitude, as in Nagel's experiments, and determined solely by the demands of the spectacle when the body is inattentive, as in Wertheimer's experiment, the spatial level normally appears at the intersection of my motor intentions and my perceptual field, that is, when my actual body comes to coincide with the virtual body that is demanded by the spectacle, and when the actual spectacle comes to coincide with the milieu that my body projects around itself. It sets itself up when, between my body as the power of certain gestures and as the demand for certain privileged planes, and the perceived spectacle as the invitation to these very gestures and as the theater of these very actions, a pact is established that gives me possession 22 of space and gives to the things a direct power upon my body. The constitution of a spatial level is only one of the means of the constitution of an integrated world. My body is geared into the world when my perception provides me with the most varied and the most clearly articulated spectacle possible, and when my motor intentions, as they unfold, receive the responses they anticipate from the world. This maximum of clarity in perception and action specifies a perceptual ground, a background for my life, a general milieu for the coexistence of my body and the world. With the concept of the spatial level, and that of the body as the subject of space, phenomena that Stratton described but did not explain can now be understood. If the straightening up of the field resulted from a series of associations between the new and the former positions, how could the operation appear to be systematic, and how could entire sections of the perceptual horizon come to be connected, all at once, to the objects already straightened up? If, however, the new orientation resulted from an operation of thought and consisted in a change of coordinates, how could the auditory or tactile fields resist this transposition? The subject would have to be, by some miracle, divided with himself and capable of ignoring here what he is doing elsewhere. Point 23. If the transposition is systematic, and yet partial and progressive, this is because I go from one system of positions to the other without having the key of either, and in the manner that a man without any musical knowledge sings a tune he has heard at a different pitch. The possession of a body brings with it the power of changing levels and of understanding space, just as the possession of a voice brings with it the power of changing pitches. The perceptual field writes itself, and at the end of the experiment I identify it without any reflection because I live within it, because I carry myself into the new spectacle entirely, and because I locate my center of gravity, so to speak, within it. Point 24. At the beginning of the experiment, the visual field appears simultaneously inverted and unreal because the subject does not live in this field and is not geared into it. An intermediary phase is observed during the experiment in which the tactile body appears inverted and the landscape upright because, since I am already living within the landscape, I thereby perceive it as upright, and because the experimental perturbation is shifted onto one's own body, which is thereby not a mass of actual sensations, but rather the body that is required for perceiving a given spectacle. Everything points to the organic relations between the subject and space, to this gearing of the subject into his world that is the origin of space. 4. Being has sense only through its orientation. But one will want to push this analysis further. Why, it will be asked, are clear perception and confident action only possible in an oriented phenomenal space? This is only evident if one imagines the subject of perception and of action faced with a world in which there are already absolute directions, such that he has to adjust the dimensions of his behavior to the dimensions of the world. But we are placing ourselves within perception, and we are wondering just how it could gain access to absolute directions, and so we cannot assume that they are given in the genesis of our spatial experience. This objection amounts to saying what we have been saying since the beginning, that the constitution of a level always presupposes another given level, that space always precedes itself. But this comment is not the mere observation of a failure. It teaches us the essence of space and the only method that allows us to understand it. Space is essentially always already constituted, and we will never understand space by withdrawing into a worldless perception. We must not ask why being is oriented, why existence is spatial, why, in the language used above, our body is not geared into the world in all of its positions, and why its coexistence with the world polarizes experience and makes a direction appear suddenly. The question could only be asked if these facts were accidents that befall a subject and an object that were themselves indifferent to space. Perceptual experience shows us, however, that these facts are presupposed in our primordial encounter with being, and that being is synonymous with being situated. For the thinking subject, a face seen right side up and the same face seen upside down are identical. For the subject of perception, the face seen upside down is unrecognizable. If someone is stretched out on a bed and if I look at him while standing at the head of the bed, for a moment the face is normal. There is, of course, a certain disorder in its features, and I have difficulty understanding the smile as a smile, but I sense that I could walk around the bed and I see through the eyes of a spectator placed at the foot of the bed. If the spectacle continues, it suddenly changes in appearance, the face becomes monstrous, its expressions become frightening, the eyelids and eyebrows take on an air of materiality that I had never before found them to have. For the first time I genuinely see this inverted face as if this were its natural position. I have before me a pointed and hairless head, bearing on its forehead a blood-red orifice, full of teeth, and where the mouth should be, two moving eyeballs surrounded by glossy hairs and underlined by heavy brushes. It will probably be objected that the upright face, among all the possible aspects of a face, is the one that is given most frequently, and that the inverted face surprises me because I only see it rarely. But faces are rarely presented in a rigorously vertical position. The upright face enjoys no statistical advantage, and the question is precisely why, under these conditions, it is presented to me more often than another. If it is granted that my perception privileges it and refers to it as if to a norm for reasons of symmetry, then the question arises as to why, beyond a certain angle, the straightening up does not work. My gaze, which scans the face and which has its preferred directions of moving, must only recognize the face if it encounters the details in a certain irreversible order. The very sense of the object, in this case the face, and its expressions, must be connected to its orientation, as is shown clearly enough through the double meaning of the word sense. Sense. Point 25. Turning an object upside down strips it of its signification. Its being as an object is thus not a being for the thinking subject, but rather a being for the gaze that encounters it from a certain angle or otherwise fails to recognize it. This is why each object has its top and its bottom, which for a given level indicate its natural place, the place that it should occupy. To see a face is not to form the idea of a certain law of constitution that the object would invariably observe in all possible orientations. Rather, it is to have a certain hold on it, to be able to follow a certain perceptual itinerary along its surface, with its ups and its downs. And if I take this route in the reverse direction sense, it is just as unrecognizable as is the mountain up which I just struggled when I turned to descend with long strides. In general, if the subject of perception were not this gaze that only has a hold on things for a particular orientation of things, then our perception would not be composed of contours, shapes, backgrounds, and objects. Consequently it would not be perception of anything and, in short, it would not exist at all. An orientation in space is not a contingent property of the object, it is the means by which I recognize the object and by which I am conscious of it as an object. Of course, I can be conscious of the same object in different orientations, and, as we said above, I can even recognize an inverted face. But this is always on condition of adopting a definite attitude in thought when confronted with the face, and sometimes we even adopt this attitude in reality, as when we tilt our head in order to see a photograph held up by someone sitting next to us. Thus, since every conceivable being relates directly or indirectly to the perceived world, and since the perceived world is only grasped through orientation, we cannot dissociate being from oriented being. There is no reason to ground space or to ask what is the level of all levels. The primordial level is on the horizon of all of our perceptions, but this is an horizon that, in principle, can never be reached and thematized in an explicit perception. Each level in which we live in turn appears when we drop anchor in some milieu that is offered to us. This milieu is itself only defined spatially for a previously given level. Thus, each of our experiences in sequence, back to and including the first, passes forward an already acquired spatiality. Our first perception in turn could only have been spatial by referring itself to an orientation that preceded it. Thus, our perception must already find us at work in a world. Nevertheless, this could not be a particular world, a particular spectacle, since we have placed ourselves at the origin of everything. The first spatial level could not find its anchorage points anywhere, since these would have needed a level before the first level in order to be determinate in space. And since, nevertheless, it cannot be oriented in itself, my first perception and my first hold on the world must appear to me as the execution of a more ancient pact established between X and the world in general. My history must be the sequel to a prehistory whose acquired results it uses. My personal existence must be the taking up of a pre-personal tradition. There is, then, another subject beneath me, for whom a world exists before I am there, and who marks out my place in that world. This captive or natural mind is my body, not the momentary body that is the instrument of my personal choices and that focuses upon some world, but rather the system of anonymous functions that wraps each particular focusing into a general project. And this blind adhesion to the world, this prejudice in favor of being does not merely occur at the beginning of my life. It gives every subsequent perception its sense, and it is started over at each moment. At the core of the subject, space and perception in general mark the fact of his birth, the perpetual contribution of his corporeality, and a communication with the world more ancient than thought. And this is why they saturate consciousness and are opaque to reflection. The lability of levels gives not merely the intellectual experience of disorder, but also the living experience of vertigo and nausea 26, which is the consciousness of, and the horror caused by, our contingency. The positing of a level is the forgetting of this contingency, and space is established upon our facticity. Space is neither an object, nor an act of connecting by the subject. One can neither observe it, given that it is presupposed in every observation, nor see it emerging from a constitutive operation, given that it is of its essence to be already constituted, and this is how space can magically bestow upon the landscape its spatial determinations without itself ever appearing. B. Depth. I. Depth and breadth. Classical conceptions of perception agree in denying that depth is visible. Berkeley shows that depth could not be presented to vision for lack of being able to be recorded, since our retinas only receive a markedly flat projection from the spectacle. If one objected to Berkeley that after the critique of the constancy hypothesis we can no longer judge what we see by what is portrayed on our retinas, he would surely respond that, whatever the case may be with the retinal image, depth cannot be seen because it is not spread out before our eyes and it only appears to us through foreshortening. For reflective analysis, depth is in fact invisible for an in-principle reason. Even if it could be inscribed upon our eyes, the sensory impression could merely offer a multiplicity to be surveyed, and in this way distance, like all other spatial relations, only exists for a subject who synthesizes it and who conceives it. As opposed as these two doctrines are, they imply the same repression of our actual experience. In both cases, depth is tacitly assimilated to breadth considered in profile, and this is what makes it invisible. If made fully explicit, Berkeley's argument is more or less this very argument. What I call depth is, in fact, a juxtaposition of points comparable according to breadth. Only I am poorly situated to see it. I would see the depth if I were in the place of a lateral spectator, who can see at once the series of objects arrayed before me, whereas for me they conceal each other, or who is in a position to see the distance between my body and the first object, whereas for me this distance is condensed into a point. What makes depth invisible for me is precisely what makes it visible for the spectator under the aspect of breadth, the juxtaposition of simultaneous points along a single direction, namely, the direction of my gaze. The depth that is declared invisible is thus a depth already identified with breadth, and without this condition, the argument would not have even a semblance of consistency. Similarly, intellectualism can only make a thinking subject who accomplishes the synthesis of depth appear in the experience of depth because it reflects upon an actualized depth, upon a juxtaposition of simultaneous points, which is not depth as it presents itself to me, but rather depth for a spectator placed laterally, or, in other words, breadth. 27 By immediately assimilating depth and breadth, both philosophies assume as self-evident the result of a constitutive labor whose phases we must, on the contrary, retrace. In order to treat depth as a breadth considered in profile and to arrive at an isotropic space, the subject must leave his place, his point of view upon the world, and conceive of himself in a sort of ubiquity. For God, who is everywhere, breadth is immediately equivalent to depth. Intellectualism and empiricism do not give us an account of a human experience of the world, they say of human experience what God might think of the world. And surely it is the world itself that invites us to substitute dimensions and to think of it from nowhere. Indeed, everyone concedes the equivalence of depth and breadth without the least hesitation. It belongs to the intersubjective evidentness of the world, and it is what allows philosophers, just like other men, to forget the originality of depth. but we do not yet know of anything about the world or about objective space. We are attempting to describe the phenomenon of the world, that is, its birth for us in this field into which each perception puts us, where we are still alone, where others will only appear later, where knowledge and particularly science have not yet reduced and leveled out the individual perspective. We must gain access to a world through this individual perspective, and by way of it. Thus, this must first be described. Depth, more directly than the other dimensions of space, obliges us to reject the unquestioned belief in the world and to uncover the primordial experience from where this prejudice springs forth. Of all the dimensions, depth is, so to speak, the most existential, because, and this is what holds true in Berkeley's argument, it is not indicated upon the object itself, it clearly belongs to perspective and not to things. It can, then, neither be extracted from the perspective, nor even placed there by consciousness. It announces a certain indissoluble link between the things and me by which I am situated in front of them, whereas breadth can, at first glance, pass for a relation between things themselves in which the perceiving subject is not implicated. By uncovering the vision of depth, that is, a depth that is not yet objectified and constituted of mutually external points, we will again overcome the classical alternatives and clarify the relation between the subject and the object. 2. The alleged signs of depth are in fact motives. Here is my table, and further away is the piano, or the wall, or again, a car parked in front of me is started up and moves away. What do these words mean? In order to reawaken perceptual experience, let us begin from the superficial account of this experience given to us by the thinking that remains obsessed with the world and with the object. These words, it says, signify that between the table and myself there is an interval, and between the car and myself an increasing interval that I cannot see from where I am, but that is indicated to me through the apparent size of the object. It is the apparent size of the table, the piano, and the wall that, compared to their real size, organizes them in space. When the automobile slowly rises toward the horizon while simultaneously diminishing in size, in order to account for this appearance I construct a change of place according to breadth such as I would perceive it were I to observe it from above in an airplane, and this is what the full sense of depth ultimately consists in. But I have additional signs of distance. As an object approaches, my eyes, which focus upon it, converge more and more. The distance is the height of a triangle whose base and the angles formed at the base are given to me, and, when I say that I see at a distance, I mean that the height of the triangle is determined by its relations with these given sizes. Point 28. According to classical theories, the experience of depth consists in decoding certain given facts, the convergence of the eyes, the apparent size of the image, by putting them back into the context of objective relations that explain them. But if I can work back from the apparent size to its signification, this is only on condition of knowing that there is a world of unchanging objects, that my body is before this world as if before a mirror, and that, like the mirror image, the image that is formed upon the body screen is exactly proportional to the interval that separates it from the object. If I can understand convergence as a sign of distance, this is on condition of imagining my gaze being like the blind man's two canes, as more inclined toward each other insofar as the object is closer. 29. In other words, on condition of inserting my eyes, my body, and the external world into a single objective space. The signs that, by hypothesis, should have introduced us to the experience of space can thus only signify space if they are already caught up in space and if space is already known. Since perception is the initiation to the world, and since, as has been insightfully put, there is nothing prior to perception that could be called mind. 30. We cannot import objective relations into perception that are not yet constituted at its level. This is why the Cartesians spoke of a natural geometry. The signification of apparent size and of convergence, that is, distance, cannot yet be spread out and thematized. Apparent size and convergence themselves cannot be given in a system of objective relations. Natural geometry or natural judgment are myths in the Platonic sense, destined to represent the envelopment or the implication of a signification in signs, of which neither is yet posited or conceived, and this is what we must come to understand by returning to perceptual experience. Apparent size and convergence must be described, not as they are known by scientific knowledge, but as we grasp them from within. Gestalt psychology observed that they are not explicitly known in perception itself. I have no explicit awareness of the convergence of my eyes or of apparent size while I perceive at a distance. They are not in front of me in the manner of perceived facts, and that nevertheless they intervene in the perception of distance, as the stereoscope and perspectival illusions show quite clearly. 31 From this, psychologists conclude that they are not signs, but rather conditions or causes of depth. We observe that organization in depth appears when a certain size of the retinal image or a certain degree of convergence is objectively produced in the body. This is a law comparable to physical laws, it merely needs to be recorded, nothing more. But here the psychologist shirks his task, when he recognizes that apparent size and convergence are not present as objective facts in perception itself. He brings us back to the pure description of phenomena prior to the objective world, and he lets us catch a glimpse of a lived depth that is independent of all geometry. And this is when he interrupts the description in order to put himself back into the world and to derive organization in depth from a chain of objective facts. Can the description be restricted in this way? And, once the phenomenal order has been recognized as an original order, can the production of phenomenal depth be reassigned to a cerebral alchemy of which experience would be simply the registering of its results? There are two possibilities: either, following behaviorism, one refuses all sense to the word experience, and one attempts to construct perception as a product of the scientific world, or one concedes that experience itself also gives us access to being, but then one cannot treat it as a byproduct of being. Experience is either nothing, or it must be total. Let us try to imagine what an organization in depth, produced by the physiology of the brain, might be. For an apparent size and a given convergence, a functional structure would appear somewhere in the brain homologous with the organization in depth. But in any case this would merely be a given depth, a factual depth, and would still need to be brought to consciousness. To have the experience of a structure is not to receive it passively in itself, it is to live it, to take it up, to assume it, and to uncover its immanent sense. An experience, then, cannot be tied to certain factual conditions as if to its cause. 32 And, if a consciousness of distance is produced for a certain value of convergence and for a certain size of the retinal image, it can only depend upon these factors insofar as they figure within it. Since we do not have any explicit experience of them, we must conclude that we have a nonthetic experience of them. Convergence and apparent size are neither signs nor causes of depth, they are present in the experience of depth, just as the motive, even when it is not articulated and separately thematized, is present in the decision. What is meant by a motive, and what does one mean when it is said, for example, that a journey is motivated? This means that the journey has its origin in certain given facts, not that these facts by themselves have the physical power to produce the journey, but insofar as they offer reasons for undertaking it. The motive is an antecedent that only acts through its sense, and it must even be added that it is the decision that confirms the sense as valid and that gives it its force and its efficacy. Motive and decision are two elements of a situation, the first is the situation as a fact, the second is the situation taken up. Thus a death motivates my journey because it is a situation in which my presence is required, whether to comfort a grieving family or to pay my final respects to the departed, and by deciding to undertake this journey, I validate this motive that is proposed and I take up this situation. The relation between motivating and motivated is thus reciprocal. Now, the relation that exists between the experience of convergence or of apparent size and the experience of depth is surely of this sort. They do not miraculously reveal, as causes, the organization in depth, rather, they tacitly motivate this organization insofar as they already contain it within their sense and insofar as each of them is already a certain way of seeing at a distance. We have already seen that the convergence of the eyes is not the cause of depth, and that it itself presupposes an orientation toward the object at a distance. Let us now emphasize the notion of apparent size. 3. Analysis of apparent size. Asterisk. If we gaze for a long time at an illuminated object, that will leave an enduring image behind it, and if we then focus on screens placed at different distances, the afterimage is projected upon them according to an apparent diameter that is proportionally larger as the screen is farther away. 33 The enormous moon at the horizon has long been explained by the large number of interposed objects that could render the distance more perceptible and could thereby increase the apparent diameter. This is to say that the phenomenon of apparent size and the phenomenon of distance are two moments of the overall organization of the field, that the former is to the latter neither in the relation of sign to signification, nor in the relation of cause to effect, and that, like the motivating and the motivated, they communicate through their sense. Apparent size as lived, rather than being the sign or indication of a depth that is itself invisible, is nothing other than a way of expressing our vision of depth. Gestalt theory has, in fact, contributed to showing that the apparent size of an object that is moving away does not vary like the retinal image, and that the apparent form of a disk that is turning around one of its diameters does not vary as anticipated according to the geometrical perspective. The object moving into the distance diminishes less quickly, and the approaching object increases less quickly for my perception than does the physical image on my retina. This is why the train that approaches us in a film gets larger much more than it would in reality. This is why a hill that seemed quite elevated becomes insignificant in a photograph. Finally, this is why a disk placed diagonally in relation to our face resists the geometrical perspective, as Cezanne and other painters have shown in representing a soup plate in profile with the inside remaining visible. They were right to say that, if these perspectival deformations were given to us explicitly, we would not have to learn perspective. But Gestalt theory talks as if the distortion of the diagonally placed plate were a compromise between the form of the plate seen straight on and the geometrical perspective, as if the apparent size of the object moving away were a compromise between its apparent size when within reach and its much smaller apparent size assigned to it by the geometrical perspective. They talk as if the constancy of form or size were a real constancy, as if there were, beyond the physical image of the object on the retina, a psychical image of the same object that could remain relatively constant when the physical image varies. In fact, the psychical image of the ashtray is neither larger nor smaller than the physical image of the same object on my retina, for there is no psychical image that can be, like a thing, compared to the physical image that has a determinate size in relation to it, and that acts as a screen between me and the thing. My perception does not turn toward a content of consciousness, rather, it turns toward the ashtray itself. The apparent size of the perceived ashtray is not a measurable size. When I am asked to specify the diameter I see it as having, I cannot respond to the question so long as I keep both of my eyes open. I spontaneously close one eye, grab a measuring instrument, such as a pencil held at arm's length, and I mark on the pencil the size of the visual field cut off by the ashtray. By doing this, I must not simply say that I reduce the perceived perspective to the geometrical one, that I change the proportions of the spectacle, that I make the object seem smaller if it is far off, or that I enlarge it if it is nearby. Rather, it must be said that by breaking apart the perceptual field, by isolating the ashtray, and by positing it in itself, I have revealed the size within something that, until then, had no size. The constancy of apparent size in an object that is moving away is not the actual permanence of a particular psychical image of the object that would resist perspectival deformations, like a rigid object that resists pressure. The constancy of a plate's circular form is not the circle's resistance to a flattening perspective, and this is why the painter, who can only represent it by a real trace upon a real canvas, amazes the public, even though he seeks to present the lived perspective. When I see a road in front of me that recedes toward the horizon, I must not say that the edges of the road are presented to me as convergent, nor that they are presented to me as parallel, they are parallel in depth. The perspectival appearance is not posited, but no more so is the parallelism. I am directed toward the road itself, through its virtual deformation, and depth is this very intention that thematis neither the perspectival projection of the road, nor the real road. Nevertheless, is not a man 200 paces away smaller than a man 5 paces away? He becomes smaller if I isolate him from the perceived context and if I measure the apparent size. Otherwise he is neither smaller, nor for that matter equal in size, he is prior to the equal and unequal, he is the same man seen from farther away. All that can be said is that the man at 200 paces is a less articulated figure, that he offers my gaze fewer and less precise holds, that he is less strictly geared into my exploratory power. It can also be said that he occupies my visual field less completely, so long as we recall that the visual field is not itself a measurable area. To say that an object occupies a small part of my visual field is to say in the final analysis that it does not offer a rich enough configuration to exhaust my power of clear vision. My visual field has no definite capacity, and it can certainly contain more or fewer things to the extent that I see them from far away or from up close. Apparent size, then, cannot be defined independently of distance. Apparent size is implied by distance just as much as it implies distance. Convergence, apparent size, and distance are read in each other, symbolize or signify each other naturally, are the abstract elements of a situation within which they are synonymous with each other, not because the subject of perception thematize subjective relations between them, but rather because he does not thematize them separately and thus has no need of explicitly reconnecting them. Consider the different apparent sizes of the object that is moving away. It is not necessary to reconnect them through a synthesis if none of them has been made the object of a thesis. We have the object that is moving away, we do not cease to hold it and to keep a hold on it, and the increasing distance is not, as breadth appeared to be, an exteriority that increases. Rather, the increasing distance merely expresses that the thing begins to slip away from the hold of our gaze, and that it joins with it less strictly. Distance is what distinguishes the sketched-out hold from the complete hold we call proximity. Thus, we define distance as we have above defined the straight and the oblique, namely, through the situation of the object with regard to the power of our hold on it. 4. Illusions are not constructions, the sense of the perceived is motivated. Above all, the illusions touching upon depth have accustomed us to considering depth as a construction of the understanding. They can be induced by forcing the eyes into a certain degree of convergence, such as with the stereoscope, or by presenting a perspectival drawing to the subject. Since here I believe I see depth where there is none, is it not because false signs have brought about an hypothesis, and because in general the alleged vision of distance is always in fact an interpretation of signs? But the presupposition is clear, it being assumed that it is impossible to see what does not exist, and that vision is thus defined by the sensory impression, the original relation of motivating is missed and is replaced by a relation of signification. We have seen that the disparity between retinal images that brings about the convergence movement does not exist in itself, disparity only exists for a subject who seeks to fuse the monocular phenomena of the same structure, and who tends towards synergy. The unity of binocular vision, and along with it the depth without which this unity could not be realized, is thus there from the moment the monocular images are presented as disparate. When I place myself in front of the stereoscope, a totality is presented in which the possible order already takes shape and is already sketched out. My motor response takes up this situation. Cézanne said that the painter in front of his motive is about to join together nature's straying hands. 34 The focusing movement when looking through the stereoscope is also a response to the question posed by the givens, and this response is enveloped within the question. It is the field itself that is oriented toward the most perfect symmetry possible, and depth is nothing but a moment of the perceptual faith in a unique thing. The perspectival drawing is not at first seen as a sketch on a plane, and subsequently arranged in depth. The lines that recede toward the horizon are not at first given as diagonal, and subsequently conceived as horizontal lines. The whole drawing seeks its equilibrium by hollowing out into depth. The poplar along the road that is drawn smaller than a man only succeeds in genuinely becoming a tree by receding toward the horizon. It is the drawing itself that tends toward depth, like a falling stone that falls downward. If symmetry, plenitude, and determination can be obtained in several ways, then the organization will not be stable, as is seen in ambiguous drawings. Such is the case in figure 5, which one can perceive as a cube seen from below, with the face ABCD in front, as a cube seen from above, with the face EFGH in front, or finally as a mosaic of tiles consisting of 10 triangles and 1 square. Figure 6, however, will almost inevitably be seen as a cube because that is the only organization that will put it into perfect symmetry. 35 Depth is born before my gaze because my gaze attempts to see something. But what is this perceptual genius at work in our visual field that always tends toward the more determinate? Are we not returning to realism? Let us consider an example. The organization according to depth is destroyed if I add to an ambiguous drawing not just any lines whatsoever. Figure 7 certainly remains a cube, but rather lines which break apart the elements of one plane and connect them to the elements of other planes. Figure 5. 36 What do we mean by saying that these lines themselves carry out the destruction of the depth? Are we not echoing associationism? We do not mean that the line figure 5, acting as a cause, breaks up the cube into which it is introduced, but rather that it induces a grasp of the whole that is no longer a grasp according to depth. It is clear that the line itself only possesses an individuality if I grasp it as such, if I myself look it over and trace it out. But this grasp and this glancing over of the line are not arbitrary. They are indicated or recommended by the phenomena. The demand here is not a royal decree, since it is indeed a question of an ambiguous figure, but in a normal visual field the segregation of planes and contours is irresistible, and, for example, when I walk along the boulevard, I am unable to see the intervals between the trees as things and trees themselves as the background. It is certainly I who have the experience of the landscape, but I am aware in this experience of taking up a factual situation, of gathering together a sense that is scattered throughout the phenomena, and of saying what they themselves want to say. 37 Even in cases where the organization is ambiguous and where I can make it shift, I do not achieve this directly, for the cube, one of its faces only shifts to the foreground if first I look at it and if my gaze leaves it in order to follow the edges to find the second face as an indeterminate background. If I see figure 5 as a mosaic of tiles, this is only on condition of first bringing my gaze to the center, and subsequently distributing it equally across the whole figure at once. Just as Bergson waits for the morsel of sugar to dissolve, I am sometimes obliged to wait for the organization to produce itself. 38 This is even more the case in normal perception, where the sense of the perceived appears to me as instituted within it and not constituted by me, and the gaze appears as a sort of knowledge machine, which takes the things to where they need to be taken in order for them to become a spectacle, or that divides them up according to their natural articulations. Of course, the straight line can only count as straight if I glance over it, but this is not a question of an inspection of the mind, but rather an inspection by the gaze. That is, my act is neither originary nor constituting, it is solicited or motivated. Every focusing is always a focusing on something that presents itself as something to be focused upon. When I focus upon the face ABCD of the cube, this does not mean simply that I make it enter into a state of being clearly seen, but also that I make it count as a figure, and as closer to me than the other face. In short, I organize the cube, and the gaze is this perceptual genius underneath the thinking subject who knows how to give to things the correct response that they are waiting for in order to exist in front of us. Finally, then, what is it to see a cube? Empiricism answers, it is to associate a series of other appearances to the actual appearance of the drawing, namely, those it presented when seen up close, seen in profile, or seen from different angles. But when I am seeing a cube, I do not find any of these images in myself, they are the leftovers of a perception of depth that makes them possible, but that does not result from them. What then is this unique act by which I grasp the possibility of all appearances? Intellectualism answers, it is the thought of the cube as a solid constructed from 6 equal sides and 12 equal edges that are cut to right angles, and depth is nothing other than the coexistence of equal faces and equal edges. But here again we are offered a definition of depth that is merely a consequence of it. The 6 equal faces and 12 equal edges do not make up the whole sense of depth and, on the contrary, this definition is meaningless without depth. The 6 faces and 12 edges can only simultaneously coexist and remain equal for me if they are arranged in depth. The act that corrects appearances, giving acute or obtuse angles the value of right angles, or to deformed sides the value of a square, is not the thought of geometrical relations of equality and of the geometrical being to which they belong. It is the investment of the object by my gaze that penetrates it, animates it, and immediately makes the lateral faces count as squares seen from an angle, to the extent that we do not even see them according to their diamond-shaped perspectival appearance. This simultaneous presence to experiences that are nevertheless mutually exclusive, this implication of the one in the other, and this contraction into a single perceptual act of an entire possible process are what make up the originality of depth. Depth is the dimension according to which things or the elements of things envelop each other, while breadth and height are the dimensions according to which they are juxtaposed. V. Depth and the transition synthesis. We cannot, then, speak of a synthesis of depth, since a synthesis presupposes or, like a Kantian synthesis, at least posits discrete terms, since depth does not posit the multiplicity of perspectival appearances that the analysis will make explicit, and finally, since depth only anticipates this multiplicity against the background of the stable thing. This quasi-synthesis becomes clear if it is understood as temporal. When I say that I see an object at a distance, I mean that I already hold it or that I still hold it. The object is in the future or the past at the same time as in space. 39 It will perhaps be said that this is only the case for me. In itself, the lamp that I see exists at the same time as I do. Distance is between simultaneous objects, and this simultaneity is included in the very sense of perception. Certainly. But coexistence, which in fact defines space, is not alien to time, rather, it is the adherence of two phenomena to the same temporal wave. With regard to the relation between the perceived object and my perception, it does not connect them in space but outside of time, they are contemporaries. The order of coexistence cannot be separated from the order of successives, or rather time is not merely the consciousness of a succession. Perception gives me a field of presence 40 in the broad sense that it spreads out according to two dimensions, the dimension of here, there and the dimension of past, present, future. The second dimension clarifies the first. I hold or I have the distant object without explicitly positing the spatial perspective, apparent size and form, just as I still hold in hand 41 the near past without any distortion and without any interposed memory. If one still wishes to speak of synthesis, this will be, as Husserl says, a transition synthesis, 42 which does not link discrete perspectives, but which accomplishes the passage from one to the other. Psychology became engaged in endless difficulties when it attempted to establish memory upon the possession of certain contents or memories, present traces, in the body or in the unconsciousness, of the abolished past, because beginning from these traces one can never understand the recognition of the past as past. Similarly, we will never understand the perception of distance if we begin from contents given in a sort of equidistance or a flat projection of the world, like memories considered as a projection of the past into the present. And just as we can only understand memory as a direct possession of the past without any interposed contents, here too we can only understand the perception of distance as a being in the distance that connects with it there, where it appears. Memory is established, step by step, upon the continuous passage from one instant into another, and upon the interlocking of each one, along with its entire horizon, within the thickness of the one that follows. The same continuous transition implies the object such as it is over there, with its real size, in short, such as I would see it if I were next to it, within the perception that I have of it from here. Just as there is no discussion to be had over the conservation of memories, but merely a certain manner of looking at time that renders the past manifest as an inalienable dimension of consciousness, neither is there a problem of distance, but rather distance is immediately visible, provided we know how to find the living present where it is constituted. 6. Depth is a relation from me to things. As we indicated at the beginning, we must rediscover beneath depth as a relation between things or even between planes, which is an objectified depth, detached from experience, and transformed into breadth, a primordial depth that gives the former one its sense, and that is the thickness of a medium devoid of things. When we let ourselves be in the world without actively taking it up, or in an illness that encourages this attitude, planes are no longer distinguished from each other, colors no longer condense into surface colors, but rather diffuse around objects and become atmospheric colors. For example, one patient who writes on a sheet of paper must pierce with his pen a certain thickness of white prior to reaching the paper. This voluminosity varies with the color in question, and it is somehow the expression of its qualitative essence. 43 There is, then, a depth that does not yet occur between objects, that, a fortiori, does not evaluate the distance from one to another, and that is the simple opening of perception to a phantom of a thing that has hardly any qualities. Even in normal perception, depth does not apply initially to things. Just as up and down, or right and left are not given to the subject with the perceived contents, and are rather constituted at each moment along with a spatial level in relation to which the things arrange themselves, so too depth and size come to things from their being situated in relation to a level of distances and sizes that defines far and near, or large and small, prior to any object being taken as a standard of reference. 44 When we say that an object is enormous or tiny, or that it is far or near, this is often without any comparison, not even an implicit one, with any other object or even with the objective size and position of one's own body, but rather through a certain scope of our gestures, a certain hold of the phenomenal body upon its surroundings. If we attempted to deny this rootedness of sizes and distance, we would be sent from one reference object to another without understanding how there could ever be sizes and distances for us. The pathological experience of micropsia or macropsia 45, since it changes the apparent size of all the objects of the field, leaves no reference point in relation to which the objects could appear larger or smaller than normal, and can thus only be understood in relation to a pre-objective standard of distances and sizes. Thus, depth cannot be understood as the thought of an acosmic subject, but rather as the possibility of an engaged subject. 7. The same goes for height and breadth. This analysis of depth connects with the one we attempted to establish for height and breadth. If we began this section by opposing depth to the other dimensions, this was merely because at first glance they seem to concern the relations of things among themselves, whereas depth immediately reveals the link from the subject to space. But in fact, we have seen above that the vertical and the horizontal are themselves defined ultimately by our body's best hold on the world. As relations between objects, breadth and height are derived, whereas in their originary sense they are also existential dimensions. We must not merely say, following Lano and Alon, that height and breadth presuppose depth because a spectacle on a single plane presupposes the equal distance from all of its parts to the plane of my face. This analysis only concerns breadth, height, and depth as already objectified and not in terms of the experience that opens these dimensions. The vertical and the horizontal, and the near and the far, are abstract designations for a single situated being and presuppose the same relation vis-a-vis between the subject and the world. C. Movement. I. Thinking about movement destroys movement. Even if it cannot be defined in this way, movement is a displacement or a change of position. Just as we initially encountered a conception of position that defined it through relations in objective space, so too is there an objective conception of movement that defines it through intraworldly relations by taking the experience of the world as acquired. And just as we had to uncover the origin of spatial position in the pre-objective situation or locality of the subject who focuses upon his milieu, so too will we have to rediscover beneath the objective thought of movement a pre-objective experience from which it borrows its sense, and where movement, still tied to the person who perceives, is a variation of the subject's hold upon his world. When we attempt to think movement or to undertake the philosophy of movement, we immediately place ourselves in the critical attitude or the attitude of verification. We ask ourselves what is actually given to us in movement. We prepare ourselves for rejecting appearances in order to attain the truth of movement, and we fail to notice that it is precisely this attitude that reduces the phenomenon and that will block us from attaining it itself, because this attitude introduces, along with the notion of truth in itself, presuppositions capable of concealing from me the birth of movement. I throw a stone. It crosses my garden. For a moment, it becomes a blurry meteorite, and then, falling to the ground in the distance, it again becomes a stone. If I want to think the phenomenon clearly, I must decompose it. The stone itself, I will say, is not in fact modified by the movement. I find again on the ground at the end of its trajectory the very same stone I held in my hand, and thus it is the same stone that moved through the air. Movement is but an accidental attribute of the moving object immobile, and it cannot somehow be seen in the stone. It can be nothing but a change in the relations between the stone and the surroundings. We can only speak of a change if the same rock persists beneath the different relations to the surroundings. On the contrary, if I assume that the stone is annihilated upon arriving at point P, and that another identical stone springs forth at point P, as adjacent to the first as one would like, then we no longer have a unique movement, but rather two movements. There is, then, no movement without a moving object that bears it uninterruptedly from the starting point right through to the end point. Since it is in no way inherent to the moving object and consists entirely in its relations to the surroundings, movement does not work without an external reference point, and, in short, there is no means of attributing movement exclusively to the moving object rather than to the reference point. Once the distinction between the moving object and the movement has been made, there is then no movement without a moving object, no movement without an objective reference point, and no absolute movement. Nevertheless, this conception of movement is in fact a negation of movement. To distinguish movement rigorously from the moving object is to say, strictly speaking, that the moving object does not move. If the moving stone is not in some way different from the stone at rest, then it is never moving, nor at rest, for that matter. As soon as we introduce the idea of a moving object that remains the same throughout its movement, Zeno's arguments again become valid. The reply that movement must not be considered as a series of discontinuous positions occupied in turn in a discontinuous series of instants, or that space and time are not made up of an assemblage of discrete elements, would be in vain. For even if one considers two limit moments or two limit positions whose difference could be decreased below the level of any given quantity and whose differentiation would be merely nascent, the idea of an identical moving object throughout the phases of the movement excluded, as a mere appearance, the phenomenon of blur-bouge and brings with it the idea of a spatial or temporal position that is always identifiable in itself, even if it is not so for us, hence the idea of a stone that always exists and that never passes away. Even if a mathematical technique is invented that allows for an indefinite multiplicity of positions and instants to be introduced, the act of transition itself still cannot be conceived within an identical moving object, for this transition is always between two instants or two positions, no matter how proximate the ones we choose are. The result is that, if I attempt to gain a clear conception of movement, I fail to understand how it could ever begin for me or be given to me as a phenomenon. 2. The psychologist's description of movement. And yet I walk and I have an experience of movement despite the demands and the alternatives of clear thought, such that, against all reason, I perceive movements without an identical moving object, without an external reference point, and without any relativity. If we show a subject two lines of light, A and B, in succession, the subject sees a continuous movement from A to B, then from B to A, and so on, without any intermediary position or even without the extreme positions being given for themselves. We have a single line ceaselessly moving forward and backward. The extreme points, however, can be made to appear distinctly by accelerating or slowing down the cadence of the presentation. Stroboscopic movement thus tends to become dissociated. At first the line appears locked into position A, then it suddenly frees itself and leaps to position B. If the cadence is accelerated or slowed down further, the movement ends and we see either two simultaneous lines or two successive ones. 46 The perception of positions is thus inversely related to the perception of movement. It can even be shown that movement is never the mobile object's successive occupation of all of the positions situated between two extremes. Whether colored or white figures are used against a black background to produce the stroboscopic movement, the space upon which the movement stretches out is, at no moment, illuminated or colored by it. If a short rod C is inserted between the two extreme positions A and B, the rod is at no moment completed by the movement that passes by, figure 8. We do not have a passage of the line, but rather a pure passage. If use is made of a tachistoscope 47, then the subject often perceives a movement without being able to say what is moving. When it comes to real movements, the situation is no different. If I see workers unloading a truck and tossing bricks to each other, I see the worker's arm in its initial position and in its final position, and although I do not see it in any intermediary position, I nonetheless have a vivid perception of its movement. If I move a pencil quickly across a sheet of paper where I have marked a reference point, at no moment am I aware that the pencil is above the reference point. I see none of the intermediary positions, and nevertheless I have the experience of movement. Reciprocally, if I slow the movement down and if I succeed in never losing sight of the pencil, then it is at this very moment that the impression of movement disappears. Point 48. Movement disappears at the very moment when it conforms most closely to the definition given to it by objective thought. Thus, phenomena can be produced in which the moving object only appears as caught in the movement. For such an object, to move is not to pass through an indefinite series of positions successively. This object is only given as beginning, carrying out, or completing its movement. Consequently, even in cases where a mobile object is visible, the movement is not for it an extrinsic denomination, nor a relation between itself and the exterior, and we will be able to have movements without reference points. In fact, if a consecutive image of a movement is projected upon a homogeneous field containing no objects and no contours, the movement takes possession of the entire space, the entire visual field moves, just as in the haunted house at the fair. If the afterimage of a concentrically turning spiral is projected upon a screen in the absence of any fixed frame, then it is space itself that vibrates and dilates from the center to the periphery. Point 49. Finally, since movement is no longer a system of relations external to the moving object itself, nothing prevents us now from acknowledging absolute movements, as perception actually gives it to us at each moment. Figure 8. 3. But what does this description mean? But against this description, one can still raise the objection that it is meaningless. The psychologist denies the rational analysis of movement, and, when he is reminded that every movement, in order to be movement, must be a movement of something, he responds that the claim has no basis in psychological description. 50. But if the psychologist is describing a movement, he must be referring to an identical something that moves. If I place my watch on the table in my room, and if it suddenly disappears just to reappear several minutes later in the neighboring room, I will not say there has been movement. There is only movement if the intermediary positions have actually been occupied by the watch. Point 51. Although the psychologist may show that the stroboscopic movement occurs without any intermediary stimulus between the extreme positions, and even if the line of light A does not journey through the space that separates it from B, even if no light is perceived between A and B during the stroboscopic movement, and finally even if I do not see the pencil or the worker's arm between the two extreme positions, it must nevertheless be the case, in one way or another, that the moving object was present in each point of the trajectory in order for the movement to appear, and if it is not there perceptibly, then this is because it is conceived as being there. What is true of movement is also true of change. When I say that the fakir transforms an egg into a handkerchief, or that the magician transforms into a bird upon the roof of his palace. 52. I do not mean simply that an object or a being has disappeared and has been instantaneously replaced by another. There must be an internal relation between what is annihilated and what is born. The two must be both manifestations or appearances, or two phases of a single thing that is presented in turn beneath these two forms. Point 53. Likewise, the arrival of a movement at a point must be one with its contiguous point of departure, and this is only the case if there is a moving object that, in a single stroke, leaves one point and occupies another. A thing that is grasped as a circle would cease to count for us as a circle as soon as the round moment, or the equality of all of the diameters, which is essential to the circle, ceased to be present there. It does not matter whether the circle is perceived or conceived, a common determination must be present in each case that obliges us in both to characterize what appears to us as a circle and to distinguish it from every other phenomenon. Point 54. Similarly, when we speak of a sensation of movement, or of a consciousness of movement that is sui generis, or when, following Gestalt theory, we speak of a global movement, or of some phenomenon in which no moving object and no particular position of the moving object would be given, these are merely words, so long as we do not say how that which is given in this sensation or in this phenomenon, or that which is grasped through them immediately stands out, documenteerd, as movement. 55. The perception of movement can only be the perception of movement and recognize it as such if it apprehends it with its signification of movement and with all of the moments that are constitutive of it, and particularly with the identity of the moving object. Movement, responds the psychologist, is one of those psychical phenomena that, as given sensible contents, color and form, are related to the object, appear as objective and not subjective, but which, in contrast to the other psychical givens, are not of a static nature, but are dynamic. For example, the typical and specific passage is the flesh and blood of movement, which cannot be formed through composition beginning from ordinary visual contents. Point 56. It is indeed impossible to compose movement out of static perceptions. But this is not at issue, and the thought was not to reduce movement to rest. The object at rest itself needs identification. It cannot be said to be at rest if it is annihilated and recreated at each moment, if it does not subsist through its different instantaneous presentations. The identity to which we are referring is thus anterior to the distinction between movement and rest. Movement is nothing without a moving object that traces it out and that establishes its unity. Here the metaphor of the dynamic phenomenon misleads the psychologist. It seems to us that a force guarantees its own unity, but this is because we always presuppose someone who identifies this force in the unfolding of its effects. Dynamic phenomena draw their unity from me who lives them, surveys them, and accomplishes their synthesis. Thus, we pass from a thinking of movement that destroys it to an experience of movement that attempts to ground it, but also from this experience to a thinking without which, strictly speaking, that experience would signify nothing. 4. The phenomenon of movement, or movement prior to thematization. Thus, we can side with neither the psychologist nor the logician, or rather we must side with both of them and find the means of recognizing both thesis and antithesis as true. The logician is correct when he demands a constitution of the dynamic phenomenon itself and a description of movement through the moving object whose trajectory we follow, but he is wrong when he presents the moving object's identity as an explicit identity, and he is obliged to acknowledge this himself. The psychologist, for his part, is forced against his will to place a moving object in the movement when he describes the phenomena more closely, but he regains the advantage through the concrete manner in which he conceives of the moving object. In the discussion we have just followed and that we used to illustrate the perpetual debate between psychology and logic, in essence, what is Wertheimer trying to say? He means that the perception of movement is not secondary in relation to the perception of the moving object, that one does not have a perception of the moving object here, then there, and subsequently an identification that would connect these positions in succession. 57. That their diversity is not subsumed under a transcendent unity, and finally, that the identity of the moving object bursts forth directly from experience. 58. In other words, when the psychologist speaks of movement as a phenomenon embracing the starting point A and the end point B, he does not mean that there is no subject of movement, but rather that in no case is the subject of movement an object A initially given as present in its place and stationary. Insofar as there is movement, the moving object is caught in the movement. The psychologist would probably agree that there is in every movement, if not a movable object unmobile, then at least a moving object unmovant, given that we do not confuse this moving object with any of the static figures that one can obtain by stopping the movement at any given point of the trajectory. And here is where he gains the advantage over the logician. For having failed to regain contact with the experience of movement beyond all unquestioned beliefs touching upon the world, the logician only speaks of movement in itself. He poses the problem of movement in terms of being, which ultimately renders it insoluble. Consider, he says, the different appearances, Erscheinungen, of movement at different points in the trajectory. They will only be apparitions of a single movement if they are appearances of a single movable object, of a single erscheinend appearance, or of a single something that appears, darstellt, through them all. But the movable object only needs to be posited as a separate being if its appearances at different points of the journey have themselves been actualized as discrete perspectives. In principle, the logician is only familiar with thetic consciousness, and it is this postulate or supposition of an entirely determinate world, of a pure being, that burdens his conception of the manifold, and consequently his conception of synthesis. The movable object le mobile, or rather, as we have said, the moving object le mouvant, is not identical beneath the phases of the movement, it is identical in them. It is not because I find the same stone on the ground that I believe in its identity throughout the course of the movement. On the contrary, it is because I perceived it as identical throughout the course of the movement, an implicit identity that remains to be described, that I go and collect it and that I find it. We must not actualize within the moving stone everything that we otherwise know about the stone. The logician says that, if it is a circle that I am perceiving, then all of its diameters are equal. But in this account, it would be necessary to put into the perceived circle all of the properties that the geometer has discovered there or could discover there. Now, it is the circle as a thing of the world that possesses, in advance and in itself, all of the properties that analysis will discover there. Circular tree trunks already had, before Euclid, the properties that Euclid discovered. But in the circle as a phenomenon, such as it appeared to the Greeks prior to Euclid, the square of the tangent was not equal to the product of the secant completed by its exterior portion. This square and this product do not figure in the phenomenon, and neither did the equal radii necessarily figure there either. The movable object, as the object of an indefinite series of explicit and concordant perceptions, has properties, while the moving object merely has a style. It is impossible for the perceived circle to have unequal diameters or for the movement to exist without any moving object. But the perceived circle no more has equal diameters because it has no diameters at all. It stands out for me, it makes itself recognized and distinguished from every other figure by its circular physiognomy, and not by any properties that thetic consciousness will later discover in it. Likewise, movement does not necessarily presuppose a movable object, that is, an object defined by a collection of determinate properties. Rather, it is enough that it contains something that moves, at the very most a colored something or something luminous without any actual color or light. The logician excludes this tertiary hypothesis. The rays of the circle must be either equal or unequal, the movement must either have a movable object or not. But he can only do this by taking the circle as a thing or the movement in itself. Now, as we have seen, this is ultimately to render movement impossible. The logician would have nothing to think about, not even an appearance of movement, if there were no movement prior to the objective world that might serve as the source of all of our claims touching upon movement, if there were no phenomena prior to being that can be recognized, identified, and of which we can speak, in short, phenomena that have a sense, even though they have not yet been thematized. 59 The psychologist leads us back to this phenomenal layer. We shall not say that it is irrational or anti-logical. This would only be the positing of a movement without a moving object. Only the explicit negation of the moving object would be contrary to the principle of the excluded middle. We must simply say that the phenomenal layer is, literally, pre-logical and will always remain so. Our picture of the world can only be composed in part with being. We must also acknowledge the phenomenal within it, which completely surrounds being. We are not asking the logician to take into consideration experiences that reason takes to be merely nonsense or contradictory faux sense. We simply wish to push back the limits of what has sense for us and to put the narrow zone of thematic sense back into the zone of non-thematic sense that embraces it. The thematization of movement ends in the identical moving object and in the relativity of movement, that is, it destroys movement. If we want to take the phenomenon of movement seriously, we must imagine a world that is not merely made up of things, but also of pure transitions. The something in transit that we have recognized as necessary for the constitution of a change is only defined by its particular way of passing by. For example, the bird that crosses my garden is, in the very moment of the movement, merely a grayish power of flight and, in a general way, we shall see that things are primarily defined by their behavior, and not by static properties. It is not I who recognize, in each point and in each instant passed through, the same bird defined by explicit properties, rather, it is the bird in flight that accomplishes the unity of its movement, it is the bird that changes place, and it is this feathery commotion still here which is already over there, in a sort of ubiquity, like the comet and its tail. Pre-objective being, or the non-thematized moving something, does not pose any other problem than the space and time of implication, a problem we have already touched upon. We have said that the parts of space, according to breadth, height, or depth, are not juxtaposed, that they rather coexist because they are all enveloped in the unique hold that our body has upon the world, and this relation was already clarified when we showed that it was temporal prior to being spatial. Things coexist in space because they are present to the same perceiving subject and enveloped in a single temporal wave. But the unity and the individuality of each temporal wave is only possible if it is squeezed between the preceding one and the following one, and if the same temporal pulsation that makes it spring forth still retains the preceding one and holds the one to follow in advance. It is objective time that is made up of successive moments. The lived present contains a past and a future within its thickness. The phenomenon of movement only manifests spatial and temporal implication in a more noticeable way. We know a movement and a moving something without any consciousness of the objective positions, just as we know a distant object and its true size without any interpretation, and just as at each moment we know the place of an event in the thickness of our past without any explicit recollection. Movement is a modulation of an already familiar milieu, and it brings us back once again to our central problem, which is to understand how this milieu, which serves as the background of every act of consciousness, is constituted. 60. V. Movement and the thing moving. The positing of a self-same movable object led to the relativity of movement. Now that we have reintroduced movement into the moving object, it can only be interpreted in one sense: it begins in the moving object and unfolds into the field from there. I am not free to see the stone as immobile and the garden and myself in motion. Movement is not an hypothesis whose probability is measured through the number of facts that it coordinates in the manner of a theory in physics. That would only give a possible movement. Movement is a fact. The stone is not conceived as moving, it is seen moving. For the hypothesis it is the stone that moves would have no proper signification, it would not distinguish itself in any way from the hypothesis it is the garden that moves, if movement, in reality and for reflection, amounted to a simple change of relations. Movement, then, inhabits the stone. But are we going to side with the realism of the psychologist? Are we going to place movement into the stone as a quality? Movement presupposes no relation to an explicitly perceived object and it remains possible in a perfectly homogeneous field. Moreover, every movable object is given in a field. Just as we need a moving something in movement, so too do we need a background of movement. The claim that the borders of the visual field always provide an objective reference point was wrong. 61 Once again, the border of the visual field is not a real line. Our visual field is not cut out of our objective world, it is not a fragment with well-defined borders like the landscape that is framed by the window. In the visual field we see just as far as the hold of our gaze upon the things extends, well beyond the zone of clear vision, and even behind ourselves. When we reach the limits of the visual field, we do not go from vision to non-vision. The phonograph playing in the neighboring room and which I do not explicitly see still counts in my visual field, Reciprocally, what we do see is always, in some respect, not seen. There must be hidden sides of things and things behind us if there is to be a front of things, or things in front of us and, in short, a perception. The limits of the visual field are a necessary moment of the organization of the world and not an objective contour. But finally, it is nonetheless true that an object travels through our visual field, that it changes place within it, and that movement has no sense outside of this relation. Depending upon which part of the visual field we give the value of figure or the value of background, it appears to us either in movement or at rest. If we are on a boat that skirts the coast, it is certainly true, as Leibniz said, that we can either see the coast flowing by us or take the coast as a fixed point and sense the boat moving. 6. The relativity of movement. Asterisk. Do we thus side with the logician? Not at all, for to say that movement is a structural phenomenon is not to say that it is relative. The very particular relation that is constitutive of movement is not between objects, and the psychologist does not ignore this relation, but rather describes it much better than does the logician. The coast flows by before our eyes if we keep our eyes fixed upon the ship's railing, while the boat moves when we stare at the coast. Of two luminous points in the dark, one immobile and the other moving, the one that we focus upon seems to be moving. 62 The cloud flies over the steeple and the river flows beneath the bridge when we stare at the cloud or the river. The steeple falls through the sky and the bridge slides over the congealed river when we stare at the steeple or the bridge. What gives the status moving object to one part of the visual field, and the status background to another is the manner in which we establish our relations with it through the act of looking. What could the words "the stone flies through the air" mean if not that our gaze, being established and anchored in the garden, is solicited by the stone and, so to speak, pulls on its anchors? The relation between the moving object and its background passes through our body. How should we conceive of this mediation by the body? How does it happen that the relations between the body and objects can determine the latter as either moving or at rest? Is not our body an object, and does it not also need to be determined under the relation of rest and of movement? It is often said that objects remain immobile for us during the movement of the eyes because we take into account the shifting of the eyes and because, finding it exactly proportional to the change in appearances, we conclude in favor of the immobility of the objects. In fact, if we have no awareness of the shifting of the eyes, such as in passive movement, then the object seems to move. If, as in the case of paresis of the oculomotor muscles, we have the illusion of a movement of the eye without the relation of objects to our eye seeming to change, we believe we see a movement of the object. It seems at first that, the relation of the object to my eye, such as it is inscribed upon the retina, being given to consciousness, we could obtain the rest or the degree of movement of objects through subtraction by bringing into the account the shifting or rest of our eye. In fact, this analysis is entirely fictional and ideal for concealing from us the true relation from the body to the spectacle. When I transfer my gaze from one object to another, I have no consciousness of my eye as an object, as a globe suspended in its socket, of its shifting or of its rest in objective space, nor of what results upon the retina. The elements of the supposed calculation are not given to me. The immobility of the thing is not deduced from the act of seeing, it is rigorously simultaneous. The two phenomena envelop each other, they are not two elements of an algebraic sum, but rather two moments of an organization that encompasses them. My eye is, for me, a certain power for encountering things, it is not a screen upon which things are projected. The relation between my eye and the object is not given to me in the form of a geometrical projection of the object into the eye, but rather as a certain hold that my eye has upon the object, still vague in peripheral vision, more narrow and more precise when I focus upon the object. What I lack in the passive movement of the eye is not the objective representation of its moving within the eye socket, which is in no case given to me, but rather the precise gearing of my gaze to the objects, without which the objects are no longer capable of fixity, nor for that matter of true movements. For, when I press upon my eyeball, I do not perceive a true movement. It is not the things themselves that are moved, but merely a tiny film upon their surface. Finally, in the case of a paresis of the oculomotor muscles, I do not explain the constancy of the retinal image through a movement of the object, rather I experience j'éprouve that the hold my gaze has upon the object does not relax, my gaze carries the object along with it and shifts the object as it shifts. Thus my eye is never an object in perception. If we can ever speak of a movement without a moving object, then it is surely in the case of one's own body. The movement of my eye toward what it will focus upon is not the shifting of one object in relation to another object, it is a march toward the real. My eye is moving or at rest in relation to a thing that it is approaching or that flees from it. If the body provides the ground or the background to the perception of movement that perception needs to establish itself, it does so as a perceiving power, insofar as it is established in a certain domain and geared into a world. Rest and movement appear between an object that is not in itself determined according to rest and movement, and my body that, as an object, is no more determined in this way when my body becomes anchored in certain objects. As with up and down, movement is a phenomenon of levels, every movement presupposes a certain anchorage that can vary. So that is what one can validly mean when speaking confusedly about the relativity of movement. But what exactly is anchorage and how does it constitute a background at rest? This is not an explicit perception. Anchorage points, when we focus upon them, are not objects. The steeple only begins to move when I leave the sky to peripheral vision. It is essential to the supposed reference points of movement not to be thematized in actual knowledge and to be always already there. They are not presented directly to perception, they circumvent it and haunt it through a preconscious operation whose results appear to us as ready-made. Cases of ambiguous perception, where we can choose our anchorage as we please, are cases in which our perception is artificially cut off from its context and its past, in which we do not perceive with our entire being, in which we play with our body and with that generality that allows it to break at any time with all historical engagement, and to function on its own account. But even if we can break with a human world, we cannot prevent ourselves from focusing our eyes, which means that so long as we live we remain engaged, if not in a human milieu, then at least in a physical milieu, and for a given focusing of the gaze, perception is not facultative. It is even less so when the life of the body is integrated into our concrete existence. I am free to see my train or the neighboring train moving, whether I do nothing or whether I examine myself on the illusions of movement. But when I am playing cards in my compartment, I see the train move on the next track even if it is in reality my own train which is moving, but when I am looking at the other train, searching perhaps for an acquaintance in the coach, then it is my own train that seems to be moving. 63. The compartment where we take up residence is at rest, its walls are vertical, and the landscape passes by in front of us. On one side the fir trees seen through the window appear to us as diagonal. If we place ourselves at the window, we re-enter the large world beyond our small one, the firs straighten up and remain immobile, the train leans with the slope and speeds through the countryside. The relativity of movement is reduced to the power we have of changing domains within the large world. Once we are engaged in a milieu, we see movement appear before us as an absolute. On condition of taking into account not only explicit acts of knowledge or cogitationese, but also the more secret act, always in the past, by which we take up a world, and on condition of acknowledging a nonthetic consciousness, we can accept what the psychologist calls absolute movement without falling into the difficulties of realism, and we can understand the phenomenon of movement without our logic destroying it. De-lived space. The experience of spatiality expresses our being firmly set within the world. We have until now only considered, as do classical philosophy and psychology, the perception of space, that is, the knowledge that a disinterested subject could have of spatial relations between objects and of their geometrical characteristics. And yet, even in analyzing this abstract function, which is far from covering our entire experience of space, we have been led to uncover the subject's being firmly set within a milieu and, ultimately, his inherence in the world as the condition of spatiality. In other words, we had to acknowledge that spatial perception is a structural phenomenon and is only understood from within a perceptual field that, as a whole, contributes to motivating it by proposing to the concrete subject a possible anchorage. The classical problem of the perception of space and of perception in general must be reintegrated into a larger problem. To ask oneself how spatial relations and objects with their properties can be determined in an explicit act is to ask a second-order question. It is to present an act that only appears against the background of an already familiar world as if it were originary. It is to admit that one has not yet become conscious of the experience of the world. In the natural attitude, I have no perceptions, I do not posit this object as next to that other one along with their objective relations. Rather, I have a flow of experiences that implicate and explicate each other just as much in simultaneity as they do in succession. For me, Paris is not a thousand-sided object or a collection of perceptions, nor for that matter the law of all of these perceptions. Just as a human being manifests the same affective essence in his hand gestures, his gait, and the sound of his voice, each explicit perception in my journey through Paris, the cafes, the faces, the poplars along the quays, the bends of the Seine, is cut out of the total being of Paris, and only serves to confirm a certain style or a certain sense of Paris. And when I arrived there for the first time, the first streets that I saw upon leaving the train station were, like the first words of a stranger, only manifestations of a still ambiguous, though already incomparable essence. In fact, we hardly perceive any objects at all, just as we do not see the eyes of a familiar face, but rather its gaze and its expression. There is here a latent sense, diffused throughout the landscape or the town, that we uncover in a specific evidentness without having to define it. Ambiguous perceptions are the only ones to emerge as explicit acts, that is, the ones to which we ourselves give a sense through the attitude that we adopt, or the ones that respond to questions that we pose. They cannot, however, be of any use in the analysis of the perceptual field since they are drawn out of it, since they presuppose it, and since we obtain them precisely by making use of the structures we acquired in our regular dealings with the world. An initial perception without any background is inconceivable. Every perception presupposes a certain past of the subject, and the abstract function of perception, as the encounter with objects, implies a more secret act by which we elaborate our milieu. Under the influence of mescaline, sometimes objects appear to shrink as they approach. A limb or a part of the body, hand, mouth, or tongue, appears enormous and the rest of the body is no longer anything other than an appendage to it. 64 The walls of the room are meters from each other, and above them there is but a vast and deserted expanse. The extended hand is as high as the wall. External space and bodily space break apart to the point that the subject has the impression of eating from one dimension into the other. 65 At certain moments, movement is no longer seen and people are transported in a magical way from one point to another. 66 The subject is alone and abandoned to an empty space. He complains of only seeing clearly the space between things, and this space is empty. Objects are still there in a certain way, but not as they should be. 67 Men seem like puppets, and their movements are accomplished with a magical slowness. The leaves of the trees lose their framework and their organization. Each point of the leaf has the same value as all others. 68 One schizophrenic says, "A bird is chirping in the garden. I hear the bird, and I know that it is chirping, but that this is a bird and that it chirps are two things so far removed from each other. There is an abyss. As if the bird and the chirping had nothing to do with each other." 69 Another patient can no longer understand the clock, that is, first the passing of the hands from one position to another and above all the connection of this movement with the thrust of the mechanism or the workings of the clock. 70 These disturbances do not have to do with perception as a knowledge of the world. The enormous parts of the body or the nearby objects that are too small are not posited as such. The walls of the room are not, for the patient, as distant from each other in the manner of the two ends of a soccer pitch for a normal person. The subject knows quite well that his food and his own body reside in the same space, since he picks up his food with his hand. Space is empty, and yet all of the objects of perception are there. the disturbance does not bear upon the information that one can draw out of perception, and it reveals a deeper life of consciousness beneath perception. Even when there is a lack of perception-imperception, as happens with regard to movement, the perceptual deficit seems to be merely an extreme case of a more general disturbance that has to do with the structuring of the phenomena with each other. There is a bird and there is some chirping, but the bird no longer chirps. There is a movement of the hands and a movement of a mechanism, but the clock no longer works. Similarly, certain parts of my body are disproportionately large and the nearby objects are too small because the ensemble no longer forms a system. Now, if the world falls to pieces or is broken apart, this is because one's own body has ceased to be a knowing body and has ceased to envelop all of the objects in a single hold, and this degradation of the body into an organism must be itself related to the collapse of time, which no longer rises toward a future, but rather falls back upon itself. Before, I was a man, with a soul and a living body, Leib, and now I am nothing more than a being, Wesen. Now, there is no longer anything there but the organism, Körper, and the soul is dead. I hear and I see, but I no longer know anything. Life has become a problem for me. Now I live on in eternity. The branches on the trees sway, and others move about in the room, but for me time does not pass by. Thought has changed, there is no more style. What is the future? One cannot anticipate it. Everything is in question. Everything is so monotone, morning, noon, and night, past, present, and future. Everything always begins again. 71. The perception of space is not a particular class of states of consciousness or of acts, and its modalities always express the total life of the subject, the energy with which he tends toward a future through his body and his world. 72. 2. The spatiality of the night. Thus, we are forced to broaden our research. Once the experience of spatiality has been related to our being firmly set within the world, there will be an original spatiality for each modality of this anchorage. When, for example, the world of clear and articulated objects is abolished, our perceptual being, now cut off from its world, sketches out a spatiality without things. This is what happens at night. The night is not an object in front of me, rather, it envelopes me, it penetrates me through all of my senses, it suffocates my memories, and it all but effaces my personal identity. I am no longer withdrawn into my observation post in order to see the profiles of objects flowing by in the distance. The night is without profiles, it itself touches me and its unity is the mystical unity of the mana. Even cries, or a distant light, only populate it vaguely, it becomes entirely animated, it is a pure depth without planes, without surfaces, and without any distance from it to me. 73 For reflection, every space is sustained by a thought that connects its parts, but this thought is not accomplished from nowhere. On the contrary, it is from within nocturnal space that I unite with it. The anxiety of neurotics at night comes from the fact that the night makes us sense our contingency, that free and inexhaustible movement by which we attempt to anchor ourselves and to transcend ourselves in things, without there being any guarantee of always finding them. 3. Sexual space. Asterisk. But the night is still not our most striking experience of the unreal. At night I can hold onto the structures of the day, such as when I feel my way through my apartment, and in any case the night is located within the general frame of nature. Even in pitch-black space there is something reassuring and worldly. During sleep, however, I only keep the world present in order to hold it at a distance. I turn toward the subjective sources of my existence, and the fantasies of dreams reveal even more clearly the general spatiality in which clear space and observable objects are embedded. Consider, for example, the themes of elevation and of falling, so frequent in dreams and, for that matter, in myths and in poetry. We know that the appearance of these themes in the dream can be related to concomitant respiratory events or to sexual drives, and a first step is made by recognizing the living and sexual signification of up and down. But these explanations do not get very far, For elevation and falling as dreamed are not invisible space in the manner of the waking perceptions of desire and of respiratory movements. We need to understand why, at a given moment, the dreamer lends himself entirely to the bodily facts of breathing and of desire and hence infuses them with a general and symbolic signification to the point of only seeing them appear in the dream in the form of an image, such as the image of a giant bird that glides and that, hit by a bullet, falls and is reduced to a small pile of burnt paper. We need to understand how respiratory or sexual events, which have their place in objective space, detach from that space in the dream and are established within a different theater. We shall not reach this understanding if we do not grant the body an emblematic value, even in the waking state. Between our emotions, desires, and bodily attitudes, there is neither merely a contingent connection nor even a relation of analogy. If I say that in disappointment I fall down from my high, this is not merely because it is accompanied by gestures of prostration in virtue of the laws of the nervous system, or because I discover between the object of my desire and my desire itself the same relation as between an object placed up high and my gesture toward it. Rather, the movement upward as a direction in physical space and the movement of desire toward its goal are symbolic of each other because they both express the same essential structure of our being as a situated being in relation to a milieu, and we have already seen that this structure alone gives a sense to the directions up and down in the physical world. When one speaks of a high or low morale, one does not extend to the psychological domain a relation that could only have its full sense in the physical world. Rather, one uses a direction of signification that, so to speak, crosses the different regional spheres and receives in each one a particular signification, spatial, auditive, spiritual, psychical, etc. 74 The fantasies of the dream, those of the myth, each man's favorite images, or finally the poetic image are not connected to their sense through a relation of sign to signification, such as the one that exists between a telephone number and the name of the subscriber. They genuinely contain their sense, which is not a notional sense, but a direction of our existence. When I dream that I am flying or that I am falling, the entire sense of the dream is contained in this flight or in this fall, so long as I do not reduce them to their physical appearance in the waking world and consider them with all of their existential implications. The bird that glides, falls, and becomes a handful of cinders, does not glide and does not fall in physical space, it rises and falls with the existential tide that runs through it, or again it is the pulsation of my existence, its systole and its diastole. The level of this tide at each moment determines a space of fantasies, as, in waking life, our commerce with the world that is presented determines a space of realities. There is a determination of up and down and, in general, a determination of place that precedes perception. Life and sexuality haunt their world and their space. 4. Mythical space. Asterisk. To the extent that they live within the myth, primitive persons do not transcend this existential space, and this is why dreams count for them as much as perceptions. There is a mythical space where directions and positions are determined by the placement of great effective entities. For a primitive person, knowing the whereabouts of the clan's encampment does not involve locating it in relation to some landmark, for the encampment is in fact the landmark of all landmarks. Rather, to know this location is to tend toward it as if toward the natural place of a certain peace or a certain joy, just as, for me, knowing where my hand is involves joining myself to this agile power that is dormant for the moment, but that I can take up and discover as my own. For the augur, the right and the left are the sources from which the blessed or the ill-fated arrive, just as for me my right hand and my left hand are respectively the embodiment of my dexterity and of my clumsiness. In the dream, as in the myth, we learn where the phenomenon is located by sensing en éprouvant what our desire moves toward, what strikes fear in our hearts, and upon what our life depends. V. Lived space. Asterisk. Even in waking life, things do not proceed otherwise. I arrive in a village for the holidays, happy to leave behind my work and my ordinary surroundings. I settle into the village. It becomes the center of my life. The low level of water in the river, or the corn or walnut harvest, are events for me. But if a friend comes to see me and brings news from Paris, or if the radio and newspapers inform me that there are threats of war, then I feel exiled in this village, excluded from real life, and imprisoned far away from everything. Our body and our perception always solicit us to take the landscape they offer as the center of the world. But this landscape is not necessarily the landscape of our life. I can be elsewhere while remaining here, and if I am kept far from what I love, I feel far from the center of real life. Bavarism and certain forms of homesickness are examples of a decentered life. The maniac, however, centers himself everywhere. His mental space is large and luminous, his thought, sensitive to all the objects that are presented, flies from one to the other and is drawn into their movement 75 beyond the physical or geometrical distance existing between me and all things. A lived distance links me to things that count and exist for me, and links them to each other. At each moment, this distance measures the scope of my life. 76 Sometimes between me and events there is a certain leeway, spielroom, that preserves my freedom without the events ceasing to touch me. Sometimes, however, the lived distance is at once too short and too wide, the majority of events cease to count for me, whereas the nearest ones consume me. They envelop me like the night, and they rob me of individuality and freedom. I can literally no longer breathe. I am possessed. 77 At the same time, the events gather together. One patient senses a cold draft, a scent of chestnuts, and the freshness of the rain. Perhaps, he says, at this exact moment a person, suffering from suggestions like me, passed under the rain and in front of someone selling grilled chestnuts. 78 One schizophrenic, under the care of both Minkowski and the village priest, believes that they have met to talk about him. 79 One elderly schizophrenic woman believes that a person who resembles another person must have known the latter. 80 The contraction of lived space, which no longer leaves the patient any leeway, no longer leaves any role for chance to play. Causality, like space, is established upon my relation to things prior to being a relation between objects. The short circuits 81 of delirious causality and the long causal chains of methodical thought express ways of existing. 82 The experience of space is intertwined with all other modes of experience and all other psychical givens. 83 Clear space, that impartial space where all objects have the same importance and the same right to exist, is not merely surrounded, but also wholly penetrated by another spatiality that morbid variations reveal. One schizophrenic stops in the mountains and views the landscape. After a moment, he feels threatened. A particular interest arises in him for everything that surrounds him, as if a question had been posed from the outside to which he can find no answer. Suddenly the landscape is snatched away from him by some alien force. It is as if a second limitless sky were penetrating the blue sky of the evening. This new sky is empty, subtle, invisible, and terrifying. Sometimes it moves into the autumn landscape, and sometimes the landscape itself moves. And during this time, says the patient, a permanent question is asked of me. It is like an order to stay put or to die, or to go farther. 84 This second space permeating visible space is the one that composes, at each moment, our own manner of projecting the world, and the schizophrenic disorder consists merely in that this perpetual project is dissociated from the objective world such as it is still offered by perception, and it withdraws, so to speak, into itself. The schizophrenic patient no longer lives in the common world, but in a private world. He does not go all the way to geographical space, he remains within the space of the landscape. 85 And this landscape itself, once cut off from the common world, is considerably impoverished. This results in the schizophrenic questioning, everything is amazing, absurd, or unreal because the movement of existence toward things no longer has its energy, because it appears along with its contingency, and because the world is no longer self-evident. If the natural space of classical psychology is on the contrary reassuring and evident, then this is because existence rushes into it and forgets itself there. 6. Do these spaces presuppose geometrical space? This description of anthropological space could be developed indefinitely. 86 The objection that will be raised by objective thought, however, is obvious. Do these descriptions have any philosophical value? That is, do they teach us something concerning the very structure of consciousness, or do they merely give us the contents of human experience? Are dream space, mythical space, and schizophrenic space genuine spaces? Can they exist and be thought by themselves, or do they not presuppose geometrical space as the condition of their possibility, and along with it the pure constituting consciousness that deploys it? The left, the region of misfortune and of bad omens for the primitive person, or in my body the left as the side of my clumsiness, is only determined as a direction if I am first capable of conceiving of its relation with the right, and this relation ultimately gives a spatial sense to the terms between which it is established. The primitive person does not somehow aim at a space with his anxiety or with his joy, just as it is not with my pain that I know where my injured foot, lived anxiety, lived joy, and lived pain are related to a place in objective space where their empirical conditions are found. Without this agile consciousness, free with regard to all contents and deploying them in space, the contents would never be anywhere. If we reflect upon the mythical experience of space, and if we ask ourselves what it means, we will necessarily find that it rests upon the consciousness of objective and unique space, for a space that could neither be objective nor unique could not be a space. Is it not essential for space to be the absolute and correlative outside, but also the negation of subjectivity, and is it not essential for space to embrace every being one could imagine, since everything one would like to posit outside of it would, for the same reasons, be in relation with it, and thus in it? The dreamer dreams, and that is why his respiratory movements and his sexual impulses are not taken for what they are, and why they break the moorings that tie them to the world and drift before him in the form of the dream. But ultimately, what does he really see? Shall we take his word for it? If he wants to know what he sees and to understand his dream himself, he will have to awaken. Sexuality will immediately return to its genital refuge, anxiety, and its phantasms will again become what they always were, some respiratory obstruction in the ribcage. The dark space 87 that invades the schizophrenic's world can only justify itself as space and provide its spatial qualifications by linking itself to clear space. If the patient claims that there is a second space around him, we will ask him, but then where is it? By seeking to locate this phantom, he will make it disappear as a phantom. And since, as he himself admits, objects are still there, he still keeps, with clear space, the means of exorcising the phantoms and of returning to the shared world. Phantoms are the debris of the clear world, and borrow from it all the prestige they can have. Finally, in the same way, when we attempt to establish geometrical space and its intramundane relations upon the originary existence of spatiality, it will be objected that thought only knows itself or things, that a spatiality of the subject is not conceivable, and that consequently our proposition is strictly meaningless. We shall respond that it has no thematic or explicit sense, and that it certainly disappears when placed before objective thought. But it does have a non-thematic or implicit sense, and this is not a lesser sense, for objective thought itself sustains itself on the unreflected and presents itself as a making explicit of the unreflective life of consciousness, to the extent that radical reflection cannot consist in the thematizing as parallel the world or space and the non-temporal subject who thinks them, but rather must catch hold of this thematization itself within the horizons of implications that give it its sense. If reflecting is to seek the originary, that by which the rest can be and can be thought, then reflection cannot enclose itself in objective thought, but must think precisely objective thought's acts of thematization and must restore their context. In other words, objective thought refuses the supposed phenomena of the dream, of the myth, and in general of existence because it finds them inconceivable, and because they mean nothing of which it can thematize. It refuses the fact or the real in the name of the possible and the evident. But it does not see that what is evident is itself established upon a fact. Reflective analysis believes that it knows what the dreamer and the schizophrenic experience better than the dreamer or the schizophrenic himself. Moreover, the philosopher believes that he knows what he sees better in reflection than he knows it in perception. and it is on this condition alone that he can reject anthropological spaces as merely confused appearances of true, unique, and objective space. But by doubting the testimony of another person with regard to himself, or the testimony of his own perception with regard to itself, the philosopher strips himself of the right to declare what he grasps as evident to be absolutely true, even if, in this evidentness, he is conscious of eminently understanding the dreamer, the madman, or perception. There are only two options: either he who lives something knows at the same time what he lives, and then the madman, the dreamer, and the subject of perception must be taken at their word, and we must merely verify that their language expresses clearly what they live, or he who lives something is not the judge of what he lives, and hence the lived experience of evidentness l'éprouvé de l'évidence can be an illusion. In order to drain mythical experience, dream experience, or perceptual experience of all positive value, that is, in order to reintegrate these spaces into geometrical space, we must, in short, deny that one ever dreams, that one is ever a madman, or that one ever truly sees. As long as we acknowledge the dream, madness, or perception as, at the very least, absences of reflection, and how could we not if we want to maintain a value for the testimony of consciousness, without which no truth is possible, then we do not have the right to level out all experiences into a single world, nor all modalities of existence into a single consciousness. In order to do this, we would need to have available a higher authority to which one could submit perceptive consciousness and fantastical consciousness, a me more intimate to myself than me who thinks my dream or my perception when I limit myself to dreaming or to perceiving, a me who possesses the true substance of my dream and of my perception while I only have the appearance of this. But this very distinction between appearance and the real is made neither in the world of the myth, nor in the world of the patient or the child. The myth fits the essence into the appearance. The mythical phenomenon is not a representation, but a genuine presence. The demon of the rain is present in each drop that falls after the incantation, just as the soul is present in each part of the body. Every apparition, Erscheinung, 88 is here an embodiment, and beings are not so much defined by properties as they are by physiognomic characteristics. This is what can be legitimately meant in speaking of an infantile and primitive animaism, not that the child and the primitive person perceive the objects that they would like, as Colin says, to explain through intentions or consciousnesses, for consciousness as an object belongs to thetic thought, but rather because things are taken to be the incarnation of what they express, because their human signification rushes into them and is presented, literally, as what they mean. A passing shadow or a creaking tree have a sense. There are warnings everywhere, without anyone who is doing the warning. 89 Given that mythical consciousness does not yet have the notion of thing or of an objective truth, how could it accomplish a critique of what it thinks it experiences? Where might it find a fixed point to pause and to notice itself as a pure consciousness and notice, beyond the phantasms, the true world? One schizophrenic senses that a brush, placed close to his window, comes closer to him and enters into his head, and nevertheless at no moment does he cease knowing that the brush is over there. 90 If he looks toward the window, he again perceives it. The brush, as an identifiable term of an explicit perception, is not in the patient's head as a material mass. But the patient's head is not, for him, this object that everyone can see and that he himself can see in a mirror. Rather, it is that listening and lookout post that he senses at the top of his body, or that power of joining with all objects through vision and hearing. In the same way, the brush that falls under the senses is only an envelope or a phantom. The real brush, the stiff and prickly being that is embodied in these appearances and that is concentrated by the gaze, has left the window and has thus left behind merely an inert shell. No appeal to explicit perception can awaken the patient from this dream, since he does not deny the explicit perception, but simply holds that it proves nothing against what he experiences. Il éprouvé. You don't hear my voices, one patient asks the doctor, and she concludes calmly, so I am alone in hearing them. 91 What protects the healthy man against delirium or hallucination is not his reason sacratique, but rather the structure of his space. Objects remain in front of him, they keep their distance and, as Malebranche said about Adam, they only touch him with respect. What brings about the hallucination and the myth is the contraction of lived space, the rooting of things in our body, the overwhelming proximity of the object, the solidarity between man and the world, which is not abolished but repressed by everyday perception or by objective thought, and which philosophical consciousness rediscovers. Of course, if I reflect upon the consciousness of positions and directions in the myth, the dream, and perception, if I thematize them and fix them according to the methods of objective thought, I discover in them the relations of geometrical space. It must not be concluded from this that these relations were already there, but inversely that this is not genuine reflection. In order to know what mythical or schizophrenic space means, we have no other means than of awakening in ourselves, in our current perception, the relation between the subject and his world that reflective analysis makes disappear. We must acknowledge expressive experiences, Ausdruckserlebnis, as prior to acts of signification, Bedeutungsgebend Akten. By theoretical and thetic consciousness, we must acknowledge expressive sense, Ausdruckssinn, as prior to significative sense, Zeichensinn, and we must acknowledge the symbolic pregnancy of form in content as prior to the subsumption of content under form. 92. 7. These spaces must be recognized as original. Does this mean that we must side with psychologism? Since there are as many spaces as there are distinct spatial experiences, and since we do not allow ourselves to set up the configurations of adult, normal, and civilized experience in advance within infantile, morbid, or primitive experience, do we not thereby enclose each type of subjectivity and, ultimately, each consciousness within its private life? In place of the rationalist cogito, which discovered a universal constituting consciousness within me, have we not substituted the psychologist's cogito that remains within the experience éprouvée of its incommunicable life? Are we not again defining subjectivity through the coinciding of everyone with it? The examination of space and, in general, of experience in the nascent state prior to their being objectified, and the decision to ask experience itself for its own sense, in a word, phenomenology, does this not ultimately lead to the negation of being and the negation of sense? Are we not simply reintroducing appearance and opinion under the name phenomenon? Does phenomenology not place at the origin of precise knowledge a decision just as unjustifiable as the one that encloses the madman in his madness, and is not the final word of this wisdom to lead back to the anxiety of idle and isolated subjectivity? These are the equivocations that remain for us to clear up. Mythical or dream-like consciousness, madness, and perception, despite all their differences, are not self-enclosed. They are not islands of experience without any communication and from which one cannot escape. We have refused to locate geometrical space as immanent within mythical space and, in general, to subordinate all of experience to an absolute consciousness of that experience that would situate it within the totality of truth, because the unity of consciousness, conceived in this way, makes its variety incomprehensible. But mythical consciousness opens onto an horizon of possible objectifications. The primitive person lives his myths against a perceptual background that is articulated clearly enough such that the acts of daily life, fishing, hunting, or relations with civilized persons, are possible. The myth itself, as diffuse as it might be, has an identifiable sense for the primitive person, since it in fact forms a world, that is, a totality where each element has relations of meaning with the others. Of course, mythical consciousness is not a consciousness of a thing, that is, on the subjective side, mythical consciousness is a flow, and it does not focus upon itself and does not know itself. On the objective side, mythical consciousness does not posit objects in front of itself defined by a certain number of separable properties and articulated in relation to each other. But neither does mythical consciousness carry itself into each of its pulsations, otherwise it would not be conscious of anything at all. It does not step back from its noemata, but if it passed away with each of them, if it did not anticipate the movement of objectification, then it would not crystallize in myths. We have tried to shield mythical consciousness from premature rationalizations that, as happens in Comte, for example, render the myth incomprehensible because they seek in the myth an explanation of the world and an anticipation of science. On the contrary, myth is a projection of existence and an expression of the human condition. But understanding the myth does not mean believing in it, and if all myths are true, this is insofar as they can be put back into a phenomenology of spirit that indicates their function in the emergence of self-consciousness and that ultimately grounds their proper sense upon the sense they have for the philosopher. Likewise, when I demand an account of the dream, I certainly direct my question toward the dreamer that I was that night, but ultimately the dreamer himself recounts nothing, the waking person is the one who recounts the dream. Without the waking up, dreams would only ever be instantaneous modulations, and would not even exist for us. During the dream itself, we do not leave the world behind, the space of the dream isolates itself from clear space, but it nevertheless makes use of all of its articulations, the world haunts us even in sleep, and we dream about the world. Similarly, madness gravitates around the world. To say nothing of those morbid fantasies or fits of delirium that attempted to build for themselves a private domain out of the debris of the macrocosm, the most advanced states of melancholy, where the patient settles into death and, so to speak, makes it his home, still make use of the structures of being in the world in order to do so, and borrow from the world just what is required of being in order to negate it. 8. They are nevertheless constructed upon a natural space. Asterisk. This link between subjectivity and objectivity that already exists in mythical or infantile consciousness, and that always subsists in sleep or in madness, is found, a fortiori, in normal experience. I never live entirely within these anthropological spaces, I am always rooted to a natural and non-human space. As I cross Place de la Concorde and believe myself to be entirely caught up within Paris, I can focus my eyes upon a stone in the wall of the Tuileries garden, the Concorde disappears and all that remains is the stone without any history. Again, I can lose my gaze within this coarse and yellowish surface, and then there is no longer even a stone, and all that remains is a play of light upon an indefinite matter. My total perception is not built out of these analytical perceptions, but it can always dissolve into them, my body, which assures my insertion within the human world through my habitus, only in fact does so by first projecting me into a natural world that always shines through from beneath the others, just as the canvas shines through from beneath the painting, and gives the human world an air of fragility. Even if there is a perception of what is desired through desire, what is loved through love, what is hated through hate, this is always formed around a sensible core, as meager as it might be, and it finds its verification and its plenitude in the sensible. We have said that space is existential, we could have just as easily said that existence is spatial, that is, through an inner necessity, it opens to an outside, such that one can speak of a mental space and of a world of significations and objects of thought that are constituted within those significations. 93 Anthropological spaces present themselves as constructed upon natural space, the non-objectifying acts, to speak like Husserl, as constructed upon objectifying acts. 94 What is new in phenomenology is not that it denies the unity of experience, but that it establishes it differently than classical rationalism. For objectifying acts are not representations. Natural and primordial space is not geometrical space, and correlatively the unity of experience is not guaranteed by a universal thinker who spreads the contents of experience out before me and who ensures that I could have complete knowledge and complete power with regard to it. It is only indicated by the horizons of possible objectification, it only frees me from each particular milieu because it binds me to the world of nature or to the world of the in itself that encompasses them all. We will have to ask how existence simultaneously projects around itself worlds that mask objectivity from me and yet sets this objectivity as a goal for the teleology of consciousness by making these worlds stand out against the background of a unique natural world. 9. The ambiguity of consciousness. If the myth, the dream, and the illusion are to be possible, then the apparent and the real must remain ambiguous in the subject as well as in the object. It has often been said that consciousness, by definition, does not allow for the separation between appearance and reality, and this was understood in the sense that, in terms of our self-knowledge, appearance would be reality. If I think I see or sense, then I see or sense beyond all doubt, whatever may be true of the external object. Here reality appears in its entirety, to be real and to appear are one, and there is no other reality but appearance. If this is true, then it is impossible for illusion and perception to have the same appearance, for my illusions to be perceptions without an object or for my perceptions to be true hallucinations. The truth of perception and the falsity of illusion must each be marked by some intrinsic characteristic, for otherwise we would never have a consciousness of a perception or an illusion as such, given that testimony of the other senses, of later experience, or of other people, which would remain the only possible criterion of differentiating them, has become itself uncertain. If the entire being of my perception and the entire being of my illusion is contained within their manner of appearing, then the truth that defines the one and the falsity that defines the other must also appear to me. Thus, between them there will be a difference of structure. A true perception will be, quite simply, a genuine perception. Illusion will not be a genuine perception. Certainty will have to be extended from vision or from sensation as conceived to perception as constitutive of an object. The transparency of consciousness entails the immanence and the absolute certainty of the object. Nevertheless, illusion essentially does not present itself as an illusion, and, even if I am unable to perceive an unreal object, I must here be able to at least lose sight of its unreality. There must be at least an unconsciousness of the non-perception. An illusion must not be what it appears to be, and, at least this once, the reality of an act of consciousness must be beyond its appearance. Shall we thus separate appearance from reality in the subject? But once this break is made, it cannot be repaired. The most clear appearance can from then on be deceptive, and this time it is the phenomenon of truth that becomes impossible. We do not have to choose between a philosophy of immanence or a rationalism that only accounts for perception and truth, and a philosophy of transcendence or of the absurd that only accounts for illusion or error. We only know that there are errors because we have truths, through which we correct the errors and recognize them as such. Reciprocally, the explicit recognition of a truth is much more than the mere existence of an uncontested idea in us, or the immediate faith in what appears. It presupposes an examination, a doubt, and a break with the immediate. It is the correction of a possible error. Every rationalism admits of at least one absurdity, namely that it must be formulated as a thesis. Every philosophy of the absurd recognizes at least one sense in the very affirmation of absurdity. I can only remain within the absurd if I suspend every affirmation, if, like Montaigne or like the schizophrenic, I restrict myself to an interrogation that must not even be formulated, for in formulating it I would turn it into a question that, like every determinate question, would envelop a response, or if, in short, I oppose to truth not the negation of truth, but rather a simple state of non-truth or of equivocation, that is, the actual opacity of my existence. In the same way, I can only remain within absolute evidentness if I hold back every affirmation, if nothing is for me evident in itself, and if, as Husserl suggests, I stand in wonder before the world 95 and cease to be complicit with it in order to reveal the flow of motivations that carry me into it, in order to awaken my life and to make it entirely explicit. When I want to go from this interrogation to an affirmation and, a fortiori, when I want to express myself, I crystallize a collection of indefinite motives in an act of consciousness. I enter back into the implicit, that is, into the equivocal and the play of the world. 96 The absolute contact of myself with myself, or the identity of being and appearing, cannot be posited, but merely lived prior to all affirmation. Thus, it is the same silence and the same void on both sides. The experience à l'épreuve of absurdity and that of absolute evidentness are interdependent and even indiscernible. The world only appears absurd if a demand of an absolute consciousness at each moment dissociates the significations with which the world is teeming and, reciprocally, if this demand is motivated by the conflict between these significations. Absolute evidentness and the absurd are equivalents, not merely as philosophical affirmations, but also as experiences. Rationalism and skepticism sustain themselves upon the actual life of consciousness that they both hypocritically imply, without which they could be neither thought nor even lived, and in which one cannot say that everything has a sense or that everything is nonsense, but merely that there is sense. As Pascal says, if we only push them slightly, we find that doctrines are teeming with contradictions, and yet they had the air of clarity, they had a sense at first glance. A truth against the background of absurdity, and an absurdity that the teleology of consciousness presumes to be able to convert into a truth, this is the originary phenomenon. To say that, in consciousness, appearance and reality are one, or to say that they are separated, is to render impossible the consciousness of anything, even as appearance. And yet there is consciousness of something, something appears, there is a phenomenon, such is the true cogito. Consciousness is neither the thematization of self, nor the ignorance of self, it is not hidden from itself, that is, there is nothing in it that is not in some way announced to it, even though it has no need of knowing it explicitly. In consciousness, appearance is not being, but phenomenon. This new cogito, because it is prior to revealed truth and error, makes them both possible. The lived is, of course, lived by me. I am not unaware of the feelings that I repress, and in this sense there is no unconsciousness. But I can live more things than I can represent to myself, my being is not reduced to what of myself explicitly appears to me. What is only lived is ambivalent, there are feelings in me to which I do not give a name, and also false joys to which I am not entirely committed. The difference between illusion and perception is intrinsic, and the truth of perception can only be read in perception itself. If I believe I see a large flat stone, which is in reality a patch of sunlight, far ahead on the ground in a sunken lane, I cannot say that I ever see the flat stone in the sense in which I will see the patch of sunlight while moving closer. The flat stone only appears, like everything that is far off, in a field whose structure is confused and where the connections are not yet clearly articulated. In this sense, the illusion, like the image, is not observable, that is, my body is not geared into it and I cannot spread it out before myself through some exploratory movements. And yet, I am capable of omitting this distinction, and I am capable of illusion. It is not true that, if I hold myself to what I truly see, I never make an error, nor is it true that sensation, at least, is indubitable. Every sensation is already pregnant with a sense, inserted into a confused or clear configuration, and there is no sensible given that remains the same when I pass from the illusory stone to the true patch of sunlight. The evidentness of sensation entails that of perception, and would render illusion impossible. I see the illusory stone in the sense that my entire perceptual and motor field gives to the light patch the sense of a stone on the lane. And I already prepare to sense the smooth and solid surface beneath my foot. This is because correct vision and illusory vision are not distinguished in the manner of adequate thought and inadequate thought, that is, in the manner of an absolutely full thought and an incomplete thought. I say that I perceive correctly when my body has a precise hold on the spectacle, but this does not mean that my hold is ever complete. It could only be complete if I had been able to reduce all of the object's interior and exterior horizons to the state of articulated perception, which is in principle impossible. In the experience of a perceptual truth, I presume that the concordance experienced up until now would be maintained for a more detailed observation. I put my confidence in the world. To perceive is suddenly to commit to an entire future of experiences in a present that never, strictly speaking, guarantees that future. To perceive is to believe in a world. It is this opening to a world that makes perceptual truth possible, or the actual realization of a Warneman 97, and permits us to cross out the preceding illusion, to hold it to be null and void. I saw a large shadow moving on the periphery of my visual field, and at a distance, I turn my gaze to the side and the phantasm shrinks and takes its proper place. It was only a fly close to my eye. I was conscious of seeing a shadow, and now I am conscious of having only seen a fly. My belonging to the world allows me to compensate for the fluctuations of the cogito, to displace one cogito in favor of another, and to meet up with the truth of my thought beyond its appearance. In the very moment of illusion, This correction was presented to me as possible because the illusion itself makes use of the same belief in the world, only contracts into a solid appearance thanks to this contribution, and hence, being always open to an horizon of presumptive verifications, the illusion does not separate me from truth. But, for the same reason, I am not protected from error, since the world that I aim at through each appearance, and that rightly or wrongly gives it the weight of truth, never necessarily requires this particular appearance. There is an absolute certainty of the world in general, but not of any particular thing. Consciousness is distant from being and from its own being, and at the same time united to them, through the thickness of the world. The true cogito is not the private exchange between thought with the thought that I am having this thought, for they only unite through the world. The consciousness of the world is not established upon self-consciousness, but they are strictly contemporaries. There is a world for me because I am not unaware of myself, I am not concealed from myself because I have a world. This pre-conscious possession of the world in the pre-reflective cogito remains to be analyzed. 3. The thing and the natural world. A. Perceptual constants. I. Constancy of form and of size. Even if it cannot be defined as such, a thing has stable characteristics or properties, and we will approach the phenomenon of reality by studying perceptual constants. To begin with, a thing has its size and its shape beneath perspectival variations, which are merely apparent. We do not attribute these appearances to the object, they are an accident of our relations with the object and they do not concern the object itself. What do we mean by this, and on what basis, then, do we judge that a form or a size are the form and the size of the object? The psychologist will say that for each object we are given sizes and forms that are always variable according to the perspective, and that we agree to consider as true the size that we obtain of the object at arm's length or the form that the object assumes when it is situated upon a plane that is parallel to the frontal plane. These are no more true than others, but with this typical distance and this orientation having been defined with the help of our body, the always given reference point, we always have the means of recognizing them, and they themselves provide a reference point to which we can ultimately fix the fleeting appearances, distinguish them from each other, and, in a word, construct an objectivity. For the square that is seen obliquely, which is more or less a diamond, is only distinguished from the true diamond if the orientation is taken into account. If, for example, the frontal presentation is chosen as the only decisive one, and if every appearance is related to what it would become under these specific conditions. But this psychological reconstitution of objective size and form takes for granted what was to be explained, namely, a range of determinate sizes and forms among which it would suffice to choose one, which would become the real size or the real form. As we have already said, for a single object that is moving away or that is spinning, I do not have a series of psychical images, increasingly small or increasingly distorted, among which I could make a conventional choice. If I account for my perception in these terms, this is because I already introduce the world, with its objective sizes and forms, into my perception. The problem is not simply to know how one size or one form, among all apparent sizes and forms, is held to be constant. The problem is much more radical. It involves attempting to understand how a determinate form or size, true, or even apparent, can appear in front of me, can crystallize the flow of my experiences, and can, in short, be presented to me. In a word, how can something be objective? At first glance, there certainly seems to be a way of evading the question, namely, by admitting that size and form are never ultimately perceived as attributes of an individual object, and that they are merely names for designating the relations between the parts of the phenomenal field. The constancy of real size or form throughout the variations of perspective would merely be the constancy of relations between the phenomenon and the conditions of its presentation. For example, the true size of my fountain pen is not like some quality inherent in one of my perceptions of the fountain pen. It is not, like redness, warmth, or sweetness, given or noticed in a perception. If it remains constant, this is not because I preserve the memory of a previous experience where I would have noticed it. Rather, it is the invariant or the law of corresponding variations of the visual appearance and of its apparent distance. Reality is not one privileged appearance that would remain beneath the others, it is the framework of relations to which all appearances will conform. If I hold my fountain pen close to my eyes such that it conceals almost the entire landscape, its real size remains quite modest, because this fountain pen that masks everything is also a fountain pen seen up close, and this condition, always noted in my perception, restores the appearance to its modest proportions. The square presented to me obliquely remains a square, not because I evoke in relation to this apparent diamond the well-known form of a square seen face on, but rather because the diamond appearance presented obliquely is immediately identical to the square appearance presented frontally, because I am given, along with each of its configurations, the orientation of the object that makes it possible, and because they are presented in a context of relations that, a priori, renders the different perspectival presentations equivalent. The cube whose sides are distorted by the perspective nevertheless remains a cube, not that I imagine the appearance that each of the 6 faces would in turn have if I were to turn it around in my hand, but rather because the perspectival distortions are not brute givens, and neither is, for that matter, the perfect form of the side facing me. If its full perceptual sense is worked out, each element of the cube indicates the current point of view of the observer upon it. A merely apparent form or size is one that is not yet situated within the rigorous system that phenomena and my body form together. As soon as it takes its place there, it regains its truth, the perspectival distortion is no longer suffered, but rather understood. Appearance is only illusory and, in the literal sense, it is only an appearance when it is indeterminate. The question of knowing how there are true, objective, or real forms or sizes for us is reduced to the question of knowing how there are determinate forms for us, and there are determinate forms, like a square, a diamond, or an actual spatial configuration, for us because our body, as a point of view upon things, and things, as abstract elements of a single world, form a system where each moment is immediately significative of all the others. A certain orientation of my gaze in relation to the object signifies a certain appearance of the object and a certain appearance of the objects nearby. In all of its appearances, the object preserves its invariable characteristics and itself remains invariable, and it is an object because all of the possible values that it could assume in terms of size and form are contained in advance in the formula of its relations with the context. What we affirm with the object as a definite being is, in fact, a facies totius universi, one that does not change, and the equivalence of all of the object's appearances and the identity of its being is established in the object. By following out the logic of objective size and form, we would see with Kant that it turns us back to positing a world as a rigorously connected system, that we are never enclosed within appearance, and that ultimately only the object can fully appear. Thus we place ourselves immediately within the object and we are unaware of the psychologist's problems. But have we truly overcome them? When it is said that true size or form are merely the constant law according to which appearance, distance, and orientation vary, it is implied that they could be treated as measurable sizes, and thus that they are already determinate, whereas the question is precisely to understand how they become determinate. Kant is right to say that perception is, of itself, polarized toward the object. But it is appearance as appearance that becomes incomprehensible in Kant. Given that the perspectival views upon the object are immediately placed back into the objective system of the world, the subject conceives of his perception and of the truth of his perception rather than perceiving. Perceptual consciousness does not present us with perception as a science, or the size and form of the object as laws, and the numerical determinations of science go back over the outline of a constitution of the world already accomplished prior to them. Kant, like the scientist, takes the results of this pre-scientific experience as acquired, and can only pass over this experience in silence because he makes use of its results. When I see the furniture of my room in front of me, the table with its form and size is not, for me, a law or a rule for the unfolding of phenomena. It is not an invariable relation, rather, because I see the table with its definite size and form, I presume for every change in distance or orientation a corresponding change of size or form, and not vice versa. Far from the thing reducing down to constant relations, the constancy of relations is grounded in the evidentness of the thing. For science and for objective thought, an object seen 100 paces away with a very small apparent size is indiscernible from the same object seen 10 paces away and at a greater angle, and the object is in fact nothing other than this constant product of distance multiplied by apparent size. But for me who is perceiving, the object at 100 paces is not present and real in the sense that the object at 10 paces is, and I identify the object in all of its positions, at all of its distances, and through all of its appearances, insofar as all of the perspectives converge toward the perception that I obtain for a certain typical distance and orientation. This privileged perception assures the unity of the perceptual process and gathers all of the other appearances into itself. For each object, just as for each painting in an art gallery, there is an optimal distance from which it asks to be seen, an orientation through which it presents more of itself, beneath or beyond which we merely have a confused perception due to excess or lack. Hence, we tend toward the maximum of visibility and we seek, just as when using a microscope, a better focus point to which is obtained through a certain equilibrium between the interior and the exterior horizons. A living body seen from too close, and lacking any background against which it could stand out, is no longer a living body, but rather a material mass as strange as the lunar landscape, as can be observed by looking at a segment of skin with a magnifying glass, and, seen from too far away, the living body again loses its living value, and is no longer anything but a puppet or an automaton. The living body itself appears when its microstructure is visible neither too much, nor too little, and this moment also determines its real form and size. The distance between me and the object is not a size that increases or decreases, but rather a tension that oscillates around a norm. The oblique orientation of the object in relation to me is not measured by the angle that it forms with the plane of my face, but rather experienced as a disequilibrium, as an unequal distribution of its influences upon me. Variations of appearance are not increases or decreases of size, nor real distortions, quite simply, sometimes its parts mix together and merge, sometimes they are clearly articulated against each other and reveal their riches. There is a point of maturity of my perception that at once satisfies these three norms and toward which the entire perceptual process tends. If I bring the object closer to me, or if I turn it around in my fingers in order to see it better, this is because every attitude of my body is immediately for me a power for a certain spectacle, because each spectacle is for me what it is within a certain kinesthetic situation, and because, in other words, my body is permanently stationed in front of things in order to perceive them and, inversely, appearances are always enveloped for me within a certain bodily attitude. Thus, if I know the relation from appearances to the kinesthetic situation, this is not through a law or from a formula, but rather insofar as I have a body and insofar as I am, through this body, geared into a world. And just as perceptual attitudes are not known by me individually, but rather implicitly given as stages in the gesture that lead to the optimal attitude, correlatively the perspectives that correspond to them are not thematized before me one after the other and are only presented as pathways toward the thing itself with its size and its form. Kant saw quite well that it is not a problem of knowing how determinate forms and sizes appear within my experience, since otherwise it would not be an experience of anything, and since every inner experience is only possible against the background of external experience. But from this Kant concluded that I am a consciousness who encompasses and constitutes the world, and, in this reflective movement, he passed over the phenomenon of the body and the phenomenon of the thing. On the contrary, if we want to describe these two phenomena, then we must say that my experience opens onto things and transcends itself in them because it always accomplishes itself within the framework of a certain arrangement with regard to the world that is the definition of my body. Sizes and forms only serve to modalize this overall hold upon the world. The thing is large if my gaze cannot encompass it, small if it does so easily, and medium sizes are distinguished from each other insofar as they, at an equal distance, more or less widen my gaze, or insofar as they, at unequal distances, widen it equally. The object is circular if, when all of its sides are equally close to me, it does not require any change of the curve of the movement of my gaze, or if such changes can be attributed to the oblique presentation according to the knowledge of the world that is given to me with my body. Point 3. Thus, it is certainly true that every perception of a thing, of a form, or of a size as real, or that every perceptual constancy sends us back to the positing of a world and a system of experiences in which my body and the phenomenon would be rigorously connected. But the system of experience is not spread out before me as if I were God, it is lived by me from a certain point of view. I am not the spectator of it, I am a part of it, and it is my inherence in a point of view that at once makes possible the finitude of my perception and its opening to the total world as the horizon of all perception. If I know that a tree on the horizon remains what it is in nearby perception, that it maintains its real form and size, this is merely insofar as this horizon is the horizon of my immediate surroundings, insofar as the perceptual possession of things that it contains is increasingly guaranteed to me. In other words, perceptual experiences are linked together, motivate each other, and are involved in each other. The perception of the world is nothing but an expansion of my field of presence, it does not transcend the essential structures of this field, and the body always remains an agent in and never becomes an object of this field. The world is an open and indefinite unity in which I am situated, as Kant indicates in the Transcendental Dialectic, but as he seems to forget in the Transcendental Analytic. 2. Constancy of color, the modes of appearance of color and lighting. The qualities of the thing, such as its color, its hardness, and its weight, teach us much more about it than its geometrical properties do. The table is and remains brown throughout all of the plays of light and in all types of lighting. To begin with, then, what is this real color and how do we have access to it? It will be tempting to respond that it is the color according to which I most often see the table, the one that it takes on in daylight, at close proximity, under normal conditions, in short, the most frequent conditions. When the distance is too large, or when the lighting has a color of its own, such as at sunset, or beneath an electric light, I displace the actual color to the benefit of a color from memory for which is predominant because it is inscribed in me by numerous experiences. The constancy of the color would thus be a real constancy. But here we have merely an artificial reconstruction of the phenomenon. For, if we consider perception itself, it cannot be said that the brown of the table is presented in all lighting conditions as the same brown, or as the same quality actually given by memory. A sheet of white paper in the shadows, that we recognize as such, is not purely and simply white, and it does not allow itself to be placed upon the white, black series in a satisfactory way. 5. Consider a white wall in the shadows and a gray piece of paper in the light. It cannot be said that the wall remains white and the paper gray, rather, the piece of paper makes more of an impression upon the gaze. 6. It is more luminous, more clear, whereas the wall is darker and more matte. It is merely, so to speak, the substance of the color that remains beneath the variations of the lighting. Point 7. The supposed constancy of colors does not prevent an incontestable change during which we continue to receive in vision the fundamental quality and, so to speak, what is substantial in it. 8. This same reason will prevent us from treating the constancy of colors as an ideal constancy and from relating it to judgment. For a judgment that would distinguish the contribution of the lighting in the given appearance would only come to an end with an identification of the object's proper color, and we have just seen that its color does not remain identical. The weakness of empiricism, just like intellectualism, is to fail to recognize colors other than the congealed colors that appear in a reflective attitude, whereas the color in living perception is an initial approach to the thing. This illusion that the world is made up of color qualities, which has been kept alive by physics, must be eliminated. As painters have observed, there are very few colors in nature. The perception of colors comes late for the child, and in every case it comes well after the constitution of the world. The Maoris have 3,000 color names, not because they perceive many, but rather because they do not identify them when they belong to structurally different objects. Point 9. As Skeeler said, perception goes directly to the things without passing through colors, just as it can grasp the expression of a gaze without thematizing the color of the eyes. We can only understand perception by accounting for a color function, which can remain even when the qualitative appearance is altered. I say that my pen is black and I see it as black in the sunshine. But this black is much less the sensible quality of blackness than it is a dark power that shines from the object, even when it is covered over by reflections, and this black as a dark power is only visible in the sense in which a moral blackness is visible. The real color remains beneath the appearances just as the background continues beneath the figure, that is, not as a quality that is seen or conceived, but rather as a non-sensorial presence. Physics and also psychology give an arbitrary definition of color that in fact only works for one of its modes of appearance, and which has long concealed from us all of the others. Herring asks that only the pure color be employed in the study and comparison of colors, that all extraneous circumstances be held to the side. We must work not on the colors that belong to a determinate object, but upon a quale, whether it is flat or whether it fills space, which subsists for itself without any determinate carrier. 10. The colors of the spectrum more or less fulfill these conditions. But these colored areas, Flächenfarben, are in fact merely one of the possible structures of color, and already the color of a piece of paper or a surface color, Oberflächenfarbe, no longer obeys the same laws. Differential thresholds are lower in surface colors than in colored areas. Point 11. Colored areas are localized at a distance, but in an imprecise way, they have a spongy appearance, whereas surface colors are thick and hold the gaze upon their surface. Moreover, colored areas are always parallel to the frontal plane, whereas surface colors can present all manner of orientations, and finally, colored areas are always vaguely flat and cannot mold to a particular form, and cannot appear as curved or as spread across a surface, without thereby losing their quality of being a colored area. Point 12. Again, these two modes of appearance of color both figure in the psychologist's experiments, where, for that matter, they are often confused. But there are many others of which the psychologists have long failed to speak: the color of transparent bodies, which occupy the three dimensions of space, Raumfarbe; the color of shimmer, glans; of glow, Glühen; of shine, Leuchten; and the color of lighting in general, which is so little confused with the color of the light source that the painter can represent the former by distribution of shadows and lights upon the objects without representing the latter. Point 13. Here the unquestioned belief is that this has to do with different arrangements of a perception of color that is in itself invariable, or with different forms given to a single sensible material. In fact, color functions differently when the supposed material absolutely disappears, since the articulation is obtained through a change of the sensible properties themselves. In particular, the distinction between the lighting and the object's own color does not result from an intellectualist analysis. It is not the imposition of notional significations upon a sensible matter, rather, it is a certain organization of color itself, the establishing of a lighting/object illuminated structure, which we must describe more closely if we want to understand the constancy of the thing's own color. Point 14. A blue piece of paper appears blue in gaslight. And yet, examining it with a photometer, we are surprised to notice that it sends to the eye the same mixture of rays as a brown piece of paper seen in daylight. Point 15. A white wall that is weakly illuminated, which appears in spontaneous vision as white, given the stipulations made above, appears gray-blue if we see it through the window of a screen that hides the light source from us. The painter achieves the same result without the screen and manages to see the colors according to how the quantity and quality of reflected light determine them, given that he isolates them from the surroundings by squinting, for example. This change in appearance is inseparable from a structural change in the color. At the moment we place the screen between our eye and the spectacle, or at the moment we squint, we free the colors from the objectivity of bodily surfaces and we reduce them to the simple condition of luminous areas. We no longer see real bodies, the wall, the piece of paper, with determinate colors and located in their place in the world. Rather, we see colored patches that are all vaguely situated upon the same fictional plane. Point 16. How exactly does the screen work? We will understand it better by observing the same phenomenon under different conditions. If we successively view the interior of two large boxes through an eye hole, the first one painted white and the other painted black, the first one weakly illuminated, the other strongly illuminated, in such a way that the quantity of light received by the eye is the same in both cases, and if it is set up such that there are no shadows and no irregularities in the paint, then they are indiscernible, and in both cases we see an empty space permeated by gray. Everything changes when a piece of white paper is introduced into the black box or black paper into the white box. Instantly the first appears as black and violently illuminated, and the other as white but weakly illuminated. For the lighting/object illuminated structure to be given, there must thus be at least two surfaces with different reflecting powers. Point 17. If it is arranged for the beam of light from an arc lamp to fall directly upon a black disk, itself spinning in order to eliminate the influence of any rough areas that it might still bear on its surface, then the disk appears, like the rest of the room, weakly illuminated, and the beam of light is a whitish solid whose base is constituted by the disk. If we place a piece of white paper in front of the disk, in the very same instant we see the black disk and the white paper, and both are violently illuminated. 18. The transformation is so complete that one has the impression of seeing a new disk appear. These experiments in which no screen is involved explain those where it is involved. The decisive factor in the phenomenon of constancy, that the screen puts out of play and that can be a factor in free vision, is the articulation of the whole field, the richness and sharpness of its structure. When the subject looks through the window of a screen, he can no longer survey or dominate, überschauen, the lighting relations, that is, he can no longer perceive in visible space the subordinate holes with their own brightnesses which stand out from each other. Point 19. When the painter squints, he destroys the organization of the field according to depth and, along with it, the precise contrasts of the lighting. No longer are there any determinate things with their own colors. If the experiment of the white paper in the shadow and the illuminated gray paper is started over again, and if the negative afterimages of the two perceptions are cast upon a screen, it is observed that the phenomenon of constancy is not preserved here, as if the constancy and the lighting/object illuminated structure could only occur in things and not in the diffuse space of afterimages. Point 20. By acknowledging that these structures depend upon the organization of the field, we immediately understand all of the empirical laws of the phenomenon of constancy. 21. That it is proportional to the size of the retinal area upon which the spectacle is projected, and all the more clear insofar as the fragment of the world projected is more extensive and more richly articulated within the retinal space in question, that it is less perfect in peripheral vision than in central vision, less perfect in monocular vision than in binocular vision, less perfect in brief vision than in prolonged vision. That it weakens at long distances, that it varies with individuals and according to the richness of their perceptual world, and that, finally, it is less perfect for colored lighting conditions, which efface the superficial structure of objects and level out the reflective power of the different surfaces, than it is for non-colored lighting conditions that respect these structural differences. Point 22. Thus, the connection between the phenomenon of constancy, the articulation of the field, and the phenomenon of lighting can be considered an established fact. This functional relationship, however, leads us to understand neither the terms that it unites, nor consequently their concrete relation, and the most significant benefit of the discovery would be lost if we do not hold ourselves to the simple observation of the corresponding variation of the three terms taken in their ordinary sense. In what sense must we say that the color of the object remains constant? What is the organization of the spectacle and the field where it is organized? And finally, what is lighting? Psychological induction remains blind if we do not succeed in gathering into a single phenomenon the three variables that it connotes, and if it does not lead us by the hand to an intuition where the supposed causes or conditions of the phenomenon of constancy will appear as moments of this phenomenon and in an essential relation with it. Point 23. Let us reflect, then, upon the phenomena that have just been revealed and attempt to see how they motivate each other in perception generally. First, Let us examine the strange mode of appearance of light or colors that we call lighting. What is strange here? What happens in the moment when a certain patch of light is taken as lighting, rather than counting for itself? It took centuries of painting before the reflections upon the eye were seen, without which the painting remains lifeless and blind, as in the paintings by primitive peoples. 24 The reflection is not seen for itself, since it was able to go unnoticed for so long, and yet it has its function in perception, since its mere absence is enough to remove the life and the expression from objects and from faces. The reflection is only seen out of the corner of the eye. It is not presented as an aim of our perception, it is the auxiliary or the mediator of our perception. It is not itself seen, but makes the rest be seen. Reflections and lighting in photography are often poorly portrayed because they are transformed into things, and if in a film, for example, a character enters a cave holding a lamp, we do not see the beam of light as an immaterial being that explores the darkness and makes objects appear. The beam solidifies, it is no longer capable of showing us the object at its other end. The passage of the light upon a wall only produces pools of dazzling brightness that are not localized upon the wall, but rather upon the surface of the screen. Lighting and reflection only play their role if they fade into the background as discrete intermediaries, and if they direct our gaze rather than arresting it. 25. But what should we conclude from this? If I am led through an unfamiliar apartment toward its owner, there is someone who knows on my behalf, someone to whom the unfolding of the visual spectacle offers a sense and moves toward a goal. I entrust myself or lend myself to this knowledge that I do not possess. When I am shown a detail of the landscape that I did not know how to distinguish on my own, there is someone here who has already seen, who already knows where to stand and where one must look to see this detail. The lighting directs my gaze and leads me to see the object, so in one sense it knows and sees the object. If I imagine an empty theater where the curtain rises upon an illuminated scene, it seems to me that the spectacle is visible in itself or ready to be seen, and that the light that explores the foreground and the background, forms shadows, and thoroughly penetrates the spectacle accomplishes a sort of vision out in front of us. Reciprocally, our own vision does nothing but take up for itself and follow out the encompassing of the spectacle through the pathways traced out for it by the lighting, just as in hearing a phrase we are surprised to find the trace of an external thought. We perceive according to light, just as in verbal communication we think according to others. 26 And just as communication presupposes, even though, in the case of new and authentic speech, it transcends it and enriches it, a certain linguistic arrangement by which a sense inhabits the words, so too perception presupposes in us a mechanism capable of responding to the solicitations of light according to their sense, that is, simultaneously according to their direction and their signification, which are but one, capable of drawing together the scattered visibility, and of achieving what is merely sketched out in the spectacle. This mechanism is the gaze, or in other words the natural correlation between appearances and our kinesthetic operations, which are not known through a law, but are lived as the engagement of our body in the typical structures of a world. Lighting and the constancy of the illuminated thing, which is its correlate, depend directly upon our bodily situation. If, in a brightly lit room, we observe a white disk placed in a shadow in the corner, the constancy of the white is imperfect. It improves when we approach the shadowy zone where the disk is located. It becomes perfect when we enter into this zone. 27 The shadow only truly becomes a shadow, and correlatively the disk only counts as white, when it ceases to be in front of us as something to see. It only becomes a shadow when it envelopes us, when it becomes our milieu, and when we establish ourselves in it. We can only understand this phenomenon if the spectacle, far from being a sum of objects, or a mosaic of qualities spread out before a cosmic subject, circumvents the subject and offers him a pact. Lighting is not on the side of the object, it is what we take up, what we adopt as a norm, whereas the illuminated thing stands in front of us and confronts us. Lighting is in itself neither color, nor even light, it is prior to the distinction between colors and lights. And this is why it always tends to become neutral for us. The shadowy light in which we remain becomes so natural for us that it is no longer even perceived as shadowy. Electric lighting, which seems yellow to us when we first leave the daylight, soon ceases to have any definite color for us, and, if some remnant of daylight penetrates into the room, it is this objectively neutral light that appears to us as tinted blue. 28 It must not be said that, once the yellow lighting provided by electricity has been perceived as yellow, we take this into account in the appreciation of appearances and ideally rediscover in this way the proper color of the objects. It must not be said that the yellow light, to the extent that it is generalized, is seen with the appearance of daylight and that thus the color of other objects truly remains constant. Rather, we must say that the yellow light, by taking on the function of lighting, tends to situate itself as prior to every color, tends toward the absence of color, and that correlatively objects distribute the colors of the spectrum according to the degree and to the mode of their resistance to this new atmosphere. Every color quality is thus mediated by a color function and is determined in relation to a level that is variable. The level is established, and along with it all of the color values that depend upon it, when we begin to live within the dominant atmosphere and redistribute upon the objects the colors of the spectrum in function of this fundamental tacit agreement. Our settling into a certain colored milieu, along with the transpositions of all color relations that it entails, is a bodily operation. I can only accomplish this by entering into this new atmosphere because my body is my general power of inhabiting all of the world's milieus, and the key to all of the transpositions and all of the equivalences that keep the world constant. Thus, lighting is merely one moment in a complex structure whose other moments are the organization of the field such as our body accomplishes it and the illuminated thing in its constancy. The functional correlations that can be discovered between these three phenomena are merely a manifestation of their essential coexistence. 29. Let us show this more clearly by emphasizing the two latter phenomena. What must we understand by the organization of the field? We have seen that, if a piece of white paper is introduced into the beam of light from an arc lamp, up until then having merged with the disk upon which it falls and perceived as a cone-shaped solid, the beam of light and the disk are immediately dissociated and the lighting adopts the quality lighting. The introduction of the paper into the beam of light, by making the non-solidity of the luminous cone clear, changes its sense with regard to the disk upon which it rests and makes it count as lighting. Things happen as if there were a lived incompatibility between the vision of the illuminated paper and that of a solid cone, and as if the sense of a part of the spectacle induced a reworking in the sense of the whole. Likewise, we have seen that, in the different parts of the visual field taken one by one, the proper color of the object and that of the lighting cannot be discerned, but that, in the whole of the visual field, through a sort of reciprocal action in which each part benefits from the configuration of the others, a general lighting emanates that gives each local color its true value. Everything happens, here again, as if the fragments of the spectacle, each one when taken separately being powerless to give rise to the vision of a lighting, made this possible through their union, and as if, through the color values scattered in the field, someone interpreted the possibility of a systematic transformation. When a painter wishes to represent a radiant object, he does not accomplish this so much by placing a lively color upon the object as by distributing as required its reflections and shadows upon the surrounding objects. 30 If we succeed momentarily in seeing an intaglio motif as one in relief, a seal for example, then we suddenly have the impression of a magical lighting that comes from the interior of the object. This is because the relations between light and shadows upon the seal are thus the reverse of what they should be, taking account of the lighting of the place. If a lamp is carried around a bust while maintaining a constant distance, even when the lamp itself is invisible, we perceive the rotation of the light source in the complex of changes in the lighting and the color that are given. 31 Thus, there is a logic of illumination, 32 or again a synthesis of illumination, 33 a compossibility of the parts of the visual field, which can of course be made explicit through disjunctive propositions, for example, if the painter wants to justify his painting in front of the art critic, but which is primarily lived as the consistency of the scene or of the reality of the spectacle. Moreover, there is a total logic of the painting or the spectacle, an experience of coherence between colors, spatial forms, and the sense of the object. A painting in an art gallery, seen from the appropriate distance, has its inner lighting that gives to each of its colored patches not merely their color value, but also a certain representative value. Seen from too close, it falls under the dominant lighting of the gallery, and the colors no longer act representatively, they no longer give the image of certain objects, but act as smears of paint upon a canvas. 34. If, before a mountainous landscape, we adopt the critical attitude that isolates a part of the field, the color itself changes, and this green, which was a meadow green isolated from the context, loses its thickness and its color at the same time that it loses its representative value. 35. A color is never simply a color, but rather the color of a certain object, and the blue of a rug would not be the same blue if it were not a woolly blue. The colors of the visual field, as we have just seen, form an ordered system around a dominant color, namely, the lighting taken as a level. Now we catch a glimpse of a deeper sense of the organization of the field. It is not merely colors, but also geometrical characteristics, all of the sensory givens, and the signification of objects, which form a system. Our perception is entirely animated by a logic that assigns to each object all of its determinations in relation to those of the others, and that crosses out as unreal every aberrant given. Our perception is entirely sustained by the certainty of the world. From this point of view, we finally see the true signification of perceptual constancies. The constancy of color is merely an abstract moment of the constancy of things, and the constancy of things is established upon the primordial consciousness of the world as the horizon of all of our experiences. Thus, it is not because I perceive constant colors beneath the variety of lightings that I believe in things, and the thing will not be a sum of constant characteristics. Rather, I discover constant colors to the extent that my perception is in itself open to a world and to things. 3. Constancy of sounds, temperatures, and weights. The phenomenon of constancy is general. It has been possible to speak of a constancy of sounds, 36, of temperatures, of weights, 37, and, in short, of tactile givens in the strict sense. This constancy is itself also mediated by certain structures, or certain modes of appearance of phenomena in each of these sensorial fields. The perception of weight remains the same regardless of the muscles that contribute to it and regardless of the initial position of these muscles. When we lift an object with our eyes closed, its weight is not different whether or not the hand is weighed down with a supplementary weight, and whether this weight itself acts through pressure on the back of the hand or through traction upon the palm, whether the hand acts freely or whether it is rather tied in such a way so that the fingers work alone, whether one finger or several perform the task, whether the object is lifted with the hand or with the head, a foot, or the teeth, and, finally, whether it is lifted in the air or through water. Thus the tactile impression is interpreted, taking into account the nature and number of organs brought into play, and even the physical circumstances in which it appears, and this is how impressions that are very different in themselves, like a pressure upon the skin of the forehead and a pressure upon the hand, mediate the same perception of weight. Here the assumption that the interpretation rests upon an explicit induction, and that, in previous experience, the subject was able to measure the incidence of these different variables upon the actual weight of the object, is impossible. The subject has probably never had the opportunity to interpret forehead pressures in terms of weight or to add the weight of the arm partially reduced through its immersion in water to the local impression of the fingers in order to discover the ordinary scale of weights. Even if it is admitted that the subject, through the use of his body, gradually acquired a scale of weight equivalences and learned that such an impression provided by the finger muscles is equivalent to this other impression provided by the whole hand, then such inductions, since he applies them to parts of his body that have never been used for lifting weights, must at least unfold within the framework of a comprehensive knowledge of the body that systematically encompasses all of its parts. The constancy of weight is not a real constancy, nor is it the permanence in us of an impression of weight provided by the most often used organs and restored in other cases through association. Will weight, then, be an ideal invariant, and the perception of weight a judgment by means of which, by relating in each case the impression with the bodily and physical conditions in which it appears, we discern, through a natural physics, a constant relation between these two variables. But this can only be a manner of speaking, for we do not know our body or the power, weight, and scope of our organs, like an engineer knows the machine he has assembled piece by piece. And when we compare the work of our hand to that of our fingers, they are distinguished or identified against the background of an overall power of our limb. Anterior to this comparison, the operations of different organs appear equivalent within the unity of an I can. Correlatively, the impressions provided by each of them are not really distinct and merely connected through an explicit interpretation, they are immediately given as different manifestations of real weight. The pre-objective unity of the thing is the correlate of the pre-objective unity of the body. Thus, the weight appears as the identifiable property of an object against the background of our body as a system of equivalent gestures. 4. The constancy of tactile experiences and movement. Asterisk. This analysis of the perception of weight clarifies the whole of tactile perception. The movement of one's own body is to touch what lighting is to vision. 38 Every tactile perception, at the same time that it opens onto an objective property, includes a bodily component, and, for example, the tactile localization of an object locates it in relation to the cardinal points of the body schema. At first glance, this property that draws an absolute distinction between touch and vision in fact allows us to bring them together. The visible object is surely in front of us and not on our eye, but we have seen that ultimately the visible position, size, and form are determined through the orientation, the scope, and the hold of my gaze upon them. And surely passive touch, such as touch by the inside of the ear or the nose, and in general by parts of the body that are ordinarily covered, hardly presents anything more than the state of one's own body to us, and presents us with almost nothing having to do with the object. Even in the most astute parts of our tactile surface, a pressure without any movement presents nothing but a barely identifiable phenomenon. 39 But there is also a passive vision with no gaze, such as the case of a dazzling light that does not display an objective space before us, and where the light ceases to be light in order to become painful, invading our eye itself. And just like the exploratory gaze of genuine vision, knowing touch 40 throws us beyond our body through movement. When one of my hands touches the other, the moving hand functions as subject, and the other as object. 41 There are tactile phenomena, the so-called tactile qualities, such as rough and smooth, which completely disappear if the exploratory movement is removed. Movement and time are not merely an objective condition of knowing touch, but rather a phenomenal component of tactile givens. They actualize the articulation of tactile phenomena, just as light sketches out the configuration of a visible surface. 42 Smoothness is not a sum of similar pressures, but rather the manner in which a surface makes use of the time of our tactile exploration or modulates the movement of our hand. The style of these modulations traces out as many modes of appearance of the tactile phenomenon, which are not reducible to each other and cannot be deduced from an elementary tactile sensation. There are surface touch phenomena, Oberflächentastungen, in which a two-dimensional tactile object offers itself to touch and more or less firmly resists penetration. There are three-dimensional tactile milieus, comparable to colored areas, such as a current of air or a current of water through which we drag our hand, and there is a tactile transparency layer, Durchtastigflächen. 43 The damp, the oily, and the sticky belong to a layer of more complex structures. 44 In a carved piece of wood that we touch, we immediately distinguish between the grain of the wood, which is its natural structure, and the artificial structure that it has been given by the woodcarver, just as the ear distinguishes a sound in the midst of other noises. 45 Here there are different structures of the exploratory movement, and the corresponding phenomena cannot be treated as a collection of elementary tactile impressions, since the supposed component impressions are not even given to the subject. If I touch a linen fabric or a brush, between the needles of the brush or the threads of the linen, there is not a tactile nothingness, but rather a tactile space without matter, that is, a tactile background. 46 If it is not actually decomposable, the complex tactile phenomenon, for the same reasons, will not be ideally decomposable, and if we wanted to define hardness or softness, roughness or smoothness, the sand-like or the honey-like, as so many laws or rules for the unfolding of tactile experience, then we would have to put into tactile experience the knowledge of the elements that the law coordinates. He who touches and who recognizes roughness or smoothness does not posit their elements nor the relations between them, he does not thoroughly conceive of them. It is not consciousness who touches or who palpates, it is the hand, and the hand is, as Kant says, man's outer brain. 47. In visual experience, which pushes objectification further than tactile experience, we can at least at first glance flatter ourselves that we constitute the world, because it presents a spectacle spread out before us at a distance and it gives us the illusion of being immediately present everywhere and of being situated nowhere. Tactile experience, however, adheres to the surface of our body, we cannot spread it out before ourselves and it does not fully become an object. Correlatively, as the subject of touch, I cannot flatter myself as being everywhere and nowhere, here I cannot forget that it is through my body that I go toward the world. Tactile experience is accomplished out in front of me, and is not centered in me. It is not me who touches, but rather my body. When I touch I do not conceive of a multiplicity, rather, my hands discover a certain style that is among their motor possibilities, and this is what is meant when one speaks of a perceptual field. I can only effectively touch if the phenomenon encounters an echo in me, if it is in accord with a certain nature of my consciousness, and if the organ that comes to encounter it is synchronized with it. The unity and the identity of the tactile phenomenon are not produced through a synthesis of recognition in the concept, they are established upon the unity and the identity of the body as a synergetic whole. Once the child uses the hand as a unitary grasping tool, it also becomes a unitary touching tool. 48. Not only do I use my fingers and my entire body as a single organ, but also, thanks to this unity of the body, the tactile perceptions obtained by one organ are immediately translated into the language of other organs. For example, the contact between our back or our chest with linen or wool remains within memory in the form of a contact with the hand. 49. And more generally in memory we can touch an object with parts of our body that have never actually touched it. 50. Each contact of an object with a part of our objective body is thus in fact a contact with the totality of the actual or possible phenomenal body. And this is how the constancy of a tactile object can be produced through its different manifestations. It is a constancy for my body, an invariant of my body's overall behavior. It carries itself beyond tactile experience through all of its surfaces and through all of its organs at once, and it has with it a certain schema typique of the tactile world. B. The thing or the real. I. The thing as norm of perception. We are now in a position to approach the analysis of the intersensory thing. The visual thing, the bluish disk of the moon, or the tactile thing, my head such as I sense it by palpating it, which remains for us the same throughout a series of experiences, is neither a quale that actually subsists nor the notion of the consciousness of such an objective property, but rather that which is met with or taken up by our gaze or by our movement, a question to which they respond precisely. The object that is presented to the gaze or to the palpation awakens a certain motor intention that is not directed at the movements of one's own body, but at the thing itself upon which it somehow hangs. And if my hand knows hardness and softness, if my gaze knows moonlight, then it is as a certain manner of connecting with the phenomenon and of communicating with it. Hardness and softness, coarseness and smoothness, and moonlight and sunlight in our memory are presented before all else, not as sensory contents, but as a certain type of symbiosis, a certain manner that the outside has of invading us, a certain manner that we have of receiving it, and the memory does nothing here but bring out the framework of perception from which it was born. If the constants of each sense are thus understood, it will not be a question of defining the intersensory thing in which they unite by a collection of stable attributes or by the notion of this collection. The sensory properties of a thing together constitute a single thing, just as my gaze, my touch, and all of my other senses are, together, the powers of a single body integrated into a single action. When I simply glance at the surface that I am about to recognize as the surface of the table, it already invites me to a particular focus and calls forth the focusing movement that will give it the surface's true appearance. Likewise, every object given to one sense calls forth the corresponding operation of all the others. I see a surface color because I have a visual field and because the arrangement of the field guides my gaze toward it. I perceive a thing because I have a field of existence and because each phenomenon that appears polarizes my entire body, as a system of perceptual powers, toward it. I go through appearances and I reach the real color or form when my experience is at its highest degree of clarity, and Berkeley can certainly counter that a fly would see the same object differently, or that a stronger microscope would transform it. These different appearances are, for me, appearances of a certain true spectacle, namely, the one where the perceived configuration, for a sufficient clarity, reaches its maximum richness. 51 I have visual objects because I have a visual field where richness and clarity are inversely related to each other, and because these two demands, of which each one taken separately goes on to infinity, once reunited, determine within the perceptual process a certain point of maturity and a maximum. Likewise, I call the experience of the thing or of reality, no longer merely of a reality for vision or for touch, but of an absolute reality, my full coexistence with the phenomenon at the moment when it would be in all relations at its maximum articulation, and the givens of the different senses are oriented toward this unique pole just as my sightings when looking through the microscope oscillate around a privileged sighting. I will not name a phenomenon a visible thing if it fails to offer some maximum of visibility across the various experiences that I have of it, such as colored areas, nor something that is far off and tiny on the horizon, that is vaguely located and diffuse at the zenith, that allows itself to be contaminated by the structures nearest to it and that does not oppose to them any configuration of its own, such as the sky. If a phenomenon, such as a reflection or a light breeze, only presents itself to one of my senses, then it is a phantom. 52 and it will only approach real existence if, by luck, it becomes capable of speaking to my other senses, as when the wind, for example, is violent and makes itself visible in the disturbances of the landscape. Cezanne said that a painting contained, in itself, even the odor of the landscape. 53 He meant that the arrangement of the color upon the thing, and in the work of art if it fully captures the thing, by itself signifies all of the responses that it would give to the interrogation of my other senses, that a thing would not have that color if it did not have this form, these tactile properties, that sonority or that odor, and that the thing is the absolute plenitude that projects my undivided existence in front of itself. 2. The existential unity of the thing. Asterisk. The unity of the thing, beyond all of its congealed properties, is not a substratum, an empty X, or a subject of inherence, but rather that unique accent that is found in each one, that unique manner of existing of which its properties are a secondary expression. For example, the fragility, rigidity, transparency, and crystalline sound of a glass expresses a single manner of being. If a patient sees the devil, he also sees his odor, his flames, and his smoke, because the meaningful unity devil is just this acrid, sulphurous, and burning essence. In the thing, there is a symbolism that links each sensible quality to the others. Heat is given in experience as a sort of vibration of the thing, color in turn is given as the thing going outside of itself, and it is a priori necessary that an extremely hot object turns red, for the excess of its vibration causes it to shine. 54 The unfolding of sensible givens beneath our gaze or beneath our hands is like a language that teaches itself, where signification would be secreted by the very structure of signs, and this is why it can be said that our senses literally interrogate the things and that the things respond to them. Sensible appearance is what reveals, conjugate, it expresses what it itself is not as such. 55 We understand the thing as we understand a new behavior, that is, not through an intellectual operation of subsumption, but rather by taking up for ourselves the mode of existence that the observable signs sketch out before us. A behavior outlines a certain manner of dealing with the world. Similarly, in the interaction of the things, each one is characterized by a sort of a priori that it observes in all of its encounters with the outside. The thing's sense inhabits it as the soul inhabits the body, it is not behind appearances. The sense of the ashtray, or at least its total and individual sense, such as is presented in perception, is not a certain ideal of the ashtray that coordinates the sensory appearances and that would only be accessible to the understanding. Rather, it animates the ashtray, and it is quite evidently embodied in it. This is why we say that in perception the thing is given to us in person, or in flesh and blood. Prior to other persons, the thing accomplishes this miracle of expression, an interior that is revealed on the outside, a signification that descends into the world and begins to exist there and that can only be fully understood 376 by attempting to see it there, in its place. Thus, the thing is the correlate of my body and, more generally, of my existence, of which my body is merely the stabilized structure. The thing is constituted in the hold my body has upon it. It is not at first a signification for the understanding, but rather a structure available for inspection by the body. And if we want to describe the real such as it appears to us in perceptual experience, we find it burdened with anthropological predicates. Given that relations among things or among the appearances of things are always mediated by our body, then the setting of our own life must in fact be all of nature. Nature must be our interlocutor in a sort of dialogue. And this is why we ultimately cannot conceive of a thing that could be neither perceived nor perceptible. As Berkeley said, even a desert that has never been visited has at least one spectator, and it is we ourselves when we think of it, that is, when we perform the mental experiment of perceiving it. The thing can never be separated from someone who perceives it, nor can it ever actually be in itself, because its articulations are the very ones of our existence, and because it is posited at the end of a gaze or at the conclusion of a sensory exploration that invests it with humanity. To this extent, every perception is a communication or a communion, the taking up or the achievement by us of an alien intention, or inversely the accomplishment beyond our perceptual powers and as a coupling of our body with the things. If this was not noticed earlier, it is because the becoming aware of the perceived world was made difficult by the prejudices of objective thought. The consistent function of objective thought is to reduce all of the phenomena that attest to the union of the subject and the world, and to substitute for them the clear idea of the object as an in itself and of the subject as a pure consciousness. Thus, objective thought cuts the ties that unite the thing and the embodied subject and leaves behind only sensible qualities for composing our world, to the exclusion of the modes of appearing that we described, and preferably visual qualities, because they have an autonomous appearance, because they are less directly tied to our body, and because they present us with an object rather than introducing us into a milieu. But in fact all things are concretions of a milieu, and every explicit perception of a thing is sustained by a previous communication with a certain atmosphere. We are not a mere collection of eyes, ears, tactile organs, and their prolongations to their respective parts in the brain. Just as all literary works are only instances of possible permutations of the sounds and letters that enter into a language, so also qualities of sensations are elements of which the great poem of our environment, Umwelt, consists. But just as certainly as one who knows only such sounds and letters knows nothing at all of world literature and its ultimate being and has nothing of such literature given to him, so also those to whom sensations are given not only have no world but also have nothing of the world. 56. 3. The thing is not necessarily an object. Asterisk. The perceived is not necessarily an object present in front of me as a term to be known, it might be a unit of value that is only present to me in practice. If a painting has been removed from a room in which we live, we can perceive a change without knowing what has changed. Everything that makes up part of my environment is perceived, and my environment includes everything with whose existence or absence, with whose being so or other than so, I practically reckon. 57, the storm that has not yet broken, whose signs I could not even list and that I do not even foresee, but for which I am equipped and prepared, the periphery of the visual field that the hysteric does not explicitly grasp, but that nevertheless co-determines his movement and his orientation, the respect for other men, or that loyal friendship that I no longer even noticed, but that were nevertheless present for me since, when they are withdrawn, I am left off balance. 58 Love is in the bouquets that Felix de Vandenus prepares for Madame de Mortsauf. As I picked the flowers, one by one, cutting them near the root, admiring them, I reflected that their leaves and coloring had a harmony, a poetry which found its way into the understanding by charming the eye, just as musical phrases arouse 1,000 memories in the hearts of those who love and are beloved. If color is organic light, must it not have a meaning in the same way that organized vibrations of the air have theirs? Love has its coat of arms, and the Countess deciphered it. She gave me one of those incisive glances that resemble the cry of a sick man when his wound is touched. She was both shamefaced and delighted. 59. It is evident that the bouquet is a bouquet of love, and yet it is impossible to say what in the bouquet signifies love, and this is precisely why Madame de Mortsauf can accept it without violating her vows. The only way of understanding the bouquet is by looking at it, but then it says what it means. Its signification is the trace of an existence, legible and comprehensible for another existence. Natural perception is not a science, it does not posit the things upon which it bears, and it does not step back from them in order to observe them, rather, it lives among them and is the opinion or the originary faith that ties us to a world as if to our homeland. The being of the perceived is the pre-predicative being toward which our total existence is polarized. 4. The real as the identity of all the givens among themselves, as the identity of the givens and their sense. However, we have not exhausted the sense of the thing by defining it as the correlate of our body and of our life. After all, we only grasp the unity of our body in the unity of the thing, and only by beginning with things do our hands, our eyes, and all of our sense organs appear to us as interchangeable instruments. The body by itself, or the body at rest, is merely an obscure mass. We perceive it as a precise and identifiable being when it moves itself toward a thing, insofar as it projects itself intentionally toward the outside, but this perception is, for that matter, merely out of the corner of the eye and on the margins of consciousness, whose center is occupied by things and by the world. One cannot, as we said, conceive of a perceived thing without someone who perceives it. But moreover, the thing is presented as a thing in itself even to the person who perceives it, and thereby poses the problem of a genuine in itself for us. We do not ordinarily catch sight of this because our perception, in the context of our everyday dealings, bears upon the things just enough to find in them their familiar presence, and not enough to rediscover what of the non-human is hidden within them. But the thing is unaware of us, it remains in itself. We will see this if we suspend our everyday dealings and bring a metaphysical and disinterested attention to bear upon the thing. The thing is then hostile and foreign, it is no longer our interlocutor, but rather a resolutely silent other outre, a self that escapes us as much as the intimacy of an external consciousness does. The thing and the world, we said, are presented to perceptual communication like a familiar face whose expression is immediately understood. But a face in fact only expresses something through the arrangement of colors and lights that compose it. The sense of this facial expression is not behind its eyes, but upon them, and a touch of color more or less is enough for the painter to transform the facial expression of a portrait. In the works of his youth, Cézanne sought to paint the expression first, and this is why he missed it. He gradually learned that expression is the language of the thing itself, and is born of its configuration. His painting is an attempt to connect with the physiognomy of things and faces through the complete restitution of their sensible configuration. This is what nature effortlessly accomplishes at every moment. And this is why Cézanne's landscapes are those of a pre-world where there were still no men 60. The thing appeared to us above as the term or end of a bodily teleology, and as the norm of our psychophysiological arrangement. But that was merely a psychological definition that did not make explicit the full sense of the thing defined, and that reduced the thing to the experiences in which we encounter it. We now discover the core of reality. A thing is a thing because, no matter what it says to us, it says it through the very organization of its sensible appearances. The real is this milieu where each moment is not only inseparable from the others, but in some sense synonymous with them, where the appearances signify each other in an absolute equivalence. The real is the insurmountable plenitude, it is impossible to describe fully the color of a carpet without saying that it is a carpet, or a woolen carpet, and without implying in this color a certain tactile value, a certain weight, and a certain resistance to sound. The thing is this manner of being in which the complete definition of an attribute demands that of the entire subject, and where, consequently, its sense is indistinguishable from its total appearance. Again, Cézanne said, the drawing and the color are no longer distinct. As soon as you paint you draw, the more the colors harmonize, the more precise the drawing becomes. When the color is at its richest, the form is at its fullest. 61 With the lighting/object illuminated structure, foreground and background are possible. With the appearance of the thing, univocal forms and locations are ultimately possible. The system of appearances and pre-spatial fields becomes anchored and ultimately becomes a space. But it is not only geometrical characteristics that merge with color. The very sense of the thing is constructed before our eyes, a sense that no verbal analysis could exhaust and that merges with the presentation of the thing in its evidentness. Every touch of color that Cézanne puts down must, as Émile Bernard says, contain the air, the light, the object, the relief, the character, and the style. 62 Each fragment of a visible spectacle satisfies an infinite number of conditions, and it belongs to the real to contract an infinity of relations into each of its moments. Like the thing, the painting must be seen and not defined, but in the end, even if it is like a little world that opens up within the larger one, it cannot lay claim to the same solidity. We sense quite clearly that the painting is intentionally fabricated, that in its sense precedes existence, and it only wraps itself in the minimum amount of matter required to be communicated. On the contrary, the miracle of the real world is that in its sense and existence are one, and that we see sense take its place in existence once and for all. In imagination, I have hardly formed the intention to see before I already believe that I have seen. Imagination is without depth, it does not respond to our attempts to vary our points of view, it does not lend itself to our observation. 63 We are never geared into the imagination. In each perception, however, it is the matter itself that takes on sense and form. If I am waiting for someone at the door of a house on a poorly lit street, each person who comes through the door appears momentarily under a confused form. Someone is leaving the house, and I do not yet know if I can recognize this person as the one I am waiting for. The well-known silhouette will be born from this fog like the earth from its nebula. The real stands out against our fictions because in the real sense surrounds matter and penetrates it deeply. Once a painting has been torn to pieces, we have in our hands nothing but pieces of canvas smeared with paint. If we shatter a stone, and then the fragments of this stone, the pieces we obtain are still pieces of stone. The real lends itself to an infinite exploration, it is inexhaustible. This is why human objects and utensils appear as if placed into the world, whereas things are rooted in a background of non-human nature. For our existence, the thing is much less a pole of attraction than a pole of repulsion. We do not see ourselves in it, and this is precisely what makes it a thing. We do not begin by knowing the perspectival appearances of the thing, it is not mediated by our senses, our sensations, or our perspectives, we go straight to the thing, and only secondarily do we notice the limits of our knowledge and of ourselves as knowing. V. The thing prior to man. Asterisk. Here is a die, let us consider it such as it is presented in the natural attitude to a subject who has never interrogated his own perception and who lives among things. The die is there, it rests in the world. If the subject moves around it, these are not signs, but rather sides of the die that appear, he does not perceive projections or even profiles of the die, rather, he sees the die itself sometimes from here, and sometimes from over there. The appearances that have not yet congealed communicate among themselves, pass into each other, they all emanate from a central Werfelhaftigkeit Kubness 64 which is their mystical link. A series of reductions takes place from the moment we take the perceiving subject into consideration. First, I notice that this die is only for me. Perhaps my neighbors do not see it after all, and from this first observation the die already loses something of its reality, it ceases to be in itself in order to become the center of a personal history. Then I notice that the die is only, strictly speaking, given to me through vision, and suddenly I merely have the envelope of the total die. It loses its materiality, it empties out, and it is reduced to a visual structure of form and color, shadows and lights. At least form, color, shadows and lights are not in the void, they still have a support, namely, the visual thing. In particular, the visual thing still has a spatial structure that affects its qualitative properties with a particular value, for if I am told that this die is an illusory one, its color immediately changes, it no longer has the same manner of modulating space. All the spatial relations that one could find in the die by working them out, such as the distance from its near face to its rear face, the real value of its angles, or the real direction of its sides, are undivided in its being as a visible die. Through a third reduction, we move from the visual thing to the perspectival appearance. I observe that all of the die's faces cannot fall beneath my gaze, and that certain of them undergo deformations. Finally, through a last reduction, I reach the sensation that is no longer a property of the thing nor even of the perspectival appearance, but rather a modification of my body. 65 The experience of the thing does not go through all of these mediations and, consequently, the thing is not presented to a mind that would grasp each constitutive layer as representative of the higher layer and that would construct the thing straight through. Before all else, the thing is in its evidentness, and every attempt to define it, either as the pole of my bodily life, as the permanent possibility of sensations, or as the synthesis of appearances, substitutes for the thing itself in its originary being an imperfect reconstitution of the thing with the help of subjective bits and pieces. How might we simultaneously understand that the thing is the correlate of my knowing body and that the thing denies this body? 6. The thing beyond anthropological predicates because I am in the world. What is given is not the thing alone, but also the experience of the thing, a transcendence in the wake of a subjectivity, a nature that shines forth through a history. If we attempted to follow realism in turning the perception into a coinciding with the thing, then we could no longer even understand the nature of the perceptual event, how the subject can assimilate the thing, or how the subject can carry the object into his history after having coincided with it, for in realism, the subject necessarily possesses nothing of the object. We must live things in order to perceive them. And yet we also reject the idealism of synthesis because it distorts our lived relation with things. If the perceiving subject accomplishes the synthesis of the perceived, he must dominate and think a material of perception, he must himself organize and unite all of the appearances of the thing, that is, perception must lose its inherence in an individual subject and in a point of view, and the thing must lose its transcendence and its opacity. To live a thing is neither to coincide with it, nor to think it straight through. Thus, our problem becomes clear. The perceiving subject must, without leaving his place or his point of view in the opacity of sensing, tend toward things whose key he does not hold in advance, and whose design projet he nevertheless carries within himself. He must open up to an absolute other that he prepares from deeper within himself. The thing is not a block, perspectival aspects and the flow of appearances, if they are not explicitly posited, are at least ready to be perceived and given in non-thetic consciousness, just to the extent necessary so that I can escape from them in the thing. When I perceive a pebble, I am not explicitly conscious of only knowing it through vision, of only having certain perspectival aspects of it, and yet this analysis, if I undertake it, does not surprise me. I knew silently that the total perception went through and made use of my gaze, and that the pebble appeared to me in full light in front of the compacted darkness of the organs of my body. I guessed the possible fissures in the solid block of the thing given a simple fantasy of closing an eye or of thinking of perspective. This is how it is true to say that the thing is constituted in a flow of subjective appearances. And nevertheless, I did not constitute it at the time, that is, I did not actively, and through an inspection of the mind, posit the relations of all the sensory profiles among themselves and with my sensory mechanisms. This is what we expressed by saying that I perceive with my body. The visual thing appears when my gaze, following the indications of the spectacle and gathering together the lights and the shadows that are scattered there, approaches the illuminated surface as what the light manifests. My gaze knows what such a patch of light signifies in such a context, and it understands the logic of illumination. More generally, there is a logic of the world that my entire body merges with and through which intersensory things become possible. My body, insofar as it is capable of synergy, knows what more or less of some color signifies for the totality of my experience, and my body immediately grasps the effect of this change in the presentation and in the sense of the object. To have senses such as vision is to possess this general arrangement, this schema typique of possible visual relations with the help of which we are capable of taking up every given visual constellation. To have a body is to possess a universal arrangement, a schema of all perceptual developments and of all intersensory correspondences beyond the segment of the world that we are actually perceiving. Thus, a thing is not actually given in perception, it is inwardly taken up by us, reconstituted and lived by us insofar as it is linked to a world whose fundamental structures we carry with ourselves and of which this thing is just one of several possible concretions. Although lived by us, the thing is no less transcendent to our life, because the human body, along with its habits that outline a human environment around itself, is crossed by a movement toward the world itself. Animal behavior aims at an animal milieu, Umwelt, and at centers of resistance, Widerstand. When the attempt is made to submit this behavior to natural stimuli stripped of concrete signification, neuroses appear. 66 Human behavior opens onto a world, Welt, and to an object, Gegenstand, beyond the tools that it constructs. It can even treat one's own body as an object. Human life is defined by this power that it has of denying itself in objective thought, and it draws this power from its primordial attachment to the world itself. Human life understands not only some definite milieu, but rather an infinity of possible milieus, and it understands itself because it is thrown into a natural world. C. The natural world. I. The world as schema. As a style. As an individual. Thus, this originary comprehension of the world must be clarified. We said that the natural world is the schema typique of intersensory relations. We do not mean, in the Kantian manner, that it is an invariable system of relations to which every existing thing is subjected if it is to be known. It is not like a crystal cube, where all possible presentations can be conceived by its law of construction and that even allows its hidden sides to be seen in its present transparency. The world has its unity without the mind having succeeded in linking its sides together and in integrating them in the conception of a geometrical plan. This unity is comparable to that of an individual whom I recognize in an irrecusable evidentness prior to having succeeded in giving the formula of his character, because he conserves the same style in all that he says and in all of his behavior, even if he changes milieu or opinions. A style is a certain way of handling situations that I identify or understand in an individual or for a writer by taking up the style for myself through a sort of mimicry, even if I am incapable of defining it, and the definition of a style, as accurate as it might be, never presents the exact equivalent and is only of interest to those who have already experienced the style. I experience éprouvé the unity of the world just as I recognize a style. Moreover, the style of a person or of a town does not remain constant for me. After 10 years of friendship, and without even taking into account changes from growing older, it seems to be a relationship with a different person. After 10 years of living in a neighborhood, it seems to be a different neighborhood. Yet this is only the knowledge of things that varies. Almost unnoticeable upon my first glance, this knowledge is transformed through the unfolding of perception. The world itself remains the same world throughout my entire life because it is precisely the permanent being within which I make all corrections to knowledge, a permanent being that is not affected in its unity by these corrections, and whose evidentness polarizes my movements toward the truth through appearance and error. The world is on the margins of the infant's first perception, like a still unknown though irrecusable presence, which knowledge subsequently determines and fills out. If I make a mistake, I must rework my certainties and I must expel my illusions from being, but I do not for a moment doubt that things in themselves have been compatible and composable, because from the very beginning I am in communication with a single being, an immense individual from which my experiences are drawn, and who remains on the horizon of my life, just as the constant hum of a large city serves as the background for everything we do there. Sounds and colors are said to belong to a sensory field, because sounds, once perceived, can only be followed by other sounds or by silence, which is not an auditory nothingness, and which thus preserves our communication with sonorous being. If I am reflecting, and if during that time I cease listening, the moment I regain contact with sounds they appear to me as already there. I pick up a thread that I had dropped, but that was not broken. The field is a structure that I have for a certain type of experiences, and that, once established, cannot be cancelled. 2. The world appears perspectively, but is not posited by a synthesis of understanding. * 67. Our possession of the world is of the same genre, except that one can conceive of a subject without an auditory field, but not of a subject without a world. 68 Just as the absence of sound for the hearing subject does not break the communication with the sonorous world, so too the absence of the visual or auditory world for the subject who is blind or deaf from birth does not break the communication with the world in general. There is always something opposite this subject, something of being to be deciphered, an omnitudo realitatis. 69 And this possibility is forever established by the first sensory experience, as narrow or imperfect as it might be. We have no other way of knowing what the world is than by taking up this affirmation that is made in us at each moment, and every definition of the world would merely be an abstract description that would mean nothing to us if we did not already have access to the definite, if we did not know it through the simple fact that we exist. All of our logical operations of signification must be established upon the experience of the world, and the world itself is thus not a certain signification common to all of our experiences that we discern through them, nor an idea that comes to animate the material of knowledge. We do not have a series of profiles of the world whose unity would be established in us by consciousness. The world certainly appears perspectively, and primarily spatially. I only see the southern side of the boulevard, and if I crossed the street I would see its northern side. I only see Paris, and the countryside that I have just come back from has fallen again into a sort of dormant life. And on a deeper level, spatial profiles are also temporal, and elsewhere is always something that we have seen or that we could see, and even if I perceive it as simultaneous with the present, this is because it is part of the same wave of duration. 3. Transition synthesis. *. The town I am approaching changes appearance, which I experience when I look away for a moment and then look at it again. But the profiles do not succeed each other and are not juxtaposed in front of me. My experience in these different moments is united with itself in such a way that I do not have different perspectival views linked together through the conception of an invariant. The perceiving body does not occupy different points of view in turn beneath the gaze of a consciousness who has no place and who thinks these perspectives. It is reflection that objectifies points of view or perspectives. When I perceive, I am directed toward the entire world through my point of view, and I do not even know the limits of my visual field. The diversity of points of view is only suspected through an imperceptible slippage, or through a certain indeterminacy bouge of the appearance. If successive profiles are actually distinguished, such as when I approach a town by car and only look at it intermittently, there is no longer a perception of the town. I suddenly find myself before another object without any common measure with the previous one. I ultimately judge, it's Chartres, I weld together the two appearances, but only because they are both drawn from a single perception of the world, which cannot consequently admit the same discontinuity. The perception of the thing and of the world can no more be constructed from distinct profiles than binocular vision of an object from two monocular images, and my experiences of the world are integrated into a single world just as the double image disappears into the single thing when my finger ceases to press on my eyeball. I do not have one perspectival view, then another, along with a link established by the understanding. Rather, each perspective passes into the other and, if one can still speak here of a synthesis, then it will be a transition synthesis 70. In particular, present vision is not limited to what my visual field actually presents to me, and the next room, the landscape behind that hill, or the interior or the back of this object is not evoked or represented. My point of view is for me much less a limitation on my experience than a way of inserting myself into the world in its entirety. When I gaze upon the horizon, it does not cause me to think of that other landscape that I would see if I were there, nor does that one cause me to think of a third, and so on. I do not imagine anything, but all of the landscapes are already there in the concordant series and open infinity of their perspectives. When I gaze upon the brilliant green of Cézanne's vase, it does not cause me to think of pottery, it presents it to me, it is there, along with its thin and smooth outer surface, and its porous interior, in the particular manner in which the green is modulated. Within the interior and exterior horizon of the thing or the landscape there is a co-presence or a coexistence of profiles that are tied together through space and time. The natural world is the horizon of all horizons, and the style of all styles, which ensures my experiences have a given, not a willed, unity beneath all of the ruptures of my personal and historical life. The counterpart of the natural world is the given, general, and pre-personal existence in me of my sensory functions, which is where we discovered the definition of the body. 4. Reality and incompleteness of the world is open. But how could I have the experience of the world as an actually existing individual, since none of the perspectival views that I have of it exhausted, since its horizons are always open, and since, on the other hand, no form of knowledge, not even science, gives us the invariable formula of a facies totius universi? How might anything ever be presented to us definitively, since the synthesis of it is never completed, and since I can always expect to see it break apart and pass to the status of a simple illusion? And yet, there is something rather than nothing. Something is determinate, at least to a certain degree of relativity. Even if I ultimately do not know the stone absolutely, even if knowledge about the stone gradually approaches infinity but is never completed, it still is the case that the perceived stone is there, that I recognized it, that I named it, and that we agree upon a certain number of claims regarding it. So it seems we are led into a contradiction. The belief in the thing and in the world can only signify the presumption of a completed synthesis, and yet this completion is rendered impossible by the very nature of the perspectives to be tied together, since each of them refers indefinitely to other perspectives through its horizons. There is indeed a contradiction, so long as we are operating within being, but the contradiction ceases, or rather is generalized, it becomes linked to the ultimate conditions of our experience, and it merges with the possibility of living and thinking, if we operate within time, and if we succeed in understanding time as the measure of being. The synthesis of horizons is essentially temporal, that is, it is not subjected to time, it does not suffer time, and it does not have to overcome time, but rather, it merges with the very movement by which time goes by. Through my perceptual field with its spatial horizons, I am present to my surroundings, I coexist with all the other landscapes that extend beyond, and all of these perspectives together form a single temporal wave, an instant of the world. Through my perceptual field with its temporal horizons, I am present to my present, to the entire past that has preceded it, and to a future. And at the same time, this ubiquity is not actual, it is clearly only intentional. The landscape that I have before my eyes can certainly announce to me the shape of the landscape hidden behind the hill, but it only does so with a certain degree of intermination, for here there are fields, while over there might be a forest, and, in any case, beyond the next horizon I know only that there will be either land or sea, and beyond again, either open sea or frozen sea, and beyond again, either earth or sky, and, within the confines of the earth's atmosphere, I know only that there will be something to see in general. I possess no more than the abstract style of these distant landscapes. Likewise, even though each past is gradually enclosed entirely in the more recent past that it had immediately succeeded, thanks to the interlocking of intentionalities, the past degrades, and my first years are lost in the general existence of my body, of which I know merely that it was already confronted with colors, sounds, and a similar nature to the one I presently see. My possession of the distant landscape and of the past, like my possession of the future, is thus only a possession in principle. My life slips away from me on all sides, and it is circumscribed by impersonal zones. The contradiction that we find between the reality of the world and its incompleteness is the contradiction between the ubiquity of consciousness and its engagement in a field of presence. But let us look more closely. Is this really a contradiction and a dilemma? If I say that I am enclosed in my present, since after all one passes through an unnoticeable transition from the present to the past, or from the near to the far, and since it is impossible to separate strictly the present from what is merely a present at 71, then the transcendence of distant landscapes invades my present and introduces a suspicion of unreality even into the experience with which I believe I coincide. If I am here and now, I am neither here nor now. If, however, I take my intentional relations with the past and with elsewhere to be constitutive of the past or of elsewhere, if I want to remove consciousness from every place and every temporality, and if I am everywhere that my perception and my memory take me, then I cannot inhabit any time, and the privileged reality that defines my current present disappears, along with the reality of my previous presence or my eventual presence. If the synthesis could be actual, if my experience formed a closed system, if the thing and the world could be defined once and for all, if spatio-temporal horizons could, even ideally, be made explicit, and if the world could be conceived from nowhere, then nothing would exist. I would survey the world from above, and far from all places and times suddenly becoming real, they would in fact cease to be real because I would not inhabit any of them and I would be nowhere engaged. If I am always and everywhere, then I am never and nowhere. Thus, there is no choice between the incompleteness of the world and its existence, between the engagement and the ubiquity of consciousness, or between transcendence and immanence, since each of these terms, when it is affirmed by itself, makes its contradiction appear. What must be understood is that for the same reason I am present here and now, and present elsewhere and always, or absent from here and now and absent from every place and from every time. This ambiguity is not an imperfection of consciousness or of existence, it is their very definition. V. The world as the nucleus of time. Asterisk. Time understood broadly, that is, the order of coexistences as much as the order of successions, is a milieu to which one can only gain access and that one can only understand by occupying a situation within it, and by grasping it as a whole through the horizons of this situation. The world, which is the nucleus of time, only subsists through this unique movement that simultaneously separates and brings together the appresented and the present, and consciousness, which is taken as the place of clarity, is in fact the very place of equivocation. Given these conditions, one could certainly say, if one wanted to, that nothing absolutely exists, and it would be in fact more precise to say that nothing exists and that everything is temporalized. But temporality is not a diminished existence. Objective being is not full being. The model is provided to us by these things before us that, at first glance, seem absolutely determinate, that stone is white, hard, and warm, the world appears to crystallize in it, and it seems that the stone has no need of time in order to exist, that it is entirely spread out in the instant, and that every surplus of existence is for it a new birth. One would be tempted to believe for a moment that the world, if it is something, could not be anything but a sum of things analogous to the stone, and time nothing but a sum of perfect instants. Such is the Cartesian world and Cartesian time, and it is certainly true that this conception of being is somehow inevitable, since I have a visual field with circumscribed objects, a sensible present, and that every elsewhere is given as another here, every past and every future as a previous or a future present. The perception of a single thing forever establishes the ideal of objective or explicit knowledge that classical logic works out. But as soon as we press on these certainties, and as soon as we awaken the intentional life that engenders them, we realize that objective being has its roots in the ambiguity of time. I cannot conceive of the world as a sum of things, nor time as a sum of punctual nows, since each thing can only be presented with its full determinations if the other things recede into the vagueness of the distance, since each present can only be presented in its reality by excluding the simultaneous presence of previous and later presents, and since, in this way, a sum of things or a sum of presents is nonsensical. Things and instants can only be linked together to form a world through this ambiguous being that we call subjectivity, and can only become co-present from a certain point of view and only in intention. Objective time, which flows by and exists part by part, would not even be suspected if it were not enveloped by an historical time that is projected from the living present toward a past and toward a future. The supposed fullness of the object and of the instant only springs forth in the face of the imperfection of intentional being. A present without a future, or an eternal present, is precisely the definition of death. The living present is torn between a past that it takes up and a future that it projects. Thus, it is essential for the thing and for the world to be presented as open, to send us beyond their determinate manifestations, and to promise us always something more to see. This is what is sometimes expressed when it is said that the thing and the world are mysterious. They are indeed mysterious, as soon as we do not limit ourselves to their objective appearance, and as soon as we place them back into the milieu of subjectivity. They are even an absolute mystery, which admits of no elucidation, not through a temporary flaw in our knowledge, for then it would fall back to the status of a mere problem, but rather because it is not of the order of objective thought where there are solutions. There is nothing to see beyond our horizons except still other landscapes and other horizons. There is nothing within the thing except other, smaller things. The ideal of objective thought is simultaneously grounded upon and left in ruins by temporality. The world, in the full sense of the word, is not an object, it is wrapped in objective determinations, but also has fissures and lacunae through which subjectivities become lodged in it or, rather, which are subjectivities themselves. We understand now why things, which owe their sense to the world, are not significations presented to the intelligence, but are rather opaque structures, and why their final sense remains foggy. The thing and the world only exist as lived by me, or as lived by subjects like me, since they are the interlocking of our perspectives, but they also transcend all perspectives because this interlocking is temporal and incomplete. It seems to me that the world itself lives outside of me, just as absent landscapes continue to live beyond my visual field, and just as my past was previously lived prior to my present. D. Verification through the analysis of hallucination. I. Hallucination is incomprehensible for objective thought. Hallucination disintegrates the real before our eyes and substitutes for the real a quasi-reality, and in these two ways the hallucinatory phenomenon carries us back to the pre-logical foundations of our knowledge and confirms what we have just said about the thing and the world. The most important fact is that patients distinguish, for the most part, between their hallucinations and their perceptions. Schizophrenics who have tactile hallucinations of injections or of electrical currents give a start when they are given a shot of ethyl chloride or a genuine electrical current. That time, they say to the doctor, "It came from you, because you are going to operate." Another schizophrenic, who claims to see a man in the garden stop beneath his window, and having indicated the location, clothing, and posture of the man, is astonished when someone is actually placed in the garden, at the spot indicated, in the same outfit, and standing with the same posture. He stares attentively. It's true, there is someone there, but it is another person. And yet, he refuses to count two men in the garden. One patient, who has never doubted her voices, when she is made to listen to a gramophone recording of voices analogous to her own, interrupts her work, raises her head without turning around, and sees a white angel appear as happens when she hears her voices, but she does not count this experience among those of the voices of the day. This time it was not the same thing, it was a direct voice, perhaps the voice of the doctor. One demented and senile female patient who complains of finding powder in her bed is startled upon actually finding there a thin layer of rice powder. "What is this?" she asks. "This powder is wet, the other one is dry." In an alcoholic mania, the subject who sees the doctor's hand as a guinea pig immediately notices that a genuine guinea pig has been placed in the other hand. 72 If patients say so often that someone speaks to them by telephone or from the radio, this is in fact to express that the morbid world is artificial, and that something is missing in order for it to be a reality. The voices are uncouth voices, or of people pretending to be uncouth. It is a young man imitating the voice of an old man, or as if a German were attempting to speak Yiddish. 73 It is like when someone says something to someone else, but without quite making a sound. 74 Do these confessions not end all debate about hallucination? Since hallucination is not a sensory content, all that remains is to consider it as a judgment, as an interpretation, or as a belief. But if the patients do not believe in the hallucination in the same sense in which one believes in perceived objects, then an intellectualist theory of hallucination is also impossible. Alon cites Montaigne's phrase about madmen, who believe they see what they do not actually see. 75 But in fact madmen do not believe they see, or, so long as they are questioned, they correct their declarations on this point. The hallucination is not a rash judgment or belief for the same reasons that prevent it from being a sensory content. Judgment or belief could only consist in positing the hallucination as true, and this is precisely what the patients do not do. On the level of judgment, patients distinguish between hallucination and perception, and in any case they argue against their hallucinations. Rats cannot exit from the mouth and re-enter through the stomach. 76 One doctor who hears voices climbs into a small boat and rows toward the open seas to convince himself that no one is actually speaking to him. 77 When the hallucinatory attack suddenly takes place, the rat and the voices are again there. Why do empiricism and intellectualism fail to understand hallucination, and through what other method might we have a chance at succeeding? Empiricism attempts to explain hallucination like perception, through the effect of certain physiological causes, such as the irritation of the nervous centers. Sensible givens would appear as they appear in perception, through the action of physical stimuli upon the same nervous centers. At first glance, there is nothing in common between these physiological hypotheses and the intellectualist conception. In fact, as we will see, there is this in common: the two doctrines presuppose the priority of objective thought, have only one mode of being at their disposal, that is, objective being, and attempt to introduce the hallucinatory phenomenon into it by force. In this way, they falsify this phenomenon, they fail to see its own mode of certainty and its immanent sense, since, according to the patient himself, the hallucination has no place in objective being. For empiricism, hallucination is an event in the chain of events that goes from the stimulus to the state of consciousness. In intellectualism, the attempt is made to remove the hallucination, to construct it, to deduce what it might be beginning from a certain idea of consciousness. The cogito teaches us that the existence of consciousness merges with the consciousness of existing, that there can thus be nothing in it of which it is unaware, that reciprocally, everything that it knows with certainty it finds in itself, and that consequently the truth or falsity of an experience must not consist in its relation to an exterior reality, but must be read in it as intrinsic denominations without which it would never be recognized. Thus, false perceptions are not genuine perceptions. The person suffering from hallucinations cannot hear or see in the strong sense of these words. He judges or believes he sees or hears, but he does not actually see or hear. This conclusion does not even spare the cogito, for the question remains as to how a subject can believe he hears when he does not actually hear. If we say that this belief is merely assertive, asserative. 78 That it is a knowledge of the first order, one of these floating appearances in which we do not believe in the full sense of the word and that only remain in the absence of a critique, in a word, a simple factual state of our knowledge, then the question will be how a consciousness can exist in this incomplete state without knowing it, or, if it knows it, how it can adhere to it. 79 The intellectualist cogito does not leave before itself anything but a wholly pure cogitatum that it entirely possesses and constitutes. It is a hopeless task to attempt to understand how it can be wrong about an object that it constitutes. Thus, it is surely the reduction of our experience to objects, and the priority granted to objective thought that, here again, diverts the gaze from the hallucinatory phenomenon. There is a deep kinship between empiricist explanation and intellectualist reflection, namely, their common ignorance of phenomena. Both construct the hallucinatory phenomenon rather than living it. Even that which is new and valuable in intellectualism, the essential difference that it establishes between perception and hallucination, is compromised by the priority given to objective thought. If the person suffering from hallucinations objectively knows or thinks his hallucination as such, then how is hallucinatory deception possible? Everything follows from the fact that objective thought, or the reduction of lived things to objects and the reduction of subjectivity to the cogitatio, leaves no place for the equivocal adhesion of the subject to pre-objective phenomena. 2. Return to the hallucinatory phenomenon. Asterisk. Thus, the conclusion is obvious. Hallucination, and consciousness in general, must no longer be constructed according to a certain essence or idea of it that requires it to be defined through an absolute adequation and that renders its developmental interruptions inconceivable. We learn to know consciousness just like everything else. When the person suffering from hallucinations says that he sees and hears, we must not believe him 80 since he also says the opposite, rather, we must understand him. We must not restrict ourselves to the opinions that the healthy consciousness has of a consciousness suffering from hallucinations, and take ourselves to be the sole judges of the proper sense of the hallucination. To this we might expect the objection that I cannot reach the hallucination such as it is for itself. The one who conceives of the hallucination, or of others, or of his own past, never coincides with the hallucination, with others, or with his past such as it was. Knowledge can never go beyond this limit of facticity. This is true, but it must not serve to justify arbitrary constructions. It is true that we would speak of nothing if it were only necessary to speak of that with which we coincide, since speech is already a separation. Moreover, there is no experience without speech, the purely lived is not even found within man's speaking life. But the primary sense of speech is, nevertheless, in this text of experience that it attempts to utter. What is sought is not an imaginary coinciding of me with another, of the present self with its past, or of the doctor with the patient. We cannot take up the other's situation, relieve the past in its reality, or experience the illness such as it is lived by the patient. The other person's consciousness, the past, and the illness are never reduced in their existence to what I know of them. But no more does my own consciousness, insofar as it exists and is engaged, reduce to what I know of it. If the philosopher gives himself hallucinations by means of an injection of mescaline, either he gives in to the hallucinatory momentum and then he will live the hallucination and will not know it, or he will preserve something of his reflective power and then his testimony, which is not that of an hallucinating person engaged in the hallucination, will always be questionable. Thus, self-knowledge enjoys no privilege, and another person is no more impenetrable than I am myself. What is given is not myself here and others over there, nor my present here and my past over there, nor healthy consciousness and its cogito here and the hallucinating consciousness over there, with the former being the sole judge of the latter and reducing it to its internal conjectures. Rather, what is given is the doctor with the patient, me with another person, and my past on the horizon of my present. I distort my past by evoking it at present, but I can take these very deformations into account. They are indicated to me through the tension that subsists between the abolished past that I aim at and my arbitrary interpretations. I am mistaken about the other because I see him from my point of view, but I hear him object, and finally I have the idea of another person as a center of perspectives. The situation of the patient whom I question appears to me within my own situation, and, in this phenomenon with two centers, I learn to know myself as much as I learn to know the other person. We must put ourselves back into the actual situation in which the hallucinations and the real are presented to us, and we must grasp their concrete differentiation at the moment it operates in the communication with the patient. I am seated before my subject and I speak with him. He attempts to describe what he sees and what he hears. There is no question of taking him at his word, nor of reducing his experiences to mine, nor of coinciding with him, nor of holding myself to my point of view, rather, it is a question of making explicit my experience and his experience, such as it is indicated in my own, or of making explicit his hallucinatory belief and my real belief, and of understanding them through each other. 3. The hallucinatory thing and the perceived thing. If I classify the voices and visions of my interlocutor as hallucinations, this is because I do not find anything of the sort in my visual or auditory world. I am thus conscious of grasping, through hearing and above all through vision, a system of phenomena that does not constitute merely a private spectacle, but that is the only one possible for me and even for others, and this is what we call the real. The perceived world is not my world alone, for I see the behaviors of others take form there, behaviors that also aim at this world, and the world is the correlate not only of my consciousness, but also of every consciousness that I might encounter. What I see with my eyes exhausts the possibilities of vision for me. Of course, I only see it from a certain angle, and I admit that an observer placed in another location would perceive what I can only surmise. But these other spectacles are, at present, implied in my own spectacle, just as the back or the bottom of objects is perceived at the same time as their visible side, or as the room next door pre-exists the perception that I would actually have of it were I to walk over there. The other person's experiences, or those I obtain by changing locations, do nothing but unfold what is indicated by the horizons of my present experience, and add nothing to it. My perception makes an indefinite number of perceptual chains coexist, which would confirm my perception on all points and would harmonize with them. My gaze and my hand know that every actual displacement would bring about a sensible response that conforms precisely to my expectation, and I sense, teeming beneath my gaze, the infinite mass of more detailed perceptions that I anticipate and upon which I have a hold. I am thus conscious of perceiving a milieu that does not tolerate anything more than what is written or indicated in my perception. I communicate in the present with an insurmountable plenitude. 81 The person suffering from hallucinations does not believe this. The hallucinatory phenomenon is not part of the world, that is, it is not accessible. There is no definite road that leads from this phenomenon to all the other experiences of the hallucinating subject, or to the experience of healthy subjects. You don't hear my voices, asks the patient. Then I am the only one who hears them. 82 Hallucinations play out on a different stage than that of the perceived world, it is as if they are superimposed. Look, explains one patient, while we are talking, they say this or that to me. Now where could that come from? 83. If the hallucination does not take place in the stable and intersubjective world, this is because it lacks the plenitude and the internal articulation that makes it the case that the real thing remains in itself, or acts and exists by itself. The hallucinatory thing is not like the real thing, packed with little perceptions that sustain it in existence. Rather, it is an implicit and inarticulate signification. Confronted with the real thing, our behavior feels motivated by the stimuli that fill it out and that justify its intention. When it comes to fantasy, the initiative comes from us and nothing responds to it on the outside. 84 The hallucinatory thing is not, like the real thing, a deep being that contracts a thickness of duration in itself. The hallucination is not, like perception, my concrete hold upon time within a living present. Rather, the hallucination slides across time, just as it slides across the world. The person who speaks to me in a dream has hardly opened his mouth before his thought is magically communicated to me. I know what she says to me before she has said anything at all. The hallucination is not in the world, but rather in front of it, because the body of the person suffering from hallucinations has lost its insertion in the system of appearances. Every hallucination is first an hallucination of one's own body. Patients claim that, it is as if I heard with my mouth, or the person speaking is on my lips. 85 In feelings of presence, Leibhafenbeobachteten, patients immediately experience near to them, behind them, or on them, the presence of someone whom they never see. They sense this person approaching or moving away. One schizophrenic has the continuous impression of being seen naked and from behind. George Sand had a double whom she never saw, but who saw her constantly and called her by name with her own voice. 80-60 Personalization and the disturbance of the body schema are immediately expressed through an external fantasy, because for us it is one and the same thing to perceive our body and to perceive our situation in a certain physical and human milieu, and because our body is nothing other than the situation itself insofar as it is realized and actual. In extracampine hallucination 87, the patient believes he sees a man standing behind him, believes he sees from everywhere around himself, and believes he can see through a window situated behind his back. 88 The visual illusion is thus much less the presentation of an illusory object than the unfolding and, so to speak, wild fluctuations of a visual power, henceforth lacking a sensory counterpart. There are hallucinations because we have, through the phenomenal body, a constant relation with the milieu into which it is projected, and because, being detached from the actual milieu, the body remains capable of evoking a pseudo-presence of this milieu through its own arrangements. To this extent, the hallucinatory thing is never seen and is never visible. One subject, under the influence of mescaline, perceives the screw on an appliance as a glass bulb, or as a bulge in a rubber balloon. But what does he actually see? I see a world of swellings. It is as if the key of my perception was suddenly changed, as if I were made to perceive in C, or in B flat. At that moment, all of my perception transformed and, for a second, I perceived a rubber bulb. Is this to say that I saw nothing else? No, but I felt myself somehow equipped Monty such that I could not perceive otherwise. I was overcome with the belief that the world is as such. Later, another change took place. Everything seemed simultaneously pasty and scaly, like certain large snakes that I have seen uncoiling at the Berlin Zoo. And then I was seized by the fear of being on an island surrounded by snakes. 89. The hallucination does not present me with the swellings, the scales, or the words as weighty realities that gradually reveal their sense. It only reproduces the manner in which these realities affect me in my sentient or my linguistic being. When the patient refuses a meal because it is poisoned, we must understand that the word does not have for him the same sense that it has for a chemist. 90 Since the patient does not believe that the food, in its objective body, contains toxic properties. Here the poison is an affective entity, a magical presence, like the presence of an illness or of misfortune. The majority of hallucinations are not things with many facets, but rather ephemeral phenomena, injections, shocks, explosions, drafts, hot or cold flashes, sparks, points of light, glimmers, or silhouettes. 91 When the hallucination has to do with real things, such as a rat, they are only represented by their style or their physiognomy. These inarticulate phenomena do not allow for precise causal connections among themselves. Their only relation is a relation of coexistence, a coexistence that always has a sense for the patient, because the consciousness of chance presupposes a precise and distinct causal sequence, and because we are here within the debris of a shattered world. The nasal discharge becomes a bizarre discharge, and now the fact of sleeping in the subway acquires a special meaning. 92 Hallucinations are only tied to a certain sensory domain insofar as each sensory field offers particular possibilities of expression to the alteration of existence. The schizophrenic has, above all, auditory and tactile hallucinations because, given their natural structure, the worlds of hearing and of touch are best able to represent a possessed, threatened, or leveled out existence. The alcoholic has, above all, visual hallucinations because the delirious activity finds in vision the possibility of evoking an adversary or a task that must be confronted. 93 The person suffering hallucinations does not see and does not hear in the normal sense. He makes use of his sensory fields and his natural insertion in a world in order to fabricate for himself, with the debris of this world, an artificial milieu conforming to the total intention of his being. 4. Both the hallucinatory thing and the perceived thing are born from a function deeper than knowledge. Although the hallucination is not sensory, it is even less a judgment. The hallucination is not given to the subject as a construction, it takes place neither in the geographical world, that is, within the being that we know and of which we judge, nor in the tissue of facts subjected to laws. Rather, The hallucination takes place in the individual landscape 94 through which the world touches us and through which we are in living communication with it. One patient claims that someone was staring at her at the market. She felt as if she were struck by this gaze, without being able to say where it came from. She does not mean that someone, in flesh and blood, was standing there within the space that is visible for everyone and had turned their eyes toward her, and this is why our arguments against her experience find no traction for her. For her, this has nothing to do with what happens in the objective world, but rather with what she encounters, what touches her, or what affects her. The food refused by the hallucinating person is only poisoned for him, but it is irrecusably poisoned. The hallucination is not a perception, but it has the value of reality, and it alone counts for the hallucinating person. The perceived world has lost its expressive force 95 and the hallucinatory system has usurped this force. Although the hallucination is not a perception, there is an hallucinatory deception, and this is what we will never understand if we turn the hallucination into an intellectual operation. As different as it may be from a perception, the hallucination must be able to supplant it and to exist for the patient even more than his own perceptions do. This is only possible if hallucination and perception are modalities of a single primordial function by which we arrange around ourselves a milieu with a definite structure, and by which we situate ourselves sometimes fully in the world and sometimes on the margins of the world. The existence of the patient is décentré and is no longer accomplished in commerce with a harsh, resistant, and intractable world that is unaware of us. Rather, it gradually exhausts itself in the solitary constitution of a fictional milieu. But this fiction can only count as reality because reality itself is reached for the normal subject in an analogous operation. Insofar as he has sensory fields and a body, the normal subject himself also bears this gaping wound through which illusion can be introduced. The normal subject's representation of the world is vulnerable. If we believe what we see, this is prior to all verification, and the error of classical theories of perception is in introducing, into perception itself, intellectual operations and a critique of sensory evidence to which we resort only when direct perception flounders in ambiguity. For the normal subject, and without any explicit verification, private experience links up with itself and with the experiences of others, and the landscape opens onto a geographical world and tends toward absolute plenitude. The normal subject does not revel in subjectivity, he flees from it, he is really in the world, he has a direct and naive hold on time, whereas the hallucinating subject makes use of being in the world in order to carve out a private world within the common world, and always runs into the transcendence of time. V. Originary opinion. Asterisk. Beneath the explicit acts by which I posit an object out in front of myself, in a definite relation with other objects and with definite characteristics that can be observed, beneath, then, perceptions properly so called, there is, sustaining them, a deeper function without which perceived objects would lack the mark of reality, as it is missing for the schizophrenic, and by which the objects begin to count or to have value for us. This is the movement that carries us beyond subjectivity, that places us in the world prior to every science and every verification through a sort of faith, or primordial opinion, 96, or that, on the contrary, becomes bogged down in our private appearances. In this domain of originary opinion, hallucinatory illusion is possible even though hallucination is never perception, and even though the true world is always suspected by the patient at the very moment he turns away from it, because here we are still within pre-predicative being, and because the connection between appearance and total experiences is merely implicit and presumptive, even in the case of true perception. The child attributes his dreams, like his perceptions, to the world. He believes that the dream takes place in his room, at the foot of his bed, and it is just that it is only visible for those who are sleeping. 97 The world remains the vague place of all experiences. It accommodates, pell-mell, true objects as well as individual and fleeting fantasies, because it is an individual that encompasses everything and not a collection of objects linked together through causal relations. To have hallucinations and, in general, To imagine is to exploit this tolerance of the pre-predicative world as well as our vertiginous proximity to all of being in syncretic experience. Thus, we only succeed in giving an account of the hallucinatory deception by stripping perception of its apodictic certainty and perceptual consciousness of its full self-possession. The existence of the perceived is never necessary, since perception presumes a making explicit that could go on indefinitely, and that, moreover, could not progress in one direction without losing ground in the other and without exposing itself to the danger of time. But from this we must not conclude that the perceived is merely possible or probable and, for example, that it is reduced to a permanent possibility of perception. Possibility and probability presuppose the prior experience of error, and they correspond to the situation of doubt. The perceived is and remains, despite all critical training, beneath the level of doubt and demonstration. The sun rises for the scientist just as much as it does for the uneducated person, and our scientific representations of the solar system remain merely so many rumors. Like the lunar landscapes, we never believe in them in the sense in which we believe in the rising of the sun. The rising of the sun, and the perceived in general, is real, we immediately assign it to the world. Each perception, although always potentially crossed out and pushed over to the realm of illusions, only disappears in order to leave a place for another perception that corrects it. Of course, each thing can, après coup, appear uncertain, but at least it is certain for us that there are things, that is, that there is a world. To wonder if the world is real is to fail to understand what one is saying, since the world is not a sum of things that one could always cast into doubt, but precisely the inexhaustible reservoir from which things are drawn. The perceived, taken in its entirety, along with the worldly horizon that simultaneously announces its possible disjunction and its eventual replacement by another perception, does not fully trick us. There could be no error where there is still no truth, but rather reality, and where there is still no necessity, but rather facticity. Correlatively, we must surely deny perceptual consciousness full self-possession and the immanence that would exclude every illusion. If hallucinations are to be possible, consciousness must at some moment cease to know what it does, otherwise it would be conscious of constituting an illusion, it would no longer adhere to it, and there would thus be no more illusion, and in fact, as we have said, the illusory thing and the real thing do not have the same structure. In order for the patient to accept the illusion, he must forget or repress the real world, he must cease to take his bearings there, and he must have at least the power to return to the primitive indistinction between the true and the false. Yet we do not cut consciousness off from itself, which would prevent all progress in knowledge beyond originary opinion and, in particular, prevent the philosophical recognition of originary opinion as the foundation of all knowledge. It is simply necessary that the self-coincidence with myself, such as is accomplished in the cogito, must never be a real coincidence, and must merely be an intentional and presumptive coincidence. In fact, a thickness of duration already intervenes between myself who has just had this thought and myself who thinks that I have just had this thought, and I can always doubt whether that thought, which has already gone by, was really as I currently see it. And furthermore, since I have no other evidence of my past beyond these present testimonies, and since, nevertheless, I have the idea of a past, then I have no reason to place the unreflected, as an unknowable, in opposition to the reflection that I bring to bear upon it. But my confidence in reflection ultimately comes down to taking up the fact of temporality and the fact of the world as the invariable frame of every illusion and of every disillusion. I only know myself in my inherence in the world and in time, I only know myself in ambiguity. 4. Others and the human world. A. Intertwining of natural time and historical time. I am thrown into a nature, and nature appears not only outside of me in objects devoid of history, but is also visible at the center of subjectivity. Theoretical and practical decisions in my personal life can certainly grasp my past and my future from a distance, they can give my past, along with all of its accidents, a definite sense by following it up with a certain future of which, après coup, this past will be said to have been the preparation, and they can introduce a historicity into my life. but there is always something artificial to this order. I currently understand my first 25 years as a prolonged childhood that had to be followed by a difficult weaning process in order to arrive finally at autonomy. If I think back to those years such as I lived them and such as I now carry them with me, their happiness refuses to be explained by the protected atmosphere of the parental milieu. The world itself was more beautiful, things were more fascinating, and I can never be certain of understanding my past better than it understood itself while I lived it, nor can I ever silence its protests. My current interpretation is tied to my confidence in psychoanalysis. Tomorrow, with more maturity and more insight, I will perhaps understand my past differently and I will accordingly construct it differently. In any case, I will in turn interpret my present interpretations, I will discover their latent content and, in order finally to assess their truth value, I will have to take these discoveries into account. My hold on the past and my hold on the future are precarious and my possession of my own time is always deferred until the moment when I fully understand myself, but that moment can never arrive since it would again be a moment, bordered by the horizon of a future, and would in turn require further developments in order to be understood. My voluntary and rational life thus knows itself to be entangled with another power that prevents it from being completed and that always gives it the air of a work in progress. Natural time is always there. The transcendence of moments of time at once establishes and compromises the rationality of my history. It establishes it since it opens me up to an absolutely new future in which I will be able to reflect upon what is opaque in my present. It compromises it since from the perspective of that future I will never grasp the present that I am living with an apodictic certainty, since the lived is never fully comprehensible in this way. What I understand never precisely links up with my life, and since, in short, I am never at one with myself. Such is the fate of a being who is born, that is, a being who once and for all was given to himself as something to be understood. Since natural time remains at the center of my history, I also see myself as surrounded by it. If my first years are behind me like some unknown land, this is not through some fortuitous breakdown of memory or the lack of a complete exploration. There is nothing to be known in these unexplored lands. For example, nothing was perceived in intrauterine life, and this is why there is nothing to remember. There was nothing but the sketch of a natural self and of a natural time. This anonymous life is merely the limit of the temporal dispersion that always threatens the historical present. To catch sight of this formless existence that precedes my history and that will draw it to a close, all I have to do is see, in myself, this time that functions by itself and that my personal life makes use of without ever fully concealing. Because I am swept along into personal existence by a time that I do not constitute, all of my perceptions appear perspectively against a background of nature. While I am perceiving, and even without any knowledge of the organic conditions of my perception, I am conscious of integrating distracted and dispersed consciousnesses, namely, vision, hearing, and touch, along with their fields, which are anterior to and remain foreign to my personal life. The natural object is the trace of this generalized existence. And in some respect, each object will at first be a natural object. If it is to be able to enter into my life, it must be made of colors and of tactile and sonorous qualities. b. How do personal acts become sediment? Just as nature penetrates to the center of my personal life and intertwines with it, behaviors also descend into nature and are deposited there in the form of a cultural world. Not only do I have a physical world and live surrounded by soil, air, and water, I have around me roads, plantations, villages, streets, churches, a bell, utensils, a spoon, a pipe. Each of these objects bears as an imprint the mark of the human action it serves. Each one emits an atmosphere of humanity that might be only vaguely determined, when it is a matter of some footprints in the sand, or rather highly determined, if I explore a recently evacuated house from top to bottom. Now, even if it is not surprising that sensory and perceptual functions, given that they are pre-personal, deposit a natural world in front of themselves, one might still be surprised that the spontaneous acts through which man has articulated his life themselves become sediment on the outside and thereby lead an anonymous existence as things. The civilization in which I participate exists for me with an evidentness in the tools that it adopts. When it comes to an unknown or foreign civilization, several ways of being or living can fit over the ruins or the broken instruments that I find, or the landscape that I travel across. The cultural world is thus ambiguous, although it is already present. There is a society here that we must get to know. An objective spirit inhabits these vestiges and these landscapes. How is this possible? C. How are others possible? Asterisk. In the cultural object, I experience the near presence of others under a veil of anonymity. One uses the pipe for smoking, the spoon for eating, or the bell for summoning, and the perception of a cultural world could be verified through the perception of a human act and of another man. How can a human action or thought be grasped in the mode of the one, given that it is, in principle, a first-person operation and inseparable from an I? The easy response is that the indefinite pronoun is here simply a vague formula for designating a multiplicity of I's, or even an I in general. It will be said that I have the experience of a certain cultural milieu and of behaviors that correspond to it. Standing before the vestiges of a lost civilization, I imagine through analogy the type of man who lived there. But it would first be necessary to know how I could have the experience of my own cultural world, of my own civilization. The response will again be that I see other men around me putting the tools that surround me to a certain use and that I interpret their behavior through analogy with my own behavior and my own inner experience, which teaches me the sense and the intention of the perceived gestures. In the end, the other person's actions would here still be understood through my own, the one or the we would still be understood through the I. But this is precisely the question: how can the word I be made plural? How can we form a general idea of the I? How can I speak of another I than my own? How can I know that there are other I's? How can consciousness, which as knowledge of itself is, in principle, in the mode of the I, be grasped in the mode of the you to I, and thereby in the mode of the one? The very first cultural object, and the one by which they all exist, is the other's body as the bearer of a behavior. Whether it has to do with vestiges or with another person's body, we must ask how an object in space can become the speaking trace of an existence, and how, inversely, an intention, a thought, or a project can detach from the personal subject and become visible outside of him in his body and in the environment that he constructs. The constitution of others does not entirely clarify the constitution of society, which is not an existence shared by 2 or even 3 persons, but is rather a coexistence with an indefinite number of consciousnesses. Nevertheless, the analysis of the perception of others encounters the essential difficulty raised by the cultural world because it must resolve the paradox of a consciousness seen from the outside, the paradox of a thought that resides in the exterior and that, when compared to my own, is already without a subject and is anonymous. D. Coexistence made possible by the discovery of perceptual consciousness. What we have said about the body provides the beginnings of a solution to this problem. The existence of others is a difficulty for and an affront to objective thought. If events of the world are, to speak with Latchelier, an intertwining of general properties and are found at the intersection of functional relations that, in principle, allow for the completion of an analysis of these events, and if the body is in fact a region of the world, if it is that object biologists describe for me, that conjunction of processes whose analysis I find in physiological studies, and that pile of organs described by anatomy charts, then my experience could be nothing other than the confrontation between a bare consciousness and the system of objective correlations that it thinks. The other's body is no more inhabited than is my own, it is an object in front of the consciousness that thinks it or that constitutes it, and we, namely, other men and myself as an empirical being, are merely mechanisms moved by springs. The true subject has no peers. This consciousness that would be hidden in a piece of flesh and blood is the most absurd of occult qualities, and my consciousness, being coextensive with what can exist for me and the correlate of the entire system of experience, can never encounter another consciousness in the other's body who would immediately make the background of his own phenomena, wholly unknown to me, appear in the world. Here there are two, and only two, modes of being in itself, which is the being of objects spread out in space, and being for itself, which is the being of consciousness. Now, the other would be an in itself in front of me, and yet he would exist for himself, and in order to be perceived he would require of me a contradictory operation, since I would simultaneously have to distinguish him from me, thus placing him in the world of objects, and think of him as conscious, that is, as this type of being without an outside and without parts to which I only have access because I am this consciousness and because he who thinks and he who is thought merge in him. There is no room, then, for others and for a plurality of consciousnesses within objective thought. If I constitute the world, then I cannot conceive of another consciousness, for it too would have to have constituted the world, and so, at least with regard to this other view upon the world, I would not be constituting. Even if I succeeded in conceiving of this other consciousness as constituting the world, it is again I who would constitute it as such, and once again I would be the only constituting consciousness. But we have in fact learned to call objective thought into doubt, and we have made contact with an experience of the body and of the world beneath scientific representations of the world and the body that these representations fail to embrace. My body and the world are no longer objects coordinated with each other through functional relations of the sort established by physics. The system of experience in which they communicate is no longer spread out in front of me and watched over by a constituting consciousness. I have the world as an unfinished individual through my body as a power for this world. I have the position of objects through the position of my body, or inversely I have the position of my body through the position of objects, not through a logical implication, nor in the manner in which we determine an unknown size through its objective relations with given sizes, but rather through a real implication, and because my body is a movement toward the world and because the world is my body's support. The ideal of objective thought, the system of experience as a bundle of physico-mathematical correlations, is grounded upon my perception of the world as an individual in harmony with itself, and when science attempts to integrate my body into the relations of the objective world, it does so because it attempts, in its own way, to express the suturing of my phenomenal body onto the primordial world. At the same time that the body withdraws from the objective world and comes to form a third genre of being between the pure subject and the object, the subject loses his purity and his transparence. Objects are in front of me, they form a certain projection of themselves upon my retina and I perceive them. It can no longer be a question of isolating, in my physiological representation of the phenomenon, the retinal images and their cerebral correlate from the total field, both actual and virtual, in which they appear. The physiological event is but the abstract outline of the perceptual event. Point 2. Moreover, we can no longer assume under the name psychical images some discontinuous perspectival views that would correspond to successive retinal images, or introduce in the end a mental inspection that restores the object over and against the distorting perspectives. We must conceive of perspectives and the point of view as our insertion in the world as an individual, and we must no longer conceive of perception as a constitution of the real object, but rather as our inherence in things. Along with sensory fields and the world as the field of all fields, consciousness discovers in itself the opacity of an originary past. If I experience this inherence of my consciousness in its body and in its mind, the perception of others and the plurality of consciousnesses no longer present any difficulty. If the perceiving subject appears, to me who is reflecting upon perception, as endowed with a primordial arrangement in relation to the world, drawing with it that bodily thing without which there would be no other things for it, then why should the other bodies that I perceive not be equally inhabited by consciousnesses? If my consciousness has a body, why would other bodies not have consciousnesses? This is obviously to assume that the notion of the body and the notion of consciousness have been deeply transformed. With regard to the body, and even the other's body, we must learn to distinguish it from the objective body described by physiology textbooks. For that body is not the one that could be inhabited by a consciousness. We must catch hold of the behaviors that take shape upon these visible bodies, that make their appearance there, but that are not actually contained there. 3. It will never be made clear how signification and intentionality could inhabit molecular structures or cellular masses, and here Cartesianism is correct. But then again, there is no question of such an absurd undertaking. We must recognize that the body, as a chemical structure or a collection of tissues, is formed through a process of impoverishment beginning from a primordial phenomenon of the body for us, of the body of human experience, or of the perceived body, which objective thought encompasses but whose completed analysis it has no need of postulating. With regard to consciousness, we must no longer conceive of it as a constituting consciousness and as a pure being for itself, but rather as a perceptual consciousness, as the subject of a behavior, as being in the world or existence, for only in this way will another person appear in control of his phenomenal body and receive a sort of place. Given these conditions, the antinomies of objective thought disappear. Rather than defining vision as thought that one is seeing pensée de voir, according to Descartes' phrase, for through phenomenological reflection I find vision to be the gaze gearing into the visible world, and this is why another's gaze can exist for me and why that expressive instrument that we call a face can bear an existence just as my existence is borne by the knowing apparatus that is my body. When I turn toward my perception itself and when I pass from direct perception to the thought about this perception, I reenact it, I uncover a thought older than I am at work in my perceptual organs and of which these organs are merely the trace. I understand others in the same way. Here again I have but the trace of a consciousness that escapes me in its actuality and, when my gaze crosses another, I reenact the foreign existence in a sort of reflection. But here there is nothing like a reasoning from analogy. Skeeler said it well, reasoning by analogy presupposes what it is meant to explain. 5 Another consciousness can only be deduced if the other person's emotional expressions and my own are compared and identified, and only if precise correlations are recognized between my gesticulations and my psychic facts. But the perception of others precedes and makes possible such observations, so they cannot be constitutive of it. A 15-month-old baby opens his mouth when I playfully take one of his fingers in my mouth and pretend to bite it. And yet, he has hardly even seen his face in a mirror and his teeth do not resemble mine. His own mouth and teeth such as he senses them from within are immediately for him the instruments for biting, and my jaw such as he sees it from the outside is for him immediately capable of the same intentions. Biting immediately has an intersubjective signification for him. He perceives his intentions in his body, perceives my body with his own, and thereby perceives my intentions in his body. The observed correlations between my gesticulations and those of others, and between my intentions and my gesticulations, can certainly provide a guide in the methodical knowledge of others and when direct perception fails, but they do not teach me about the existence of others. There is, between my consciousness and my body such as I live it, and between this phenomenal body and the other person's phenomenal body such as I see it from the outside, an internal relation that makes the other person appear as the completion of the system. Others can be evident because I am not transparent for myself, and because my subjectivity draws its body along behind itself. As we said above, insofar as another person resides in the world, insofar as he is visible there and part of my field, he is never an ego in the sense in which I am one for myself. In order to conceive of him as a genuine I would have to consider myself as a mere object for him, which I am prevented from doing by the knowledge that I have of myself. But if the other's body is not an object for me, nor my body an object for him, if they are rather behaviors, then the other's positing of me does not reduce me to the status of an object in his field, and my perception of the other does not reduce him to the status of an object in my field. Another person is never fully a personal being if I am fully one myself, that is, if I grasp myself through an apodictic evidentness. But if, through reflection, I find in myself, along with the perceiving subject, a pre-personal subject given to itself, if my perceptions remain eccentric in relation to myself as the center of initiatives and judgments, or if the perceived world remains in a neutral state, neither verified as an object nor identified as a dream, then not everything that appears in the world is immediately spread out in front of me, and the other's behavior can have its place in the world. This world can remain undivided between my perception and his. The perceiving self enjoys no particular privilege that renders a perceived self impossible. These two are not cogitationes enclosed in their immanence, but beings who are transcended by their world and who, consequently, can surely be transcended by each other. The confirmation of a foreign consciousness in front of my own would immediately turn my experience into a private spectacle, since it would no longer be coextensive with being. The other person's cogito strips my own cogito of all value and shatters the confidence I enjoyed in the solitude of having access to the only being conceivable for me, that is, being such as it is intended and constituted by me. But we have learned in individual perception not to conceive of our perspectival views as independent of each other. We know that they slip into each other and are gathered together in the thing. Similarly, we must learn to find the communication of consciousnesses in a single world. In fact, the other person is not enclosed in my perspective on the world because this perspective itself has no definite limits, because it spontaneously slips into the other's perspective, and because they are gathered together in a single world in which we all participate as anonymous subjects of perception. Coexistence of psychophysical subjects in a natural world and of men in a cultural world. Insofar as I have sensory functions, a visual, auditory, and tactile field, I already communicate with others, themselves taken as psychophysical subjects. My gaze falls upon a living body performing an action, and the objects that surround it immediately receive a new layer of signification. They are no longer merely what I could do with them, they are also what this behavior is about to do with them. A vortex forms around the perceived body into which my world is drawn and, so to speak, sucked in. To this extent, my world is no longer merely mine, it is no longer present only to me, it is present to X, to this other behavior that begins to take shape in it. The other body is already no longer a simple fragment of the world, but rather the place of a certain elaboration and somehow a certain view of the world. A certain handling of things, which were until now mine alone, is taking place over there. Someone is using my familiar objects. But who? I say that it is another person, a second myself, and I primarily know this because that living body has the same structure as my own. I experience my body as the power for certain behaviors and for a certain world, and I am only given to myself as a certain hold upon the world. Now, it is precisely my body that perceives the other's body and finds there something of a miraculous extension of its own intentions, a familiar manner of handling the world. Henceforth, just as the parts of my body together form a system, the other's body and my own are a single whole, two sides of a single phenomenon, and the anonymous existence, of which my body is continuously the trace, henceforth inhabits these two bodies simultaneously. 6. This only establishes another living being, and not yet another man. But this foreign life, like my own life with which it communicates, is an open life. It is not reducible to a certain number of biological or sensory functions. This other life annexes natural objects by diverting them from their immediate sense, constructs tools and instruments, and projects itself into the cultural objects of its milieu. The child finds these objects around himself at birth like meteorites from another planet. He takes possession of them and learns to use them as others use them because his body schema assures the immediate correspondence of what he sees done and what he does, and because in this way the utensil takes shape as a determinate manipulandum and the other person takes shape as a center of human action. There is, in particular, one cultural object that will play an essential role in the perception of others: language. In the experience of dialogue, a common ground is constituted between me and another, my thought and his form a single fabric, my words and those of my interlocutor are called forth by the state of the discussion and are inserted into a shared operation of which neither of us is the creator. Here there is a being shared by two, and the other person is no longer for me a simple behavior in my transcendental field, nor for that matter am I a simple behavior in his. We are, for each other, collaborators in perfect reciprocity, our perspectives slip into each other, we coexist through a single world. I am freed from myself in the present dialogue, even though the other's thoughts are certainly his own, since I do not form them, I nonetheless grasp them as soon as they are born, or I even anticipate them. And even the objection raised by my interlocutor draws from me thoughts I did not know I possessed, such that if I lend him thoughts, he makes me think in return. Only après coup, when I have withdrawn from the dialogue and I am remembering it, can I reintegrate it into my life, turn it into an episode of my private history, and only then does the other person return to his absence, or, to the extent that he remains present, is the other person sensed as a threat to me. The perception of others and the intersubjective world are only problematic for adults. The child lives in a world that he believes is immediately accessible to everyone around him. He is unaware of himself and, for that matter, of others as private subjectivities. He does not suspect that all of us, including himself, are limited to a certain point of view upon the world. This is why the child does not analyze his thoughts, why he believes in them to the extent that they appear and without attempting to tie them together, and why he does not analyze our words. He does not have the knowledge of points of view. For the child, men are blank minds directed toward a single evident world where everything takes place, even dreams, which he believes are in his room, and thought, since it is not distinguished from words. For the child, others are so many gazes inspecting things, they have an almost material existence, to the point that one child wonders how these gazes are not broken when they meet. 7 At about the age of 12, Piaget says, the child accomplishes the cogito and obtains the truths of rationalism. The child would simultaneously discover himself as a sensible consciousness and as an intellectual consciousness, as a point of view upon the world, and as called upon to transcend this point of view, that is, to construct an objectivity at the level of judgment. Piaget brings the child to the age of reason as if the adult's thoughts were self-sufficient and would remove all contradictions. But in fact, children must in some sense be correct against adults or against Piaget, and, if there is to be a unique and intersubjective world for the adult, then the barbarous thoughts of the initial stage must remain like an indispensable acquisition beneath the thoughts of the adult stage. The consciousness I have of constructing an objective truth would only ever provide an objective truth for me, and my best effort at impartiality would never lead me to overcome subjectivity, as Descartes expresses so well with the hypothesis of the evil genius, if I did not have beneath my judgments the primordial certainty of touching being itself, if, prior to every voluntary decision, I did not already find myself situated in an intersubjective world, if, that is, science did not lean upon this originary point 8 with the cogito begins the struggle between consciousnesses in which, as Hegel says, each one seeks the death of the other. For this battle to even begin, for each consciousness to even suspect the external presences that it negates, they must have a common ground and they must remember their peaceful coexistence in the world of childhood. F. But is there a coexistence of freedoms and of I's? But is it really the other that we reach in this way? We, in effect, level out the I and the you in an experience shared by many, we introduce the impersonal into the center of subjectivity, and we erase the individuality of perspectives, but, in this general conflation, have we not caused the alter ego to disappear along with the ego? We said above that the two are mutually exclusive. But this is only the case because they have the same pretensions and because the alter ego follows all the variations of the ego. If the perceiving I is truly an I, then it cannot perceive another I. If the perceiving subject is anonymous, then the other self that he perceives is anonymous as well, and when we want to make the plurality of consciousnesses appear within this collective consciousness, we will rediscover the difficulties we thought we had avoided. I perceive the other as a behavior, for example, I perceive the other's grief or anger in his behavior, on his face and in his hands, without any borrowing from an inner experience of suffering or of anger, and because grief and anger are variations of being in the world, undivided between body and consciousness, which settle upon the other's behavior and are visible in his phenomenal body, as well as upon my own behavior such as it is presented to me. But ultimately, the other's behavior and even the other's words are not the other himself. The other's grief or anger never has precisely the same sense for him and for me. For him, these are lived situations, for me, they are a presented. Or if I can participate in this grief or in this anger through a gesture of friendship, they remain the grief and the anger of my friend Paul. He suffers because he has lost his wife, or he is angry because his watch has been stolen. I suffer because Paul is grieving, or I am angry because he is angry. The two situations are not congruent. And finally, if we undertake a shared project, this shared project is not a single project, and it is not presented to me and to Paul from the same angle. We are not equally committed to it, or at least not committed to it in the same way, from the mere fact that Paul is Paul, and I am myself. As much as our consciousnesses construct through our own situations a common situation in which they communicate, it is nevertheless from the background of his own subjectivity that each projects this single world. The difficulties of perceiving others are not all the result of objective thought, and they do not all cease with the discovery of behavior, or rather, objective thought and the resulting unicity of the cogito are not fictions, rather, they are well-founded phenomena, and we will have to seek their foundation. The conflict between me and others does not begin only when we attempt to think others, nor does it disappear if thought is reintegrated into non-thetic consciousness and unreflective life. The conflict is already there when I attempt to live another's experience vivre autrui, for example, in the blindness of sacrifice. I establish a pact with the other person, and I commit to living in an interworld where I make as much room for the other as I do for myself. But this interworld is still my project, and it would be hypocritical to believe that I desire the other person's well-being as my own, since even this attachment to another's well-being still comes from me. Without reciprocity there is no alter ego, since one person's world would thereby envelop the other's, and since one would feel alienated to the benefit of the other. This is what happens to a couple when the love is not equal on both sides. One commits to this love and stakes his life on it, the other remains free, and this love is for him but a contingent way of living. The former feels his being and his substance escaping into this freedom that remains intact in front of him. And even if the second person, through loyalty to previous promises, or through generosity, wishes to in turn reduce himself to the status of a mere phenomenon in the first person's world, to see through the other's eyes, he again achieves this through a dilation of his own life, and so he denies in principle the equivalence between others and himself that he wanted to prove as a thesis. Coexistence must be in each case lived by each person. If neither of us is a constituting consciousness, then at the moment that we are about to communicate and to find a common world, it will not be clear who communicates and for whom this world exists. And if someone does communicate with someone else, if the interworld is not an inconceivable in itself, and if it must exist for both of us, then communication is once again broken and each of us operates within his private world, like two players playing on separate chessboards 100 miles apart. Still, the players can communicate their decisions via telephone or in letters, which amounts to saying that they belong to a single world. However, strictly speaking, I do not have any common ground with other people. The positing of the other person with his world and the positing of myself with my world constitute a dilemma. Once the other has been posited, or once the other's gaze upon me has stripped me of a part of my being by inserting me into his field, then it is clear that I can only recuperate my being by forming relations with the other or by making myself freely recognized by him, and that my freedom requires that others have the same freedom. G. The permanent truth of solipsism. Asterisk. But first we would have to know how I could posit the other. As we have explained above, insofar as I am born and insofar as I have a body and a world, I can find other behaviors in that world that intertwine with my own. But it is also the case that, insofar as I am born, and insofar as my existence finds itself already at work and knows itself as given to itself, my existence remains always on this side of the actions it wants to commit to, which are forever merely its modalities or particular cases of its insurmountable generality. This given background of existence is what the cogito confirms. Every affirmation, every engagement, and even every negation and every doubt takes place in a previously opened field, and attests to a self in touch with itself prior to the particular acts in which it loses contact with itself. This self, who is the witness of every actual communication, and without which the communication would be unaware of itself and thus would not be communication at all, seems to prevent any resolution of the problem of others. Here we see a lived solipsism that cannot be transcended. Of course, I do not feel myself to be the constituting force of the natural world, nor of the cultural world. I introduce into each perception and each judgment either sensory functions or cultural arrangements that are not actually my own. Transcended on all sides by my own acts and immersed in generality, I am nevertheless the one through which these acts are lived. My first perception inaugurated an insatiable being who appropriates everything that it can encounter, to whom nothing can be purely and simply given because it inherited the world, and consequently carries in itself the plan of every possible being, and because the world has been, once and for all, imprinted upon his field of experience. The body's generality will not help us to understand how the inclinable I can alienate itself to the benefit of others, since it is precisely compensated for by this other generality of my inalienable subjectivity. How could I find elsewhere in my perceptual field such a presence of another self to itself? Will we conclude that the existence of others is a simple fact for me? But in any case, it is a fact for me, it must be among my own possibilities, and it must be understood or lived in some way by me in order to count as a fact. H. Solipsism cannot be overcome in God. Being thus unable to restrict solipsism from the outside, shall we attempt to overcome it from within? I can, of course, only recognize one ego, but as a universal subject I cease being a finite myself, I become an impartial spectator for whom another person and myself as an empirical being are on an equal footing without my enjoying any privilege. It cannot be said that I am the consciousness that I discover through reflection and for whom everything is an object. My myself mon moi is spread out before this consciousness just like everything else. My consciousness constitutes it, it is not enclosed within it, and so it can constitute other myselves without any difficulty. I can be conscious of others and of myself in God, and love others as myself. But this subjectivity we have collided with does not admit of being called God. If reflection reveals me to myself as an infinite subject, we must also recognize, at least in terms of appearances, my previous ignorance of this myself, which is more truly myself than I am. The response will be that I in fact knew of this myself, since I perceived others and myself, and since this perception is in fact only possible through this knowledge. But if I already knew this infinite subject, then all philosophical texts are useless. In fact, the truth needs to be revealed. Thus, it is this ignorant and finite self that recognized God within himself while, on the far side of phenomena, God has forever been thinking himself. It is through this shadow that the empty light comes to illuminate something, and thereby it is definitively impossible to eliminate the shadow in the light. I can never recognize myself as God without denying in principle what I want to prove as a thesis. I could love the other as myself in God, but it would still be necessary that my love for God not come from me, and that it is in fact, as Spinoza said, the love through which God loves himself through me. Such that, in the end there would nowhere be a love of others nor others at all, but rather a single love of self that is linked to itself beyond our lives, that has nothing to do with us, and to which we cannot gain any access. The movement of reflection and of love that leads to God actually renders impossible the very God to which it would like to lead. But solitude and communication are two sides of the same phenomenon. Thus we are brought back to solipsism, and the problem appears now in all of its difficulty. I am not God, I merely have a pretension to divinity. I escape from every engagement, and I transcend others insofar as every situation and every other person must be lived by me in order to exist in my eyes. And yet, the other has a sense for me, at least at first glance. Like polytheistic gods, I must reckon with other gods, or again, like Aristotle's God, I polarize a world that I do not create. Consciousnesses present the absurdity of a solipsism shared by many, and such is the situation that must be understood. Since we live this situation, there must be some way of making it explicit. Solitude and communication must not be two terms of an alternative, but rather two moments of a single phenomenon, since other people do in fact exist for me. We must say about the experience of others what we have elsewhere said about reflection, that its object cannot absolutely escape it, since we only have a notion of the object through reflection. Reflection must, in some way, present the unreflected, for otherwise we would have nothing to set against it, and it would not become a problem for us. Similarly, my experience must present others to me in some way, since if it did not do so I would not even speak of solitude, and I would not even declare others to be inaccessible. What is initially given and true is an open reflection upon the unreflected, the reflective taking up of the unreflected, and so too is the tension of my experience toward another whose existence is uncontested on the horizon of my life, even when the knowledge I have of him is imperfect. Between these two problems, there is more than a vague analogy. In both cases the question is to know how I can reach a point outside of myself and live the unreflected as such. J. Absolute subject and engaged subject, and birth. Asterisk. How then can I, namely, me who is perceiving and who thereby affirms myself to be a universal subject, perceive another person who immediately deprives me of this universality? The central phenomenon, which simultaneously grounds my subjectivity and my transcendence toward the other, consists in the fact that I am given to myself. I am given, which is to say I find myself already situated and engaged in a physical and social world. I am given to myself, which is to say that the situation is never concealed from me, it is never around me like some foreign necessity, and I am never actually enclosed in my situation like an object in a box. My freedom, that fundamental power I have of being the subject of all of my experiences, is not distinct from my insertion in the world. I am destined to be free, to be unable to reduce myself to any of my experiences, to maintain with regard to every factual situation a faculty of withdrawal, and this destiny was sealed the moment that my transcendental field was opened, the moment I was born as vision and as knowledge, the moment I was thrown into the world. Against the social world, I can always make use of my sensible nature, close my eyes, plug my ears, live like a stranger in society, treat others, ceremonies and monuments like mere arrangements of colors and lights, and strip them of all human signification. Against the natural world, I can always have recourse to thinking nature and throw into doubt every perception taken in isolation. And here is the truth of solipsism. Every experience will forever appear to me as a particularity that does not exhaust the generality of my being, and I always have, as Malebranche said, some momentum for going farther. But I can only escape from being into more being. For example, I escape from society into nature, or from the real world into an imaginary that is made up of the debris of the real. The physical and social world always functions as the stimulus of my reactions, whether they are positive or negative. I only call some such perception into question in the name of a truer one that would correct it. If I am able to deny each thing, this is always by affirming that there is something in general, and this is why we say that thought is a thinking nature, an affirmation of being through the negation of beings. K. Suspended, not interrupted, communication. Asterisk. I can construct a solipsistic philosophy, but by doing so I presuppose a community of speaking men, and I address myself to this community. Even the unqualified refusal to be anything whatsoever assumes something that is refused and in relation to which the subject takes his distance. It is said that a choice must be made between others and myself. But one is chosen over the other, and thus both are affirmed. It is said that the other transforms me into an object and negates me, and that I transform the other into an object and negate him. But in fact, the other's gaze does not transform me into an object, and my gaze does not transform him into an object, unless both gazes draw us back into the background of our thinking nature, unless we both establish an inhuman gaze, and unless each senses his actions, not as taken up and understood, but rather as observed like the actions of an insect. This is what happens, for example, when I suffer the gaze of a stranger. But even then the objectification of each by the other's gaze is only harmful because it takes the place of a possible communication. A dog's gaze upon me hardly bothers me at all. The refusal to communicate is still a mode of communication. Protean freedom, thinking nature, the inalienable background, or the non-qualified existence, which in me and in others marks the limits of all sympathy, certainly suspends communication, but it does not annihilate it. If I must deal with a stranger who has not yet uttered a word, I might well believe that he lives in another world where my actions or thoughts are not worthy of appearing. But should he utter a word, or merely make an impatient gesture, then he already ceases to transcend me, so that is his voice, and those are his thoughts, and there is the domain I believed was inaccessible. Each existence only definitively transcends the others when it remains idle and rests on its natural difference. Even universal meditation, which cuts the philosopher off from his nation, friends, prejudices, and empirical being, in a word, from the world, and that seems to leave him absolutely alone, is in fact action, or speech, and hence dialogue. Solipsism could only be rigorously true of someone who succeeded in tacitly observing his existence without being anything and without doing anything, which is surely impossible, since to exist is to be in the world. In his reflective retreat, the philosopher cannot avoid dragging others along with him, because he learned to forever treat them as peers within the obscurity of the world, and because his entire knowledge is built upon this given of opinion. Transcendental subjectivity is a revealed subjectivity, meaning that it is revealed to itself and to others, and as such transcendental subjectivity is an intersubjectivity. As soon as existence gathers itself together and engages in a behavior, it appears to perception. And like every other perception, this one affirms more things than are grasped in it. When I say that I see the ashtray and that it is over there, I presuppose a complete unfolding of the experience that would have to go on indefinitely, and I open up an entire perceptual future. Likewise, when I say that I know someone or that I like him, I am aiming at an inexhaustible background beyond his qualities that indeed might one day shatter the image that I adopt of him. This is the price for there to be things and others for us, not through some illusion, but rather through a violent act that is perception itself. L. The social, not as an object, but rather as a dimension of my being. Thus, we must rediscover the social world, after the natural world, not as an object or a sum of objects, but as the permanent field or dimension of existence. I can certainly turn away from the social world, but I cannot cease to be situated in relation to it. Our relation to the social, like our relation to the world, is deeper than every explicit perception and deeper than every judgment. It is just as false to place us within society like an object in the midst of other objects, as it is to put society in us as an object of thought, and the error on both sides consists in treating the social as an object. We must return to the social world with which we are in contact through the simple fact of our existence, and that we inseparably bear along with us prior to every objectification. Objective and scientific consciousness of the past or of civilizations would be impossible if I did not have, through the intermediary of my society, my cultural world, and their horizons, at least a virtual communication with them. If the place of the Athenian Republic or of the Roman Empire was not somewhere marked on the borders of my own history, if they were not established there like some particular individuals to meet, indeterminate though pre-existing, and if I did not find the fundamental structures of history within my own life. The social world is already there when we come to know it or when we judge it. An individualistic or sociological philosophy is a certain perception of coexistence systematized and made explicit. Prior to this coming to awareness, the social exists silently and as a solicitation. M. The social event on the outside and on the inside. Asterisk. At the end of Notre Patrie, P. Guy discovers a buried voice that had never ceased speaking 10 just as we are sure upon waking up that objects have not ceased existing during the night, or that someone has been knocking at our door for a while. Despite their cultural, moral, vocational, and ideological differences, The Russian peasants of 1917 join the workers' struggle in Petrograd and Moscow because they sense that their lot is the same. Class is lived concretely prior to being the object of a deliberate will. The social does not at first exist like an object in the third person. Wanting to treat it as an object is the common error of the curious bystander, the great man, and the historian. Fabrice wanted to see the Battle of Waterloo as one sees a landscape, but he only found confused episodes. 11 Does the emperor really see the battle on his map? But it is reduced for him to a schema, and is not without lacunae. Why is this regiment not advancing? Why haven't the reserves arrived? The historian, who is not involved in the battle and who sees it from all angles, who draws together a multitude of facts and who knows how the battle turned out, believes in the end that he reaches the truth of the battle. But he only presents us with a representation, he does not reach the battle itself, since, at the moment that it was taking place, the outcome was still contingent and is no longer contingent when the historian recounts the battle, since the deep causes of the defeat and the fortuitous events that allowed them to play a role were equally determining factors in the singular event of Waterloo, and because the historian puts the singular event back into the general sequence of the decline of the empire. The true Waterloo is not in what Fabrice sees, nor in what the emperor sees, nor in what the historian sees. It is not a determinable object. The true Waterloo is what happens on the borders of all these perspectives, and from which they are all drawn. 12. The historian and the philosopher seek an objective definition of class or of the nation. Is the nation based upon common language or upon conceptions of life? Is class based upon income level or upon one's position in the circuit of production? It is clear that none of these criteria allow us to recognize if an individual belongs to a nation or a class. In all revolutions there are some members of the privileged class who join the revolutionary class, and some oppressed individuals who remain loyal to the privileged class. And every nation has its traitors. This is because nation or class are neither fatalities that subjugate the individual from the outside, nor for that matter values that he posits from within. They are, rather, modes of coexistence that solicit him. In peaceful times, nation and class are there like stimuli to which I only direct distracted or confused responses. They are latent. A revolutionary situation or a situation of national danger transforms preconscious relations to class and nation that had until then been merely lived into conscious decisions. Tacit commitment becomes explicit. But it appears to itself as if it pre-existed the decision. N. The problems of transcendence. The problem of the existential modality of the social world here meets up with all of the problems of transcendence. Whether it is a question of my body, the natural world, the past, birth, or death, the question is always to know how I can be open to phenomena that transcend me and that, nevertheless, only exist to the extent that I take them up and live them, how the presence to myself, presens, that defines me and that conditions every external presence is simultaneously a depresentation, Entgegenwärtigung, and throws me outside of myself. 13 Idealism, by making the exterior immanent in me, and realism, by subjecting me to a causal action, both falsify the relations of motivation that exist between the exterior and the interior and render this relation incomprehensible. Our individual past, for example, cannot be given to us by the actual survival of states of consciousness or of cerebral traces, nor by a consciousness of the past that would constitute it and arrive at it immediately. In both cases, we would lack the sense of the past, for the past would be for us, strictly speaking, present. If something of the past is to exist for us, then this can only be in an ambiguous presence, prior to every explicit recollection, like a field that we open onto. It must exist for us even though we do not think about it, and all of our recollections must be drawn from this opaque mass. Likewise, if I only had the world as a sum of things, and the thing as a sum of properties, I would not have any certainties, but only probabilities, no irrecusable reality, but only conditional truths. If the past and the world exist, then they must have a theoretical immanence, they can only be what I see behind myself and around myself, and an actual transcendence, they exist in my life before appearing as objects of my explicit acts. Or again, my birth or my death cannot be for me objects of thought. Established within life, propped up by my thinking nature, placed within that transcendental field that opened with my first perception and in which every absence is merely the other side of a presence, or every silence a modality of sonorous being, I have a sort of theoretical ubiquity and eternity. I feel destined to a flow of inexhaustible life whose beginning and whose end I cannot think, since it is still my living self who thinks them, and since thus my life always precedes itself and always survives itself. Nevertheless, this same thinking nature that fills me with being opens the world to me through a perspective. I receive along with it the feeling of my contingency, the anxiety of being transcended, such that, even if I do not think of my death, I still live within an atmosphere of death in general. There is something of an essence of death that is always on the horizon of my thoughts. Finally, just as the instant of my death is an inaccessible future for me, I am certain to never leave the presence of another to himself. And nevertheless, every other person exists for me as an irrecusable style or milieu of coexistence, and my life has a social atmosphere just as it has a flavor of mortality. Oh! The true transcendental is the ursprung springing forth of transcendences. Along with the natural world and the social world, we have discovered that which is truly transcendental, which is not the collection of constitutive operations through which a transparent world, without shadows and without opacity, is spread out in front of an impartial spectator, but rather the ambiguous life where the ursprung of transcendences takes place, which, through a fundamental contradiction, puts me into communication with them and on this basis makes knowledge possible. Point 14 Perhaps the objection will be raised that a contradiction cannot be placed at the center of philosophy, and that all of our descriptions, not being ultimately thinkable, are entirely meaningless. The objection would be valid if we restricted ourselves to finding, under the name phenomenon or phenomenal field, a layer of pre-logical or magical experience. For then it would be necessary to choose between either believing the descriptions and abandoning thought, or knowing what we are saying and abandoning these descriptions. These descriptions must be the opportunity for us to define an understanding and a reflection more radical than objective thought. To phenomenology understood as a direct description, a phenomenology of phenomenology must be added. We must return to the cogito in order to seek there a more fundamental logos than that of objective thought, one that provides objective thought with its relative justification and, at the same time, puts it in its place. On the level of being, we will never understand that the subject is simultaneously creating naturant and created nature, and simultaneously infinite and finite. But if we uncover time beneath the subject, and if we reconnect the paradox of time to the paradoxes of the body, the world, the thing, and others, then we will understand that there is nothing more to understand. Part 3. Being for itself and being in the world 1. I. The cogito 1. A. Interpretation of the cogito in terms of eternity. I am thinking of the Cartesian cogito, wanting to finish this work, sensing the coolness of the paper under my hand, and perceiving the trees of the boulevard through the window. My life continuously throws itself into transcendent things, it happens entirely on the outside. The cogito is either that thought which formed 3 centuries ago in Descartes' mind, or the sense of the texts that he left to us, or, finally, an eternal truth that emerges from them, but in any case it is a cultural being that my thought tends toward rather than encompasses, just as my body orients itself and makes its way among objects in a familiar setting without my needing to represent them to myself explicitly. This book in progress is not a certain assemblage of ideas, rather, it constitutes for me an open situation whose complex formula I could not provide and where I blindly struggle until, as if by a miracle, the thoughts and the words organize themselves. A fortiori, the sensible beings surrounding me, the paper beneath my hand, the trees before my eyes, do not yield their secret to me, my consciousness flees from itself and is unaware of itself in them. Such is the initial situation that realism attempts to account for by affirming the actual transcendence and the existence in themselves of the world and of ideas. Siding with realism is, however, out of the question, and there is a definitive truth in the Cartesian return of things and of ideas to myself. The very experience of transcendent things is only possible if their project is born and found within myself. When I say that things are transcendent, this signifies that I do not possess them, that I do not encompass them. They are transcendent to the extent that I am unaware of what they are and blindly affirm their bare existence. But what sense is there in affirming the existence of something unknown? If there can be some truth in this affirmation, this is because I glimpse the nature or essence at issue, because my vision of the tree, for example, as a mute ecstasy in an individual thing already envelopes a certain thought that I am seeing pensée devoir and a certain thought about the tree, and finally because I do not encounter the tree, I am not simply confronted with it, and I find in this existing thing before me a certain nature whose notion I actively form. If I find things around myself, this cannot be because they are really there, for, ex hypothesi, I know nothing of this factual existence. If I am capable of recognizing this, it is because the actual contact of the thing awakens in me a primordial knowledge of all things and because my finite and determinate perceptions are the partial manifestations of a power of knowing that is coextensive with the world and that displays it fully. If we imagine a space in itself with which the perceiving subject could come to coincide, for example, if I imagine that my hand perceives the distance between 2 points by molding to them, how could the angle formed by my fingers, and that is characteristic of this distance, be evaluated if it were not somehow retraced inwardly by a power that resides neither in one object nor in the other, and that hence becomes capable of knowing or rather of bringing about their relation? If one wants to say that the sensation of my thumb and that of my index finger are at least signs of this distance, how could these sensations have in themselves what is necessary for signifying the relation between points in space if they were not already situated upon a trajectory running from one to the other, and if this trajectory were, in turn, not merely traveled by my fingers as they open, but also intended through its intelligible outline by my thought? How could the mind know the sense of a sign that it has not itself constituted as a sign? Too, it seems that we must substitute for the image of knowledge we obtained by describing the subject situated in his world a second image according to which the subject constructs or constitutes this very world, and this latter will be more authentic than the previous, since the exchange between the subject and the objects surrounding him is only possible if he first makes them exist for himself, arranges them around himself, and draws them from his own depths. This is even more the case in acts of spontaneous thought. The Cartesian cogito, which is the theme of my reflections, is always beyond what I currently represent to myself. It has an horizon of sense made up of so many thoughts that occurred to me while reading Descartes, but that are not currently present, and of other thoughts that I vaguely sense in advance, thoughts that I could have but that I have never developed. But if it is enough that these 3 syllables are uttered in my presence for me to be immediately oriented toward a certain order of ideas, this is because in some sense all possible developments are at once present to me. Whoever would hope to restrict the spiritual light to what is at present represented will always run into the Socratic problem: how will you look for it, Socrates, when you do not know at all what it is? How will you aim to search for something you do not know at all? If you should meet with it, how will you know that this is the thing that you did not know? Meno, ADD. 3. A thought that could be truly transcended by its objects would find these objects springing forth along its path without ever being able to grasp their relations or penetrate their truth. It is me who reconstitutes the historical cogito, it is me who reads Descartes' text, me who recognizes there an imperishable truth, and in the final analysis the Cartesian cogito only has sense through my own cogito. I could literally think nothing of it if I did not have, in myself, all that was needed to invent it. It is me who assigns my thought the goal of taking up this movement of the cogito, and who continuously verifies the orientation of my thought toward this goal. My thought must, then, precede itself in this goal, and it must have already found what it is looking for, otherwise it would not go looking for it. My thought must be defined by this strange power it has of anticipating itself and of throwing itself forward, of finding itself at home everywhere. In short, my thought must be defined by its autonomy. If thought had not itself put into things what it will later find there, it would have no hold on things, it would not think them, and it would be an illusion of thought, for a sensible perception or a chain of reasoning cannot exist as facts that happen in me and of which I take notice. When I consider them après coup, they are distributed and dispersed each to its place. But this is nothing but the wake of reasoning and perception which, when considered in their actuality, had to encompass all at once everything that was necessary for their realization, and consequently had to be directly present to themselves in an undivided intention, otherwise they would have fallen apart. Every thought of something is simultaneously self-consciousness, otherwise it could not have an object. At the root of all of our experiences and all of our reflections we thus find a being that recognizes itself immediately, because it is nothing other than self-knowledge and knowledge of all things, a being that does not know its own existence through ascertainment, constatation, or in the manner of a given fact, nor through an inference beginning from an idea of itself, but rather through direct contact with that existence. Self-consciousness is the very being of the mind at work. The act by which I am conscious of something must be itself apprehended in the moment in which it is accomplished, otherwise it would break apart. Consequently, one cannot imagine that self-consciousness could be triggered or provoked by anything whatsoever. This act must be causa sui. 5 To return with Descartes from things to the thought about things is either to reduce experience to a sum of psychological events for which the I is merely a common name, or the hypothetical cause, but then it would not be clear how my existence could be more certain than that of any other thing, since it is no more immediate, except for an imperceptible instant, or it is to recognize, beneath events, a field and a system of thoughts that would not be subjected to time, nor to any limitation, a mode of existence that owes nothing to the event, and that would be existence as consciousness, a spiritual act that grasps from a distance and contracts into itself everything that it intends. And I think that would be an I am by itself and without any addition. 6 The Cartesian doctrine of the cogito should thus logically entail the affirmation of the non-temporality of the mind and the admission of an eternal consciousness. Experimer nos eternos esse. We experience that we are eternal. 7 Eternity, understood as the power to embrace and to anticipate temporal developments within a single intention, would thus be the very definition of subjectivity. 8 b. Consequences, the impossibility of finitude and of others. Before questioning this interpretation of the cogito in terms of eternity, let us look closely at its consequences, which will show the need for a correction. If the cogito reveals a new mode of existence that owes nothing to time, if I discover myself as the universal constituent of every being that is accessible to me, and if I discover myself to be a transcendental field with no folds and no outside, then it must not merely be said that my mind, so far as the formal element of all sense objects is concerned, is Spinoza's God. 9. For the distinction between form and matter can no longer receive an ultimate value, and it is not clear why the mind, reflecting upon itself, could ultimately find any sense in the notion of receptivity or conceive of itself in any valuable way as affected. For, if it is the mind that thinks of itself as affected, then it does not think of itself as affected, since it once again affirms its activity at the moment in which it seems to hold itself back. If it is the mind that places itself in the world, then that mind is not in the world, and self-positing is an illusion. It is unclear how Laches Ray, for example, could avoid this consequence. If I cease thinking and then begin to think again, I come alive again, I reconstitute, in its indivisibility and by putting myself back at the source from which it emerges, the movement that I carry on. Thus, every time that the subject thinks, he takes himself as his support, he places himself, beyond and behind his various representations, in that unity that, as the principle of all recognition, must not be recognized, and he again becomes the absolute because that is what he eternally is. 10. But how could there be several absolutes? How could I in the first place ever recognize other Mijelves? If the subject's only experience is the one I obtain by coinciding with it, if the mind, by definition, eludes the outside spectator and can only be recognized inwardly, then my cogito is, in principle, unique, no one else could participate in it. Might one respond by saying that it is rather transferable to others? 11 But how could such a transfer ever be motivated? What spectacle will ever truly be able to induce me to posit outside of myself this mode of existence whose sense requires that it be grasped inwardly? If I do not learn within myself to recognize the junction of the for itself and the in itself, then none of these mechanisms that we call other bodies will ever come to life. If I have no outside, then others have no inside. If I have an absolute consciousness of myself, then the plurality of consciousnesses is impossible. It is even impossible to catch sight of a divine absolute behind the absolute of my thought. The contact of my thought with itself, if perfect, encloses me within myself and prevents me from ever feeling transcended. There is no opening to nor aspiration 12 for an other for this myself who constructs the totality of being and its own presence in the world, who is defined by self-possession, 13 and who only ever finds outside of himself what he has put there. This hermetically sealed self is no longer a finite self. There is only consciousness of the universe thanks to the previous consciousness of organization, in the active sense of the word, and consequently, in the final analysis, thanks to an inner communication with the very operation of divinity. 14. The cogito ultimately leads me to coincide with God. If the intelligible and recognizable structure of my experience, when I recognize it in the cogito, draws me out of the event and places me within eternity, then it simultaneously frees me from all limitations and from this fundamental event that is my private existence, and the same reasons that oblige us to pass from the event to the act, from thoughts to the I, also oblige us to pass from the multiplicity of I's to one solitary constituting consciousness and prevent me, in an attempt to save in extremis the finitude of the subject, from defining it as a monad. 15 The constituting consciousness is, in principle, singular and universal. C. Return to the cogito. Asterisk. If we attempt to maintain that it constitutes in us merely a microcosm, if we preserve for the cogito the sense of an existential experience, 16 or if it reveals to me not the absolute transparence of a thought that entirely possesses itself, but rather the blind act by which I take up my destiny as a thinking nature and carry it forward, then this would be a different philosophy, a philosophy that does not draw us outside of time. We see here the necessity of finding a path between eternity and the fragmented time of empiricism, and the necessity of taking up again the interpretation of the cogito and the interpretation of time. We have seen, once and for all, that our relations with things cannot be external relations, nor can our consciousness of ourselves be the simple registering of psychical events. We only perceive a world if, prior to being some set of observed facts, this world and this perception are thoughts of our very own. It remains for us to attempt to understand the precise way in which the world belongs to the subject and the subject belongs to himself, this cogitatio that makes experience possible, our hold on things and our hold on our states of consciousness. We shall see that the subject is not indifferent to the event and time, that it is rather the fundamental mode of the event and of Geschichte history, whose objective and impersonal events are derivative forms, and finally that the recourse to eternity is only required given an objective conception of time. D. The cogito and perception. Thus, that I think is beyond doubt. I am not certain that there is an ashtray or a pipe over there, but I am certain that I think I see an ashtray or a pipe. Is it as easy to dissociate these two affirmations as is often thought, and to maintain, independent of every judgment concerning the thing seen, the evidentness of my thought that I am seeing? On the contrary, this is impossible. Perception is just that kind of act where there can be no question of separating the act itself and the term upon which it bears. Perception and the perceived necessarily have the same existential modality, since perception is inseparable from the consciousness that it has or rather that it is of reaching the thing itself. There can be no question of maintaining the certainty of perception by denying the certainty of the perceived thing. If I see an ashtray in the full sense of the word see, then there must be an ashtray over there, and I cannot repress this affirmation. To see is to see something. To see red is to see an actually existing red. Vision can only be reduced to the simple presumption of seeing if we imagine it as the contemplation of a drifting and anchorless quailing. But if, as we said above, the quality itself in its specific texture is the suggestion made to us, and to which we respond insofar as we have sensory fields, of a certain manner of existing, and if the perception of a color endowed with a definite structure, a surface color or a colored area, in a place, or at a precise or vague distance, presupposes our opening onto a real or onto a world, then how could we dissociate the certainty of our perceiving existence and that of its external counterpart? My vision essentially refers not merely to an allegedly visible thing, but rather to a being that is actually seen. Reciprocally, if I raise a doubt as to the presence of the thing, this doubt bears upon vision itself. If there is no red or blue over there, then I say that I have not really seen them. I concede that at no moment has this adequation taken place between my visual intentions and the visible, which is vision in actuality. There are, then, two possibilities: either I have no certainty concerning things themselves, but then I can no more be certain of my own perception understood as a simple thought, since, even understood in this way, it includes the affirmation of a thing, or I grasp my thought with certainty, but this presupposes that I simultaneously assume the existences that my thought intends. When Descartes tells us that the existence of visible things is doubtful, whereas our vision considered as the simple thought that one is seeing pensée devoir is not, his position is untenable. For thought that one is seeing can have two senses. We might first understand it in the restrictive sense of a supposed vision or as the impression of seeing, and then we have here merely the certainty of a possibility or a probability, and yet, the thought that one is seeing implies that we have had, in some cases, the experience of authentic or actual vision which the thought that one is seeing resembles, and in which the certainty of the thing was then included. The certainty of a possibility is merely the possibility of a certainty, the thought that one is seeing is merely the idea of vision, and we would not have this idea if we did not elsewhere have actual vision. Now, we might understand by the thought that one is seeing the consciousness that we would have of our constituting power. Whatever the case may be with our empirical perceptions, which might be true or false, these perceptions would only be possible if they are inhabited by a mind capable of recognizing, identifying, and maintaining before us their intentional object. But if this constituting power is not a myth, and if perception is truly the simple prolongation of an inner dynamism with which I can coincide, then the certitude that I have of the transcendental premises about the world must be extended to the world itself, and, given that my vision is through and through the thought that I am seeing, then the thing I see is in itself what I think about it, and transcendental idealism is an absolute realism. 17. It would be contradictory to maintain 18. Simultaneously that the world is constituted by me and that I can only grasp the outline and the essential structures of this constitutive operation, I must see the existing world appear, and not merely the idea of the world, upon the completion of the constitutive work, otherwise I would only have an abstract construction and not a concrete consciousness of the world. Thus, in whichever way we understand the thought that one is seeing, it is only certain if actual vision is certain as well. When Descartes tells us that sensation reduced to itself is always true, and that error is introduced by the transcending interpretation given by judgment, he here establishes an illusory distinction, for it is no less difficult for me to know if I sense something than it is to know if there is something there, and the hysteric senses and does not know what he senses, just as he perceives external objects without being aware of this perception. However, when I am certain of having sensed, the certainty of an external thing is included within the very manner in which sensation is articulated and developed in front of me. It is a pain in my leg, or it is some red, and an opaque red upon a single plane, for example, or rather a three-dimensional red atmosphere. The interpretation that I give of my sensations must surely be motivated, and it can only be motivated by the very structure of these sensations, so much so that it can be equally said that there is no transcendent interpretation or no judgment that does not spring from the very configuration of phenomena, and that there is no sphere of immanence or no domain where my consciousness would be at home and assured against all risk of error. The acts of the I are of such a nature that they transcend themselves and that there is no private sphere of consciousness. Consciousness is entirely transcendence, not a transcendence that is undergone. We have said that such a transcendence would be the end of consciousness, but rather an active transcendence. The consciousness I have of seeing or of sensing is not the passive registering of a self-enclosed psychical event that would leave me uncertain with regard to the reality of the thing seen or sensed, nor is it the unfolding of a constitutive power that would eminently and eternally contain in itself every possible vision or sensation and that would meet up with the object without having to leave itself. Rather, that consciousness I have of seeing is the very realization of vision. I assure myself that I am seeing by looking at this or that, or at least by awakening my visual surroundings or a visual world that is ultimately vouched for by the vision of a particular thing. Vision is an action, that is, not an eternal operation. This expression is contradictory, but rather an operation that holds more than it promised, that always goes beyond its premises, and that is only inwardly prepared for by my primordial opening to a field of transcendences, or again through an ecstasy. Vision is accomplished and fulfilled in the thing seen. Vision must surely grasp itself, for if it did not, it would not be a vision of anything at all, but it must grasp itself in a sort of ambiguity and a sort of obscurity, since it does not possess itself and rather escapes itself into the thing that is seen. Through the cogito, I do not discover and recognize psychological immanence, which is the inherence of all phenomena to private states of consciousness, or the blind contact of sensation with itself, nor even transcendental immanence, which is the belonging of all phenomena to a constituting consciousness, or the self-possession of clear thought. Rather, what I discover and recognize is the profound movement of transcendence that is my very being, the simultaneous contact with my being and with the being of the world. The cogito and effective intentionality. Nevertheless, is not the case of perception a special one? It opens me to a world, and it could only do so by going beyond myself and by going beyond itself. The perceptual synthesis must be incomplete and perception can only present a real to me by exposing itself to the risk of error. It is essential that the thing, if it is to be a thing, have sides hidden from me, and this is why the distinction between appearance and reality immediately has a place in the perceptual synthesis. If, however, I consider my consciousness of psychical facts, it seems that consciousness reasserts itself and regains full possession of itself. For example, love and desire are inner operations, they create their objects and it is clear that by doing so they can turn away from the real end. In this sense, they can trick us. And yet it seems impossible that they trick us with regard to themselves. From the moment I experience éprouvé love, joy, or sadness, it is true that I love, that I am joyous, or that I am sad, even if the object does not in fact have the value that I currently invest it with, that is, for others or for myself at another moment. Within me, appearance is reality, and the being of consciousness consists in appearing to itself. What is desiring if not the consciousness of an object as valuable, or as valuable precisely insofar as it is not valuable? In the case of perverse desire, what is loving if not the consciousness of an object as lovable? And since the consciousness of an object necessarily includes a self-knowledge, without which this consciousness would escape itself and would not even grasp its object, desire and knowing that we desire, or loving and knowing that we love are but one single act. Love is consciousness of loving, desire is consciousness of desiring. A love or a desire that was not self-conscious would be a love that does not love, or a desire that does not desire, just as an unconscious thought would be a thought that does not think. Desire and love would be unchanged whether their object is fictional or real and, considered without reference to the object upon which they in fact bear, they would constitute a sphere of absolute certainty where truth could not escape us. Everything in consciousness would be true. There would be illusions only when it comes to the external object. From the moment that it is felt, a feeling, considered in itself, would always be true. Nevertheless, let us take a closer look. F. False or illusory feelings. Feeling as engagement. First of all, it is clear that we can distinguish in ourselves between true feelings and false feelings. From this fact it is clear that everything we sense in ourselves is not found on the same plane of existence or true in the same way, and that there are degrees of reality in us, just as outside of us there are reflections, phantoms, and things. Next to true love, there is a false or illusory love. This latter case must be distinguished from errors in interpretation and from cases where, in bad faith, I gave the name love to emotions that were not worthy of it. For in such cases, there was never even a semblance of love. I did not believe for a moment that my life was engaged in this feeling. I carefully avoided asking the question in order to avoid the response that I already knew, and my love-making was merely performed out of kindness or in bad faith. On the contrary, in false or illusory love I am willingly united with the loved person. She really was, for a time, the mediator of my relations with the world. When I said, I love her, I was not interpreting, and my life really was engaged in a form that, like a melody, demanded a certain continuation. It is true that, after the disillusionment, after the revelation of my illusion regarding myself, and when I later attempt to understand what has happened to me, I will uncover beneath this supposed love something other than love, a resemblance of the loved woman to another person, boredom, habit, shared interests, or convictions, and this is just what allows me to speak of illusion. I only loved certain qualities, that smile that resembles another smile, that beauty that asserts itself like a fact, those youthful gestures and behaviors, and not the singular manner of being that is this person herself. And, correlatively, I was not fully caught, regions of my past and my future escaped the invasion, and I preserved places within myself for something else. But then one will reply that either I did not know it, and in that case it is not a question of an illusory love, but rather of a true love that is dying, or that I knew it, and in that case there has never been love at all, not even a false one. And yet, neither of these is the case. It cannot be said that this had been, while it existed, indiscernible from a true love and that it became a false love when I repudiated it. It cannot be said that a mystical crisis at age 15 is, in itself, meaningless and becomes, according to how I freely evaluate it in my later years, either an incident of puberty or the first sign of a religious vocation. Even if I construct my entire life around some incident from puberty, this incident preserves its contingent character, and it is my entire life that is false. In the mystical crisis itself, such as I lived it, some characteristic must be found that distinguishes the vocation from the incident. In the first case, the mystical attitude insinuates itself into my fundamental relation with the world and with others. In the second case, the attitude is an impersonal behavior without any internal necessity, namely, puberty, within the subject. Similarly, true love summons up all of the subject's resources and affects him completely, whereas false love has to do with only one of his personae, the man of 40, when it has to do with a late love, the traveler, when it has to do with an exotic love, the widower, if the false love is sustained by a memory, or the child, when it is sustained by the memory of the mother. A true love ends when I change or when the loved person has changed. A false love is revealed as false when I return to myself. The difference is intrinsic. But since it has to do with the place of the feeling in my overall being in the world, since the false love has to do with the person I believe I am at the moment when I experience it, and since in order to discern the falseness I would need a knowledge of myself that I will only obtain precisely through disillusionment, the ambiguity remains, and this is why illusion is possible. Let us again consider the example of the hysteric. He was quickly treated as a pretender, but it is first of all himself that he deceives, and this plasticity again raises the problem that they had hoped to avoid. How can the hysteric not sense what he senses, and sense what he does not sense? He does not feign pain, sadness, or anger, and yet his pains, sadnesses, and angers are distinct from a pain, a sadness, or an anger that is real because he is not entirely caught up in them. At his core there remains a zone of calm. Illusory or imaginary feelings are certainly lived, but they are lived, so to speak, on the periphery of ourselves. Point 19. The child and many adults are dominated by situational values that hide their actual feelings from them. They are happy because they are given a gift, sad because they are attending a funeral, joyful or sad depending upon the landscape, and beneath these emotions they are indifferent and empty. We do indeed have the feeling itself, but only in an inauthentic way. The feeling is like a shadow of the authentic feeling. 20. Our natural attitude is not to experience our own feelings or to adhere to our own pleasures, but rather to live according to the emotional categories of our milieu. The young girl in love does not project her emotions into Isolde or Juliet. She experiences éprouvée the emotions of these poetic phantoms and slips then into her own life. It is only later that a personal and authentic emotion might break into this web of emotional fantasies. Point 21. But so long as this feeling is not yet born, the young girl has no way of detecting what is illusory and affected in her love. It is the truth of these future feelings that will bring to light the falsity of her present feelings. Thus, these present feelings are certainly lived. The young girl realizes 22 herself in them just like the actor in his character, and here we do not have representations or ideas that could trigger real emotions, but rather fictional emotions and imaginary feelings. Thus, we do not possess our entire reality at each moment, and one has the right to speak of an inner perception, an intimate sense, an analyzer 23 between us and ourselves, that at each moment goes more or less the distance toward knowledge of our life and of our being. What remains beneath the level of inner perception and does not leave an impression on inner sense is not an unconsciousness. My life and my total being are not some contestable constructions there, like Bergson's deep-seated self, 24 rather, they are phenomena that are presented to reflection as evident. It is simply a question here of what we are doing. I discover that I am in love. Perhaps nothing of the facts that I now take as proof escaped me, not that quickened movement from my present toward my future, nor this emotion that left me speechless, nor this impatience for the day of our date to arrive. But alas, I had not brought these facts together, or, even if I had, I did not think it involved such a strong emotion. But I now discover that I can no longer conceive of my life without this love. Thinking back to the previous days or months, I notice that my actions and my thoughts were polarized. I uncover the traces of an arrangement or of a synthesis that was in the making. It is impossible to claim that I always knew what I now know and to set up in past months a knowledge of myself that I have just acquired. In general, it is impossible to deny that I have much to learn about myself, or to place in advance at my core a self-knowledge that contains everything that I will later know about myself, after having read books and lived through the events of which I at present have no inkling. The idea of a consciousness that would be transparent for itself and whose existence would amount to the consciousness that it has of existing is not so different from the notion of the unconsciousness. In both cases we have the same retrospective illusion. Everything that I will later learn about myself is introduced into me as an explicit object. The love that worked out its dialectic through me and that I have just discovered is not from the outset a hidden thing in my unconsciousness, nor is it for that matter an object in front of my consciousness. Rather, it is the movement by which I am turned towards someone, the conversion of my thoughts and of my behaviors. I was hardly unaware of it, since it was I who lived through the hours of boredom prior to a date, and I who experienced joy when it approached. This love was lived, not known, from beginning to end. The lover is comparable to the dreamer. The latent content and the sexual sense of the dream are surely present to the dreamer, since it is he who dreams his dream. But, precisely because sexuality is the general atmosphere of the dream, dreams are not thematized as sexual, for lack of a non-sexual background against which they might stand out. When one wonders if the dreamer is or is not conscious of the sexual content of his dream, the question is poorly formed. As we explained above, if sexuality is one of the ways we have of relating ourselves to the world, then when our metasexual being is eclipsed, as happens in dreaming, then sexuality is everywhere and nowhere. The dream is inherently ambiguous and cannot be specified as sexuality. The fire that figures in the dream is not, for the dreamer, a way of disguising a sexual impulse beneath an acceptable symbol. Rather, it becomes a symbol for the man who is awake. In the language of the dream, fire is the emblem of sexual impulse because the dreamer, detached from the physical world and the strict context of waking life, only employs images in proportion to their effective value. The sexual signification of the dream is not unconscious, nor is it for that matter conscious, because the dream does not signify, as waking life does, by relating one order of facts to another. We would be equally wrong by making sexuality crystallize in unconscious representations or by setting up in the depths of the dreamer a consciousness that can identify sexuality by name. Similarly, love cannot be given a name by the lover who lives it. It is not a thing that one could outline and designate, it is not the same love spoken of in books and newspapers, because it is rather the way the lover establishes his relations with the world, it is an existential signification. The criminal does not see his crime, nor the traitor his betrayal, but not because these exist deep within him as unconscious representations or tendencies, but rather because these crimes or betrayals are so many relatively closed worlds and so many situations. If we are situated, then we are surrounded and cannot be transparent to ourselves, and thus our contact with ourselves must only be accomplished in ambiguity. G. I know that I think because first I think. But have we not overshot the goal? If illusion is sometimes possible in consciousness, will it not always be possible? We said that there are imaginary emotions in which we are engaged enough for them to be lived, but not enough for them to be authentic. But are there any absolute engagements? Is it not essential to the engagement to allow the autonomy of the person engaged to subsist such that the engagement is never complete, and are we thus not stripped of every means of describing certain feelings as authentic? If we define the subject through existence, that is, through a movement in which it transcends itself, do we not simultaneously destine the subject to illusion, since it will never be able to be anything? Without having defined reality as appearance in consciousness, have we not cut the ties between us and ourselves, and reduced consciousness to the condition of the simple appearance of an elusive reality? Are we not confronted with the alternative between an absolute consciousness and an interminable doubt? And have we not, by rejecting the first solution, rendered the cogito impossible? The objection brings us to the essential point. It is neither true that my existence possesses itself, nor that it is foreign to itself, because it is an act or a doing, and because an act, by definition, is the violent passage from what I have to what I aim at, or from what I am to what I have the intention of being. I can actualize the cogito and have the assurance of really desiring, loving, or believing, given that I first actually desire, love, or believe, and given that I accomplish my own existence. If I do not do so, an unassailable doubt spreads across the world, and also across my own thoughts. I will endlessly wonder if my tastes, my desires, my wishes, and my adventures are truly my own, and they will always seem artificial, unreal, and flawed. But this doubt itself, for lack of being an actual doubt, could no longer even approach the certainty of doubting. 25 One only escapes from this and reaches sincerity by forestalling these scruples and by throwing oneself blindly into the doing faire. Thus, it is not because I think being that I am certain of existing, but rather the certainty that I have of my thoughts derives from their actual existence. My love, my hate, and my desire are not certain as simple thoughts of loving, hating, or desiring, but rather all of the certainty of these thoughts comes from the certainty of acts of loving, of hating, and of desiring, of which I am certain because I am the one who does them. Every inner perception is inadequate because I am not an object that one could perceive, because I make my reality and I only meet up with myself in the act. I doubt. The only way of ending all doubt with regard to this claim is actually to doubt, to engage in the experience of doubt, and thereby to make this doubt exist as the certainty of doubting. To doubt is always to doubt something, even if one doubts everything. I am certain of doubting because I take up this or that thing, or even everything including my own existence, precisely as doubtful. I know myself in my relation to things, inner perception comes later, and it would not be possible if I had not made contact with my doubt by in fact experiencing it in its object. We can say of inner perception what we said of external perception: it includes the infinite, or it is a never completed synthesis that, although never completed, is nevertheless self-affirming. If I wish to verify my perception of the ashtray, I will never finish this task, for my perception assumes more that I can know from explicit knowledge. Similarly, if I wish to verify the reality of my doubt, I will never finish this task. It would be necessary to put my thought of doubting into question, the thought of this thought into question, and so on. Certainty comes from doubt itself as an act and not from these thoughts, just as the certainty of the thing and of the world precedes the thetic knowledge of their properties. As has been said, to know is certainly to know that one knows, not that this second-order knowledge grounds knowledge itself, but rather the reverse. I cannot reconstruct the thing, and yet there are perceived things, just as I can never coincide with my fleeting life, and yet there are inner perceptions. When it comes to myself, the same reason makes me capable of illusions and of truths. It remains to be seen if there are acts in which I gather myself together in order to transcend myself. The cogito is the recognition of this fundamental fact. In the proposition I think, I am, the two affirmations are certainly equivalent, otherwise there would be no cogito. But again, we must attempt to understand the sense of this equivalence. It is not the I think that eminently contains the I am, nor is it my existence that is reduced to the consciousness that I have of it, rather, it is the I think that is reintegrated into the movement of transcendence of the I am, and consciousness reintegrated into existence. H. The cogito and the idea, geometrical idea and perceptual consciousness. It certainly seems necessary then to concede an absolute coinciding of myself with myself, if not in the case of desire or emotion, then at least in the acts of pure thought. If this were the case, then everything we have said above would be thrown into question, and, far from thought appearing as a manner of existing, we would actually belong solely to the domain of thought. We must now examine the understanding. I am thinking of the triangle, the three-dimensional space to which it is supposed to belong, the extension of one of its sides, and the parallel that can be drawn from one of its vertexes to the opposite side, and I see that this vertex and these lines form a sum of angles equal to the sum of the triangle's angles and equal, on the other hand, to two right angles. I am certain of this result, which I consider demonstrated. This means that my constructed diagram is not, like the lines arbitrarily added by the child to his drawing and which completely change its signification. It's a house, no, it's a boat, no, it's a man, an assemblage of lines fortuitously born beneath my hand. The entire operation has to do with the triangle. The genesis of the construction is not merely a real genesis, but also an intelligible genesis. I construct according to rules, I make properties appear upon the figure, that is, relations drawn from the essence of the triangle, and not, like the child, all the relations suggested by the undefined figure that actually exists on the paper. I am conscious of demonstrating because I perceive a necessary connection between the collection of givens that constitute the hypothesis and the conclusion that I draw from them. This necessity ensures my ability to reiterate the operation upon an indefinite number of empirical figures, and it comes from the fact that, at each step in my proof and each time that I introduced new relations, I remained conscious of the triangle as a stable structure that these steps determine, but that they do not efface. This is why it can be said, if one wishes, that the demonstration consists in introducing the sum of constructed angles into two different constellations, and in seeing this sum alternately as equal to the angles of the triangle and equal to two right angles. 26. But it must be added 27 that here we do not have just two configurations that follow each other and that drive each other away, as in the drawing of the fantasizing child. The first remains for me while the second is established. The sum of angles that I equate to two right angles is the same that I elsewhere equate to the sum of the triangle's angles, and this is not possible unless I go beyond the order of phenomena or appearances to gain access to the order of the eidos or of being. Truth appears impossible without an absolute self-possession in active thought, otherwise it would not succeed in developing into a series of successive operations and in constructing an eternally valid result. There would be no thought and no truth without an act by which I overcome the temporal dispersion of the phases of thought and the simple factual existence of my psychic events, but the key is to gain a clear understanding of this act. The necessity of the demonstration is not an analytic one, for the construction that enables its conclusion is not actually contained in the essence of the triangle, it is merely possible beginning from this essence. There is no definition of the triangle that contains in advance both the properties that will be demonstrated through what follows and the intermediaries that will be passed through in order to arrive at this demonstration. Extending aside, drawing a line through the vertex that is parallel with the opposite side, bringing in the theorem concerning parallels and their secant, these acts are only possible if I consider the triangle itself, as it is drawn on the paper, on the blackboard, or in the imagination, its physiognomy, the concrete arrangement of its lines, in short, its gestalt. Is this not precisely the essence or the idea of the triangle? Let us begin by rejecting the idea of a formal essence of the triangle. Whatever one might think of attempts at formalization, it is clear in all cases that such attempts do not claim to offer a logic of invention, and that one cannot construct a logical definition of the triangle that equals the fecundity of the vision of the shape and that allows us, through a sequence of formal operations, to reach the conclusions that had not first been established with the help of intuition. Perhaps the objection will be raised that this merely concerns the psychological circumstances of the discovery, and that if, après coup, it is possible to establish a connection between the hypothesis and the conclusion that owes nothing to intuition, then this is because intuition is not the necessary mediator of thought and has no place in logic. But given that the formalization is always retrospective, this proves that it is never complete except in appearance, and that formal thought is sustained by intuitive thought. It uncovers unformulated axioms upon which reason is said to rest, it seems to bring reason an additional rigor, and it seems to lay bare the foundations of our certainty, but in fact, intuition is always the place where certainty is established and where a truth appears, even though principles are here tacitly taken up, or rather precisely for that reason. There would be no experience of truth and nothing could arrest the fecundity of our mind 28 if we thought 6 for me 29 and if formal relations were not first presented to us as crystallized in some particular thing. We would not even be capable of fixing an hypothesis in order to draw out its consequences if we did not begin by taking it as true. An hypothesis is what is taken as true, and so hypothetical thought presupposes an experience of factual truth. Thus, the construction refers to the configuration of the triangle, to the way it occupies space, to relations expressed by the words on, by, vertex, and extend. Do these relations constitute a sort of material essence of the triangle? If the words on, by, etc., maintain a sense, this is because I am working on a sensible or imaginary triangle, which is to say, one that is at least virtually situated in my perceptual field, oriented according to up and down, right and left, or again, as we have shown above, one that is implicated in my general hold upon the world. The construction makes explicit the possibilities of the triangle being examined, not according to its definition and as an idea, but according to its configuration and as the pole toward which my movements are directed. The conclusion is necessarily derived from the hypothesis because, in the act of constructing, the geometer experienced the possibility of this transition. Let us attempt to describe this act more completely. We have seen that this is clearly not a simple manual operation, the actual movement of my hand and my pen upon the paper, for then there would be no difference between a construction and a random drawing, and no demonstration would result from the construction. The construction is a gesture, that is, the actual line expresses an intention on the outside. But then what is this intention? I examine the triangle, it exists for me as a system of oriented lines, and if words like angle or direction have a sense for me, this is insofar as I situate myself at one point and from there tend toward another point, insofar as the system of spatial positions is for me a field of possible movements. This is how I grasp the concrete essence of the triangle, which is not a collection of objective characteristics, but rather the formula of an attitude, a certain modality of my hold on the world, in short, A structure. By constructing, I engage the triangle in another structure, the structure of parallels and secant. How is this possible? It is because my perception of the triangle was not, so to speak, congealed and dead. The drawing of the triangle on the paper was merely its envelope, it was shot through by lines of force, untraced yet possible directions were born everywhere in it. Insofar as the triangle was implicated in my hold on the world, it was bursting with indefinite possibilities of which the construction actually drawn is merely one particular case. The construction has a demonstrative value because I make it spring forth from the motor formula of the triangle. It expresses the ability I have of making sensible emblems appear from a certain hold on things that is nothing other than my perception of the structure triangle. This is an act of productive imagination and not a return to the eternal idea of the triangle. Just as the localization of objects in space, according to Kant himself, is not a purely spiritual operation and makes use of the motricity of the body, 30 the movement being that which arranges sensations at the point in its trajectory where it is when those sensations are produced, so too the geometer, who studies the totality of the objective laws of localization, only knows the relations that he is interested in by tracing them out, at least virtually, with his body. The subject of geometry is a motor subject. This signifies first that our body is not an object, nor is its movement a simple displacement in objective space, otherwise the problem would only be pushed back and the movement of one's own body would bring no insight to the problem of the localization of things, since it itself would be a thing. There must be, as Kant conceded, a motion that generates space, which is our intentional movement, and is distinct from motion in space, 31 which is the movement of things and of our passive body. But there is more. If motion generates space, then it is impossible that the motricity of the body is merely an instrument 32 for constituting consciousness. If there is a constituting consciousness, then bodily movement is only movement insofar as this consciousness thinks movement as such. 33 The constructive power only uncovers in bodily movement what it has put there, and the body is not even an instrument for the constituting consciousness, it is simply one object among objects. There is no psychology in a philosophy of the constituting consciousness, or at least there no longer remains anything valuable for it to say. All it can do is apply the results of reflective analysis to each particular content, rendering them false, for that matter, since it strips them of their transcendental signification. Bodily movement can only play a role in the perception of the world if it is itself an original intentionality, a manner of being related to the object that is distinct from knowledge. The world must not exist around us as a system of objects whose synthesis we perform, but rather as an open ensemble of things toward which we project ourselves. The movement that generates space does not display the trajectory from some metaphysical point without a place in the world, but rather from a certain here toward a certain there, which, moreover, are in principle substitutable. The project to move is an act, and it traces out the spatio-temporal distance by crossing it. Thus, to the extent that the geometer's thought necessarily relies upon this act, it does not coincide with itself, it is transcendence itself. If I can, by means of a construction, make properties of the triangle appear, if the figure thus transformed does not cease being the same figure from which I started, and if, finally, I can perform a synthesis that preserves the character of necessity, this is not because my construction is subtended by a concept of the triangle in which all of its properties would be included, or because, having emerged from perceptual consciousness, I reach the eidos. Rather, these are possible because I actualize the synthesis of the new property by means of the body that inserts me, all at once, in space, and whose autonomous movement allows me to meet up with that comprehensive view of space through a series of precise steps. As far as geometric thought transcends perceptual consciousness, it is nevertheless from the world of perception that I borrow the notion of essence. I believe that the triangle always had and always will have a sum of angles equal to 2 right angles, along with all of the other less visible properties that geometry attributes to it because I have the experience of a real triangle, and because, as a physical thing, it necessarily has in itself all that it could have or will be able to manifest. If the perceived thing had not forever established in us the ideal of the being that is what it is, then there would be no phenomenon of the being, and mathematical thought would appear to us as a creation. What I call the essence of the triangle is nothing other than this presumption of a completed synthesis by which we have defined the thing. Idea and speech, the expressed in the expression. Our body, insofar as it moves itself, that is, insofar as it is inseparable from a perspective and is this very perspective brought into existence, is the condition of possibility not merely of the geometrical synthesis, but also of all of the expressive operations and all of the acquisitions that constitute the cultural world. When it is said that thought is spontaneous, this does not mean that it coincides with itself, rather, it means that thought transcends itself, and speech is precisely the act by which it in fact becomes eternal. Indeed, it is obvious that speech cannot be considered as a mere clothing for thought, nor expression as the translation of a signification, already clear for itself, into an arbitrary system of signs. It is often said that sounds and phonemes mean nothing by themselves, and that our consciousness can only find in language what it has put there. But it would result from this that language could teach us nothing, and that it could at most give rise in us to new combinations of the significations that we already possess. This is precisely what the experience of language testifies against. Communication certainly presupposes a system of correspondences, such as those given by the dictionary, but it goes beyond, and it is the sentence that gives each word its sense. It is for having been employed in different contexts that the word gradually takes on a sense that is impossible to fix absolutely. An important speech or a great novel imposes its sense. Thus, in a certain way, they bear their sense. And as for the speaking subject, the act of expression must allow even the subject himself to transcend what he had previously thought, and he must find in his own words more than he thought he had put there, otherwise we would never see thought, even when isolated, seek out expression with such perseverance. Thus, speech is this paradoxical operation in which, by means of words whose sense is given and by means of already available significations, we attempt to catch up with an intention that in principle goes beyond them and modifies them in the final analysis, itself establishing the sense of the words by which it expresses itself. Constituted language simply plays a role in the operation of expression like the role of colors in the painting. If we did not have eyes or senses in general, then there would be no painting for us, and yet the painting says more than what the simple exercise of our senses could teach us. The painting beyond the sensory givens and speech beyond the givens of constituted language must thus in themselves have a signifying virtue, without reference to a signification that exists for itself in the mind of the spectator or the listener. By means of words, like the painter by means of colors or the musician by means of notes, we attempt, with a spectacle, an emotion, or even an abstract idea, to constitute a sort of equivalent or a type that can be absorbed by the mind. Here the expression becomes the primary thing. We impart a form to the reader nous informons le lecteur, we make him participate in our creative or poetic action, we place some object or some emotion into the secret mouth of his mind. 34. For the painter or the speaking subject, the painting and the speech are not the illustration of an already completed thought, but rather the appropriation of this very thought. This is why we have been led to distinguish between a secondary speech, which conveys an already acquired thought, and an originary speech, which first brings this thought into existence for us just as it does for others. Now, all of the words that have become the simple signs of a univocal thought could only do so because they first functioned as originary spoken words, and we still remember the precious appearance that they had, like an unknown landscape, when we were in the process of acquiring them and when they still exerted the primordial function of expression. Thus, self-possession or the coinciding with the self is not the definition of thought, this is rather a product of expression and is always an illusion to the extent that the clarity of the acquired rests upon the fundamentally obscure operation by which we have eternalized a moment of fleeting life within ourselves. We are called to uncover beneath thought, which basks in its acquisitions and is merely a stopping point in the indefinite process of expression, a thought that attempts to establish itself and that only does so by bending the resources of constituted language to a new usage. This operation must be considered an ultimate fact, since every explanation that one would like to give of it, either the empiricist explanation that reduces new significations to given significations, or the idealist explanation that posits an absolute knowledge immanent in the very first forms of knowledge, would amount to denying it. Language transcends us, not merely because the use of language always presupposes a large number of thoughts that are not present and that each word summarizes, but also for another deeper reason, namely, these thoughts in their actuality had never themselves been pure thoughts either, there was already in them an excess of the signified over the signifying, the same effort of thought already thought pense to equal thinking thought pense ante, and the same provisional joining of the two that makes up the entire mystery of expression. What we call an idea is necessarily linked to an act of expression and owes its appearance of autonomy to this act. It is a cultural object, like the church, the street, the pencil, or the Ninth Symphony. The objection will be that the church can burn, the street and the pencil can be destroyed, and that, if all the scores of the Ninth Symphony and all musical instruments were reduced to ashes, then it would no longer exist apart from a few brief years in the memory of those who had heard it, whereas, on the contrary, the idea of the triangle and its properties are imperishable. In fact, the idea of the triangle along with its properties and the idea of the quadratic equation have their historical and geographical regions, and if the tradition from which we receive them and the cultural instruments that carry them were destroyed, then new acts of creative expression would be necessary to bring them into the world. What is true is simply that, once the initial appearance has been given, subsequent appearances will add nothing, if they are successful, and remove nothing, if they are unsuccessful, from the quadratic equation, which remains shared between us like an inexhaustible possession. But as much could be said about the Ninth Symphony, which subsists in its intelligible place, as Proust said, whether it is skillfully or poorly executed, or rather that leads its existence in a time more secret than natural time. The time of ideas does not merge with the time in which books appear and disappear, in which musical scores are printed or lost. A book that had always been reprinted is one day no longer read, a score of which there only remain a few copies is suddenly in high demand, and the existence of the idea does not merge with the empirical existence of the means of expression, but rather ideas endure or pass away, and the intelligible sky subtly changes color. We have already distinguished between empirical speech, that is, the word as sonorous phenomenon, and the fact that such a word is said at such a moment by such a person, which can happen without any accompanying thought, and transcendental or authentic speech, the speech by which an idea begins to exist. But if there had not been a man with phonatory and articulatory organs, and with a mechanism for blowing, or at least with a body and the capacity for self-movement, then there would have been no speech and no ideas. It remains true that in speech, more than in music or in painting, thought seems able to detach itself from its material instruments and to take on an eternal value. In a certain way, all the triangles that will ever exist through the encounters of physical causality will always have a sum of angles equal to two right angles, even if humans have lost the knowledge of geometry and if not a single person remains who knows it. But this is because, in this case, speech applies to nature, whereas music and painting, like poetry, create their own object and, as soon as they are sufficiently self-conscious, they deliberately enclose themselves within the cultural world. Prosaic and, in particular, scientific speech are cultural beings that have the pretension of expressing a truth of nature in itself. We know that there is no such thing, and the modern critique of the sciences has clearly shown that there is something constructive to these types of speech. If it is true that lived space is no less resistant to non-Euclidean metric theory than it is to Euclidean metric theory, then real triangles, that is, perceived triangles, do not necessarily have a sum of angles equal to two right angles for all eternity. Thus, there is no fundamental difference between the modes of expression, and no privilege can be granted to one of them on the assumption that it expresses a truth in itself. Speech is just as mute as music, and music is just as eloquent parlanti as speech. Expression is everywhere creative, and the expressed is always inseparable from it. No analysis can clarify language and lay it in front of us like an object. The act of speech is only clear for the person who is actually speaking or listening, and it becomes obscure the moment we attempt to make explicit the reasons that lead us to understand a certain speech in this way and not otherwise. What we said about perception and what Pascal says about opinions could also be said about the act of speech, for in all three cases we see the same miracle of a clarity at first glance that disappears as soon as we want to reduce it to what we take to be its component elements. I speak and, without any ambiguity, I understand myself and I am understood. I take hold of my life and others take hold of it as well. I say I have been waiting a long time, or that someone is dead, and I believe I know what I am saying. And yet, if I interrogate myself about time or about the experience of death, which were implicated in my discourse, all that remains in my mind is a certain obscurity. This is because I attempted to speak about speech, to reiterate the act of expression that gave a sense to the word dead or to the word time, and to extend the cursory hold upon my experience that they provide. These secondary and tertiary acts of expression certainly have, like the others, in each case their convincing clarity, but without my ever being able to dissolve the fundamental obscurity of the expressed or to reduce to zero the distance between my thought and itself. Must it be concluded from this that language, born and developed in obscurity, and yet capable of moments of clarity, is nothing but the other side of an infinite thought, and this thought's message as confided to us? 35 This would be to lose contact with the analysis that we have just completed, and to overturn in the conclusion what has been established along the way. Language transcends us, and yet we speak. If we conclude from this that our speech spells out some transcendent thought, then we assume that an attempt at expression has been completed just when we have said that this completion never occurs. We invoke an absolute thought at the moment we have just shown that for us such a thought is inconceivable. This is the principle of Pascalian apologetics, except that rather than making it more probable, here the more we show man to be without absolute power, the more the affirmation of an absolute becomes suspect. In fact, the analysis shows not that there is a transcendent thought behind language, but that thought transcends itself in speech, that speech itself establishes the concordance of myself with myself and of myself with others, upon which the attempt was made to ground speech. The phenomenon of language, in the double sense of an originary fact and as a wonder, is not explained, but rather suppressed if we double it with a transcendent thought, since it consists in the fact that an act of thought, for having been expressed, has from then on the power of outliving itself. This is not because the verbal formula, as is often said, serves as a mnemonic means, because the verbal formula inscribed upon the paper or committed to memory would be of no use at all unless we had already acquired, once and for all, the inner power of interpreting it. To express is not to substitute for the new thought a stable system of signs that can be connected to thoughts that are certain, rather, it is to ensure, through the use of already well-worn words, that the new intention takes up the heritage of the past. It is, in a single gesture, to incorporate the past into the present and to weld this present to a future, to open an entire cycle of time where the acquired thought will remain present as a dimension without our needing to ever again summon it or reproduce it. That which is called the non-temporal within thought is that which, for having thus taken up the past and engaged the future, is presumptively of all times, and is thus anything but transcendent to time. The non-temporal is the acquired. J. The non-temporal is the acquired. Time itself offers us the primary model of this everlasting acquisition. Since time is the dimension according to which events drive each other from existence, it is also the dimension according to which each one receives an inalienable place. To say that an event takes place is to say that it will always be true that it has taken place. By its very essence, each moment of time sets down an existence against which all other moments of time are powerless. After the construction, the geometrical relation is acquired. Even if I forget the details, the mathematical gesture establishes a tradition. Van Gogh's painting is forever established in me, a step has been taken that I can never take back, and, even if I hold no precise memories of the paintings that I have seen, my entire aesthetic experience will from then on be that of someone who has known Van Gogh's paintings, just as a bourgeois who has become a worker remains forever, in his very manner of being a worker, a bourgeois become worker, or just as an act defines us forever, even if we have subsequently disavowed it and changed our beliefs. Existence always takes up its past, either by accepting it or by refusing it. We are, as Proust said, perched upon a pyramid of the past, and if we fail to see it, that is because we are obsessed with objective thought. We believe that our past, for ourselves, reduces to the explicit memories that we can contemplate. We cut our existence off from the past itself, and we only allow our existence to seize upon the present traces of this past. But how would these traces be recognized as traces of the past if we did not otherwise have a direct opening upon this past? Acquisition must be acknowledged as an irreducible phenomenon. What we have lived exists and remains for us, perpetually. The old man remains in contact with his childhood. Each present that happens drives into time like a wedge and lays a claim to eternity. Eternity is not a separate order beyond time, it is the atmosphere of time. A false thought surely possesses the sort of eternity as much as a true one does. If I am currently mistaken, it is forever true that I am mistaken. There must then be a different fecundity in true thought. It must remain true not merely as an actually lived past, but also as a perpetual present, forever taken up in the sequence of time. This, however, does not establish an essential difference between truths of fact and truths of reason. For, from the moment I have taken it up, every one of my actions, and even every one of my erroneous thoughts, aims at some value or truth and thereby preserves its actuality in the succession of my life, not merely as an indelible fact, but also as a necessary stage toward the more complete truths or values that I have later recognized. My truths have been constructed with these errors and draw them along in their eternity. Reciprocally, there is not a single truth of reason that does not contain a coefficient of facticity. The supposed evidentness transparence of Euclidean geometry is one day revealed as evident merely for a certain historical period of the human spirit. It merely signifies that men were able, for a time, to take a homogeneous three-dimensional space as the ground of their thoughts and to adopt unreflectively what generalized science will later consider to be a contingent description of space. Thus, every truth of fact is a truth of reason, and every truth of reason is a truth of fact. The relation between reason and fact, or between eternity and time, just like the relations between reflection and the unreflected, between thought and language, or between thought and perception, is the two-way relation that phenomenology has called Fundierungsfounding. 36 The founding term, time, the unreflected, fact, language, perception, is primary in the sense that the founded term is presented as a determination or a making explicit of the founding term, which prevents the founded term from ever fully absorbing the founding term, and yet the founding term is not primary in the empirical sense and the founded is not merely derived from it, since it is only through the founded that the founding appears. This is how one can say indifferently that the present is a sketch of eternity and that the eternity of the true is only a sublimation of the present. This equivocation will not be transcended, but will rather be understood as definitive by discovering the intuition of genuine time that preserves everything, and that is at the center of demonstration as well as expression. Brunswick writes, reflection upon the creative power of the mind implies, in each certainty drawn from experience, the feeling that, in any determinate truth that one has just managed to demonstrate, there exists a soul of truth that transcends it and that detaches from it, a soul that can detach itself from the particular expression of this truth in order to bear upon a more comprehensive and a more profound expression, but not that this progression infringes upon the eternity of the true. 37. But what is this eternal truth that no one possesses? What is this expressed beyond all expression, and, if we have the right to posit this, then why is our constant worry to obtain a more precise expression? What is this one around which minds and truths are arranged as if they tended toward it, while it is maintained that they do not tend toward any pre-established term? At least the idea of a transcendent being had the advantage of not rendering pointless the actions through which, through an always difficult taking up, each consciousness and each intersubjectivity themselves establish their own unity. Of course, if these actions are the most intimate thing we can grasp of ourselves, then the positing of God does not contribute at all toward the elucidation of our life. We do not have the experience of an eternal truth, nor of a participation in the one, but rather of concrete acts of taking up by which, in the accidents of time, we establish relations with ourselves and with others. In short, we have the experience of a participation in the world. Being in the truth el être et la vérité is not distinct from being in the world être au monde. K. Evidentness, like perception, is a fact. We are now in a position to decide upon the question of evidentness and to describe the experience of truth. There are truths just as there are perceptions, not that we could ever fully lay out before ourselves the reasons for any affirmation, there are only motives, and we merely have a hold on time, not a possession of it, but because it is essential to time to take itself up to the extent that it leaves itself behind, and to contract itself into visible things or into things that are evident at first glance. Every consciousness is, to some extent, perceptual consciousness. Were it possible to unfold at each moment all of the presuppositions in what I call my reason or my ideas, then I would always be discovering experiences that have not been made explicit, weighty contributions of the past and of the present, and an entire sediment history 38 that does not merely concern the genesis of my thought, but that determines its sense. In order for an absolute evidentness, one that is free of all presuppositions, to be possible, or in order that my thought could penetrate itself, meet up with itself, and arrive at a pure self-assent to itself, 39 it would be necessary, to speak like the Kantians, that it cease to be an event and that it become an act through and through, to speak like the scholastics, that its formal reality be included in its objective reality, or to speak like Malebranche, that it cease to be perception, emotion, or contact with the truth in order to become pure idea and vision of the truth. In other words, rather than being myself, I must become a pure knower of myself, and the world must cease to exist around me in order to become a pure object in front of me. We clearly have the power of suspending what we are from the fact of our acquisitions and from the fact of this pre-existing world, and this is enough to ensure that we are not determined. I can close my eyes and plug my ears, but I cannot stop seeing, even if only the blackness before my eyes, or hearing, even if only the silence, and similarly I can bracket my acquired opinions or beliefs, but, whatever I think or decide, it is always against the background of what I have previously believed or done. Habmus ideam veram 40 we possess a truth, this experience of truth would only be absolute knowledge if we could thematize all of its motives, that is, if we ceased being situated. The actual possession of the true idea thus does not give us any right to affirm an intelligible place of adequate thought and of absolute productivity, it merely sets up a teleology 41 of consciousness that, with this first instrument, will forge more perfect ones, and from these again more perfect ones still, and so on endlessly. As Husserl writes, only in eidetic intuition can the essence of eidetic intuition become clarified. 42 In our experience, the intuition of some particular essence necessarily precedes the essence of intuition. The only way of thinking thought is to first think of something, and it is thus essential to the thinking of thought not to take itself as its object. To think thought is to adopt an attitude toward it that we have first learned with regard to things, and this is never to eliminate the opacity of thought for itself, but only to push it to a higher level. Every pause in the movement of consciousness, every focusing upon an object, and every appearance of a something or of an idea presupposes a subject who ceases to interrogate himself, at least in terms of this relation. This is why, as Descartes said, it is at once true that certain ideas are presented to me with a de facto irresistible evidentness and that this fact has no de jure value, it does not suppress the possibility of doubting from the moment that we are no longer in the presence of the idea. It is no accident that even evidentness can be thrown into doubt, it is because certainty is doubt, being the taking up of a tradition of thought that cannot condense itself into evident truth without my renouncing the attempt to make it explicit. An evident truth is irresistible in fact and yet always open to doubt for the very same reasons, and these are two ways of saying the same thing. It is irresistible because I take for granted a certain acquisition from experience and a certain field of thought, and precisely for this reason it appears to me as evident for a certain thinking nature whose use I enjoy and that I carry forward, but that remains contingent and given to itself. The consistency of a perceived thing, of a geometrical relation, or of an idea is only obtained if I give up the attempt to make it explicit everywhere, and if I come to rest in it. From the moment I have entered the game, or engaged in a certain order of thought, whether it be, for example, Euclidean space or the conditions of existence for some society, I discover evident truths, but these are not irrevocable evident truths, since perhaps this space or this society are not the only possibilities. Thus, it is essential to certainty that it be established given certain reservations, and there is a form of opinion that is not a provisional form of knowledge, destined to be replaced by absolute knowledge, but is rather the form that is at once the most ancient or the most rudimentary, and the most conscious or the most developed form of knowledge, an originary opinion in the double sense of original and fundamental. This is what makes something in general appear suddenly in front of us, to which thetic consciousness pense thetic, either doubt or demonstration, can subsequently be related in order to affirm or deny it. There is sense, or something rather than nothing, there is an indefinite interlocking of concordant experiences, testified to by this ashtray that is before me in its permanence, and the truth that I perceived yesterday and to which I believe I can return today. L. Apodictic evidentness and historical evidentness. Asterisk. This evidentness of the phenomenon, or again of the world, is equally misunderstood when the attempt is made to reach being without passing through the phenomenon, that is, when being is considered necessary, as it is when the phenomenon is cut off from being, and when it is demoted to the level of a mere appearance or of a mere possibility. The first conception is Spinoza's. Originary opinion is here subordinated to an absolute evidentness, the there is something, a mixture of being and nothingness, subordinated to a being is. Every interrogation that touches upon being is rejected as meaningless, for it is impossible to wonder why there is something rather than nothing, or why this world rather than another, since the shape of this world and the very existence of a world are merely the consequences of necessary being. The second conception reduces the evidentness of phenomena to appearance, for all of my truths are, after all, only evident truths for me and for a thought constructed like my own. They are tied to my psychophysiological constitution and to the existence of this particular world. We can conceive of other ways of thinking that function according to other rules, and of other possible worlds like this one. Here the question as to why there is something rather than nothing is apposite, and so too is the question of why this particular world has been brought into being. But the response is, in principle, out of our reach, since we are enclosed within our psychophysiological constitution, which is a simple fact like the form of our face or the number of our teeth. This second conception is not as different as it may seem from the first, for it too presupposes a tacit reference to an absolute knowledge and to an absolute being, in relation to which our de facto evident truths are considered inadequate. M. Against psychologism and skepticism. Asterisk. In a phenomenological conception, this dogmatism and this skepticism are simultaneously overcome. The laws of our thought and of our evident truths are certainly facts, but they are inseparable from us, and they are implied in every conception that we could form of being and of the possible. It is not a matter of restricting ourselves to phenomena, of locking consciousness in its own states by reserving the possibility of another being beyond apparent being, nor of treating our thought as a fact among facts. Rather, it is a matter of defining being as what appears to us, and consciousness as a universal fact. I think, and such a thought appears to me as true. I know quite well that it is not unconditionally true, and making it completely explicit is an infinite task, but the fact remains that at the moment I am thinking, I think something, and that every other truth, in the name of which I would like to devalue this one if it can for me be called truth, must harmonize with the true thoughts I have experienced. If I attempt to imagine Martians, angels, or a divine thought whose logic would not be the same as my own, this Martian, angelic, or divine thought must appear within my universe and must not make it explode. 43 My thought, or my evidentness, is not one fact among others, but rather a value fact that envelopes and conditions every other possible one. There is no other possible world in the sense that my world is possible, not, as Spinoza believed, that this latter is necessary, but rather because every other world that I would like to conceive would limit my world, would encounter it at its limit, and would hence unite with it. Even if consciousness is not absolute truth or aletheia 44, it at least excludes every absolute falsity. Our errors, illusions, and questions are really errors, illusions, and questions. Error is not the consciousness that I am making an error, and it even excludes this. Our questions do not always encompass answers, and to say with Marx that man only poses questions that he can resolve is to renew a theological optimism and to postulate the completion of the world. Our errors only become truths once they have been recognized, and a difference remains between their manifest content and their latent content of truth, between their supposed signification and their actual signification. The truth remains that neither error nor doubt ever cut us off from truth, because they are surrounded by an horizon of the world, where the teleology of consciousness invites us to seek out their resolution. Finally, the contingency of the world should be understood neither as a lesser being, a gap in the tissue of necessary being, a threat to rationality, nor as a problem to be resolved as soon as possible through the discovery of some deeper necessity. This is an ontic contingency, or contingency within the world. Ontological contingency, or the contingency of the world itself, being radical, is on the contrary what establishes once and for all our idea of truth. The world is the real, of which the necessary and the possible are merely provinces. N. The dependent and inclinable subject. In short, we are restoring a temporal thickness to the cogito. If there is no interminable doubt, and if I think, then this is because I throw myself into provisional thoughts and because I overcome the discontinuities of time by doing so. Thus vision runs headlong into a thing seen that precedes it and that outlives it. Have we escaped this difficulty? We have conceded that there is a solidarity between the certainty of vision and the certainty of the thing seen. Given that the thing seen is never absolutely certain, as is shown by illusions, must we conclude that vision too is drawn into this uncertainty, or, given that vision is in itself absolutely certain, must we conclude that the thing seen is also certain, and that I can never be truly mistaken? The second solution would come down to re-establishing the immanence that we rejected. But if we adopt the first solution, thought would be cut off from itself and there would no longer be anything but facts of consciousness, which may well be called inner through a nominal definition, but which would remain for me just as opaque as things. In other words, there would no longer be either interiority or consciousness, and the experience of the cogito would once again be lost. When we describe consciousness engaged in a space through its body, in a history through its language, or in its concrete form of thought through its unquestioned beliefs, there is no question of putting consciousness back into the series of objective events, not even the series of psychic events, nor back into the causality of the world. He who doubts cannot, while doubting, doubt that he doubts. Doubt, even a generalized doubt, is not an annihilation of my thought, it is but a pseudo-nothingness. I cannot escape being. My act of doubting itself establishes the possibility of a certainty, my act is there for me, it keeps me busy, I am engaged in it, and I cannot pretend to be nothing while I accomplish this act. Reflection, which holds things at a distance, at least discovers itself as given to itself in the sense that it cannot conceive of itself as eliminated, it cannot hold itself at a distance from itself. But this does not mean that reflection and thought are primitive facts that are simply observed. As Montaigne had clearly seen, one can still question this thought, which is loaded with historical sediments and weighed down by its own being, one can have doubt about doubt itself, considered as a definite modality of thought and as a consciousness of a doubtful object. Moreover, the formula of radical reflection is not I know nothing, a formula that is all too easy to catch committing the flagrant offense of contradiction, but rather, what do I know? Descartes did not forget this. He is often credited with having overcome skeptical doubt, which is only a state, by making doubt into a method, an act, and with having thus found a fixed point for consciousness and for having restored certainty. But in fact, Descartes did not bring doubt to an end in the face of the certainty of doubt itself, as if the act of doubting was enough to obliterate doubt and for certainty to prevail. He carried it further. He did not say I doubt, I am, but rather I think, I am, and this signifies that doubt itself is certain, not as actual doubt, but as the mere thought of doubting, and, since we could say the same of this thought in turn, the only absolutely certain proposition, the only one before which doubt stops, because it is implicated by it, is I think, or again something appears to me quelque chose m'apparite. There is no particular act or experience that precisely fills my consciousness and imprisons my freedom. No thought is such that it destroys, and concludes, the power of thinking. There is no given position of the bolt which closes the lock forever. And there is no thought that is, for thought, a resolution born of its very development, and like a final harmony from this permanent dissonance. 45. No particular thought reaches to the heart of our thought, nor is any thought conceivable without another possible thought that witnesses it. And this is not an imperfection from which we could imagine consciousness freed. If there really is to be consciousness, if something is to appear to someone, then an enclave, or a self, must be carved out behind all of our particular thoughts. I do not have to reduce myself to a series of consciousnesses, and each of these consciousnesses, along with the historical sedimentations and the sensible implications with which it is filled, must be presented to a perpetual absence. Thus, our situation is the following: to know that we think, first we must actually think. And yet, this engagement does not remove all doubt. My thoughts do not stifle my power of interrogation. A word, an idea, considered as events in my history, only have a sense for me if I take up this sense from within. I know that I think through some particular thoughts that I have, and I know that I have these thoughts because I take them up, that is, because I know that I think in general. The intending of a transcendent term and the view of myself intending it, or the consciousness of the connected and the consciousness of the connecting, are in a circular relation. The problem is to understand how I can be the one constituting my thought in general, without which it would not be thought by anyone, would pass by unnoticed, and would thus not be a thought, without ever being the one constituting any particular one of my thoughts, since I never see them born in plain view, and since I only know myself through them. We must attempt to understand how subjectivity can be simultaneously dependent and inclinable. Oh! Tacit cogito and spoken cogito. Let us attempt to gain this understanding through the example of language. There is a consciousness of myself who makes use of language, and who is thoroughly buzzing with words. I read the second meditation. Myself is clearly at issue here, but this is a myself as an idea that is not, strictly speaking, my own, nor Descartes' for that matter. It is the myself of every reflecting man. By following the sense of the words and the thread of ideas, I arrive at the conclusion that indeed, because I think, I am, but this is a second-hand cogito. 46. I have only grasped my thought and my existence through the medium of language, and the true formulation of this cogito would be, one thinks, one is on pense, on est. The wonder of language is that it makes itself be forgotten. My gaze is drawn along the lines on the paper. From the moment that I am struck by what they signify, I no longer see them. The paper, the letters on the paper, my eyes and my body are only present as the minimum of production materials necessary for some invisible operation. The expression fades away in the face of the expressed, and this is why its role as mediator can pass by unnoticed, and why Descartes nowhere mentions it. Descartes and, a fortiori, his reader begin meditating within a universe that is already speaking parlant. Language has, in fact, installed in us the certainty that we have of reaching, beyond its expression, a truth separable from that expression, and of which this expression is only the clothing and the contingent manifestation. Language only appears to be a simple sign when it has taken on a signification, and the coming to awareness, in order to be complete, must uncover the expressive unity in which signs and significations first appear. When a child does not know how to speak, or when he does not yet know how to speak the adult's language, the linguistic ceremony that unfolds around him has no hold on him. He is near to us like a poorly placed spectator at the theater. He sees clearly that we are laughing and gesticulating, he hears the nasal melody, but there is nothing at the end of those gestures or behind those words, nothing happens for him. Language takes on a sense for the child when it creates a situation for him. In a children's book, we are told of the disappointment of a young boy who puts on his grandmother's glasses, opens her book, and believes he will be able to find for himself the stories that she has read to him. The fable ends with these two lines. Rats. So where is the story? I see nothing but black and white. 47. For the child, the story and the expressed are not ideas or significations, nor are speech and reading intellectual operations. The story is a world that he should be able to make appear, as if by magic, by putting on the spectacles and by leaning over a book. The power language has of bringing the expressed into existence, and of opening routes, new dimensions, and new landscapes to thought, is ultimately just as obscure for the adult as it is for the child. In every successful work, the sense imported into the reader's mind exceeds already constituted language and thought, and magically appears during the linguistic incantation, just as the story emanates from the grandmother's book. If we believe that, through thought, we communicate directly with a universe of truth and meet up with others in that universe, or if it seems that Descartes' text has simply awakened in us some already formed thoughts and that we never learn anything from the outside, and finally, if a philosopher, in what is supposed to be a radical meditation, does not even mention language as a condition of the cogito as read and does not more explicitly invite us to pass from the idea to the practice of the cogito, this is because, for us, the expressive operation is taken for granted, and because it counts as one of our acquisitions. The cogito that we obtain by reading Descartes, and even the one that Descartes performs with the intention of expressing it, and when, turning toward his own life, he determines it, objectifies it, and characterizes it as indubitable, is thus a spoken cogito, put into words and understood through words. It is a cogito that, for this very reason, fails to reach its goal, since a part of our existence, the part that is busy conceptually determining our life and conceiving of it as indubitable, escapes this very determination and conception. Shall we conclude from this that language envelopes us and that we are carried by language in the manner the realist believes we are determined by the exterior world, or in the manner the theologian believes we are guided by providence? This would be to forget half of the truth. For after all, words, such as the words cogito or some, can certainly have an empirical and statistical sense, and it is true that they do not directly intend my experience and that they ground an anonymous and general thought, but I would not find any sense in them, not even a derived and inauthentic one, and I could not even read Descartes' text, were I not, prior to every speech, in contact with my own life and my own thought, nor if the spoken cogito did not encounter a tacit cogito within me. In writing his Meditations, Descartes was aiming at this silent cogito, which animates and directs all of the expressive operations that, by definition, fail to reach their goal, since they interpose, between Descartes' existence and the knowledge that he gains of this existence, the entire thickness of cultural acquisitions. But, on the other hand, these expressive operations would not even be attempted if Descartes had not, at the outset, had his own existence in sight. Everything hangs on gaining a clear understanding of the tacit cogito, on only putting into it what is really there, and on not turning language into a product of consciousness on the pretext that consciousness is not a product of language. P. Consciousness does not constitute language, it takes it up. In fact, neither the word nor the sense of the word is constituted by consciousness. Let us try to explain this. The word certainly never reduces to some particular embodiment of it. The word sleet, for example, is not this printed text that I have just inscribed on the paper, nor that other sign that I read one day for the first time, nor even this sound that travels through the air when I pronounce the word. These are merely reproductions of the word. I recognize the word in all of them, and the word is not all used up in them. Shall I conclude, then, that the word sleet is the ideal unity of these manifestations, and that it only exists for my consciousness and through a synthesis of identification? This would be to forget what psychology taught us about language. To speak is not, as we have seen, to evoke verbal images and to articulate words according to the imagined model. By performing the critique of the verbal image, and by showing that the speaking subject throws himself into speech without representing to himself the words he is about to pronounce, modern psychology eliminates the word as a representation or as an object for consciousness, and uncovers a motor presence of the word, which is not identical to the knowledge of the word. The word sleet, when I know it, is not an object that I recognize through a synthesis of identification. It is a certain use of my phonatory apparatus and a certain modulation of my body as being in the world. Its generality is not the generality of an idea, but rather that of a style of behavior that my body understands, insofar as my body is a power of producing behaviors and, in particular, of producing phonemes. One day I caught on to the word sleet, just as one imitates a gesture, that is, not by breaking it down and by establishing a correspondence between each part of the word that I hear and some movement of articulation and phonation, but rather by hearing it as a single modulation of the sonorous world, and because this sonorous entity appeared as something to be pronounced in virtue of the overall correspondence that exists between my perceptual possibilities and my motor possibilities, which are elements of my indivisible and open existence. The word has never been inspected, analyzed, known, and constituted, but rather caught and taken up by a speaking power puissance parlanti, and, ultimately, by a motor power that is given to me along with the very first experience of my body and of its perceptual and practical fields. As for the sense of the word, I learn it just as I learn the use of a tool, by seeing it employed in the context of a certain situation. The word's sense is not made up of a certain number of physical characteristics of the object. It is, before all else, the appearance that it takes on in a human experience. For example, my astonishment when confronted by these hard, friable, and melting pellets that fall ready-made from the sky. This is an encounter between the human and the non-human. It is something like a behavior of the world, a certain inflection of its style, and the generality of its sense, as much as the generality of the term is not the generality of the concept, but rather of the world as schema typici. Thus, language clearly presupposes a consciousness of language and a silence of consciousness that envelopes the speaking world, a silence in which words first receive their configuration and their sense. This is why consciousness is never subjected to some empirical language, why languages can be translated or learned, and, finally, why language is not, as sociologists believe, an external support. Beyond the spoken cogito, the one that is converted into utterances and into essential truth, there is clearly a tacit cogito, an experience éprouvée of myself by myself. But this inclinable subjectivity has but a fleeting hold upon itself and upon the world. This subjectivity does not constitute the world, it catches a glimpse of the world around itself, like a field that it has not given to itself. It does not constitute the word, it speaks in the manner that one sings when one is joyful, nor does it constitute the sense of the word, for this sense springs forth for subjectivity in its commerce with the world and with the others who inhabit it. Sense is found at the intersection of several behaviors, it remains, even once it has been acquired, just as precise and just as little definable as the sense of a gesture is. The tacit cogito, the presence of self to self, being existence itself, is prior to every philosophy, but it only knows itself in limit situations in which it is threatened, such as in the fear of death or in the anxiety caused by another person's gaze upon me. What is believed to be the thinking of thinking 48 as a pure self-affection, still cannot be thought and must rather be revealed. The consciousness that conditions language is not merely a comprehensive and inarticulate grasp of the world, like that of the child's upon his first breath, or of the man who is about to drown and who frantically struggles back toward life. And if it is true that every particular piece of knowledge is established upon this first perspective, then it is also true that this first perspective waits to be reconquered, fixed, and made explicit through perceptual exploration and through speech. Silent consciousness only grasps itself as I think in general in the face of a confused world that is to be thought. Every particular grasp, and even philosophy's recovery of this general project, requires that the subject deploy powers of which the subject himself does not hold the secret and, in particular, that he turns himself into a speaking subject. The tacit cogito is only a cogito when it has expressed itself. Q. The subject as a project of the world, a field, temporality, and the cohesion of a life. These formulas may seem enigmatic. If ultimate subjectivity does not think itself from the moment it exists, then how will it ever think itself? How could something that does not think begin to think, and how could subjectivity be reduced to the status of a thing or of a force that produces its effects on the outside without being capable of knowing it? We do not want to claim that the primordial I is unaware of itself. If it were unaware of itself, it would indeed be a thing, and nothing could subsequently make it become conscious. The only thing we have refused subjectivity is objective thought, or the thetic consciousness of the world and of itself. What do we mean by this? Either these words mean nothing, or they mean that we prevent ourselves from presupposing an explicit consciousness that doubles and subtends the confused hold that originary subjectivity has upon itself and upon the world. My vision, for example, is surely the thought that I am seeing, if we mean by this that it is not simply a function like digestion or respiration, a bundle of isolated processes in an ensemble that is found to have a sense, but rather that it is itself this ensemble and this sense, that anteriority of the future with regard to the present, or of the whole with regard to the parts. Vision only exists through anticipation and intention, and since no intention could truly be an intention if the object toward which it tends were presented to it as ready-made and without motivation, then clearly every vision ultimately takes up, at the core of subjectivity, a total project of the world or a logic of the world that empirical perceptions determine but that they could not engender. But vision is not the thought that I am seeing, so long as we understand by this that vision itself establishes the connection to its object, or that it perceives itself in an absolute transparence and as the author of its own presence in the visible world. The key is to grasp clearly the project of the world that we are. What we have said above about the world being inseparable from perspectives upon the world should help us here in understanding subjectivity as inherence in the world. There is no whole matter and there is no sensation without communication with other sensations or with the sensations of others, and for this very reason, there is no morph form and no apprehension or apperception that would be charged with giving a sense to an insignificant matter, and of assuring the a priori unity of my experience and of intersubjective experience. Imagine that my friend Paul and I are currently gazing across a landscape. What is actually happening? Must we say that we both have private sensations, a matter of knowledge that is forever incommunicable? Or that, with regard to pure lived experience, we are locked within distinct perspectives? Or finally, that the landscape is not, for the two of us, idem numero numerically identical and that it is merely a question of a specific identity? To consider my perception itself, prior to every objectifying reflection, I have at no moment a consciousness of finding myself enclosed within my own sensation. My friend Paul and I point to certain details of the landscape, and Paul's finger, which is pointing out the steeple to me, is not a finger for me that I conceive as oriented toward a steeple for me, rather, it is Paul's finger that itself shows me the steeple that Paul sees. Just as reciprocally, by making some gesture toward some point in the landscape that I see, it does not seem that I trigger for Paul, in virtue of some pre-established harmony, some internal visions that are merely analogous to my own, rather, it seems to me that my gestures invade Paul's world and guide his gaze. When I think of Paul, I do not think of a flow of private sensations in relation to my own sensations that are mediated through some interposed signs, rather, I think of someone who lives in the same world as I, in the same history as I, and with whom I communicate through this world and through this history. Will we say, then, that here it is a question of an ideal unity, that my world is the same as Paul's, just as the Pythagorean theorem that is discussed in Tokyo is the same one that is discussed in Paris, and finally that the ideality of the world guarantees its intersubjective value? And yet ideal unity is not satisfactory either, for it exists just as much between Mount Hymettus seen by the Greeks and Mount Hymettus seen by me. For as much as I tell myself that the Greeks saw these russet mountainsides that I am examining, I will never convince myself that they are the same ones. On the other hand, Paul and I see the landscape together, we are co-present before it, and it is the same for the two of us not merely as an intelligible signification, but also as a certain accent of the world's style, reaching all the way to its hekiide. The unity of the world weakens and crumbles according to the temporal and spatial distance that the ideal unity, in principle, crosses without suffering any loss. It is precisely because the landscape touches and affects me, because it reaches me in my most singular being, and because it is my own perspective upon the landscape, that I have the landscape itself, and that I have it as a landscape for Paul as much as for me. Universality and the world are at the core of individuality and of the subject. We will never understand this as long as we turn the world into an object. 49 But we will understand it immediately if the world is the field of our experience, and if we are nothing but a perspective upon the world, for then the most secret vibration of our psychophysical being already anticipates the world. Quality is the sketch of a thing, and the thing is the initial sketch of the world. A world that is never, as Malebranche said, anything other than an unfinished work 50 or that, according to the phrase that Husserl applies to the body, is never completely constituted 51 does not require, and even excludes, a constituting subject. To this initial outline of being that shines through in the concordances of my own experience and intersubjective experience, and whose possible completion I presume through indefinite horizons, from the simple fact that my phenomena solidify in a thing and follow a certain constant style in their unfolding, that is, to this open unity of the world, an open and indefinite unity of subjectivity must correspond. Just like the unity of the world, the unity of the I is invoked rather than experienced each time I perform an act of perception, each time I reach some evidentness, and the universal I is the background against which these brilliant figures stand out. It is through a present thought that I create the unity of my thoughts. What remains beneath my particular thoughts for constituting the tacit cogito and the original project of the world? And what am I in the end such that I can catch sight of myself outside of every particular act? I am a field, I am an experience. One day, and indeed once and for all, something was set in motion that, even during sleep, can no longer see seeing or not seeing, sensing or not sensing, suffering or being happy, thinking or resting, in a word, that can no longer cease having it out with the world. What began was not a new batch of sensations or states of consciousness, nor even a new monad or a new perspective, since I am not attached to any particular one and since I can change my point of view, only being bound always to occupy one and to occupy only one at a time. Let us say that what began was a new possibility of situations. The event of my birth has not passed away, it has not fallen into nothingness in the manner of an event in the objective world, rather, it engaged a future, not as a cause determines its effect, but like a situation that, from the moment it takes shape, inevitably leads to some resolution. There was henceforth a new milieu and the world received a new layer of signification. In the household where a new child is born, all objects change their sense, they begin to anticipate from this child some still indeterminate treatment, someone new and someone additional is there, a new history, whether it be brief or long, has just been established, and a new register is open. My first perception, along with the horizons that surrounded it, is an ever-present event, an unforgettable tradition. Even as a thinking subject I am still this first perception, I am the continuation of the same life that it inaugurated. In a sense, there are no more distinct acts of consciousness or of orlebness experiences in a life than there are isolated things in the world. Likewise, as we have seen, when I move around an object, I do not obtain a series of perspectival views that I subsequently coordinate through the idea of a unique geometrical plan. All I find is a bit of indeterminacy bouge in the thing that crosses through time all by itself. So too am I not a series of psychical acts, nor for that matter a central I who gathers them together in a synthetic unity, but rather a single experience that is inseparable from itself, a single cohesion of life. 52 A single temporality that unfolds itself as explicit from its birth and confirms this birth in each present. It is this advent or rather this transcendental event that the cogito recovers. The fundamental truth is certainly that I think, but only on condition of understanding by this that I belong to myself. 53 In being in the world. When we attempt to go farther into subjectivity, when we place everything into doubt and suspend all of our beliefs, we only succeed in catching sight of the non-human ground by which, according to Rimbaud's phrase, we are not in the world. 54 As the horizon of our particular engagements and as the power of something in general that is the phantom of the world. The interior and the exterior are inseparable. The world is entirely on the inside, and I am entirely outside of myself. When I perceive this table, the perception of the top must clearly not be unaware of the perception of the legs, otherwise the object would come apart. When I hear a melody, each moment must clearly be tied to the following one, otherwise there would be no melody. And yet, the table certainly has external parts, and succession is essential to the melody. The act that gathers together also moves away and holds at a distance. I only touch myself by escaping from myself. In a famous pensée, Pascal shows that from a certain angle I understand the world and from another the world understands me. 55 It must now be said that this is in fact the same angle. I understand the world because there is for me a near and a far away, foregrounds and horizons, and because in this way the world sketches out a scene and takes on a sense before my eyes. In short, I understand the world because I am situated in the world and because the world understands me. We are not saying that the notion of the world is inseparable from the notion of the subject, nor that the subject thinks himself to be inseparable from the idea of the body and the idea of the world, for if it were merely a relation in thought, this very fact would preserve the absolute independence of the subject as a thinker and the subject would not be situated. If the subject is in a situation, or even if the subject is nothing other than a possibility of situations, this is because he only achieves his ipseity by actually being a body and by entering into the world through this body. If I find, while reflecting upon the essence of the body, that it is tied to the essence of the world, this is because my existence as subjectivity is identical with my existence as a body and with the existence of the world, and because, ultimately, the subject that I am, understood concretely, is inseparable from this particular body and from this particular world. The ontological world and body that we uncover at the core of the subject are not the world and the body as ideas, rather, they are the world itself condensed into a comprehensive whole and the body itself as a knowing body. The question will be asked, however, that if the unity of the world is not established upon the unity of consciousness, and if the world is not the result of a constitutive labor, then how does it happen that appearances are concordant and come together in things, in ideas, and in truths? Why do our errant thoughts, the events of our lives, and those of collective history, at least at certain moments, take on a common direction and sense, and allow themselves to be grasped under one idea? Why does my life succeed in gathering itself up in order to project itself into words, intentions, or acts? This is the problem of rationality. We know that classical thought attempted, in short, to explain these concordances through a world in itself or through an absolute mind. Such explanations borrow from the phenomenon of rationality everything that in them might be convincing, but they therefore do not explain rationality and are never more clear than rationality itself. Absolute thought is no clearer for me than is my finite mind, since it is through my finite mind that I conceive of absolute thought. We are in the world 56, which means that things take shape, that an immense individual asserts itself, and that each existence understands itself and understands the others. All that remains is to recognize these phenomena that ground all of our certainties. The belief in an absolute spirit or in a world in itself and detached from us is no more than a rationalization of this primordial faith. 2. Temporality. Le temps est le sens de la vie, sens, comme on dit le sens d'un cours d'eau, le sens d'une phrase, le sens d'une étoffe, le sens de l'odorat. Claudel, Art Poetique.1. Der Sinn des Daseins ist die Zeitlichkeit. Heidegger, Senuendizeit 2. If we have, in the preceding pages, already encountered time along the road that led us to subjectivity, this is primarily because all of our experiences, insofar as they are our own, are arranged according to the before and the after, because temporality, in Kantian language, is the form of inner sense, and because temporality is the most general characteristic of psychical facts. But without prejudging what the analysis of time will bring us, we have in fact already found a much more intimate relation between time and subjectivity. We have just seen that the subject, who cannot be a sequence of psychical events, cannot be eternal either. It remains for the subject to be temporal, not through some accident of the human constitution, but in virtue of an inner necessity. We are called upon to forge a conception of the subject and of time such as they communicate internally. We can now say about temporality what we said above, for example, about sexuality or about spatiality. Existence can have no external or contingent attribute. Existence cannot be anything, spatial, sexual, temporal, without being so entirely, or without taking up and assuming its attributes and turning them into the dimensions of its being, such that a relatively precise analysis of each of them in fact has to do with subjectivity itself. Problems cannot be divided into dominant and subordinate ones, for all problems are concentric. To analyze time is not to draw out the consequences of a pre-established conception of subjectivity, but rather to gain access to its concrete structure through time. If we succeed in understanding the subject, this will not be in its pure form, but rather by looking for the subject at the intersection of its various dimensions. Thus, we must consider time in itself, and by following its internal dialectic we will be led to revise our idea of the subject. A. There is no time in things. We say that time passes or flows by. We speak of the flow of time. The water I see passing by was prepared several days ago when the ice melted in the mountains. Now it is in front of me and runs toward the sea into which it will flow. If time is like a river, then it runs from the past toward the present and future. The present is the outcome of the past, and the future is the outcome of the present. But this famous metaphor is in fact quite confused. For, examining the things themselves, the melting of the snow and its consequences are not successive events, or rather the very notion of an event has no place in the objective world. When I say that the water currently passing by was produced by the glacier 2 days ago, I imply a witness fixed to a certain place in the world and I compare his successive perspectives. Over there he witnessed the melting of the snow and he followed the water along its descent, or perhaps after 2 days of waiting he sees from the riverside the pieces of wood float by that he had tossed into the river at the source. Events are carved out of the spatio-temporal totality of the objective world by a finite observer. And yet, if I consider this world itself, there is but a single indivisible being that does not change. Change presupposes a certain observation post where I place myself and from where I can see things go by. There are no events without someone to whom they happen and whose finite perspective grounds their individuality. Time presupposes a view upon time. Thus, time is not like a stream, time is not a fluid substance. This metaphor has been able to survive since Heraclitus up until today because we surreptitiously place in the river a witness to its flowing. We already do this when we say that the river flows, since this amounts to conceiving, right there where there is merely a thing that is entirely external to itself, of an individuality or an interior of the stream that deploys itself on the outside. Now, from the moment I introduce the observer, depending on whether he follows the flow of the river or whether he observes its passage from the riverbank, the temporal relations are reversed. In the second case, the masses of water that have already gone by do not head toward the future, they sink into the past, the still to come l'avenir is on the side of the source, and time does not come from the past. The past does not drive the present into being, nor does the present drive the future into being. The future is not prepared behind the observer, it is planned out in front of him, like the storm on the horizon. If the observer is now placed in a boat and follows the current, it can certainly be said that he descends with it toward his future, but the future is in those new landscapes that await him at the estuary, and the flow of time is no longer the stream itself, but is rather the unfolding of the landscapes for the moving observer. Thus, time is neither a real process nor an actual succession that I could limit myself simply to recording. It is born of my relation with things. In the things themselves, the future and the past are a sort of eternal pre-existence or afterlife. The water that will pass by tomorrow is currently at the source, the water that has just passed by is now a bit further down into the valley. Whatever is past or future for me is present in the world. It is often said that in the things themselves the future is not yet, the past is no longer, and the present is strictly speaking merely a limit, the result being that time collapses. This is why Leibniz could define the objective world as mens momentanea 3 and why St. Augustine could demand, for the constitution of time, beyond the presence of the present, a presence of the past and a presence of the future. 4 But let us understand clearly what they are trying to say. If the objective world is incapable of bearing time, this is not because it is in some sense too narrow, or that we would have to add a bit of past and a bit of future to it. Past and future exist all too well in the world, they exist in the present, and what being itself lacks in order to be temporal is the non-being of the elsewhere, of the bygone, and of tomorrow. The objective world is too full for there to be time. Past and future voluntarily withdraw from being and pass over to the side of subjectivity, to seek there not some real support, but rather a possibility of non-being that harmonizes with their nature. If the objective world is detached from the finite perspectives that open onto it, and if it is posited in itself, then all that can be found throughout it are nows. Moreover, these nows, not being present to anyone, have no temporal character and could not succeed one another. The definition of time, which is implicit in the comparisons made by common sense and which could be formulated as a succession of nows, 5 does not merely commit the error of treating the past and the future as presents, it is in fact inconsistent, since it destroys the very notion of the now and the very notion of succession. b. Nor is time to be found in states of consciousness. We would gain nothing by transporting the time of things into ourselves if we repeat in consciousness the error of defining time as a succession of nows. And yet this is precisely what psychologists do when they seek to explain the consciousness of the past through memories, or the consciousness of the future through the projection of these memories in front of us. The refutation of physiological theories of memory, in Bergson for example, takes place in the domain of causal explanation. It consists in showing that cerebral traces and other bodily mechanisms are not adequate causes of the phenomena of memory, that, for example, nothing in the body can account for the order in which memories disappear in cases of progressive aphasia. Such an argument clearly discredits the idea of a bodily preservation of the past. The body is no longer a receptacle of engrams, but rather an organ of pantomime given the task of assuring the intuitive realization of the intentions 6 of consciousness. But these intentions cling to memories preserved in the unconsciousness, and the presence of the past to consciousness remains a simple factual presence. It was not seen that our best reason for rejecting the physiological preservation of the past is also a reason for rejecting psychological preservation, and this reason is that no preservation, no physiological or psychical trace of the past can provide an understanding of the consciousness of the past. This table bears the traces of my past life. I scratched my initials into it over here, and over there I left behind some ink stains. But these traces by themselves do not refer back to the past, for they are present, and if I find in them the signs of some anterior event, this is because I have, in addition, the sense of the past, and it is because I bear the signification in myself. If my brain preserves the traces of bodily processes that accompanied one of my perceptions, and if the nerve impulse again passes through these previously cleared pathways, then my perception will reappear, I will have a new perception, weakened and unreal perhaps, but in no case will this perception, which is present, be able to indicate to me a past event, unless I have another view upon my past that allows me to recognize this perception as a memory, but this has itself been excluded in principle. If we now replace the physiological trace with a psychical trace, and if our perceptions remain in an unconsciousness, the difficulty will be the same. A preserved perception is still a perception, it continues to exist, it is always in the present, and it does not open up behind us the past, that dimension of escape and absence. A preserved fragment of the lived past can only be, at best, an opportunity for thinking about the past, and it does not make itself recognized. Recognition, when we attempt to derive it from any content whatsoever, always precedes itself. Reproduction presupposes recognition, it can only be understood as such if I first have a sort of direct contact with the past in its own place. Nor can the future, a fortiori, be constructed with the contents of consciousness. No actual content can pass for a witnessing of the future, not even at the price of an equivocation, since the future has not even existed and, like the past, cannot make its mark upon us. So we could not hope to explain the relation of the future to the present except by assimilating it to the relation of the present to the past. To examine only the long series of my past states, I see that my present always passes by, that I can anticipate this passage, treat my near past as if it were long ago, and treat my actual present as if it were past. The future, then, is this hollow that takes shape out in front of me. Perspection 7 would in fact be a retrospection, and the future would be a projection of the past. But even if, by some miracle, I were able to construct the consciousness of the past with some presents removed from their present functions, they certainly could not open me up to a future. Even if we in fact represent the future to ourselves with the help of what we have already seen, it remains the case that, in order to projectate it in front of us, we must first have the sense of the future. If perspection is a retrospection, then it is in every case an anticipated retrospection, and how could we anticipate if we did not already have the sense of the future? It is said that we guess, by analogy, that this incomparable present will pass by like all the others. But for there to be an analogy between past presents and the actual present, this latter must not be merely presented as present, it must already announce itself as an impending past. We must sense weighing upon it the pressure of the future that seeks to depose it. In short, given that it is originary, the course of time must be not merely the passage of the present into the past, but also the passage of the future into the present. If it can be said that every perspection is an anticipated retrospection, then it can equally be said that every retrospection is a reversed perspection. For example, I know that I was in Corsica before the war because I know that the war was on the horizon of my trip to Corsica. Past and future cannot be simple concepts that we could form by abstraction from our perceptions and our memories, or simple names for designating the actual series of psychical facts. We conceive of time before we conceive of its parts. Temporal relations make events in time possible. Thus, correlatively, the subject must not himself be situated in time for him to be able to be present in intention to the past and to the future. Let us no longer say that time is a given of consciousness, but rather, more precisely, that consciousness unfolds or constitutes time. Through the ideality of time, consciousness finally ceases to be imprisoned in the present. See. Ideality of time. Time is a relation of being. But does consciousness have an opening onto a past and a future? It is no longer obsessed by the present and by contents, rather, it moves freely from a past and from a future that are not far from it, since it constitutes them as past or future, and since they are its immanent objects, to a present that is not close to it, since it is only present through the relations that it posits between itself, the past, and the future. But has not a consciousness liberated in this way lost all notion of what the future, the past, and even the present might be? Is not the time it constitutes, in all of its key characteristics, similar to the real time whose impossibility we have already demonstrated? Is it not still a series of nows, and a series that is not presented to anyone, since no one is engaged there? Are we not still just as far from understanding what the future, the past, the present, and the passage from one to the other might be? Time taken as an immanent object of consciousness is a time that is set out on one level, or in other words it is no longer time at all. There can be time only if it is not completely deployed, if past, present, and future are not in the same sense. Time must not merely be, it must come about. Time is never completely constituted. Constituted time, the series of possible relations according to the before and the after, is not time itself, it is merely the final registering of time, and it is the result of time's passage, which objective thought always presupposes but never manages to grasp. Constituted time belongs to space, since its moments coexist in front of thought. 9. It belongs to the present, since consciousness is the contemporary of all times. Constituted time is a milieu that is distinct from myself and that is immobile, where nothing passes by and where nothing happens. There must be another time, a true time, where I learn what passage or transition is in itself. It is certainly true that I could not perceive any temporal position without a before and an after, that, in order to apperceive the relation between the three terms, I must not merge with any one of them, and finally, that time requires a synthesis. But it is equally true that the synthesis must always be started over, and to assume that somewhere time has been completed amounts to negating time. Philosophers certainly dream of conceiving an eternity of life 10 above and beyond permanence and change, in which the productivity of time would be eminently contained, but aesthetic consciousness of time that dominates it and that encompasses it destroys the phenomenon of time. If we are to encounter a sort of eternity, it will be at the core of our experience of time, and not in some non-temporal subject who would be given the task of thinking and positing time. The problem now is to make explicit this time in the state of its being nascent and in its appearing, which is always implied by the notion of time, and which is not an object of our knowledge, but rather a dimension of our being. D. The field of presence, the horizons of past and future. I make contact with time and learn to recognize its flow in my field of presence, taken broadly to include this current moment that I spend working, along with the horizon of the day that has already gone by behind it and the horizon of the evening and the night out in front of it. The distant past, of course, also has its temporal order and a temporal position in relation to my present, but only insofar as it itself has been present, insofar as it was in its time traversed by my life, and insofar as it has been carried forward until now. When I recall a distant past, I reopen time, I place myself back at a moment when it still included an horizon of the future that is today closed off and an horizon of a recent past that is today a distant past. Everything sends me back to the field of presence, as if to the originary experience where time and its dimensions appear in person without any intervening distance and with an ultimate evidentness. This is where we see a future slipping into the present and into the past. These three dimensions are not given to us through discrete acts. I do not represent to myself my day, rather, my day weighs upon me with all of its weight, it is still there, I do not recall any particular detail, but I have the immanent power of doing so, I have it still in hand. 11. Similarly, I do not think about the evening that is about to arrive, nor of what it will entail, and yet it is there, just like the back of the house whose front I am looking at, or like the background beneath the figure. Our future is not built exclusively of conjectures and fantasies. Prior to what I see and what I perceive, there is certainly nothing visible any longer, but my world is carried along by intentional lines that trace out in advance at least the style of what is about to arrive, even though we will forever expect, probably until death, to see something else appear. The present, in the strict sense of the term, is not itself posited. The paper and my pen are there for me, but I do not perceive them explicitly. Rather than perceiving objects, I reckon with what is around me, I depend upon my tools, and I am caught up in my task rather than standing before it. Husserl calls the intentionalities that anchor me to my surroundings protensions and retentions. These do not emanate from a central I, but somehow from my perceptual field itself, which drags along behind itself its horizon of retentions and eats into the future through its protensions. I do not pass through a series of nows whose images I would preserve and that, placed end to end, would form a line. For every moment that arrives, the previous moment suffers a modification. I still hold it in hand, it is still there, and yet it already sinks back, it descends beneath the line of presence. In order to keep hold of it, I must reach across a thin layer of time. It is still clearly the same one, and I have the power of meeting up with it such as it just was. I am not cut off from it, but then again it would not be past if nothing had changed. It begins to appear perspectively against or to project itself upon my present, whereas just a moment ago it in fact was my present. When a third moment takes place, the second one suffers a new modification. Having been a retention, it now becomes the retention of a retention, and the layer of time between it and myself becomes thicker. We can follow Husserl in representing the phenomenon by a diagram, to which it would be necessary to add, in order to be complete, the symmetrical perspective of protensions. Time is not a line, but rather a network of intentionalities. Point 12. Following Husserl, Zeitbewusstseins, 389. Horizontal line, series of nows. Diagonal lines, abscatogen of the same nows as seen from a later now. Vertical lines, successive abscatogen of the same now. E. Operative intentionality. The objection will probably be raised that this description and this diagram do not take us a single step further. When we pass from A to B, and then to C, A is first projected into or appears in profile in A and then in A. For A to be recognized as a retention or an abscaton profile of A, and as such for A, and even for the transformation of A into A to be experienced as such, must there not be a synthesis of identification that connects A, and all of the other possible abscatogen? And does this not amount to turning A into an ideal unity, just as Kant wants to do? And yet, we know that as a result of this intellectual synthesis there will no longer be any time. A and all anterior moments will certainly be identifiable, and I will in some way be protected from time, which makes them slide past and become muddled, but with the same stroke I will have lost the very sense of the before and the after, which is only given by this sliding, and nothing will any longer distinguish the temporal series from a spatial multiplicity. If Husserl introduced the notion of retention and claimed that I still hold the immediate past in hand, this is precisely to express that I do not posit the past, nor do I construct it from an abscaton that is actually distinct from it and through some explicit act, but rather that I reach the past in its recent and yet already past hekiide. I am not at first given a or a, nor do I follow the profiles back to the original A, in the manner that one goes from the sign to the signification. Rather, I am presented with A as seen shining through A, and then this ensemble shining through A, and so on and so forth, just as I see the pebble through the volumes of water that flow over it. There are, of course, syntheses of identification, but only in explicit memory or in the voluntary recollection of a distant past, or in other words in modes derived from the consciousness of the past. For example, I might hesitate over the date of a memory, having before myself a certain scene, but without knowing to which point in time it belongs. The memory has lost its anchorage. Then I might reach an intellectual identification established upon, for instance, the causal order of events. I must have had the suit made before the armistice, given that English fabric has been impossible to find ever since. In this case, however, I do not reach the past itself. On the contrary, when I uncover the concrete origin of the memory, this is because it again takes its place in a certain current of worry and hope that runs from Munich to the war, because I rejoin lost time, because, from the moment at issue right up until my present, the chain of retentions and the interlinking of successive horizons assures a continuous passage. The objective reference points by which I put my memory into its place through immediate identification, and the intellectual synthesis in general, only have in themselves a temporal sense because the synthesis of apprehension gradually connects me to the whole of my actual past. Thus my past cannot be reduced to the synthesis. If the abscatogena and A appear to me as abscatogen of A, this is not because they all participate in an ideal unity A that would be their common principle. This is because I have, through them, the point A itself in its irrecusable individuality, established once and for all by its passage through the present, and that I see the abscatogena, A, etc., springing from it. In Husserl's language, beneath act intentionality, which is the thetic consciousness of an object that, in intellectual memory, for example, converts the this thing into an idea, we must acknowledge an operative intentionality, fungi and intentionalitat, 13, which makes the former one possible and is what Heidegger calls transcendence. 14 My present transcends itself toward an imminent future and a recent past, and touches them there where they are, in the past and in the future themselves. If we did have the past in the form of an explicit memory, we would be tempted to recall it at each moment in order to verify its existence, just like the patient, discussed by Skeeler, who turns around in order to assure himself that the objects were really there. 15 Whereas we sense it behind us like an irrecusable acquisition. In order to have a past or a future, we do not have to connect a series of abscatogen through an intellectual act, for they have something like a natural or primordial unity, and it is the past or the future itself that is announced through them. Such is the paradox of what we can call, following Husserl, the passive synthesis of time. 16, a term that is clearly not a solution, but merely a sign for designating a problem. F. Cohesion of time through the very passage of time. The problem becomes clearer when we remember that our diagram represents an instantaneous cross-section of time. What exists in reality is not a past, a present, and a future, nor discrete instants A, B, and C, nor truly distinct abscatogena, A, B, nor even a multitude of retentions on one side and a multitude of protensions on the other. The springing forth of a new present does not provoke a piling up of the past and an upheaval of the future, rather, the new present is the passage from a future to the present and of the previous present to the past. Time sets itself in motion, from one end to the other, with a single movement. The instants A, B, and C do not exist in succession, they differentiate themselves from each other, and correspondingly A passes over into it and from there into it. In short, the system of retentions continuously gathers into itself what was, an instant ago, the system of protensions. Here there is no multiplicity of connected phenomena, but rather a single phenomenon of flowing écoulement. Time is the unique movement that harmonizes with itself in all of its parts, just as a gesture envelopes all of the muscular contractions that are necessary for producing it. When we pass from B to C, there is something like a rupture, a disintegration of B into B, and of A into A, and C itself which, when it was about to arrive, was anticipated by a continuous emission of abscatogen, has no sooner arrived than it begins to already lose its substance. Time is the means offered to all that will be in order to be so that it can no longer be. 17 It is nothing other than a general flight outside of self, nothing but the unique law of these centrifugal movements, or again, as Heidegger says, an ek stays 18 while B is becoming C, it also becomes B, and in the same stroke A, which in becoming B also became A, falls to it. A and A, on the one hand, and B on the other hand, are not linked together through a synthesis of identification that would congeal them to a point in time, but rather through a synthesis of transition, Übergang synthesis. 19 Insofar as they emerge from each other, and each one of these projections is only an appearance of the total rupture or dehiscence. And this is why time, in the primordial experience of it that we have, is not for us a system of objective positions through which we pass, but rather a moving milieu that recedes from us, like the landscape from the window of a train. Yet we do not really believe that the landscape moves, the attendant at the railway crossing whizzes by, but the hill in the distance hardly moves, and, in the same way, even if the start of my journey has already moved off, the start of my week remains a fixed point. An objective time is sketched out upon the horizon and must therefore be taking shape in my immediate past. How is this possible? How can the temporal ekstase not be an absolute disintegration in which the individuality of its various moments disappears? This is because the disintegration undoes what the passage from the future to the present had done. C is at the end of a long concentration that had brought it to maturity. To the extent that it was being prepared, it was signaled by fewer and fewer abscatogen, it was approaching in person. When it arrived in the present, it brought with it its genesis of which it was merely the limit, and the near presence of what must come after it. Such that when what comes next actually arrives and pushes C into the past, it does not suddenly strip C of all being, and such that its disintegration is forever the other side or the consequence of its maturation. In short, since being and passing by are synonymous within time, the event does not cease to exist by becoming past. The origin of objective time, along with its fixed positions lying before our gaze, must not be sought in an eternal synthesis, but rather in the harmony and the overlapping of the past and the future through the present in the very passage of time. Time maintains what it has brought into being at the very moment that it drives this from being, because the new being was announced by the preceding one as destined to be, and because for this thing there was no difference between becoming present and being destined to pass by. Temporalizing does not mean a succession nakianander of the ecstasies. The future is not later than the having been, and the having been is not earlier than the present. Temporality temporalizes itself as a future that goes into the past by coming into the present. Avenir qui va au passé and venant au present. Point 20. Bergson was wrong to explain the unity of time through its continuity, for this amounts to confusing past, present, and future, on the pretext that we move from one to the other through imperceptible transitions, and, in short, this amounts to negating time. But he was correct to latch onto the continuity of time as an essential phenomenon. Only this must be elucidated. Instant C and instant D, as close together as one wishes to make them, are never indiscernible, for then there would be no time at all. Rather, they pass into each other, and C becomes D because it was never anything but the anticipation of D as present, and of its own passage into the past. This amounts to saying that each present reaffirms the presence of the entire past that it drives away, and anticipates the presence of the entire future or the to come l'avenir, and that, by definition, the present is not locked within itself but transcends itself toward a future and toward a past. Thus, there is not one present and then another one that takes its place in being, nor is there even a present with some perspectives upon the past and upon the future followed by another present in which these perspectives would be overthrown, such that an identical spectator would be necessary to effect the synthesis of successive perspectives. Rather, there is a single time that confirms itself, that can bring nothing into existence without having already established it as present and as a past to come avenir, and that establishes itself all at once. G. Time as subject and subject as time. The past, then, is not past, nor is the future future. It only exists when a subjectivity comes to shatter the plenitude of being in itself, to sketch out a perspective there, and to introduce non-being into it. A past and a future spring forth when I reach out toward them. I am not, for myself, directed toward the present time. I am just as much directed toward this morning or toward the night that is about to arrive, and although my present is surely this present instant, it is also just as much today, this year, or even my entire life. There is no need for a synthesis that would externally connect the tempora-separated times into a single time, because each of these tempora already included, beyond itself, the open series of other tempora and communicated inwardly with them, and because the cohesion of a life 21 is given along with its ekstase. I do not think about the passage from the present to another present. I am not the spectator of this passage, I accomplish it. I am already directed toward the present that is about to arrive, just as my gesture is already at its goal. I myself am time, a time that perdures and that neither flows by nor changes, as Kant occasionally said. Point 22. In its own way, common sense catches sight of this time that anticipates itself. Everyone speaks about time, and not in the manner that the zoologist speaks about the dog or the horse, using these as general names, but rather in the sense of a proper name. Time is even occasionally personified. Everyone imagines that time is a single concrete being, fully present in each of its manifestations, just as a man is fully present in each of his spoken words. We say that there is a time just as we say that there is a fountain. The water changes and the fountain remains, because the form is preserved. The form is preserved because each successive burst takes up the functions of the previous one. Each burst of water goes from being the thrusting one in relation to the one it pushes forward, and becomes in turn the one pushed in relation to another, and even this comes, in short, from the fact that from the source right through to the fountain's jet the bursts of water are not isolated. There is one single thrust, and a single gap in the flow would suffice to break up the jet. Here is where the river metaphor is justified, not insofar as the river flows, but insofar as it is one with itself. Only this intuition of the permanence of time is compromised in common sense, since it thematizes it or objectifies it, which is in fact the most effective way of ignoring it. There is more truth in the mythical personifications of time than in the concept of time considered in the scientific way, as a variable of nature in itself, or, in the Kantian way, as a form ideally separable from its matter. There is a temporal style of the world, and time remains the same because the past is a previous future and a recent present, the present is an impending past and a recent future, and finally, the future is a present and even a past to come. This is to say that each dimension of time is treated or intended as something other than itself, which is to say, in short, because there is at the core of time a gaze, or, as Heidegger says, an Augenblick, someone through whom the word as can have a sense. We are not saying that time exists for someone, this would be again to lay it out and to immobilize it. We are saying, rather, that time is someone, or, in other words, that the temporal dimensions, insofar as they perpetually fit together, affirm each other, never do more than make explicit what was implied in each one, and each express a single rupture or a single thrust that is subjectivity itself. Time must be understood as a subject, and the subject must be understood as time. This originary temporality is clearly not the juxtaposition of mutually external events, since it is the power that holds them together by separating them from each other. Ultimate subjectivity is not temporal in the empirical sense of the word. If the consciousness of time was built from successive states of consciousness, then a new consciousness would be necessary for the awareness of the succession, and so on. We are forced to acknowledge a consciousness that would no longer have behind it any consciousness in order to be conscious of itself, 23, which, as a result, must not be spread out in time and in which being coincides with being for itself. 24. We can say that ultimate consciousness is timeless, zeitlos, in the sense that it is not intratemporal. 25. In my present, given that I catch hold of it while it is still living and with all that it implies, there is an ecstasy toward the future and toward the past that makes the dimensions of time appear, not as rivals, but as inseparable. To be in the present is to have always been and to be forever. Subjectivity is not in time because it takes up or lives time and merges with the cohesion of a life. H. Constituting time, and eternity. Are we thus coming back to a sort of eternity? I am directed toward the past and, through a continuous interlocking of retentions, I still retain my most distant experiences. I do not have some duplication or some image of them, I retain them themselves, precisely as they were. But the continuous interlocking of fields of presence, by which I am guaranteed this access to the past, has the essential characteristic of only being actualized little by little and step by step. Each present, by its very essence, excludes juxtaposition with other presents and, even for the distant past, I can only encompass a certain duration of my life by once again unfolding it according to its own tempo. The temporal perspective, the confusion of the distant past, and this sort of shriveling up of the past whose extreme would be oblivion, these are not accidents of memory, they do not express a degradation in the empirical existence of a consciousness of time that is in principle total, rather, they express the initial ambiguity of memory. To retain is to hold onto, but at a distance. Once again, the synthesis of time is a transition synthesis and the movement of a life that unfolds, and the only way to actualize this life is to live it. Time has no place, rather time carries itself along and launches itself forward. Time, as an indivisible thrust and as a transition, alone can make time as a successive multiplicity possible, and what we place at the origin of intratemporality is a constituting time. When we describe above the fitting together of time with itself, we only succeeded in treating the future as a past by adding a past to come, and the past as a future by adding a future that has already happened. This is to say that, at the same moment that we leveled out time, we had to confirm again the originality of each perspective and establish this quasi-eternity upon the event. That which does not pass by in time is the passage of time itself. Time begins itself anew, yesterday, today, tomorrow. This cyclical rhythm, this constant form can certainly give the illusion of possessing the entirety of time all at once, just as the fountain gave us a feeling of eternity. But the generality of time is merely a secondary attribute and only gives us an inauthentic view of time, for we cannot conceive of a cycle without temporally distinguishing the point of arrival from the point of departure. The feeling of eternity is hypocritical. Eternity feeds on time. The fountain of water only remains the same through the continuous thrust of the water. Eternity is the time of dreams, and the dream refers back to the day before, from which it borrows all of its structures. So what is this waking time where eternity takes root? In the broadest sense, it is the field of presence with its double horizon of originary past and originary future, and the open infinity of fields of presence that have gone by or that are possible. Time only exists for me because I am situated in it, that is, because I discover myself already engaged in it, because all of being is not given to me in person, and finally because a sector of being is so close to me that it does not even sketch out a scene in front of me, and because I cannot see it, just as I cannot see my own face. Time exists for me because I have a present. It is by coming into the present that a moment of time acquires its ineffaceable individuality, the once and for all time, which will allow it later to move across time and will give us the illusion of eternity. Ultimate consciousness is presence in the world. Asterisk. None of the dimensions of time can be deduced from the others. But the present, taken broadly, with its originary horizons of past and future, has, nevertheless, a privileged status because it is the zone in which being and consciousness coincide. When I remember an earlier perception, or when I imagine visiting my friend Paul who is in Brazil, it is certainly true that I intend the past itself in its place, or Paul himself in the world, and not some interposed mental object. But in the end, my act of representation, in contrast with represented experiences, is actually present to me. The one is perceived while the others are in fact merely represented. In order to appear to me, a previous experience or a possible one must be carried into being by a primary consciousness, which in this case is my inner perception of recollection or imagination. We said above that it is necessary to arrive at a consciousness that has no other one behind it, that thus grasps its own being, and where finally being and being conscious would be one. This ultimate consciousness is not an eternal subject that catches sight of itself in an absolute transparency, for such a subject would definitively be incapable of descending into time and would thus have nothing in common with our experience. Rather, ultimate consciousness is the consciousness of the present. In the present and in perception, my being and my consciousness are one, not that my being is reduced to the knowledge that I have of it and that is clearly laid out in front of me. In fact, it is quite the opposite, since perception is opaque and brings into play, beneath everything I know, my sensory fields and my primitive complicities with the world. My being and my consciousness are one, rather, because to be conscious is here nothing other than being toward et ra. And because my consciousness of existing merges with the actual gesture of existence. Point 26 We indubitably communicate with ourselves by communicating with the world. We hold time in its entirety and we are present to ourselves because we are present in and toward the world. J. Temporality as self-affection of itself. If this is the case, and if consciousness takes root in being and in time by taking up a situation there, then how will we describe consciousness? It must be a comprehensive project or a view of time and of the world that, in order to appear and in order to explicitly become what it implicitly is, namely, consciousness, needs to develop within the multiple. Neither the indivisible power, nor its distinct manifestations should be conceived separately. Consciousness is neither one nor the other, it is both. It is the very movement of temporalization and, as Husserl says, a flow. It is a movement that anticipates itself, a flow that never leaves itself behind. Let us attempt to describe this more clearly through an example. The novelist or the psychologist who does not return to the sources, and who accepts temporalization as ready-made, sees consciousness as a multiplicity of psychic facts between which he attempts to establish causal relations. Proust, for example 27, shows how Swann's love for Odette brings with it the jealousy that, in turn, modifies the love, since Swann, obsessed with tearing her away from every rival, loses the luxury of admiring Odette. In fact, Swann's consciousness is not an inert milieu where psychical facts solicit each other externally. There is no jealousy provoked by the love that responds by altering that love, rather, there is a certain manner of loving in which the entire destiny of this love can be instantly seen. Swann has a taste for Odette's person, for this spectacle that she is, for this way that she has of glancing, of forming a smile, and of modulating her voice. 28 But what is it to have a taste for someone? Proust answers with regard to another love, it is to feel excluded from this life, and to desire to enter and to occupy it completely. Swann's love does not give rise to jealousy. It is already jealous, and has been since its beginning. Jealousy does not bring about a modification of love, for the pleasure Swann takes in gazing upon Odette carries with it its own alteration, since it was the pleasure of being the only one to do so. The series of psychical facts and causal relations only externally translates Swann's particular view upon Odette, a particular way of being toward another person. Moreover, Swann's jealous love would have to be put into relation with his other behaviors, and perhaps then it would itself appear as the manifestation of an even more general structure of existence, which would be Swann's person. Reciprocally, every consciousness as a comprehensive project appears perspectively or is manifested to itself in acts, experiences, and psychical facts where it recognizes itself. This is where temporality clarifies subjectivity. We will never understand how a thinking or constituting subject can posit or catch sight of itself within time. If the I is Kant's transcendental I, then we will never understand how it could ever merge with its own wake in inner sense, nor how the empirical self remains a self at all. But if the subject is temporality, then self-positing ceases to be contradictory because it expresses precisely the essence of living time. Time is self-affection of itself. 29 Time, as a thrust and a passage toward a future, is the one who affects. Time, as a spread-out series of presents, is the one affected. The affecting and the affected are identical because the thrust of time is nothing other than the transition from one present to another. Subjectivity is precisely this ekastase, or this projection of an indivisible power into a term that is present to it. The originary flow, says Husserl, does not merely exist, for it must necessarily give itself a manifestation of itself, Selbsterscheinung, otherwise we would need to install behind it another flow in order to become conscious of it. Time constitutes itself as a phenomenon in itself. 30 It is essential to time to be not only actual time or time that flows, but also time that knows itself, for the explosion or the dehiscence of the present toward a future is the archetype of the relation of self to self, and it sketches out an interiority or an ipseity. 31 Here a light shines forth. 32 For here we are no longer dealing with a being who rests in itself, but rather with a being whose entire essence, like that of light, is to make visible. Ipseity, sense, and reason can exist together through temporality without contradiction. This can even be seen in the common notion of time. We mark out the phases or stages of our life, we consider, for example, everything that has a meaningful relation with our present worries as belonging to our present, and thus we implicitly recognize that time and sense are one. Subjectivity is not an immobile self-identity. As for time, it is essential to subjectivity. In order for it to be subjectivity, to open up to another and to emerge from itself. We must not imagine the subject as constituting, and the multiplicity of its experiences or of its orlevness as constituted. We must not treat the transcendental I as the true subject and the empirical myself as its shadow or as its wake. If this were truly their relation, we would be able to withdraw into the constituting, and this reflection would hollow out time. It would have no place and no date. If even our purest reflections in fact retrospectively appear to us as in time, and if our reflections upon the flow are inserted into the flow 33, this is because the most precise consciousness of which we are capable is always found to be affected by itself or given to itself, and because the word consciousness has no sense outside of this duality. K. Passivity and activity. 34. Thus, nothing that is said about the subject is false. It is true that the subject as absolute self-presence is strictly indeclinable, and that nothing could happen to it whose outline it did not already bear within itself, and it is true that the subject gives itself emblems of itself in succession and in the multiplicity, and that it is nothing other than these emblems, since without them it would be like an inarticulate cry and would not even reach self-consciousness. What we provisionally called passive synthesis is clarified here. A passive synthesis would be contradictory if synthesis means composition, and if passivity consists in receiving a multiplicity rather than composing it. We meant, in speaking of a passive synthesis, that the multiple is penetrated by us, and that, nevertheless, we are not the ones who perform the synthesis. But temporalization, by its very nature, satisfied these two conditions. Indeed, it is clear that I am not the author of time, any more than am I the author of my own heartbeats, nor am I the one who takes the initiative of temporalization. I did not choose to be born, but no matter what I do, once I am born, time flows through me. And yet, this springing forth of time is not a mere fact that I undergo. I can find in time a recourse against time itself, as happens in a decision that I commit to, or in an act of conceptual focusing. Time tears me away from what I was about to be, but simultaneously gives me the means of grasping myself from a distance and of actualizing myself as myself. What we call passivity is not our reception of an external reality or of the causal action of the outside upon us. It is being encompassed, a situated being, prior to which we do not exist, that we perpetually start over and that is constitutive of us. A spontaneity that is acquired, once and for all, and that is perpetuated in being as the result of being acquired. 35, is precisely time and precisely subjectivity. It is time, since a time that did not have its roots in a present and therefore in a past would no longer be time at all, but rather eternity. Heidegger's notion of historical time, which flows from the future and that, through a resolute decision, has its future in advance and saves itself once and for all from dispersion, is impossible according to Heidegger's own thought. For, if time is an ekstase, and if present and past are two consequences of this ecstasy, then how could we suddenly cease seeing time from the point of view of the present, and how could we definitively escape from the inauthentic? We are always centered in the present, and all of our decisions emerge from there. They can always be placed into relation with our past. They are never without some motive. Even if they open up within our lives some process that might be entirely new, they must be taken up in what follows, and they only save us from dispersion for a period of time. Thus, there can be no question of deducing time from spontaneity. We are not temporal because we are spontaneous and because, as consciousnesses, we tear ourselves away from ourselves. Rather, we are temporal because time is the foundation and the measure of our spontaneity, and the power of passing beyond and of annihilating. 36, which inhabits us and that we in fact are, is itself given to us along with temporality and life. Our birth, or, as Husserl puts it in his unpublished works, our generativity, 37, simultaneously establishes our activity or our individuality and our passivity or our generality, that internal weakness that forever prevents us from achieving the density of an absolute individual. We are not, in some incomprehensible way, an activity tied to a passivity, a machine surmounted by a will, or a perception surmounted by a judgment. Rather, we are entirely active and entirely passive because we are the sudden upsurge of time. L. The world as the place of significations. 38. Our goal was to understand the relations between consciousness and nature, from the inside and from the outside. 39. Or again, it was to connect the idealist perspective, according to which nothing exists except as an object for consciousness, and the realist perspective, according to which consciousnesses are inserted into the tissue of the objective world and of events in themselves. Or finally, it was to know how the world and man are accessible to two types of research, one explanatory, and the other reflective. 40. In another work, we have already formulated these classical problems in a different language that reduces them to what is essential. Ultimately, the question is to understand what is, in us and in the world, the relation between sense and non-sense. 41 is that which has sense in the world carried and produced by the gathering together or the encounter of independent facts, or, on the contrary, is this the expression of an absolute reason? We say that events have a sense when they appear as the realization or expression of a unique intention. There is sense for us when one of our intentions is fulfilled, or inversely when a multiplicity of facts or signs lend themselves to us in our act of taking them up together, or, in any case, when one or several objects exist as representatives or as expressions of something other than themselves. Idealism essentially admits that every signification is centrifugal, is an act of signification or of Singabung sense-giving. 42 And that there is no natural sign. To understand is still ultimately to construct, to constitute, or to perform at present the synthesis of the object. The analysis of one's own body and of perception revealed to us a deeper relation to the object and a deeper signification than this idealist one. The thing is nothing but a signification, namely, the signification thing. So be it. But when I understand a thing, such as a painting, I do not at that moment perform the synthesis of it, rather, I come before it with my sensory fields, my perceptual field, and finally with a schema typique of every possible being, or a universal arrangement with regard to the world. In the hollow space of the subject himself, we thus discovered the presence of the world, such that the subject could no longer be understood as a synthetic activity, but rather as ekstase, and that every active act of signification or of Singabung appeared as derived and secondary in relation to this pregnancy of signification in the signs that might well define the world. We uncovered, beneath act or thetic intentionality, and in fact as its very condition of possibility, an operative intentionality already at work prior to every thesis and every judgment. We discovered a logos of the aesthetic world, 43, or a hidden art in the depths of the human soul, 44, and that, like every art, only knows itself in its results. And from that point forward, the distinction we made elsewhere, 45, between structure and signification was clarified. What constitutes the difference between the gestalt of the circle and the signification circle is that the latter is recognized by an understanding that engenders it as the place of equidistant points from a center, while the former is recognized by a subject who is familiar with his world and capable of grasping it as a modulation of this world, as a circular physiognomy. The only way we have of knowing what a painting is and what a thing is by looking at them, and their signification is only revealed if we look at them from a certain point of view, from a certain distance, and in a certain direction sense, in short, if we put our involvement with the world at the service of the spectacle. The direction of a stream, 46, would be meaningless if I did not take for granted a subject who looks from a certain place toward another. In the world in itself, all directions and all movements are relative, which amounts to saying that there are none at all. There could be no actual movement, and I would not even possess the notion of movement if in perception I did not allow the earth, as the ground, 47, of all rest and all movement, to persist beneath movement and rest because I inhabit the earth, and similarly, there would be no direction without a being that inhabits the world and that, through its gaze, marks out the first direction landmark direction repra. Likewise, the weave or grain sense of a fabric is only understandable for a subject who can approach the object from one side or from the other, and the fabric has a grain through my sudden appearance in the world. Or again, in the same way, the sense of a sentence is its aim or its intention, which again assumes a point of departure and a point of arrival, an intended thing, and a point of view. And finally, in the same way, the sense of vision is a certain preparation for logic and for the world of colors. Beneath all of these meanings of the word sense, we find the same fundamental notion of a being who is oriented or polarized toward what he is not, and so we are always led to a conception of the subject as ekstase and to a relation of active transcendence between the subject and the world. The world is inseparable from the subject, but from a subject who is nothing but a project of the world, and the subject is inseparable from the world, but from a world that it itself projects. The subject is being in the world and the world remains subjective. 48 Since its texture and its articulations are sketched out by the subject's movement of transcendence. Thus, along with the world, as the cradle of significations, as the sense of all senses, and as the ground of all thoughts, we also discovered the means of overcoming the alternatives between realism and idealism, between contingency and absolute reason, and between nonsense and sense. The world, such as we have attempted to reveal it, as the primordial unity of all of our experiences on the horizon of our life and as the unique term of all of our projects, is no longer the visible unfolding of a constituting thought, nor a fortuitous collection of parts, and certainly not the operation of a directing thought upon an indifferent matter. Rather, the world is the homeland of all rationality. Presence in the world. First, the analysis of time confirmed this new notion of sense and of understanding. To consider time as just another object, we would have to say of it what we have said of other objects, that it only has sense for us because we are it. We can only place something under this rubric because we are in the past, in the present, and in the future. Time is literally the sense of our life, and like the world it is only accessible to the one who is situated in it and who joins with its direction. But the analysis of time was not merely an occasion to repeat what we had said with regard to the world. Rather, it clarifies the preceding analyses because it reveals the subject and the object as two abstract moments of a unique structure, namely, presence. We conceive of being through time, because it is through the relations between subject time and object time that we can understand the relations between the subject and the world. Let us apply the idea of subjectivity as temporality to the questions with which we began. We asked ourselves, for example, how we might conceive of the relations between the soul and the body, and it was a hopeless endeavor to join the for itself to a certain object whose causal operations it would have to suffer. But if the for itself, the revelation of the self to the self, is nothing but the hollow where time takes place, and if the world in itself is merely the horizon of my present, then the problem comes down to knowing how a being that is still to come and has already passed by can also have a present, which means the problem is eliminated, since the future, the past, and the present are tied together in the movement of temporalization. It is just as essential to me that I have a body as it is essential to the future to be the future of a certain present. And this is true to the extent that scientific thematization and objective thought will not be able to find a single bodily function that is strictly independent of existential structures 49 and, reciprocally, not a single spiritual act that does not rest upon a bodily infrastructure. Moreover, it is not just essential that I have a body, but also that I have this particular body. It is not merely the notion of the body that, through the notion of the present, is necessarily tied to the notion of the for itself, but the actual existence of my body is indispensable to the existence of my consciousness. Ultimately, if I know that the for itself crowns a body, this can only be through the experience of a singular body and of a singular for itself, that is, through the experience éprouvée of my presence in the world. It will be objected that I might have differently formed fingernails, ears, or lungs, without my existence being thereby modified. But then my nails, ears, and lungs taken in isolation have no existence. Science accustoms us to considering the body as an assemblage of parts, and so too does the experience of its breaking apart in death. Now, the decomposed body is precisely no longer a body. If I put my ears, my nails, and my lungs back into my living body, they will no longer appear as contingent details. They are not indifferent to the idea of me that others form, they contribute to my physiognomy or to my style, and perhaps science will tomorrow pronounce, in the form of objective correlations, the necessity in which I was to have ears, nails, and lungs formed in just this way in order for me to be dexterous or clumsy, calm or nervous, intelligent or stupid, that is, in order for me to be myself. In other words, as we have shown elsewhere, the objective body is not the truth of the phenomenal body, that is, the truth of the body such as we experience it. The objective body is merely an impoverished image of the phenomenal body, and the problem of the relations between the soul and the body has nothing to do with the objective body, which has merely a conceptual existence, but rather has to do with the phenomenal body. All that is true is that our open and personal existence rests upon an initial foundation of acquired and congealed existence. But if we are tempi or liti, then it could not be any other way, since the dialectic between the acquired and the future is constitutive of time. We would respond in the same way to questions that might be raised about the world prior to man. When we said above that there is no world without an existence that bears its structure, one could surely have objected that, nevertheless, the world preceded man, that the earth, according to all the evidence, is the only populated planet, and that thus the philosophical views are revealed as incompatible with the most established facts. But in fact, it is only the abstract reflection of intellectualism that is incompatible with the poorly understood facts. For what exactly is meant by saying that the world existed prior to human consciousnesses? It might be meant that the earth emerged from a primitive nebula where the conditions for life had not been brought together. But each one of these words, just like each equation in physics, presupposes our pre-scientific experience of the world, and this reference to the lived world contributes to constituting the valid signification of the statement. Nothing will ever lead me to understand what a nebula, which could not be seen by anyone, might be. Laplace's nebula is not behind us, at our origin, but rather out in front of us in the cultural world. And on the other hand, what is meant when we say that there is no world without a being in the world? Not that the world is constituted by consciousness, but rather that consciousness always finds itself already at work in the world. Thus, all things considered, what is true is that a nature exists, but this is the nature that perception shows to me, and not the nature of the sciences, and that even the light of consciousness is, as Heidegger says, a lumen naturale 50 given to itself. In any case, one might continue by saying that the world will linger on after me, other men will perceive it when I am no longer there. But, if my presence in the world is truly the condition of possibility of this world, then is it not impossible for me to conceive of other men in the world, whether after I am gone or even during my lifetime? From within the perspective of temporalization, the indications that we gave above regarding the problem of others are clarified. In the perception of another person, we said, I overcome in intention the infinite distance that will forever separate my subjectivity from another, I surmount the conceptual impossibility of another for itself for me because I observe another behavior, another presence in the world. Now that we have analyzed the notion of presence more fully, connected self-presence to presence in the world, and identified the cogito with engagement in the world, we better understand how we can find another person at the virtual origin of their visible behaviors. Of course, another will never exist for us as we exist for ourselves, he is always a lesser figure, we are never present at the thrust of temporalization in him as we are in ourselves. But unlike two consciousnesses, two temporalities are not mutually incompatible, because each one only knows itself by projecting itself in the present, and because they can intertwine there. Since my living present opens up to a past that I nevertheless no longer live and to a future that I do not yet live, or that I might never live, it can also open up to temporalities that I do not live and can have a social horizon such that my world is enlarged to the extent of the collective history that my private existence takes up and carries forward. The solution to all the problems of transcendence is found in the thickness of the pre-objective present, where we find our corporeality, our sociality, and the pre-existence of the world, that is, where we find the starting point for explanations to the extent that they are legitimate, and at the same time the foundation of our freedom. 3. Freedom. A. Total freedom or none at all. To repeat, it is clear that no causal relation can be conceived between the subject and his body, his world, or his society. Calling into question what my presence to myself teaches me would result in the loss of the foundations of all of my certainties. Now, at the very moment that I turn toward myself to describe myself, I catch sight of an anonymous flow, an overall project in which states of consciousness do not yet exist, nor, a fortiori, do characteristics of any kind. I am for myself neither jealous, nor curious, nor hunchbacked, nor a civil servant. We are often amazed that the disabled person or the person suffering from a disease can bear their situation. But in their own eyes they are not disabled or dying. Until the moment he slips into a coma, the dying person is inhabited by a consciousness, he is everything that he sees, he has this means of escape. Consciousness can never objectify itself as sick consciousness or as disabled consciousness, and, even if the elderly man complains of his old age or the disabled person of his disability, they can only do so when they compare themselves to others or when they see themselves through the eyes of others, that is, when they adopt a statistical or an objective view of themselves, and these complaints are never wholly made in good faith. In returning to the core of his consciousness, everyone feels himself to be beyond his particular characteristics and so resigns himself to them. They are the price we pay, without even thinking about it, for being in the world, a formality we take for granted. And this is how we can criticize our own face and yet not wish to exchange it for another. It seems that no particularity can be attached to the insurmountable generality of consciousness, and that no limit can be imposed upon this vast power of evasion. For something from the outside to be able to determine me, in both senses of the word, too I would have to be a thing. My freedom and my universality cannot be eclipsed. It is inconceivable that I am free in some of my actions while determined in others, for what exactly would this idle freedom be that grants free play to determinisms? If we assume that my freedom is abolished when it does not act, then how will it be reborn? If, by some miracle, I were able to turn myself into a thing, then how would I later recreate my consciousness? If I am free, even once, then I do not figure among the totality of things, and I must be free continuously. If my actions even once cease to be my own, they will never again become my own. If I lose my hold upon the world, I will never regain it. In addition, it is inconceivable that my freedom could be limited. We cannot be partially free, and if, as it is often said, motivations incline me in a certain direction, then there are only two possibilities: either they have the force to make me act, in which case there is no freedom, or they do not have this force, in which case my freedom is total, as great in the worst tortures as in the peace of my home. We would thus have to renounce not only the idea of causality, but even the idea of motivation. Point 3. The supposed motive does not weigh on my decision, rather, my decision lends the motivation its force. Everything that I am in virtue of nature or history, hunchbacked, handsome, or Jewish, I never fully am for myself, as we explained just above. And although I am surely these things in the eyes of others, I nonetheless remain free to posit the other either as a consciousness whose gaze reaches me in my very being, or rather as a mere object. Again, this alternative itself is certainly a constraint. If I am ugly, then I have the choice either to be an outcast or to condemn others, that is, I am left free between masochism and sadism, but I am not free to ignore others. But this alternative itself, which is a given of the human condition, is not an alternative for myself understood as a pure consciousness, for it is still me who makes others exist for me and who makes us exist for each other as men. Moreover, even if being human were imposed upon me, only leaving me a choice between ways of being human, when we consider this choice in itself, and notwithstanding the small number of possible choices, this would still be a free choice. If it is said that my temperament inclines me more toward sadism or rather toward masochism, this again is just a figure of speech, for my temperament only exists for the second-order knowledge that I obtain of myself when I see myself through another person's eyes, and insofar as I recognize this, valorize it, and in this sense choose it. What leads us astray here is that we often seek freedom in voluntary deliberation, which examines each motive one by one and appears to go along with the strongest or with the most convincing among them. In fact, the deliberation follows the decision, for my secret decision is what makes the motives appear, and we could not even conceive of what the force of a motive might be without a decision that confirms it or counters it. When I have abandoned a project, suddenly the motives that I believed I had in favor of sticking with it fall away, drained of all force. To give them back their force, I must make the effort of reopening time and of placing myself back at the moment when the decision had not yet been made. Even while I am deliberating, it is already through some effort that I succeed in suspending time and in holding open a situation that I sense is closed by a decision already made and which I am resisting. This is why, after having abandoned a project, I so often experience a feeling of relief. I wasn't so committed after all, the debate was a mere formality, the deliberation was a parody, I had already decided against the project. Weakness of the will is often cited as an argument against freedom. And in fact, if I can voluntarily adopt a behavior and play the role of a warrior or a seducer, this does not depend upon my being a warrior or a seducer naturally and with ease, that is, my genuinely being these things. But neither should we seek freedom in the volitional act, which is, according to its very sense, an abortive act. We only resort to the volitional act in order to go against our genuine decision, and as if to prove deliberately our own lack of power. Had we truly assumed the behavior of the warrior or the seducer, then we would have been a warrior or a seducer. Even those things described as obstacles to freedom are in fact deployed by freedom. An unclimbable rock face, a large or small, vertical or diagonal rock face, this only has sense for someone who intends to climb it, for a subject whose projects cut these determinations out of the uniform mass of the in itself and make an oriented world and a sense of things suddenly appear. Thus, there is ultimately nothing that could limit freedom, except those limits freedom has itself determined as such through its own initiatives, and the subject has only the exterior world that he gives himself. Since the subject himself, by suddenly appearing, makes sense and value appear among things, and since nothing could reach him except through his giving them a sense and a value, then there is no action of the things upon the subject, but merely a signifying, in the active sense, and a centrifugal singebung. The choice seems to be between a scientific understanding of causality, which is incompatible with our self-consciousness, and the affirmation of an absolute freedom without any exterior. It is impossible to identify a point beyond which things would cease to be S, BF, J, for dependent upon us. Point for all things are within our power, or none of them are. B. Then there is no such thing as action, choice, or doing. Yet this first reflection on freedom might result in rendering freedom impossible. If freedom is indeed equal in all of our actions and even in our passions, if it is incommensurate with our behavior, or if the slave displays as much freedom by living in fear as he does in breaking his chains, then it cannot be said that there is such a thing as free action. Freedom would then be prior to all actions, and in no case can it be said that here is where freedom appears, since in order for free action to be detectable it would have to stand out against a background of life that is not free, or that is less free. Freedom is everywhere, so to speak, but also nowhere. The idea of an acquisition is rejected in the name of freedom, but then freedom becomes a primordial acquisition and something like our state of nature. Since we do not have to bring freedom about, it must be the gift granted us of having no gift, or that nature of consciousness that consists in not having a nature, and in no case can it be expressed on the outside or figure in our life. Thus, the idea of action disappears, nothing can pass from us to the world, since we are nothing determinate and since the non-being that constitutes us could not slip itself into the saturated world. There are only intentions immediately followed by an effect, and we are very close to the Kantian idea of an intention that has the value of an act, to which Skeeler objected that the disabled person who would like to save a drowning man and the good swimmer who actually saves him do not have the same experience of autonomy. The very idea of choice disappears, for to choose is to choose something in which freedom sees, at least momentarily, a symbol of itself. A free choice only takes place if freedom puts itself into play in its decision and posits the situation that it chooses as a situation of freedom. A freedom that did not have to bring itself about because it is acquired could not commit itself in this way. It knows quite well that the following instant will find it, in every way, just as free and just as little established. The very notion of freedom requires that our decision plunge into the future, that something has been done by it, that the following moment benefits from the preceding one and, if not being a necessity, is at least solicited by it. If freedom has to do with doing, then what it does must not immediately be undone by a new freedom. Thus, each instant must not be a closed world, one moment must be able to commit the following ones. Once the decision has been made and the action has begun, I must have some acquisition available to me, I must benefit from my momentum, and I must be inclined to continue. There must be an inclination of the mind. It was Descartes who said that preservation requires a power just as great as creation, and this assumes a realist notion of the instant. Of course, the instant is not a philosopher's fiction. It is the point at which one project is completed and another one begins. 5. It is the point where my gaze shifts from one goal to another. It is the blink of an eye. 6. But this break in time can only appear if the two pieces each make up a block. It is said that consciousness is not broken up into a myriad of instants, but is at least haunted by the specter of the instant, which it must continuously exorcise through a free act. As we will see below, we in fact always have the power of breaking off, but this assumes in every case a power of beginning, for there would be no tearing apart if freedom was nowhere committed and was not preparing to establish itself elsewhere. If there were no cycles of behavior, no open situations that call for a certain completion and that can act as a foundation, either for a decision that confirms them or for one that transforms them, then freedom would never take place. Choice of an intellectual character is not only excluded because there is no time before time, but also because choice assumes a previous commitment and because the idea of a first choice is contradictory. If freedom is to have a field to work with, 7. If it must be able to assert itself as freedom, then something must separate freedom from its ends. Freedom must have a field, that is, it must have some privileged possibilities or realities that tend to be preserved in being. As J.P. Sartre himself shows, the dream excludes freedom because in the imaginary we have no sooner intended a signification than we already believe we hold its intuitive realization and, in short, because there are no obstacles and there is nothing to do. 8. It has been established that freedom is not to be confused with the abstract decisions of the will at grips with motives or passions. The classical schema of deliberation only applies to a freedom of bad faith that secretly feeds antagonistic motives without wanting to take them up, and itself manufactures the supposed proofs of its own lack of power. Beneath these noisy debates and these vain attempts to construct ourselves, we can see the tacit decisions by which we have articulated the field of possibilities around ourselves, and the fact is that nothing is done so long as we maintain these fixations, and everything is easy once we have weighed these anchors. This is why our freedom must not be sought in the insincere discussions where a style of life that we do not wish to question clashes with circumstances that suggest an alternative. The genuine choice is the choice of our whole character and of our way of being in the world. But either this total choice is never articulated, it is the silent springing forth of our being in the world, in which case it would not be clear in what sense it could be called ours. This freedom glides over itself and is equivalent to a destiny, or the choice that we make of ourselves is truly a choice, a conversion of our existence, but in this case it assumes a pre-existing acquisition that it sets out to modify and it establishes a new tradition. This latter will lead us to wonder if the perpetual tearing away by which we defined freedom at the outset is not merely the negative side of our universal engagement in a world, if our indifference toward each determinate thing does not merely express our immersion in all of them, if the ready-made freedom from which we began does not reduce to a power of initiative that could not be transformed into a doing without taking up something proposed to us by the world, and finally if concrete and actual freedom do not exist in this exchange. Certainly nothing has sense or value except for me and through me, but this proposition remains indeterminate and is again mistaken for the Kantian idea of a consciousness that only finds in things what it has put there, and for the idealist refutation of realism, so long as we fail to clarify how we understand the words sense and me. By defining ourselves as the universal power of Singabung giving sense, we have returned to the method of the that without which and to the classical style of reflective analysis, which seeks conditions of possibility without worrying about conditions of reality. Thus, we must again take up the analysis of the Singabung sense-giving and show how it can be at once centrifugal and centripetal, since it has been established that there is no freedom without a field. C. Who gives the motives a sense? I declare that this rock face is unclimbable, and it is certain that this attribute, just like the attributes of large and small, straight and diagonal, and in fact like all attributes in general, can only come to the rock face from a plan to climb it and from a human presence. Thus, freedom makes the obstacles to freedom appear, such that we cannot place these obstacles opposite freedom as limits. It is clear, however, that given the same project, this rock face over here will appear as an obstacle, while this other more passable one will appear as an aid to the project. My freedom thus does not make an obstacle exist over here and a passageway over there, it merely makes obstacles and passageways exist in general. My freedom does not sketch out the particular figure of this world, it only establishes its general structures. The objection will be that this amounts to the same thing. If my freedom conditions the structure of the there is, the here, and the over there, then my freedom is present everywhere these structures arise. We cannot distinguish the quality obstacle from the obstacle itself, relate the first to freedom and the second to the world in itself, which, lacking this quality, would merely be an unamiable and formless mass. Thus, I cannot find a limit to my freedom outside of myself. But could I not find this limit within myself? We must in effect distinguish between my explicit intentions, such as the plan I formed today to climb those mountains, and the general intentions that invest my surroundings with some value in a virtual way. 9 Whether or not I have decided to undertake the climb, these mountains appear large because they outstrip my body's grasp, and, even if I have just read Micromegas 10, nothing I do can make them appear small. Beneath myself as a thinking subject, able to place myself at will either on Sirius or on the Earth's surface, there is thus something like a natural self who does not leave behind its terrestrial situation and who continuously sketches out absolute valuations. Moreover, my projects as a thinking being are clearly constructed upon these valuations. If I decide to see things from the point of view of Sirius, I still have recourse to my terrestrial experience in order to do so. I declare, for example, that the Alps are molehills. D. Implicit valuation of the sensible world. Asterisk. Insofar as I have hands, feet, a body, and a world, I sustain intentions around myself that are not decided upon and that affect my surroundings in ways I do not choose. These intentions are general in a double sense, first in the sense that they constitute a system in which all possible objects are enclosed. If the mountain seems large and vertical, then the tree appears small and diagonal, and second in the sense that these intentions do not belong to me, they come from farther away than myself, and I am not surprised to find them in all psychophysical subjects who have a similar organization to my own. This is why, as Gestalt theory has shown, there are forms that are privileged for me and for all other humans, and which can give rise to a psychological science and to strict laws. Consider this collection of dots. It is always perceived as 6 groups of dots, 2 millimeters apart, and some figures are always perceived as a cube, while others are always seen as a flat mosaic. 11 Everything happens as if, prior to our judgment and our freedom, someone were allocating such and such a sense to such and such a given constellation. Of course, perceptual structures do not always force themselves upon us, some are ambiguous. But these latter reveal to us even more clearly the presence of a spontaneous valuation in us, for these are the floating figures that propose in turn different significations. Now, a pure consciousness can do anything except be unaware of its own intentions, and an absolute freedom cannot choose itself as hesitant, since this amounts to allowing itself to be drawn in several directions, and since by definition the possibilities owe their entire force to freedom, the weight that freedom allocates to one of them is simultaneously withdrawn from the others. We can certainly decompose a form by looking at it askew, but only because freedom makes use of the gaze and its spontaneous valuations. Without these spontaneous valuations, we would not have a world, that is, a collection of things that emerges from the formless mass by offering themselves to our body as things to be touched, to be taken, or to be climbed. We would never be aware of adjusting ourselves to the things and of reaching them out there where they are, beyond us. We would merely be aware of rigorously conceiving of objects that are immanent to our intentions. We would not be in the world, ourselves implicated in the spectacle and, so to speak, intermingled with things. We would have merely a representation of a universe. Thus, it is certainly true that there are no obstacles in themselves, but the myself that qualifies them as obstacles is not an acosmic subject. This subject anticipates himself among the things in order to give them the shape of things. There is an autochthonous sense of the world that is constituted in the exchange between the world and our embodied existence, and that forms the ground of every deliberate Sinjbung sense-giving act. Sedimentation of being in the world. This is not only true of an impersonal and ultimately abstract function like external perception. There is something analogous in all valuations. It has been quite aptly noted that pain or fatigue can never be considered as causes that act upon my freedom, and that, if I experience éprouvé pain or fatigue at a given moment, then they do not come from the outside, they always have a sense, they express my attitude toward the world. Pain makes me give in and say what I should have kept quiet, fatigue brings my journey to an end. We all know that moment when we decide to give up tolerating the pain or the fatigue, and when, instantaneously, they become actually intolerable. Fatigue does not stop my companion because he likes the feel of his body damp with sweat, the scorching heat of the road and the sun, and, in short, because he likes to feel himself at the center of things, to draw together their rays, or to turn himself into the gaze for this light and the sense of touch for these surfaces. My fatigue stops me because I do not enjoy this, because I have differently chosen my way of being in the world, and because, for example, I do not look to be out in nature, but rather to gain the recognition of others. I am free in relation to my fatigue precisely to the extent that I am free in relation to my being in the world. Despite my fatigue, I am free to continue along my way on condition of transforming my being in the world. Point 12. But in fact, here again, we must recognize a sort of sedimentation of our life. When an attitude toward the world has been confirmed often enough, it becomes privileged for us. If freedom does not tolerate being confronted by any motive, then my habitual being in the world is equally fragile at each moment, and the complexes I have for years nourished through complacency remain equally innocuous, for freedom's gesture can effortlessly shatter them at any moment. And yet, after having built my life upon an inferiority complex, continuously reinforced for 20 years, it is not likely that I would change. A cursory rationalism would obviously object to this illegitimate notion by saying, there are no degrees of possibility, either the free act no longer exists or it is still there, in which case freedom is complete. In short, they would argue that this likely is meaningless. This notion belongs to statistical thinking, which is not thinking at all, since it has nothing to do with any particular thing actually existing, nor with any moment of time, nor with any concrete event. It's unlikely that Paul will renounce writing bad books. This is meaningless since, at any moment, Paul might decide to stop writing such books. The likely is everywhere and nowhere. It is a reified fiction that has merely a psychological existence. The likely is not an ingredient of the world. And yet, we have already encountered it just a moment ago in the perceived world. The mountain is large or small insofar as it is situated as a perceived thing in the field of my virtual actions and in relation to a level that is not merely the level of my individual life, but rather the level of every man. Generality and probability are not fictions, they are phenomena, and so we must find a phenomenological foundation for statistical thought. Statistical thought necessarily belongs to a being who is fixed, situated, and surrounded in the world. It's unlikely that I would in this moment destroy an inferiority complex in which I have been complacent now for 20 years. This means that I am committed to inferiority, that I have decided to dwell within it, that this past, if not a destiny, has at least a specific weight, and that it is not a sum of events over there, far away from me, but rather the atmosphere of my present. The rationalist alternative, either the free act is possible or not, either the event originates in me or is imposed from the outside, does not fit with our relations with the world and with our past. Our freedom does not destroy our situation, but gears into it. So long as we are alive, our situation is open, which implies both that it calls forth privileged modes of resolution and that it, by itself, lacks the power to procure any of them. F. Valuation of historical situations, class prior to class consciousness. We would arrive at the same result by examining our relations with history. If I consider myself in my absolute concretion and such as reflection presents me to myself, then I am an anonymous and pre-human flow that has not yet been articulated as worker, for example, or as bourgeois. If I later conceive of myself as a man among men, or as a bourgeois among bourgeois, it seems that this can only be a secondary view of myself. I am never a worker or a bourgeois at my very core, but rather a consciousness that freely valuates itself as a bourgeois or a proletarian consciousness. Indeed, my objective place in the circuit of production is not sufficient to give rise to an awareness of class. People were exploited long before there were revolutionaries. The workers' movement does not always progress in times of economic crisis. The revolt is not, then, the product of objective conditions, but conversely it is the decision made by the worker to desire the revolution that turns him into a proletarian. The valuation of the present is established by the free project of the future. One might conclude from this that history has no sense by itself, it has the sense we give it through our will. And yet here again we fall back into the method of the that without which, in opposition to objective thought, which places the subject into the network of determinism, we have answered with an idealist reflection that makes determinism rest upon the subjects constituting activity. Now, we have already seen that objective thought and reflective analysis are but two appearances of the same error, two ways of ignoring phenomena. Objective thought deduces class consciousness from the objective condition of the proletariat. Idealist reflection reduces the proletarian condition to the proletarian's consciousness of that condition. The former draws the consciousness of class from class as defined by objective characteristics, whereas the latter reduces being a worker to the consciousness of being a worker. In both cases, we are operating on the level of abstraction, because we remain within the alternative between the in itself and the for itself. If we take up the question again, not with the intention of discovering the causes of this becoming conscious, for there is no cause that can act upon a consciousness from the outside, nor its conditions of possibility, for what we need is the conditions that make it actual, but rather with the intention of discovering class consciousness itself. If, in short, we adopt a truly existential method, then what do we find? I am not conscious of being a worker or a bourgeois because I in fact sell my work or because I in fact show solidarity to the capitalist machine, and I certainly do not become a worker or a bourgeois the day that I commit to seeing history through the lens of class warfare. Rather, I exist as a worker or I exist as a bourgeois first, and this mode of communication with the world and society motivates both my revolutionary or conservative projects and my explicit judgments. I am a worker, or I am a bourgeois, without it being the case that I can deduce the former from the latter, nor the latter from the former. Neither the economy nor society, taken as a system of impersonal forces, determine me as a proletarian, but rather society or the economy such as I bear them within myself and such as I live them, nor is it, for that matter, an intellectual operation without any motive, but rather my way of being in the world within this institutional framework. As a worker I have a certain style of life, I am at the mercy of unemployment and prosperity, I cannot do with my life whatever I please, I am paid on a weekly basis, I control neither the conditions, nor the products of my labor. And as a result, I feel like a foreigner in my factory, my nation, and my life. I am accustomed to dealing with a fatum destiny that I do not respect, but that must be humored. Or perhaps I work as a day laborer, I have no farm of my own, nor even any work tools, I move from farm to farm, renting myself out during harvest season, I sense a nameless power hovering over me that turns me into a nomad, even when I would like to settle down. Or finally, perhaps I am the tenant of a farm where the owner has not installed electricity, even though the main lines are a mere 200 yards away. I am allotted only one inhabitable room for myself and my family, even though it would be easy to make other rooms in the house available. My fellow factory or harvest workers, or the other tenant farmers, do the same work I do, and under similar conditions, we coexist in the same situation and we feel ourselves to be similar, not through some comparison, as if each one of us lived above all in isolation, but on the basis of our tasks and gestures. These situations do not assume any explicit valuation, and if there is a tacit valuation, it is the thrust of a freedom without any project encountering unknown obstacles. In no way can we speak of a choice, for in the three cases it is sufficient that I am born and that I exist in order to experience my life as difficult and constrained. I do not choose to experience it this way. But things might well stay right there without my reaching class consciousness, understanding myself as a proletarian, or becoming a revolutionary. How, then, will this passage come about? The worker learns that other workers in another trade have, after a strike, obtained an increased salary. He observes that shortly thereafter the salaries in his own factory were raised. The fatum with which he was grappling begins to become more clearly articulated. The day laborer, who has rarely interacted with workers, who does not resemble them, and who is hardly fond of them, sees the price of manufactured objects increasing, as well as the cost of living, and notices that one can no longer make ends meet. It might happen that, in that moment, he blames the workers of the city, and so class consciousness will not be born. If it is born, this is not because the day laborer has decided to become a revolutionary and, consequently, to confer a value upon his actual condition, but rather because he perceived concretely the synchronicity between his life and the lives of the workers, and the community of their lot in life. The small farmer, who does not mix with day laborers, and even less so with the village workers, separated from them through a world of customs and value judgments, nevertheless feels himself on the same side as the day laborers when he pays them an insufficient salary. He feels solidarity with the workers of the city when he learns that the owners of the farm preside over the board of directors of several industrial corporations. Social space begins to become polarized, and a region of the exploited appears. Upon every upsurge, coming from any point on the social horizon whatsoever, the regrouping takes shape beyond different ideologies and trades. Class is coming into being, and we call a situation revolutionary when the objectively existing connection between the segments of the proletariat, that is, those connections that an absolute observer would ultimately recognize between them, is finally experienced vico in the perception of a common obstacle to each one's existence. There is never a need for a representation of the revolution to arise. It is unlikely, for example, that the Russian peasants have explicitly set for themselves the task of the revolution and the transformation of property relations. Revolution is born day to day, from the interlocking of immediate ends with ends that are further removed. There is no need for each proletarian to conceive of himself as proletarian in the sense a Marxist theoretician gives this word. It is enough for the day laborer or the farmer to feel himself moving toward a certain crossroads to which the village worker's path also leads. Both open onto the revolution that, had it been described and represented to them in advance, would have frightened them. At most we can say the revolution is at the end of the paths they have taken and is in their projects in the form of a things must change, which each concretely experiences in his own difficulties and at the basis of his particular unquestioned beliefs. Neither the fatum, nor the free act that destroys it, are represented, they are lived in ambiguity. This does not mean that the workers and the peasants bring about the revolution unwittingly and in them we have but elementary forces or blind actors skillfully manipulated by some lucid agitators. The chief of police may indeed see history this way. But such views are of no help to him when confronted with a truly revolutionary situation, when the commands issued by the so-called agitators are immediately understood as if through some pre-established harmony and find complicity everywhere, because they crystallize what is latent in the life of all producers. G. Intellectual project and existential project. Asterisk. The revolutionary movement, like the work of the artist, is an intention that creates its own instruments and its own means of expression. The revolutionary project is not the result of a deliberate judgment, nor the explicit positing of an end. This is what it is for the propagandist, because he has been trained by the intellectual, or for the intellectual, because he regulates his life on the basis of his thought. But the revolution only ceases to be the abstract decision of a thinker and becomes an historical reality if worked out in interhuman relations and in the relations of man with his work. Thus, it is true that I recognize myself as a worker or bourgeois the day I situate myself in relation to a possible revolution, and that this stand does not result, through some mechanistic causality, from my social status as a worker or bourgeois, and this is why all classes have their traders, but no more is this a spontaneous, instantaneous, and unmotivated valuation, it was prepared for by a molecular process, it ripens in coexistence prior to bursting forth in words and relating to objective ends. We are correct to observe that the most lucid revolutionaries are not produced by the most extreme poverty, but we forget to ask why a return to prosperity often brings about a radicalization of the masses. This is because the relaxation of the demands of life makes possible a new arrangement of social space, horizons are no longer restricted to the most immediate of worries, there is some breathing space, and there is room for a new life project. This fact does not prove that the worker turns himself into a worker and a revolutionary ex nihilo, but rather that he does so upon a certain ground of coexistence. The error of the conception under consideration is, in short, to examine only intellectual projects, rather than bringing into the account the existential project, which is the polarization of a life toward a determinate, indeterminate goal of which it has no representation and that it only recognizes at the moment the goal is reached. They reduce intentionality in general to the particular case of objectifying acts, they turn the proletarian condition into an object of thought, and they have no trouble showing, in accordance with the established method of idealism, that, like every object of thought, it only subsists before and by the consciousness that constitutes it as an object. Idealism, like objective thought, misses genuine intentionality, which, rather than positing its object, is toward its object. 13 Idealism is unaware of the interrogative, the subjunctive, the wish, the expectation, and the positive intermination of these modes of consciousness. It is only familiar with indicative consciousness in the present or the future tenses, and this is why it does not succeed in accounting for class. For class is neither simply recorded, nor established by decree, just like the fatum of the capitalist machine and just like the revolution, class is, prior to being conceived, lived as an obsessive presence, as a possibility, as an enigma, and as a myth. To make class consciousness into the result of a decision or a choice is to say that the questions are resolved the day they are posed, that every question already contains the response it awaits, it is, in short, to return to immanence and to give up the hope of understanding history. In fact, the intellectual project and the positing of ends are merely the fulfillment of an existential project. I am the one who gives a sense and a future to my life, but this does not mean that I conceive of this sense and this future, rather, they spring forth from my present and from my past, and particularly from my present and past mode of coexistence. Even for the intellectual who becomes a revolutionary, the decision is not born ex nihilo, sometimes it follows up a long solitude. The intellectual seeks a doctrine that is demanding of him, and that cures him of subjectivity. Sometimes he bows to the clarity a Marxist interpretation of history can bring, in which case he has placed knowledge at the center of his life, and this itself is only understood in relation to his past and his childhood. Even an unmotivated decision to become a revolutionary, made by a pure act of freedom, would again express a certain manner of being in the natural and social world, which is typically that of the intellectual. He only joins the working class through his situation as an intellectual, and this is why even fideism 14 in his case, remains justifiably suspect. For the worker, the decision is elaborated a fortiori in his life. In this case, it is no longer thanks to some misunderstanding that the horizon of an individual life and the revolutionary aims coincide. For the worker, the revolution is a much more immediate and imminent possibility than for the intellectual, since he is at grips with the economic machine in his own life. And this is why, statistically, there are more workers than bourgeoisie in a revolutionary party. Of course, motivation does not suppress freedom. Even the most strict workers' parties have included many intellectuals among their leaders, and it is likely that a man like Lenin identified himself with the revolution and ended up transcending the distinction between intellectual and worker. But these are precisely the virtues of action and commitment. At the outset, I am not an individual above class, I am situated socially, and my freedom, even if it has the power to commit me elsewhere, does not have the power to turn me immediately into what I decide to be. Thus, being bourgeois or a worker is not merely being conscious of so being, it is to give myself the value of a worker or a bourgeois through an implicit or existential project that merges with our way of articulating the world and of coexisting with others. My decision takes up a spontaneous sense of my life that it can confirm or deny, but that it cannot annul. Idealism and objective thought equally miss the arrival of class consciousness, the first because it deduces actual existence from consciousness, the other because it derives consciousness from actual existence, and both of them because they are unaware of the relation of motivation. H. The for itself and the for others, intersubjectivity. One might respond from the idealist side that I am not for myself a particular project, but rather a pure consciousness, and that the attributes bourgeois or worker only belong to me insofar as I place myself back among others, insofar as I see myself through their eyes, from the outside, and as an other. Here we would have categories drawn from the for others, and not from the for self. But if there were two types of categories, then how could I have the experience of another person, that is, of an alter ego? This assumes that the quality of a possible other is already nascent in the view I have of myself, and that his quality of ego is already implicated in the view I take of others. Again, the response will be that the other is given as a fact and not as a possibility of my own being. What is meant by this? Do they mean that I would not have the experience of other men if there were none on the surface of the earth? The proposition is self-evident, but it does not resolve our question, since, as Kant already said, one cannot pass from all knowledge begins with experience to all knowledge comes from experience. If other empirically existing men are to be other men for me, I must have what is needed in order to recognize them, and so the structures of the for others must already be the dimensions of the for self. Moreover, it is impossible to derive all of the specifications that we are speaking of from the for others. The other is neither necessarily, nor even ever fully, an object for me. And, such as occurs in cases of sympathy, I can perceive another person as bare existence and as freedom as much or as little as I can myself. The other as an object is only an insincere modality of the other, just as absolute subjectivity is only an abstract notion of myself. Thus, even in my most radical reflection, I must already grasp around my absolute individuality something like a halo of generality, or an atmosphere of sociality. This is necessary if the words of bourgeois and a man are later to be able to take on a sense for me. I must immediately grasp myself as eccentric to myself, and my singular existence must diffuse, so to speak, around itself an existence as quality. The for selves, me for myself and the other for himself, must stand out against a background of for others, me for others and others for me. My life must have a sense that I do not constitute, there must be, literally, an intersubjectivity. Each of us must be at once anonymous in the sense of an absolute individuality and anonymous in the sense of an absolute generality. Our being in the world is the concrete bearer of this double anonymity. There is some sense to history. 15. On this condition, there can be situations, a sense of history, and an historical truth, three ways of saying the same thing. If I actually made myself into a worker or bourgeois through an absolute initiative, and if, in general, nothing ever solicited freedom, then history would have no structure, we would not see any events take shape there, and anything might result from anything. There would be no British Empire, taken as a relatively stable historical form to which a name can be given and in which certain likely properties can be recognized. The history of the social movement would not contain revolutionary situations or periods of latency. A revolution would be equally possible at any moment, and one could reasonably expect a despot to be converted to anarchism. History would never be going anywhere, and, even if a short period of time were examined, it could never be said that events are conspiring toward a certain outcome. The statesman would forever be an adventurer, that is, he would commandeer events to his own advantage by giving them a sense that they did not have. Now, if it really is true that history is powerless to complete anything without the consciousnesses that take it up and that thereby decide its course, and if, as a result, history can never be detached from us, like a foreign power that would make use of us toward its own ends, then precisely because history is always lived history we cannot deny it at least a fragmentary sense. Something is emerging that will perhaps be aborted, but that for now would satisfy the indications of the present. Nothing can make it happen that a military power above classes in the France of should not appear in the trajectory of the revolutionary backlash, and that the role of military dictator should not here be a role to be played. Bonaparte's project, known to us through its actualization, leads us to judge in this manner. But prior to Bonaparte, Dumouriez, Custine, and others had developed it, and we must account for this convergence. What we call the sense of events is not an idea that produces them, nor the fortuitous outcome of their assemblage. It is the concrete project of a future that is elaborated in social coexistence and in the 1L prior to every personal decision. At the point in its history to which the class dynamic had arrived in 1799, the revolution being able neither to be continued nor cancelled, and all guarantees having been made for the freedom of individuals, each one of them, through this functional and generalized existence that turned each into an historical subject, tended merely to rest upon what had been acquired. To offer them the alternative of either taking up again the revolutionary methods of government, or returning to the social state of 1789, would have been an historical error, not that there is some truth to history independent of our projects and evaluations, which remain forever free, but because there is an average and statistical signification of these projects. This amounts to saying that we give history its sense, but not without history offering us that sense. The Singabung is not merely centrifugal, and this is why the individual is not the subject of history. There is an exchange between generalized existence and individual existence, both receive and both give. A moment occurs when the sense that was taking shape in the one and that was merely an indeterminate possibility threatened by the contingency of history is taken up by an individual. Thus it can happen that, having taken hold of history, an individual directs it, at least for a time, well beyond what seemed to be its sense and commits history to a new dialectic, such as when Bonaparte the consul turned himself into emperor and conqueror. We are not claiming that history has a single sense from beginning to end, any more than an individual life does. In any case, we mean that freedom only modifies history by taking up what history offered at the moment in question, and it does so by a sort of shift or slippage. 16 In relation to this proposal made by the present, we can distinguish the adventurer from the statesman, the historical deception from the truth of an epoch and, consequently, our assessment of the past, even if it never reaches absolute objectivity, is never entitled to be arbitrary. J. The ego and its halo of generality. We thus recognize, surrounding our initiatives and ourselves taken as this strictly individual project, a zone of generalized existence and of already completed projects, significations scattered between us and the things, which confer upon us the qualities of man, bourgeois, or worker. Generality already intervenes, our presence to ourselves is already mediated by it. We cease to be pure consciousness the moment that the natural or social constellation ceases to be an unformulated this and is crystallized into a situation, from the moment it takes on a sense, in short, from the moment we exist. Each thing appears to us through a medium that it colors with its fundamental quality. This piece of wood is neither an assemblage of colors and tactile givens, nor even their total gestalt, rather, something like a woody essence emanates from it. These sensible givens modulate a certain theme or illustrate a certain style that wood is, and that establishes an horizon of sense around this piece of wood and around the perception I have of it. The natural world, as we have seen, is nothing other than the place of all possible themes and styles. It is irreducibly an unmatched individual and a sense. Cor relatively, the generality or the individuality of the subject, subjectivity as bearing qualities or pure subjectivity, the anonymity of the one or the anonymity of consciousness, these are not in each case two conceptions of the subject between which philosophy would have to choose, but two moments of a single structure that is the concrete subject. Let us consider, for example, sensing. I lose myself in this red that is in front of me without qualifying it in any way. It certainly seems that this experience puts me into contact with a pre-human subject. Who perceives this red? Certainly not anyone we could name, nor anyone who could be placed among other perceiving subjects. For no direct comparison will ever be possible between this experience of red that I have, and the experience of red described to me by others. Here I am within my own point of view, and, just as every experience, insofar as it has to do with impressions, is in the same way strictly my own, it seems that a unique and never doubled subject embraces them all. I formulate a thought, for example, I am thinking of Spinoza's God. This thought, such as I live it, is a certain landscape to which no other person will ever gain access, even if I otherwise succeed in starting up a conversation with a friend on the question of Spinoza's God. And yet, the individuality of even these experiences is not pure. For the thickness of this red, its hekyity, the power that it has of filling me and of reaching me, comes from the fact that it solicits and obtains a certain vibration from my gaze, and presupposes that I am familiar with the world of colors of which it is a particular variation. Thus, the concrete red stands out against a background of generality, and this is why, even without passing over to the other's point of view, I grasp myself in perception as a perceiving subject and not as an unmatched consciousness. Surrounding my perception of this red, I sense all of the regions of my being that it does not touch, as well as that region destined to colors, vision, by which it does touch me. Likewise, my thought of Spinoza's God is only apparently a rigorously unique experience, for it is a crystallization of a certain cultural world, Spinozist philosophy, or of a certain philosophical style, in which I immediately recognize a Spinozist idea. K. The absolute flow is for itself a consciousness. Asterisk. Thus, we need not wonder why the thinking subject or consciousness catches sight of itself as a man, an embodied subject, or an historical subject, and we should not treat this apperception as a second-order operation that the subject would perform beginning from his absolute existence. The absolute flow appears perspectively to its own gaze as a consciousness, or as a man or an embodied subject, because it is a field of presence, presence to itself, to others, and to the world, and because this presence throws it into the natural and cultural world from which it can be understood. We must not represent this flow to ourselves as an absolute contact with itself or as an absolute density without any internal fault lines, but rather as a being who continues itself into the outside. If the subject makes a continuous and forever peculiar choice of himself and of his ways of being, One might wonder why his experience intertwines with itself and presents to him objects or definite historical phases, why we have a general notion of time that is valid across all times, and finally, why the experience of each one fits with that of others. The question itself, however, must be put into question, for we are not given a fragment of time followed by another or an individual flow followed by another, but rather each subjectivity taking itself up, and subjectivities taking each other up in the generality of a nature, or the cohesion of an intersubjective life of a world. The present actualizes the mediation between the for itself and the for others, between individuality and generality. True reflection presents me to myself, not as an idle and inaccessible subjectivity, but as identical to my presence in the world and to others, such as I currently bring it into being. I am everything that I see, and I am an intersubjective field, not in spite of my body and my historical situation, but rather by being this body and this situation, and by being, through them, everything else. I do not choose myself starting from nothing. From this perspective, what becomes of the freedom we discussed at the outset? I can no longer pretend to be a nothingness and to choose myself continuously from nothing. If nothingness appears in the world through subjectivity, then it can also be said that nothingness comes into being through the world. I am a general refusal of being anything whatever, secretly accompanied by a continuous acceptance of some form of qualified being. For even this general refusal still counts among the ways of being and figures in the world. I can, of course, interrupt my projects at any moment. But what exactly is this power? It is the power of beginning something else, for we never remain in suspense in the nothingness. We are always in the plenum and in being, just as a face, even when at rest or even when dead, is always condemned to express something. There are cadavers that appear surprised, peaceful, or unobtrusive, and just as silence is still a modality of the sonorous world. I can break every mold and scoff at everything, but there is no case in which I am entirely committed. It is not that I withdraw into my freedom, but because I commit myself elsewhere. Rather than thinking of my sorrow, I stare at my fingernails, or I have lunch, or I get involved in politics. Far from my freedom being forever alone, it is in fact never without accomplices, and its power of perpetually tearing itself away leans upon my universal engagement in the world. My actual freedom is not on this side of my being, but out in front of me, among the things. It must not be said that I continually choose myself on the pretext that I could continually refuse what I am. But not refusing is not a choice. We could only identify non-doing and doing by stripping the implicit of all phenomenal value and by spreading the world out in front of us at each moment in a perfect transparency, that is, by destroying the worldliness of the world. Consciousness holds itself responsible for everything, it takes on everything, but it has nothing of its own and makes its life in the world. One is led to conceive of freedom as a continually renewed choice so long as the notion of a natural or generalized time has not been introduced. We have seen that there is no such thing as natural time if we understand this to mean a time of objects without subjectivity. There is, however, at least a generalized time, and this is even the time intended by the common notion. This time is the perpetual starting over of the series, past, present, future. It is like a disappointment and a repeated failure. This is what we express in saying that time is continuous. The present that it brings to us is never really present, since it is always past when it appears, and the future has there but the appearance of a goal toward which we are moving, since it soon arrives in the present and since we then turn toward another future. This is the time of our bodily functions, which are cyclical like them, and it is the time of nature with which we coexist. It only offers us the outline and the abstract form of a commitment, since it continuously gnaws away at itself and undoes what it has just done. As long as we oppose the for itself and the in itself without any mediation, as long as we do not perceive that natural outline of a subjectivity between ourselves and the world, and that pre-personal time that rests upon itself, then acts will be necessary to sustain the springing forth of time, and everything will be a choice in the same way, the breathing reflex as well as the moral decision, or conservation as well as creation. For us, consciousness only attributes this power to itself if it passes over in silence the event that establishes its infrastructure and that is its birth. A consciousness for which the world is self-evident, that finds the world already constituted and present even within consciousness itself, absolutely chooses neither its being nor its manner of being. Conditioned freedom. What then is freedom? To be born is to be simultaneously born of the world and to be born into the world. 17 The world is always already constituted, but also never completely constituted. In the first relation we are solicited, in the second we are open to an infinity of possibilities. Yet this analysis remains abstract, for we exist in both ways simultaneously. Thus, there is never determinism and never an absolute choice. I am never a mere thing and never a bare consciousness. In particular, even our initiatives, and even the situations that we have chosen, once they have been taken up, carry us along as if by a state of grace. The generality of the role and of the situation comes to the aid of the decision, and, in this exchange between the situation and the one who takes it up, it is impossible to determine the contribution of the situation and the contribution of freedom. We torture a man to make him speak. If he refuses to give the names and addresses that we wish to extract from him, this is not through a solitary and ungrounded decision. He still felt himself among his comrades and was still committed to their common struggle. He was somehow incapable of speaking, or perhaps he had, for months or even years, confronted this test in his thoughts and staked his entire life upon it, or finally, he might wish to prove what he had always thought and said about freedom by overcoming this test. These motives do not annul freedom, but they at least show that freedom is not without supports within being. It is not ultimately a bare consciousness that resists the pain, but the prisoner along with his comrades or along with those he loves and under whose gaze he lives, or finally consciousness along with its arrogantly desired solitude, which is again to say a certain mode of mit being with. 18 It is, of course, the individual alone in his prison who reanimates these phantoms each day, and they give him back the strength that he had given them, but reciprocally, if he is committed to this action, if he ties himself to his comrades or clings to this morality, this is because the historical situation, his comrades, and the world around him seem to him to expect this particular behavior from him. We could thus continue this analysis endlessly. We choose our world and the world chooses us. In any case, it is certain that we can never reserve in ourselves an enclave into which being does not penetrate without it immediately being the case that this freedom takes the shape of being and becomes a motive and a support from the mere fact that it is lived. Taken concretely, freedom is always an encounter between the exterior and the interior, even that pre-human and prehistorical freedom by which we began, and it weakens, without ever becoming zero, to the extent that the tolerance of the bodily and institutional givens of our life diminishes. As Husserl said, there is a field of freedom and a conditioned freedom. 19 Not because freedom is absolute within the limits of this field and nothing outside of it, for just like the perceptual field, this one too has no linear limits, but because I have immediate possibilities and more distant possibilities. Our commitments sustain our power, and there is no freedom without some power. Our freedom, it is said, is either total or non-existent. This is the dilemma of objective thought and its accomplice, reflective analysis. Indeed, if we place ourselves within being, then our actions must come from the outside. If we return to constituting consciousness, then our actions must come from within. But we have learned precisely to recognize the order of phenomena. We are mixed up with the world and with others in an inextricable confusion. The idea of a situation precludes there being an absolute freedom at the origin of our commitments and, for that matter, at their end. No commitment, and not even a commitment to the Hegelian state, can cause me to transcend all differences and render me free for anything. This universality itself, from the mere fact that it would be lived, would stand out as a particularity against the background of the world. Existence simultaneously generalizes and particularizes everything that it intends, and can never be complete. N. provisional synthesis of the in itself and the for itself in presence. And yet, the synthesis of the in itself and the for itself that brings about Hegelian freedom has its truth. In a sense, it is the very definition of existence. It is accomplished at each moment before our eyes in the phenomenon of presence, only it must be immediately started over and does not suppress our finitude. By taking up a present, I again take hold of my past and I transform it, I alter its sense, I free myself and detach myself from it. But I only do so by committing myself elsewhere. Psychoanalytic treatment does not heal by provoking an insight into the past, but by first relating the subject to his doctor through new existential relations. It is not a question of giving a scientific approval to the psychoanalytic interpretation, nor of discovering a notional sense of the past, rather, it is a question of reliving the past as signifying this or that, and the patient only achieves this by seeing his past from the perspective of his coexistence with the doctor. The complex is not dissolved by a freedom without instruments, but rather is dislocated by a new pulsation of time that has its supports and its motives. The same is true for all moments of insight, they are actual if they are sustained by a new commitment. Now, this engagement in turn is accomplished in the implicit, and is thus only valid for a particular temporal cycle. The choice that we make of our life always takes place upon the basis of a certain given. My freedom can deflect my life from its spontaneous sense, but only through a series of shifts, by first joining with it, and not through any absolute creation. All explanations of my behavior in terms of my past, my temperament, or my milieu are thus true, but only on condition of not considering them as separable contributions, but rather as moments of my total being whose sense I could make explicit in different directions, without our ever being able to say if it is I who give them their sense or if I receive it from them. Oh! My signification is outside of myself. Asterisk. I am a psychological and historical structure. Along with existence, I received a way of existing, or a style. All of my actions and thoughts are related to this structure, and even a philosopher's thought is merely a way of making explicit his hold upon the world, which is all he is. And yet, I am free, not in spite of or beneath these motivations, but rather by their means. For that meaningful life, that particular signification of nature and history that I am, does not restrict my access to the world, it is rather my means of communication with it. It is by being what I am at present, without any restrictions and without holding anything back, that I have a chance at progressing. It is by living my time that I can understand other times, it is by plunging into the present and into the world, by resolutely taking up what I am by chance, by willing what I will, and by doing what I do, that I can go farther. The only way I can fail to be free is if I attempt to transcend my natural and social situation by refusing to take it up at first, rather than meeting up with the natural and human world through it. Nothing determines me from the outside, not that nothing solicits me, but rather because I am immediately outside of myself and open to the world. We are true right through, we carry with us, from the mere fact that we are in and toward the world au monde and not merely in the world dans le monde, like things, all that is necessary for transcending ourselves. We need not worry that our choices or our actions restrain our freedom, since choice and action alone can free us from our anchors. Just as reflection borrows its desire for absolute adequation from the perception that makes something appear, and that idealism thereby tacitly makes use of the originary opinion that it had wanted to destroy as mere opinion, so too does freedom become mired in the contradictions of commitment and does not notice that it would not be freedom without the roots that it thrusts into the world. Will I make that promise? Will I risk my life for so little? Will I give up my freedom in order to save freedom? There are no theoretical responses to these questions. There are, however, these things that appear, irrecusably, that loved person in front of you, these men existing as slaves around you, and your freedom cannot will itself without emerging from its singularity and without willing freedom in general. Whether it is a question of things or of historical situations, philosophy has no other function than to teach us to see them anew, and it is true to say that philosophy actualizes itself by destroying itself as an isolated philosophy. But it is precisely here that we must remain silent, for only the hero fully lives his relation with men and with the world, and it is hardly fitting for another to speak in his name. Your son is caught in the fire, you will save him. You would trade your shoulder, if there were an obstacle, to knock it down. You reside in your very act. You are your act. You give yourself in exchange. Your signification shines forth, dazzlingly. It is your duty, your hatred, your love, your loyalty, your creativity. Man is a knot of relations, and relations alone count for man. 20.